up your very first Google Ads campaign. It's a huge accomplishment and I'm very proud of you. Ciao for now. Howdy Google Ads fans and welcome back. In this section we're going to begin talking about keywords, and it's an exciting section. If you're a beginner, I highly recommend you sticking around, or even if you've been running some campaigns and you want to refresh your course, some of the things that are new in Google Ads, then it's worthwhile sticking around as well. I'm going to go in quite a bit of detail when it comes to keywords and search terms and queries, because keywords, in my opinion, are the heartbeat of the account. They're the most important thing to get right. You might not have perfect ads, you might not have perfect audience configurations, even your conversion tracking might not be as accurate as possible, you might have the wrong attribution model. But if you don't have your keywords right, then nothing else will follow. Everything else will break down around it. It's sort of like the central part of the hub in the account. So in this lecture, let's spend some time talking about what keywords are and how they contrast with search terms and queries. We've sort of touched upon this at different points throughout the course, but now we're going to go into a little bit more detail. Keywords are the items that are up for auction. So I always tell my students, imagine Google Ads like a live auction. It doesn't work the same way as every other auction works. Google Ads is a second price auction or an English auction where you only end up paying for a click the most it takes, or right above the amount you need to beat the person below you. So for example, if your maximum CPC bid is $5, you don't necessarily end up paying that $5. You'll not pay more than that $5 in most cases. You'll only pay as much as you need to beat the person below you, and we'll talk about how your actual CPC gets calculated in a future lecture. But when you enter keywords into an account, every single ad group has keywords. You cannot have a functioning ad group without two things. If you remember from that hierarchy we spoke about, keywords and ads. In every single ad group, you need at least one keyword. We'll also talk about the proper number of keywords when we talk about keyword planning, keyword organization, etc. in some of the future lectures that are coming in this section. But every keyword that you put into your account represents an item that you want to bid on. You want to get an impression when somebody searches for something similar or that exact keyword, and that's where search terms come into play. The keywords you add to your ad groups instruct Google as to which queries should trigger your ads. Now, queries and search terms are interchangeable. You could really use either one. Google tends to refer to them as search terms more. We're going to talk about the search terms report. It's one of the most useful features in Google Ads. It's probably the report in Google Ads that you'll spend the most amount of time in when we talk about creating an optimization schedule and how you should be optimizing your account. But queries and search terms are what the user enters into the Google search box. That is not necessarily your keyword. Your keyword, and again, a keyword could be one word, it could be up to 10 words in a phrase, in a group of words. The keyword is what you put into your ad groups. You're telling Google that these keywords should instruct you as to which search terms of actual people should trigger my ads. And the keywords moderate that relationship between search term and an ad. How strict or loose Google ends up being with the similarity between a search term and matching it up with a keyword in your account totally relies on match types. And we're going to go into each of the specific match types in more detail. Over here you have a picture of me, right? You could tell by the red hair. He's not wearing a beanie though, because it's in the wash, I guess. I'm just kidding, this doesn't get washed, but it does. Here's a picture of me bidding $2.50. Now, the reason I spent too much time drawing this sketch is because you should conceptualize, like I said before, every single auction as a bid. Billions of searches a day, which means billions of live auctions. Every single search term represents a different likelihood for a customer to buy. Every single search term represents a chance for you to have a keyword in your account trigger one of your ads to show, depending on what you're bidding. Every single time a search is run on Google, there's a maximum CPC bid attributed to that ad in the auction. Okay, don't forget that. Whether you're using target CPA bidding, maximize clicks, target ROAS, or manual CPC bidding, there's always a bid. It might not be that you're controlling that bid if you're not using manual CPC bidding, if you're not choosing the specific bid for every single keyword in your ad group, but every single time there's an impression of yours inside the search engine results page, Google put a bid, a maximum CPC bid for that keyword, regardless if it's an autonomous bidding strategy. That just means that Google is taking over and entering that bid themselves. It's very important to remember that. It's also important to remember that distinction between keywords and search terms. You might put a keyword into your ad group like leather desk chairs, and a search term desk accessories may trigger your ad depending on what match type you're using. Okay, so it's very important to realize that major distinction between search terms and keywords. When it comes to understanding keywords and all the different tools and all the different strategies applied to successful building of ad groups, there's 3 separate stages to this process. The first stage that we're going to talk about is keyword research. Okay? This is the first thing you need to get right. You need to know how to find the right keywords to enter into your account. And part of understanding keyword research is understanding the different psychology of keywords, how people talk to search engines, how people search. You might have a specific, group of keywords that you could think of really quickly that are really relevant to your product and services, but that's probably just a fraction of the keywords that will be profitable for you to have in your account. So I'm going to show you a bunch of different really good keyword research tools and how to go about researching and adding keyword ideas into your ad groups. Once you get your keyword research down, the next thing that you need to understand is keyword planning. Beginning to understand this idea of thematically related groups of keywords, understanding how your different keyword lists will fit in your overall structure, how you're going to segment out keywords at the bottom of the funnel, middle of the funnel, top of the funnel, how you're going to begin planning different bids for different types of keywords. Once you have your keyword planning done, you need to have a good understanding of keyword organization, which will be the final step to building your keyword lists into your actual ad groups, and your entire account will start taking form. I'm going to walk you through each of these specific steps, why we do it, the tools you could use, and some strategies to implement. So just to recap really quickly, every single ad group needs to have keywords. Keywords are one word or a group of words that you enter into every single ad group. You enter them into Google Ads, and the keywords each have an assigned bid, whether or not it's autonomous bidding strategy for that ad group or campaign, or it's a manual CPC bidding. If it's manual CPC, you will see and you'll be able to control the bid for every single keyword. Every single time a search is run on Google, billions of times a day, there is a live auction. Keywords are looked at in every single Google Ads account. Google sees whether or not the search term or the query, which is what the person typed into Google, should trigger one of the keywords into your account based on different match type criteria. And if Google determines that a combination of all these factors like time of day bidding and all those other dimensions that we'll talk about, your actual bid and the keyword match type and the keyword in your account in that ad group, whether or not you should be placed in that auction, whether your ad should show in the search engine results page, and that all takes place in a span of minutes. And again, at the top level, the keywords are the words and phrases and sentences that describe your products and services, that describe the things that you sell. Those are the items up for auction. And again, every single time there's a Google search, there is that auction. In the next lecture, we'll go into a little bit more detail about keyword research. Then we'll talk about planning, organization, and then we'll get deep into match types, which is really exciting stuff. I look forward to seeing you guys very soon in the very next lecture. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to go a little bit in detail about that first of 3 steps of creating a campaign with a really, really good keyword structure, and that is keyword research. Before you plan and before you organize and before you launch your campaigns and before you build out a huge, massive account, you really need to start doing some keyword research to understand what keywords are going to be effective, what keywords are going to be most profitable, what keywords will be experimental, what keywords are going to be your low-hanging fruit, bottom of the funnel keywords, and how those keywords are going to interact with search terms, and most importantly, how much you want to bid on each keyword, how much money you're willing to spend on getting clicks for certain keywords, and the anticipated revenue that will be generated from those keywords. And that's all part of what takes place during your keyword research phase. You should really be willing to spend time on keyword research. I think that in my opinion, in my experience, the one element of campaign building that tends to get ignored the most or given the least attention is keyword research. For some reason, it's like optimizing and looking at attribution models and doing all sorts of different things, building out accounts to be bigger and bigger, where people are not really doing the hard work of researching keywords because it's difficult and it's time consuming, but it's really important. I guarantee you the keywords that you'll come up with off the top of your head that would be good for your campaign are probably about 10% of the keywords that would work. Most people, if you're, let's say we're advertising, like this example for Poppin, we're advertising office chairs. Most people would think that, oh, office chairs, rolling chairs, desk chairs, but people would not necessarily automatically think of how to solve back pain. Right? That might be a keyword. It might be a top of the funnel keyword. You might need to send that traffic to a different landing page, but that's probably a keyword that you could turn a profit on, and you wouldn't think of that until you started doing some keyword research and understanding the buyer funnel. My company runs the digital advertising campaigns for Forbes magazine, and when we took over the account, there were a lot of those bottom of the funnel searches like Forbes magazine, business subscription, things like that, best magazines for business. But when we started experimenting and researching, we saw a lot of search terms that were much more high top of the funnel. People looking for overall business advice, people looking for reading material for traveling. So while those might not be the most intuitive searches, and certainly those searches won't convert as well, but conversion rate is not the only metric. The key metric is profit. So again, we've mentioned this before, those more top of the funnel, what I call peripheral keywords that have less commercial intent for your product are typically less saturated, they're typically less expensive, and we're gonna reiterate that point a couple times as we go along. But let's talk about keyword research, what it is, the goals from keyword research, and some tools. And in future lectures, of course, we're going to go and do this in more detail as we build out the account. I'm going to show you how to use each one of these tools in depth, so bear with me. Beginning to understand your industry. That is what really keyword research is all about. You know your industry well. You know your customers. You know your products well. But you might not necessarily know how people search for your products. And that's really what keyword research is all about. While you're researching keywords, you're going to start getting more ideas for ad groups. You're going to start getting more ideas for how to build out your campaign. Those earlier drafts and those diagrams that we spoke about that have your campaign and ad group structure, those might seriously change as you're doing keyword research. And again, putting yourself in your customers' shoes. Being able to understand when a person decides they need your product. What is frustrating them? What questions might they have that they're looking for answers for? That's really what triggers a buying funnel. A person has an issue, they have a need, something frustrates them, there's something in their life that could be improved. They might have heard about a specific solution to that product, now they're researching options, now they're specifically intending to buy something. And at each different stages of that funnel, of the sort of the psychological progression, people search engines and they talk to search engines in different ways. So being able to put yourself in your customer's shoes is part of what keyword research is about. You're going to, again, find all these new ideas that you might not think will be profitable in your campaign, but if you bid properly and you send them to the right content on your website, you could probably find a whole range of keywords, and that's sort of my goal in teaching how to do keyword research better, is not to teach you the most bottom of the funnel keywords. It's not to show you that when we're advertising to sell an office chair, we should use a keyword like cheap office chairs or expensive office chairs or high back office chairs. Those are bottom of the funnel, those are intuitive. Most people can figure those out. But my job is to teach you how to make a profit on keywords like how to solve back pain or understanding lumbar support, right? And figuring out and determining, is that the type of click that I could be profitable? Because will that likely be somebody in the market for my product? If so, in how long? If so, how much should I pay for that click? That's keyword research. The goals of keyword research are pretty straightforward. We want to start getting, and this is like concrete stuff. Like before, like all this stuff is sort of psychological, a little bit less concrete, but here's some concrete things that are going to come as a result of keyword research. Volume estimates, okay? For each individual keyword, how many impressions and clicks can I estimate per month, per quarter, per year, per day? Cost estimates. How much will this keyword cost? Again, I want to make a point that all this stuff that we're talking about is moderated by match types. A keyword with an exact match type might have different cost and volume estimates than a keyword with a broad match type. In fact, that will always be the case. We're going to talk about match types in detail, but keep in mind that match types always mediates everything we're talking about. So you're going to get cost estimates of what keywords will cost, what search terms will cost, how many of them you'll get. get a clearer sense of the buyer's journey. That's another goal, like we mentioned. You're going to start understanding how long does it take for a person to first be introduced or decide they are looking for an answer to this problem. And I have a slide that talks about the buyer's funnel: awareness, interest, desire, action. Every single purchase in the world, same way we talked about the BJ Fogg behavioral model, where like every behavior, B equals MAT, behavior equals motivation, ability to trigger. Every single purchase, you go through the buyer's funnel, and we'll talk about that. So you get a better sense of your buyer's funnel. You know your products, you know your services, but you may not know your entire buyer's funnel. And then a really awesome thing is competitive analysis. As you're doing keyword research, depending on the tool that you're using, if you're using the Google Keyword Planner, if you're using SEMrush, if you're using the competitive analysis script that I alluded to in the beginning of the course, and I have a full lecture on that later on, then you're going to start getting a sense of what your competitors are doing. What keywords are they using to get traffic to their site? And the good competitors, the competitors that you admire, I didn't talk about this specifically, but I have a healthy, this is what I call it. Healthy respect. You should have a healthy respect for the competition. Yes, you should want to demolish them. You should want to leave them in the dust, destroy them, be better than them. But the good competitors have a healthy respect for them. So when you're doing your keyword research, you're going to start seeing which of your competitors are buying this search term or buying this traffic. What ads are they showing for that keyword, and where are they sending that traffic to? Okay, so that's going to be a really, really, really crucial benefit of competitive analysis. Competitive analysis rather will be a really, really good benefit of good keyword research. Some of the tools we're going to go into detail. The Google Keyword Planner. A few years ago, the Google Keyword Planner was a really frustrating tool to use. It wasn't fun, it wasn't that helpful. It's much better now. It's much cooler, it's much sleeker. There's a lot of cool things we could show you, and you're going to be able to get those volume estimates and cost estimates from the Google Keyword Planner. Google Suggestions. At the bottom of a Google search page, Google has suggested searches, related searches, and autocomplete searches. And we're going to talk about each one of those. Those are good ideas to start getting more ideas for both negative keywords and positive keywords. SEMrush, which is a software that I like a lot. It's a paid software. We use this at our agency at a very high level. SpyFu, which is not a software that I personally use, but I have used it in the past. It's a similar software. It's a competitor to SEMrush. It's another one of these online softwares that you pay for that you start getting some really good insight into keyword research, and most importantly, ask people. This is something that everybody overlooks. Go to your colleagues at work. Go to your friends, your siblings, your children, your parents, whatever it may be, and if you're running a campaign for a carpet cleaning service, or you're running a campaign for an educational program, you're running a campaign for a product that you're drop shipping through Shopify or your Amazon store, whatever it may be, just go, bring a computer, go to a sibling or a coworker and say you wanted to buy, and just name your product. Don't give any more information. Do a search on Google for it, okay? Do this 10 times with 10 different people, and you'll be shocked at some of the ways people talk to search engines. Your way of thinking about it is totally biased based on how knowledgeable you are about your products. And that's the case with every single instance I've seen this. When you go and ask people who are not as familiar as you are with your products and your services, and you ask them to search for it on Google, and you don't give them any information, don't lead them down a certain road to a certain search query, you'll see that people use abbreviations, people talk backwards, people write long sentences, sometimes people just write one word, right? It's incredible the information and the insight you can get if you just ask people. And I implore you to do that. It's not easy, it's not really that much fun, and it's time consuming, and you have to sort of get up and interact with other people. I know, not fun, but I'm telling you, it's one of the best ways. In fact, I think this way will uncover more interesting insights than any of the other methods that I've mentioned. And we do this for our clients at our agency. It's like the most untechnological way of doing anything in a digital advertising agency, but it's actually one of the most effective ways. So I highly encourage you to do that. So that's keyword research in a nutshell. In the next lecture, we're going to talk about keyword planning, then we're going to go into keyword organization. We're going to talk about match types in depth, and then we'll start getting back into the account and creating keywords, negative keyword lists. There's a lot to cover when it comes to keywords and how to manage them, how to actually manage them inside a Google Ads account. So I look forward to seeing you guys very soon in the very next lecture. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. In this lecture we're going to talk about the second stage of successful keywording. I just coined the word keywording, but I like it. And that's called keyword planning. It's sort of this middle phase between between keyword research and keyword organization. And keyword planning is you're starting to get a more concrete understanding of how your account overall is going to be structured. You've completed your research. You now have a really good understanding of all the potential available keywords and search terms. You have all these different ideas, but everything is still pretty unstructured. You have these top of the funnel ideas, you have peripheral keywords, you have middle of the funnel, bottom of the funnel. You just have a lot of ideas. You've done a lot of research. You understand more about your competition, but things haven't necessarily come together yet. So that stage of planning is where you're going to start getting a better sense of what your final account or campaign or ad group even, this could all be done at each level of that hierarchy, is going to ultimately look like. So let's talk about the different stages of keyword planning in a little bit more detail. So what is keyword planning? You're beginning to map out your keyword bid strategy, number one. All right, so now you've done some research. You want to start figuring out during the keyword planning stage, this ad group or this campaign is going to be starting off with this bidding strategy, whether it be target CPA, target ROAS, manual CPC, enhanced CPC. That's all part of keyword planning, and that's going to change whether you're redoing or restructuring an account that you've taken over. I'm going to have an entire section of this course dedicated to auditing an existing account. And if you're doing that, you might be switching some ad groups to target CPA. You might have a high performers ad group, right? Remember we spoke about that based on your historic data. This is a drastically different process when it's using historic data or when you're starting from scratch, but the concepts are the same. So you might have different bidding strategies that you're going to start putting into place during your keyword planning. You're going to start segmenting out your research, the keywords you've done, into two different top line buckets, peripheral and target. Peripheral keywords, like I've mentioned in the past, are these top of the funnel keywords that don't necessarily represent as much buyer intent. For example, if we're advertising for office chairs, buy office chairs online, we would call that a target keyword because it expresses commercial intent. You have a couple action words in there. You have buy, you have online, you have the item I'm describing. It's a really good bottom of the funnel keyword that's going to be very competitive, but it's clearly indicating, the person who's writing that clearly is indicating that they're looking to buy something, or at least they're telling us they're in the market for this. Now, peripheral is something like lumbar support at work, or my back hurts at work, or how to solve back problems at work. And if we have a section of chairs that do just that, that we sort of market that way, that have better lumbar support, that help relieve back pain, that's a more peripheral keyword, which shouldn't be ignored. It just doesn't necessarily go in the same place in the hierarchy of how you're setting up your account. It's going to have a different bid. It's going to definitely go to different content, because what's the distinguishing factor here? What's the main difference between a peripheral and target keyword? I'll give you a second. Target keywords, the person or the user is expressing commercial intent to buy. Peripheral keywords, we do not have any idea whether or not the person is in the market, and we need to sort of hedge our bets by bidding lower and sending them to different content to see if they are in the market. You might be asking, well, if I don't know if a person's in the market, why pay any money to get them into my store? Well, the answer to that is, and we've answered that before, is because peripheral keywords that have less commercial intent are also going to be cheaper. So you don't know if a target keyword costs $5 for a click and a peripheral keyword costs 60 cents for a click. It all depends on the conversion rate. So yeah, much fewer of the peripheral searches are going to convert, but you don't know if a peripheral search will convert at a maybe an even more profitable level, because the target searches are much more saturated, therefore much more competitive. Remember, Sergey Brin and Larry Page up in Google and Mountain View are not determining what any keyword should arbitrarily cost. It's the competitors. It's you, it's your competitors. It's Poppin, it's Macy's, it's Amazon, it's all the other online retailers that are competing on the same keyword that are determining what every single individual keyword search term should cost. So again, you have to test these peripheral keywords. That's how you're going to have an outstanding campaign. If you're just running target keywords, you're just going to be the same as everybody else. If you understand how to profitably bid and come up with ideas and organize peripheral, middle, top of the funnel keywords, that's where you're going to be a top 1%er when it comes to Google Ads. Psychological constructs. You're going to begin to segment out search terms by the buyer funnel and how a person is searching. So you have people who describe their question themselves, right? Like, how do I solve my back problem online? They like literally talk to search engines with questions. Other people look for specific products. Other people look for model numbers. You're going to start looking at your search terms and using psychological constructs, which we'll talk about when we talk about the buyer's funnel. When we talk about keyword planning in greater detail, when we actually go and do it, you're going to start understanding your keywords in terms of psychological constructs, because why? That's going to inform what a bid should look like and what content it's going to go to as well. And you're going to also begin to understand through keyword planning, how should you start? You can't start with everything, and in most cases, unless you have an enormous budget. Remember, we spoke about that budget being spread too thin. If you have a $50 a day budget, you really shouldn't have more than 10, 15 keywords if they're high volume keywords. And everyone hates it when I say that, because they have 500 keywords they want to run and they don't want to spend more than $50. Well, you need to pick one of the two. You can't spread a $50 a day budget over 500 keywords. You're just going to get, your data is going to be too thin. And remember, the number one thing that you need to think about when you're launching campaigns, or even if you're restructuring campaigns for a client or for yourself, is, am I getting a good statistically relevant amount of data on an ongoing recurring basis? There's no specific rule, but I can tell you that a $50 a day budget should not be spread between 500 keywords. So where should you start? You're going to start taking a good amount of these targets, because that's really where you want to start. You want to spend 80% of your budget on the targets and around 20% of your budget on the peripheral keywords, because the peripheral keywords, some of them are going to work, some of them are not. It's research and development, R&D. You're starting to figure out what's going to work and what's not going to work, and you're starting to uncover some golden opportunities through those peripherals, and you probably put 20%. But you've done a lot of keyword research, you have lots of ideas, you have 30, 40 different potential ad groups built out, but when you start planning, you're going to start getting a very specific sense of how you should start. Goals, very similar. Let's just run through this real quick. Segmenting out keywords by high, low intent. That's going to be a goal. Content planning, a word on content planning. We mentioned this. Peripheral keywords need to go to educational content, right? So if somebody's searching for how to relieve back pain at work, I don't send them to an office chair. I need to make sure that I have content on my website that talks about, and that gives them an answer to that question in a real informative way. When I mean real informative way, I mean don't just spend 10 minutes throwing up a pathetic blog post. You need to have a real piece of content that a person who is sincerely searching for an answer to that question will really find value in. And that means either taking the time yourself to do it or hiring a writer. And hiring a writer is one of the best things that you could do for your business if you're running, even if you're running Google Ads, especially since you want to be putting 20% and potentially more than 20% middle, top of the funnel peripheral keywords that need to go to educational content. Because most of the time, business owners just don't have the time to write good content, right? Whether or not you have the skills, it's really time consuming. So check out BlogMutt, check out Upwork, check out some of these really good websites where you could hire, for relatively inexpensive, talented freelance writers that could put together good content for your website. So if Poppin was gonna advertise for people looking for ways to relieve back problems, they need to have educational content on their website. So that's something to think about. Whenever you have middle, top of the funnel keywords that are not expressing commercial intent at all, you need to make sure you're sending them to educational content. If you're not, then you're just wasting your money. We have found this over and over again with e-commerce websites that make all their money selling products off their site, that we started running PPC ads from peripheral keywords to blog posts. And we saw incredible results, high click-through rates, because when somebody saw in the title, in the headline of the ad, blog post, they know that they weren't being sold. There was no sit, like you sort of get through that defense mechanism of being sold, and they go to, okay, I'm gonna read a blog or whatever it is. And we saw that the engagement rates and the conversion rates were higher than we expected, sending people to good educational content. Target searches, and when I say target, I mean bottom of the funnel, people that are expressing commercial intent, people that are expressing that desire to buy something today, should go to sales pages, right? So if somebody's looking for buy office furniture online or anything in that category where I'm expressing that I'd like to buy something, then you send those people to sales pages. So in this keyword planning stage, you need to start evaluating the content on your website, and whether or not you have any educational content ready will help inform you and help you decide where you should start, what your account should look like. Because if you don't have any educational content, then you really should be spending most of your money on bottom of the funnel keywords that have commercial intent. And in most of your industries, there's plenty out there, right? If you're a local business, if you're an Amazon store, if you're an e-commerce store that's not in a very, very obscure niche, you'll be able to spend plenty of money on target keywords. And then again, keyword planning, as you go through more of these tools, and you do some competitive analysis, you're going to have a clear sense of what who your competition is in those auctions and what they've been doing. Most importantly, you want to start thinking, as I segment out my ad groups by peripheral, bottom of the funnel, top of the funnel keywords, as I build out separate campaigns, and again, depending on how your account is structured, you're going to be able to understand, who am I competing with in this campaign? Who am I competing with in this campaign? Are they the same companies or are they different companies? And you have tools to analyze that, because you're not going to have the same competitive landscape across every single campaign and ad group in your account. And you're going to be able to use the Auction Insights report in Google Ads, I'll show you how to do that, to get a sense of who you're overlapping with, who you're competing with. And we did touch very briefly upon some of that stuff when I showed you that script earlier on in the course. Tools you're going to be using in the keyword planning stage: you're going to be using the Google Keyword Planner again. You're going to be using ubersuggest.org. Ubersuggest.org is also actually a good tool to use in the keyword research stage. You'll be using Excel, Google Docs for pivot tables, organizing, getting a sense of these lists, coming up with thematically related groups of keywords, which we'll talk about in the next lecture, which is keyword organization. Google Sheets, which is the same as Excel, but easier. Speed PPC, which is a paid software, which is really, really cool. You'll start being able to use Speed PPC if you want to build out large campaigns. If you have a large e-commerce catalog with over, let's say, 20 different product categories, you want to use Speed PPC. I was running a campaign for a few years ago for a client that sells awards and trophies online, hundreds and hundreds of categories. And we use Speed PPC, which is a software that allows you to build out massive groups of campaigns, ad groups in the thousands with highly specified ad text, highly thematically related groups of keywords, and lets you do that at scale quickly. For most of you, it's not worth the cost, because you should really learn how to do it within Google Ads, and which also leads me to AdWords Editor, Google Ads Editor, which is a offline software that sort of mimics the Google Ads dashboard, that allows you to potentially build out large campaigns at scale a little bit faster than doing them inside the Google Ads interface. But you shouldn't really worry about the AdWords Google Ads Editor. It's certainly not necessary to cover anything that we're covering in this course, and there's nothing that you could do in the Google Ads Editor that you can't do online in the Google Ads interface. Maybe if you're doing some huge amount of work, it'll be a little bit faster to do in the editor, but we're not even going to focus on the editor at all. But if you do want to download that and take a look at what that looks like offline, certainly go ahead and take a look at that. So now you have a good understanding of keyword planning, what the goals of keyword planning are. You're starting to sort of see how complex putting together a good keyword list really is. And it is complex. And once you spend the time doing it, you'll see as you build more campaigns for more clients, or as you build more campaigns for your own company and your own business, it's going to go faster and faster and easier, and these things will become second nature to you. In the next lecture, we're going to briefly talk about keyword organization. I'm going to run through it real quick, because in the future lectures, we're going to get into it in much more detail. So thanks for bearing with me. I look forward to seeing you guys very soon in the very next lecture. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to briefly introduce keyword organization, which is the last step in professional keywording for really well built out Google Ads campaigns. What is keyword organization? It's very simple. It's one thing. We've done our research, we've done our planning, we understand our competition, we understand all the different keywords we could do, we understand buyer intent, we understand what keywords represent what likelihood to buy, we have volume estimates, we have cost estimates, right? We really have a good amount of data to play with. Now what we need to do is take all the keywords that we want to actually bid on and organize them into tightly themed groups of 10 to 25 keywords. 10 to 25 keywords is a guideline, okay? It's not a rule. I don't want to see ad groups that have hundreds of keywords in them. I don't want to see ad groups that have one keyword in them. People ask me all the time about SKAGs, single keyword ad groups, and I don't believe in them. I've tested them, I've tried them. I don't think they work. You might find blog posts that show that they do. Well, there's probably a lot of variables why they could work. The idea between a single keyword ad group is that I could write hyper specific ad text to one given keyword, and with the hopes of having a 10 out of 10 or really high quality score. It doesn't play out that way in real life, and trust me, I'm bringing this to you from years of experience and thousands of campaigns that I've run. So you shouldn't have one keyword in an ad group, but you shouldn't have hundreds. You should have between 10, 25, 30 keywords in an ad group, because those will be chunks of themes. And remember, all 30 of those keywords, if you have 30 keywords in an ad group, are going to be rotating or going to be triggering the same set of ads for that ad group. So you want to be specific. If you're showing ads for people who are searching for a specific color of product or specific type or a specific piece of content, then you want to make sure that you're bringing them to the right page, because one of the defining characteristics of an ad group is the place that I'm sending them after the click, which is just as important as anything else. Even though that sort of takes place outside of Google Ads, where you're sending that traffic is extremely important, and that is decided on the ad group level, because that's the final URL, as you remember, of your actual ad. So we're organizing. We're taking the keywords that we want to bid on, and we're organizing them into themes, and we are creating our ad groups. This could take place in Excel, which is my recommended, or Google Sheets, which is where I recommend. This is where I like to do this research because it allows me to make mistakes and change things on the fly as I go along. You could do this in the Google Keyword Planner. You could actually create these plans and import them into your campaigns. I'm going to show you how to do that. You could use iNotebook. Don't recommend doing that, easy to lose track of, and Common Sense, which, as the saying goes, unfortunately is not so common, but you could use Common Sense if you're using a very small campaign and just in your mind, okay, I'm running one campaign, I have 4 or 5 ad groups, these are my themes, and you can just build it that way in the Google Ads interface without any complication. But if you're building out a larger account with 4 or 5 plus campaigns, and each one of those campaigns might have 5, 6 to 10, 15, 50 ad groups, depending on your structure, depending on your budget, depending on the size of each ad group, etc., then you definitely should be using something like Google Sheets or Excel to plan this stuff out. At the very least, use Google Keyword Planner. Themes, and we've touched upon this before, can take many different forms. Where the person is in the buyer funnel based on what they're searching, that could be a theme. If you're able to send those 20, 25 keywords to the same either sales page, product page, service page, or piece of content, or educational content. Relevance, how relevant is this search to my product? Is it peripheral? Is it target? Again, are the keywords close enough related that relevancy creates a unifying theme between the keywords? Because I'm going to write my ad text that relates, that applies to all those keywords, and those ads are going to rotate either evenly or favor to conversions, but it's not like I could pick one specific ad to one keyword, another ad to another keyword. That is the exact purpose of having ad groups in the first place, which is why thematically related groups of keywords are so important. I just want to write that down because you should remember it. Thematically related groups of keywords. That is the defining characteristic of what good ad groups should look like. Remember that. Buyer intent, needs-based, is a person expressing his search where he's saying that he's asking a question. He's expressing his need in the search. He's saying, I'm looking for a back chair, he or she, I'm looking for a chair that could solve back problems. I'm looking for a chair that I could sit in all day. I'm looking for a chair that's really light. Is it needs-based? Is it action words? Buy desk chairs online, buy wheeled office chairs online. Is a person searching with those action words? That might be a thematically related group of keywords. And I said category last. I saved category last because that's the most important and most common way of grouping keywords together. This product is this color, that's a theme. This section of my website has products that have wheels, that's a theme. This is a service for business consulting, that's a theme. People are searching for this specific piece of content, that's a theme. People are looking to understand how to calculate ROI. I have a blog post, that's a theme, and I might have a bunch of different potential searches like that, 10 to 25. So category, subcategory, product category, service category. And again, if you remember what we did in the beginning, look at the navigational structure of your website. Look how the content on your website is actually laid out. That's going to give you a very good sense of being able to structure your ad groups by theme. You know the tools that we're going to use for keyword organization, and now you have a pretty good sense of the complexity and the scope and the overall story arc of approaching keywords in a Google Ads account. We have keyword research, keyword planning, and then keyword organization. You understand the purpose of each of those stages. You understand the tools we're going to be using in each of those stages. And now we need to start talking about the most important component of understanding keywords, which is match types. And we're going to get right to that in the very next lecture. So thank you for sticking with me this far. I hope you've been enjoying it, and I look forward to seeing you guys very soon in the very next lecture. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. let's talk about keyword match types. We've alluded to keyword match types a number of times throughout the previous few lectures, and now we're going to go into each one in much more detail, but first I want to give you an overview of all the different match types at a very top level. First of all, it's important to have a basic understanding of what keyword match types are. Match types tell Google how much freedom they have, and when I say they, I mean Google, when pairing your keywords with search queries. If you recall, search queries, search terms, queries are different than keywords. Keywords are the phrases and words that you put in your ad groups. Search terms are what people search Google for, and depending on how strict or loose you define your keywords by using match types, it will seriously influence which search terms will trigger any given keyword. And to get a sense and understanding of that, I have a chart here that will try to hopefully have this all make sense. There are 5 primary match types. There's broad match modified, phrase match, exact match, and negative match. Okay? Negative match, as it sounds, is excluding keywords. Broad match modified, phrase, and exact match are different ways of letting Google know how they should treat search terms in relation to those keywords. Let's take a look at each one of these match types one by one. And just before we do that, this is really important. It's not just like a little tool or trick in your account. Your account will perform significantly different if it's a broad match keyword or a phrase match or exact match keyword or a broad match modified. Your click-through rates will be different, your costs will be different, the actual searches you're showing up for will be drastically different. So this stuff matters. The strategy with match types matter. And understanding the match types, understanding how match types work and how they relate to search terms and how they influence which actual searches you're going to be bidding for an impression on is really worthwhile to getting this clear. I'll say one more thing. Every account's going to operate different. Again, this is the sort of thing that like a lot of what we're teaching here is there's no specific rule that's going to work for every account. I've seen accounts where broad match campaigns performed terribly, and I've seen accounts where broad match campaigns performed really, really well. Usually, a good rule of thumb is for there to be a mixture of all keywords, especially in the beginning. And we'll talk about the pros and cons of each individual match type as we get into each match type in more detail. So let's talk about broad match type first. The symbol being used for broad match, and every single match type has a symbol, and that's how you identify what that match type is in the account. There's different ways to select it. I'll show you in a minute how these different match types look in an actual account. For broad match, there's no symbol, so it's just your keyword with nothing else attached. Broad match means you're giving Google the most freedom possible when it comes to determining if a search term should trigger your keyword to trigger an ad. So let's take a look at an example, and we'll take a look at an example for each one. So we have this keyword leather office chairs, okay? That's the keyword we load into the account. Again, there's no symbol. Our ads might be eligible to show if somebody searches for synonyms of that keyword, variants of the keyword, related terms, different phrases altogether, different words altogether, even different concepts. So for example, an example search term, maybe office accessories. Depending on how Google's feeling that day, our ads might show up for office accessories. And I say depending on how Google's feeling is because they're always tweaking their broad match algorithm. Free office chairs, desk chair rentals, right? Just because we put leather in our broad match keyword doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to show ads when somebody uses the word leather or office or chairs or any of those three. Maybe people will look, again, free desk accessories, right? I don't have that on my list, but free desk accessories, that might be a search term that would trigger a broad match keyword for leather office chairs. And I'm not trying to scare you away from using broad match. I'm just telling you that there's going to be a seriously strong need for negative keywords and good negative keyword lists, and we'll talk about that, of course, in great detail. That's broad match, and it's important for an account to have broad match keywords, and we're going to talk about why that is in the next lecture when we talk about broad match in more detail. Let's take a look at broad match modified. Broad match modified is my favorite keyword type. I find that it's the best way of having control over what search terms actually trigger your ads while also being loose enough to find new ideas, to research, experiment, and be a little bit aggressive. The symbol for broad match modified is having a plus sign in front of the keyword in your account, and that modifies that term. So for example, if I wanted have a keyword where I only wanted to trigger search terms that had chair, desk, and leather in it. I would have leather, desk, chair with a plus sign in front of each word. As we'll see with broad match modified, I can modify one of the terms of my keyword or multiple terms of my keyword or all the terms of my keyword. It would be considered broad match modified. The keyword itself would be considered a broad match modified keyword if there was at least one plus sign in front of any of the keywords or any of the individual words in my entire keyword. Ads could show when contains the modified terms plus any other terms in any order. The defining characteristic of broad match modified, let's say compared to phrase match really, is order. All you're doing with the plus sign is saying that that individual word has to show up somewhere in the search term, not necessarily in the order of my keyword. For example search terms that might trigger your ad is free leather desk chairs, chairs and desks made of leather. So you could have additional words and phrases appended or prepended to my keyword, but the modified terms, the terms that have that plus sign in front of it, have to show up in the search term in order for that search term to be eligible to trigger a keyword in my ad group that will then in turn trigger an ad impression. Let's take a look at the next match type down, phrase match. Phrase match, you start getting a bit more control over the search terms that might trigger your ads. And that is done with quotation marks, right? You have a keyword in your account enclosed in quotation marks on both sides. So for example, we have this example keyword. We would put this in our account, office chairs for sale, let's say, again, quotation marks. Ads can show when the enclosed phrase with appended or prepended or without words and phrases are in the search term. For example, office chairs for sale near me, right? We have that entire phrase that I have in my keyword, office chairs for sale, right? Office chairs for sale. Near me is not in my keyword, but it's okay. You could have words and phrases appended to them in order to, and your ad might be still eligible to show. The main thing is that the keyword has to show up in the same order. The entire phrase has to be enclosed in quotation marks. And that quoted phrase, which is why it's called phrase match, can't be, Google won't reshuffle that order. If it's office chairs for sale, your ads will not show if sale on office chairs or something like that, where the keywords, even if all the words are in the search term, if they have to be in that order. That's phrase match. And there are pros and cons to phrase match. We'll talk about that in more detail as well. Exact match, which tends to be people's favorite, although it's certainly not my favorite, gives you the most control over your search terms, over your keywords. And that symbol for exact match is brackets. Not the squiggly brackets, the regular brackets, enclosing your keyword in those brackets. So for example, let's say we have a keyword, leather office chair, enclosed in brackets. That's what it would look like when I load it into my ad group. Ads can show when the exact term or phrase enclosed in brackets is what the search term is. Now, a few years ago when life was simpler and we were all happier, exact match meant just that. Exact match was exact match. If I misspelled a word, it had to be exact. In order for a search term to trigger an exact match keyword, the search term had to mirror image the exact match keyword that was in brackets. Then Google said, okay, listen, if it's misspellings or very close variants, we're going to still show that keyword even if it's exact match. So if somebody misspells a word, if they misspell leather, and it's a little bit different than how you wrote leather properly as your keyword, will still show an ad. For that exact match keyword could still trigger an ad. Or if it's a slight variation, like plurals, leather office chairs, Google will show an ad for that. And then recently Google made a few more changes to exact match that sometimes they call it semantically similar intent. And I'll give you some exact examples of that from Google themselves in a couple lectures from now when we talk about exact match specifically. But just know that exact match still does give you the most control. Leather office chair would be the example search term that an exact match keyword would show up for. Negative keyword match, which is the most important keyword match to really understand well, because no good Google Ads account could ever be as good as it can be or even close to as good as it can be without understanding negative keywords and negative keywords really well. And of course, we're going to have a separate lecture dedicated to that. But just quickly, the symbol for negative keywords is that minus sign. So for example, these are three potential examples. I might have negative leather, negative free, negative chair exact match. And we'll talk about how three different match types affect negative keywords, because negative keywords could be added using the positive match types. And we'll talk about that, how that all makes sense in a couple lectures from now. Search terms without the negative term. That's what negative match type is doing. So if I have a negative leather, then no search term that includes leather will ever trigger my ad if my negative keyword is applied to an ad group or campaign or a negative keyword list. So for example, desk chairs online would actually trigger my search. You might be wondering, but hey, didn't you just say that chair, which is an exact match negative, Google will treat that with plurals and misspellings? Yes, but here's another case where Google wants to make more money. Google will treat exact match as exact match when you add it as a negative. So if the search term includes chairs, then if you don't have a negative exact match keyword chairs, your ad will still be eligible to show. But there's a second reason. This exact match negative is exact match. What that means, and we'll talk about this in more detail, is that only if I'm only trying to exclude this specifically. So if chair or chairs shows up in a search term, I still want that entire search term to be eligible to show. So free, which is a broad match negative, I don't want any search term that contains free to show. But I do want searches that contain chair, like leather desk chairs or orange colored desk chairs, or whatever it may be, because I have leather here as a negative. So desk chairs online is an example of a search term that could show under negative match, depending on how the negative match works. Now, if this is all a little bit confusing to you, and if this is a little bit of an overload of information, I totally understand, and it makes a lot of sense, which is why in the following lectures, we're going to break down each match type, talk about it in more detail, situations when you would use them, pros and cons to using them, and sort of getting a better understanding of how that all works. So that is an overview of match types. Very, very important to really know them well. You should memorize these match types really clearly. You should be able to answer in your sleep how each of them works, what the symbols are for each of them, because your accounts are going to be built out using every single one of these match types. That's how good Google Ads accounts are built. All of them together. They work in conjunction with each other. They're incredible tools for collecting data. They're incredible tools. Broad match, modified are incredible tools for getting new search term ideas. And I'm going to show you how to do all that. So without any further delay, let's go into the next lecture and talk about broad match keyword match type. I'll see you guys in a couple seconds on the other side. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to talk about the broad match keyword match type, and I'm breaking down, I took the time to create slides and example scenarios for each one of these match types, even though you might have understood them, because they're really, really important and it's worthwhile understanding them at a deeper, more analytical level. Broad match is the default match type when you create a keyword inside an ad group in Google Ads. Why? Why would you think broad match is the default match type? Well, you guessed it, because it's going to get you to spend the most amount of money in the fastest amount of time. So broad match is that default match type captures the most clicks and impressions, used with extreme caution and care. And I say that to warn you about the amount of traffic a broad match keyword has the potential to pick up. And I've seen a lot of horror stories, but not to dissuade you from using them. Every single ad group, at least to start, should have a mixture of broad match keywords, completely broad, because it's going to be a great way for you to find new keyword ideas. Negative keywords are an absolute must, right? So if your campaign and your ad groups over time have a lot of broad match keywords, a few times a week, depending on the amount of budget, depending on the size, you should be going into the search terms report and adding negative keywords. And once we get to negative keywords, I'm going to walk you through how to find really good negative keyword ideas using the search terms report. Broad match keywords will typically have the lowest click-through rates, but you shouldn't worry about low click-through rates penalizing your quality score, because quality score is weighted. There are two factors with quality score that will be weighted: is your position on the page and the match type. So if you have a match type, Google is not going to look at what your click-through rate is on a broad match compared to an exact match keyword in a competitor's account, right? So it's going to be a fair playing field. But you should just know it will have the lowest click-through rate, which by itself is not necessarily a bad thing, because you do want to focus on profit. Here are a couple examples of broad match keywords and ads that you might show up for. So leather desk chair, which is similar to our previous example, and ads could show up for searches for free desk chairs, office furniture, desks, chairs, leather couches, pictures of desk chairs, used desk chairs. So as you can see, there's a huge range of search terms that could show up for a broad match keyword like that. Another quick example, say you have wood corner desk is your search term. It's broad, wood corner desk is your keyword rather, it's broad, corner office for rent, do-it-yourself desk assembly, plastic desks, corner desks from IKEA, wood corner desks for sale online, all sorts of different search terms that a person's typing in might be eligible. You have to remember that each one of these keywords has a bid, right? So you're telling Google, you're not telling Google that I want to pay $2 for corner desks from IKEA. You're telling Google that I want to pay $2 for wood corner desks. And that includes all these potential ranges that will inherit that same $2 bid. All the search terms, and you might have thousands of search terms that could trigger one given keyword, is inheriting that bid. And if it's target CPA, and I want all the keywords in this ad group to aim for a CPA of $90, then Google's going to assume that any given keyword is going to inherit that bid for all these search terms that are available to you. Let's just run through a couple pros and cons of broad match. So first, spend less time building keyword lists. Broad match is a great way to quickly load up a lot of suggestions and jumpstart a campaign collecting lots of data. With broad match, you'll need fewer individual keywords to cover the same range of search terms that you would need with phrase match, broad match, modified, and exact match. You can't think of every variation, right? You're not going to anticipate all the different ways a customer might be searching for your products. All the long tail search terms refer to sentences that are 10, 15 words. And again, remember that a keyword can't be more than 10 words, but ads that are search terms that are long sentences could still trigger a keyword, even if they're above 10 words. So you're not going to think of all the different ways a person might talk and want to look for your products and services. It's a great way to discover new ideas because you're going to look through that search terms report. Google will show you, through the search terms report, Google will show you all the actual queries that led to impressions and clicks on your keywords. It's one of the most valuable, I would say it's the most valuable report inside the entire Google Ads interface, is that search terms report. And we're going to spend time in it, understanding it, and figuring out how we could use it to our advantage. A broad match strategy could work great if you have a large research and development budget, which means you or your boss or your client says, listen, we're aggressive, we're in growth mode. If you ever hear that we're willing to scale, then you know broad match keyword is your best friend, because broad match keyword is going to do two things. It's going to get you a lot more traffic to your site. It's also going to give you a lot more good keyword ideas quicker. It's also going to give you a lot of good negative keywords ideas quicker. So if you want to have an account that is performing as best as it can in as quick amount of time, broad match keyword is actually your best friend. It's counterintuitive because broad match keyword will waste the most amount of your money. But if you're able to stomach a loss for the sake of investing in a better performing account, and that's how you phrase it to your client, or that's how you should conceptualize it for yourself, broad match keyword could work is the best way to do that. Broad match keyword should always be used with extensive negative keyword lists. And those two things together, good negative keyword lists, good negative keyword optimization schedules, doing it on a recurring basis, plus accounts that have a lot of broad match keywords, actually could be a very good long-term result. We have campaigns for clients that are spending a lot of money, and I would say 80 to 90% of their entire account is all broad match keywords. And that's because we're extremely diligent in adding negative keywords on a recurring basis, very frequently, making sure the account is always performing well. Broad match keyword will often give you the cheapest cost per click. That's not necessarily a good thing, but it's just a fact. Why? When I have a broad match keyword, Google's entering me into a full range of searches. So some of those searches will have less commercial intent, there'll be more peripheral searches, and they'll be less competitive. Fewer competitors will be bidding on those search terms, which means that they might trigger a broad match keyword, even if that exact variation of my broad match keyword is a highly commercial intent keyword. It's a very competitive term. Let's say leather desk chairs for sale online. But that might trigger a search for pictures of leather desk chairs. And pictures of leather desk chairs does not indicate commercial intent to buy, and the click for that keyword will be much less. So in aggregate, my average CPC for broad match keywords over the course of 50, 100, 10,000 clicks will typically almost always be much less than its phrase exact and broad match modified counterparts for that same exact keyword. What are some of the downsides of broad match, as we've spoken about? We're going to spend a ton of money very fast on bad clicks. Remember, because you're giving Google total autonomy with matching up search terms with your keyword. You will get a lot of irrelevant clicks and traffic. You're going to get clicks. Some of the clicks you're going to get from broad match will be search terms that, oh, great idea. That's a little bit of a middle of the funnel keyword, but I still want to advertise in that. Some of them will be way out of left field. Let's say you're selling Transformer toys. You're going to start getting searches for Transformers, for the movie and posters of the movie, and totally irrelevant. And that's something to think about when it comes to negative keywords. Does your product or service have similar names and culture that are typically used for different things? It's a good trick. Make sure to think about that and make sure to add those as negative keywords and make sure you're not spending money on those types of things. We just had that with a client. The client's last name is the name of their business, and it's a pretty famous business, but people were also searching for other people with the same name. And we are making sure to add those names as negative keywords. Low click-through rate can hurt your quality score. As I said previously, you shouldn't be overly concerned with it hurting your quality score because ultimately broad match keywords are great and you could still have a very high click-through rate for broad match keywords. But if you see your click-through rate really suffering and it's really far below the average of the click-through rate in the rest of the account, that could be a reason why your quality score for those keywords might be suffering as well. Broad match keywords are the hardest type of keyword to drive direct conversions and brand awareness. Because you have such little control, because you're telling Google to, put me at the bottom of the funnel searches, but also show me searches for whatever you think might be relevant, even if the person's not, or the user is not expressing as much commercial intent, you're gonna have fewer conversions. Just go into that understanding that dynamic. It's a great research and development tool. You're gonna get great ideas, and coupled with good negative keyword lists, but also disciplined negative keyword optimization schedules, you can have a really good account that consists of a lot of broad match keywords. A lot of people think that either they're not going to use broad match at all, or they're only going to use broad match in the beginning, but it's seriously a mistake. Broad match keywords could be a really integral component of your overall keyword strategy, and it should be as long as you're on top of it and as long as you're managing them well. In the next lesson, we'll talk about broad match's older brother, broad match modified, and I'll see you guys in a couple seconds on the other side. Howdy Google Ads fans and welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to continue talking about keyword match types, picking up with broad match modified. As you know, it uses the plus symbol to cut out related terms and synonyms. You're telling Google that these are the words that I absolutely require being in the search term before I'm letting you spend my money on showing an impression and potentially getting that click. You could still generate a lot of bad clicks for irrelevant search terms and search queries. Don't think just because you have a broad match modified keyword or a campaign that has all broad match modified keywords that you no longer need negative keywords. You absolutely do. Broad match modified keywords will still generate a ton of irrelevant traffic. Broad match modified essentially says, as you know, queries must include all your modified terms, the ones that have the plus sign, but not necessarily in that order. Not the search term could include the modified terms in a different order than you have them presented in your keyword, and with additional terms before it and after it that are not modified. Terms that you're not necessarily telling Google that have to be in my actual keyword. Again, negative keywords are still a must, and they can be, broad match modified keywords can be combined with broad match to only modify the most essential terms, and I'll show you what that looks like down below. So let's take a quick look at a couple examples of broad match modified keywords and what the ads what ads may show for. Over here we have leather desk chair, and each of the terms is modified. So leather, desk, and chair are all modified, which means, as you know, that in order for my ad to be eligible to show, the search term has to include all three of those modified terms. So pictures of chairs, desks, and leather couches, all right? That's a search term that could potentially trigger that ad because leather, desks, and chair are included. Leather, desk, chairs for sale is another one because again, leather, desk, and chair is included. It doesn't have to be in that order, and it can include other additional terms. How about leather, desk, chair without the chair modified? So this is a combination of broad match and broad match modified. I'm telling Google that I'd like you to use chair as a guiding point. I want you to know chair is not irrelevant here. Even though chair is not modified, you're still giving Google additional information. You're telling Google that this is all about chairs. So use that, although the word chair doesn't have to show up in the search term. It's an experiment. Leather, desk, chair. Desk with leather inlays, desk chairs made of leather. These are example search terms that could show up. I recommend experimenting with a search with keywords that are partly modified and partly not modified. We did this with a big company that was an attraction company in Vegas, and we found the most success by using in Vegas, modifying the word Vegas or LV for Las Vegas or Nevada, and allowing the other terms like what to do, top 10 attractions, fun things for kids to be more broad, and we got a lot of good ideas, but we wanted to make sure to modify Vegas because that was essential. Leather desk chair, this is the most close to broad match. I'm only telling Google that I want the word leather, and I require the word leather in my search term before I want an ad to be eligible to show. And ads may show on searches for leather office accessories, office furniture in leather blinds for corporate buildings. You know, again, you have to realize that the broad parts of that keyword are still going to be treated as broad, and Google could get pretty broad. You have to watch it using the search terms report, but the modified term always has to be there. Pros and cons of using broad match real quick. It's a great way to cast a large net to discover new ideas while controlling for totally irrelevant queries. So as it sounds, it's a modified version of broad. I'm able to still get a lot of good research ideas. I can still discover a lot of new ideas, but I'm able to, at the same time, make my budget a little bit more efficient by telling Google that here are the essential things that I absolutely do not want an ad impression for if the search term does not contain it. Improved CTR over broad match, of course, because I'm going to have less irrelevant traffic. Cheaper CPC than phrase and exact match. It's a little bit typically more expensive than broad, but usually a little bit less expensive. Why? Why is it more expensive than broad? Because the terms that most competitors are modifying, the terms that you're going to be modifying, are terms that you know will most likely lead to a conversion. And as a result, those are search terms that are typically going to be more competitive. Some of the cons of broad match modified: don't think this will get you out of negative keywords. You're still going to have, as I've shown you in some of these examples, you're still going to have a lot of irrelevant traffic, so you still have to really pay attention. That's not necessarily a downside. Negative keywords are great. It's part of managing a Google Ads account effectively. If the order of your keywords is important, don't use broad match, use phrase match, okay? Because remember that broad match modified does not ensure that the modified terms show up in the order as they appear in my keyword. Google could have them, the search term could have those modified terms in any order in any place. There's no consecutive phrase that is being required in the search term. That's what phrase match is. Can be a challenge to generate a good click-through rate, which can negatively impact your quality score. A similar problem to potentially having with broad match, but again, don't be overly concerned. I don't really like spending too much time on the cons section of these keywords because I don't really see cons to any keyword match type. They all just have different characteristics. They're all different for different use cases. So again, on the same note, if you have a research and development budget, if your client's coming to you, or if your attitude is, I absolutely have to spend every dollar as profitably as possible, then you need to be using exact and phrase match with negative keywords for phrase match. But if you have a little bit more flexibility, if you have a little bit of a longer horizon, if you have from a cash flow perspective, and you're able to invest a little bit in building a good account, that's the way to go. And that's really the best approach, which is why broad match modified, they all have their place, all the keyword match type, because they all serve a purpose, they all serve a function. In the next lecture, we're going to talk about phrase match in some detail, and then exact match, and then we'll carry on from there. I look forward to seeing you guys very soon in the very next lecture. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to talk about phrase match. Phrase match uses quotation marks to make sure your ad only appears for searches containing your exact keyword and close variants, with additional words or phrases potentially before or after your keyword. Still can generate a lot of bad clicks for irrelevant queries, but you're getting much closer to getting real control over which search terms are triggering your keywords. The defining characteristic of phrase match is query must include your entire keyword in the correct order, unlike broad match modified, and it's unlike exact match in that phrase match could still have appended, prepended words or phrases in the search query, and it still trigger that phrase match keyword. So let's go through some examples of phrase match keywords and what ads will show for and what ads will not show for. Leather desk chair, right? Closed in quotation marks over here. Buy leather desk chairs online. That's an example of what an ad might show for, even though buy and online were not included in my phrase, but leather desk chair are included in that search term in the right order as I had them in my keyword. Ads will not show for buy leather chairs online because my phrase was leather desk chair and that phrase is not inside that search query. Office accessories, enclosed in quotation marks. Images of office accessories, that's a plus because again, my phrase office accessories appears in the search query with all the words in the same order. Accessories office will not show because while it has all the words, it's in the wrong order, right? And that's sort of the rule of phrase match. Extra padded chairs, enclosed in quotation marks, it's a phrase match keyword. Extra padded chairs for free, that's good to go because even though for free is probably not a search term that I want to bid on, since somebody's clearly looking not to pay me if I'm popping, but yet it's still going by the rules of phrase match because extra padded chairs is in that search term in the correct order with all the words. Padded chairs with extra padding will not show because while it has all the right terms, it has extra padded in chairs, it's again not in the appropriate order. Let's talk about some pros and cons of phrase match. You're beginning to get more control over your search terms, less unpredictability than broad and broad match modified. When you open up your search terms report for a phrase match keyword, you're going to have a lot less surprises, right? Because you'll have a lot less irrelevant clicks. Google doesn't have as much control. They don't have the full range of, they're not pulling from as much of that pool of related potential traffic to that keyword because you're now constricting that net to whatever sample of that entire potential pool has your entire keyword in that exact order. Phrase match still allows you to discover new ideas because you could find bad keywords like somebody searching for buy leather office chairs for free. You could also find some good keywords like sale on leather office chairs or something like that. You might want to put an ad group together for people searching for something on sale if you're running a sale. So you'll find good ideas for new keywords, but not as much or not as many as broad match modified and broad match. You'll see an improved click-through rate over broad match modified. It's usually a cheaper cost per click than exact match. And I say usually because it's not always true. Sometimes your phrase match keywords will be more competitively saturated than your exact match keywords. That's totally a possibility. There's no rule. But over the aggregate, you'll typically see your phrase match keywords costing less on a CPC basis, on an average CPC basis than your exact match keywords. Some of the downsides or some of the things to look out for with phrase match, you still need to be aware for negative keywords. Limits search volume for search terms in different order than your keywords. Oftentimes, the order doesn't matter, and sometimes people are too aggressive with phrase match, which is why it's not my favorite keyword match type. I use phrase match the least. I'm usually using broad match modified and exact match. Phrase match, I find that it's not always the case, or it's not usually the case that an exact phrase really matters. Say you're searching, the search term is Google Ads Management Company. Is that markedly different than companies that manage Google AdWords campaigns? So broad match modified would be fine. It's hard to find examples where that exact phrase it matters. You could have people in the travel business. If I'm searching for airline tickets between JFK and Los Angeles, then the order matters. So there certainly are cases to be made for phrase match. Limits the quality of data and ideas you'll get. With phrase match, you're not getting as many ideas, especially when you start off. So if you're building a new campaign from scratch, limit your use of phrase match. Your campaign should probably be something like 80% broad match modified and 20% phrase and exact. That's what my guideline for that would be. And lastly, phrase match typically will be more expensive than broad match modified, but again, that's not a downside. More expensive costs per click are usually a good thing. It's just something to watch out for. It's something don't get caught by surprise when you see your phrase match keywords be more expensive. But not only don't get caught by surprise, also you have to know that going into it, if you want to be high on the page, if you want to win premier ad spots, even if your Google quality scores and your keyword level quality scores are really good at 7 out of 10 and above, you're still going to need to bid higher, bid more aggressively on phrase match and even more aggressively on exact match. But certainly if you're running phrase match keywords, your bids should be higher as a general rule of thumb starting out than broad match modified and broad match keywords. Then you'll get the right amount of impressions. You'll get the most impression share for those keywords if you're bidding a little bit higher. So realize that as well. And again, it's not arbitrary. The reason why better keywords cost more is because your competitors figured out that those keywords are more profitable. So if you want to play in that game and you want to also get clicks to your website that are going to be more profitable, you need to pay for those clicks in the same range as your competitors are playing. So those are the things to know about phrase match, and now you have an understanding about that. Lastly, for the positive match types, in the next lecture, we'll cover exact match keywords, when to use them, some of the things to watch out for, how they work, and some of the things to know about exact match keywords after Google has made some updates. So I'll see you guys in a couple seconds in the very next lecture. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to be talking about exact match type, which is the final form of positive match types that we're going to be discussing in more detail. Exact match uses brackets, regular brackets, enclosed around your keyword to ensure your ad will only show up for queries containing your exact keyword without any additional words or phrases appended or prepended. Negative keywords are not needed to supplement exact match, and that sort of makes sense because the only search terms that are triggering my keywords are my exact keyword. or we'll see in a minute, not my exact keyword necessarily, but we're not gonna have additional words, phrases appended or prepended to it like we could have in every one of the other match types: broad, broad match, modified, and phrase. Exact match generates the highest click-through rates and also the most expensive CPCs. And like we mentioned, high click-through rates is great. I'll have a higher quality score typically, but not always, but typically. And higher CPCs because my exact match keywords are typically my best keywords. They're typically the keywords that most of the competitors are that really want to get on top of. So like buy leather office chairs online. Anyone who's selling office chairs online, it wants that keyword. So they'll bid more aggressively on that exact version of it. Let's take a look at a couple potential examples and what ads will show and will not show for. Leather desk chairs in brackets will show for leather desk chairs. Buy leather desk chairs, even though that entire phrase is included, there's an extra word that's not in my keyword in the search term, and it will not show. Office accessories in brackets will show for office accessories, will not show for office accessories for sale online. Again, even though the phrase is there in the right order, for sale online are additional words that in the query that do not appear in my keyword, therefore will not trigger that exact match keyword. Another example, extra padded chairs. Extra padded chair without the S can show. Plurals and slight misspellings, as we'll talk about in a second, can show. High quality extra padded chair is a search term that will not show, even though it probably is a good search term for me to bid on, which is one of the downsides of exact match. Exact match, you're going to get the most specific traffic to your site. You're going to have the most control, but you'll really not be able to get any new ideas. If your budget is super, super constricted and you're in the position, whether it be just from your own circumstance or the money you have available, that every dollar has to be spent as best as possible right away, there's very little margin for error, then exact match is your best friend. If there is margin for error, and there should be margin for error, and we'll talk about how important margin for error is when we talk about the LR-Lin-Rodsnitsky ratio, when we talk about auditing accounts that have data, there needs to be a certain level of error in the account because that shows that you're trying to find new ideas. And finding new ideas for both negative keywords and positive keywords is how you're going to ultimately outperform your competition. And I've said this a number of times, like broad match, modified, phrase match, they all allow you to find new ideas for both negative keywords and positive keywords using the search terms report, using actual data. And actual data, what's actually happening in your account, how people are actually searching for your products and services, what's triggering your keywords is the most valuable data. We spoke about keyword research a couple lectures ago, right? We're gonna try to find things by asking people using the Google Keyword Planner. There's no better place to actually get information about how your campaign is performing is from the search terms report. And the search terms report is really valuable when it shows you additional search terms that are outside of the specific constraints of your keyword. And you won't get that with exact match. And again, that's not a reason to not use exact match. Exact match is great. Exact match is where you want to bid super aggressive on your super high level, top performing, high converting keywords, the low hanging fruit. Go for exact match. Bid as high as possible until you're not becoming profitable anymore. Squeeze as much return on ad spend out of your exact match keywords. Use them. Definitely don't have an account without exact match. They're extremely important. But do whatever you can to have a campaign that's more dynamic. Have a campaign that doesn't only rely on exact match, because the beautiful revelations of Google Ads will come when you discover all the ideas that you could capitalize on profitably that will be presented to you through broad match, modified, and phrase match, keyword match type. So that's what I encourage you to do. A couple things to know about exact match. Google has made a bunch of changes to exact match over the years, and here's where we're holding now. Misspellings. So if chair is spelled C-H-A-R-E in the search term, it could still trigger your search for C-H-A-I-R, let's say. Singular or plural form. So if my exact match keyword is leather desk chair, and somebody searches for leather desk chairs, plural, or vice versa, Google retains the right to show an ad and trigger that exact match keyword. Stemming, so upholster and upholstering. So if somebody's looking for if my keyword is upholster shop near me, and somebody searches for upholstering shop near me, Google retains the right, even if my keyword is exact match, to trigger an ad through that exact match keyword. Abbreviation, so if my keyword says New York City or New York, and somebody searches for NY or NYC, Google retains the right to show my ad even though it's an exact match keyword that said New York inside the brackets. This is an interesting one. Reordered words with the same meaning. So Google is extremely vague on how they treat this because this sounds really like broad match modified. Again, of course, the real big difference is it has to only be these words. It can't be any additional words, and it can't be any words missing. But if it has the same exact meaning, according to Google, they might trigger your ad. So if my keyword says men's shoes, and somebody searches for shoes men's, and Google cannot differentiate a meaning or some sort of intent between the two, then Google retains the right to trigger that exact match keyword. Google does say they won't reorder phrases like JFK to LGA to JFK, because that obviously has a specifically and clear different meaning. Another big one, addition or removal of function words, such as in, to, for, but, a, the. So if my exact match keyword is chairs for office, Google retains the right to remove the function word and ignore it from my exact match keyword. So if somebody searches for office chairs or chairs office, then Google retains the right to trigger that exact match keyword because they're removing that function word of for. Implied words. So Google gives this example on their site, Daydream VR headset. VR stands for virtual reality. So if Google knows that Daydream is a virtual reality headset company, and that's how they peg your search term, then if a person searches for a Daydream headset, they might consider the word VR to be implied, and it means the same thing as your keyword. They still won't show Daydream headset for sale because for sale is not part of your keyword, and you didn't necessarily imply that. But if it's specifically inherent to that product, then Google retains the right to trigger your exact match keyword. Synonyms is a new one that Google is now showing exact match keywords for. If your exact match keyword is bathing suits, Google might show or might trigger that exact match keyword if somebody searches for swimming suits, because swimming and bathing, according to Google, are synonyms. Does Google have a list of synonyms? No, unfortunately they don't. But you'll get a sense of what these synonyms are by monitoring the search terms report. Same search intent. So this is something which is really vague and really frustrating and it's honestly really irksome to me because it's just like Google trying to make more money and like, come on, like you're offering us exact match, right? Just let it be exact match. Like, stop squeezing every ounce of control out of us, like, in your ruthless quest to maximize your ad dollars, right? It's just taking so much autonomy away from the advertiser, and it's just unfair that we have to play by these rules. And it bothers me, but this is what they say, so we have to play by their rules. Same search intent. If somebody searches for, this is an example that Google themselves gives. If your exact match keyword in your account is images royalty free, and somebody searches for free copyright images, a totally separate word, but Google views it as the exact same intent, then Google reserves the right to trigger an exact match keyword for images royalty free to show that ad. Luckily, for any of you that are interested, I'm going to show you a script written by Daniel Gilbert and his team over at Brain Labs to make exact match exact again. And that's going to be the script is going to be mining your search terms report constantly, and every day, every hour, adding more negative keywords until you're sort of left with your exact match versions of your keywords. So there is a script available to make exact match exact again, which is awesome. It's really neat. It's fun to use. It's really worthwhile checking out if you want to do that. But with everything that I just mentioned, with Google taking away all this control, with Google with Google making exact match maybe, this annoying little in-between thing, exact match still is pretty exact. Because you have to remember that Google has all these little rules like stemmings and abbreviations and reordered words and same intent, but Google will not show your ads with additional words, except for this same search intent. Like, that's really about swapping out a specific word for a synonym. Google won't show your ads with additional words or with less words appended or prepended to your search term, except when you have that VR example, which is rare. I haven't seen that much. It's still quite exact. You're still getting the benefits of exact. You're still going to be paying a lot more. Your click-through rates will be higher. You'll be getting the most amount of relevant traffic to your website by far when you're using exact match type. That's exact match. Again, make sure your campaigns and ad groups have a mixture of all of them. Now you might have broken out your ad groups or even your campaigns by match type, and that's fine. That's a strategy that we've done a lot. We'll have a campaign for office chairs exact, office chairs broad, office chairs phrase, or ad groups broad phrase exact. And we've spoken about that as a potential idea for structuring your hierarchy. But it's totally fine. And in fact, in the last couple of years, almost all the accounts that I work on and that I build and we do here at the agency, all the match types are mixed into each ad group. It's much better to just thematically structure your ad groups with themes than by match type, because you could control the different bids. The exceptions would potentially be if you're bidding based on a CPA in a CPA basis, you might want to segment out match types at the ad group level, so you can control your CPA bids and you can bid a higher CPA for exact match. But not that an exact match is worth more, the conversion is worth more, but you could get more volume for certain types of keywords if they're separated out by match type. So how you structure your ad groups with regards to match type might be influenced by the bidding strategies being used, but in most cases, you could have all these different match types together inside one ad group, especially if you're bidding manual CPC or enhanced CPC, you have nothing to worry about. So that's an example. That's an overview of all the positive match types. In the next lecture, we're going to jump into negative match type and open up a whole can of worms there. And I look forward to seeing you guys very soon in a couple seconds. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to talk about negative keywords, negative match type. From here on out, we're going to refer to negative match as just negative keywords to avoid confusion, because negative match type doesn't actually trigger ads. Negative match types are purely a preventative measure. For example, if you had an ad group that just had a few negative keywords, you would never get a single impression, right? Negative keywords just moderate and they put additional limitations on your positive keywords. So you have your positive keywords that have your broad match modified, phrase, and exact. Negative keywords put additional limitations, put additional restrictions. And negative keywords allows broad match and broad match modified and phrase match to be so good when you use them in conjunction with negative keywords. So negative keywords uses that negative minus symbol to prevent words and phrases found in search terms from triggering your ads. Negative keywords can be broad, phrase, or exact match, and that gets a little complicated because that makes negative keywords its own strategic concept unto itself. So let's take a look at a few different negative keyword examples based on different match types and see how they would affect search terms from triggering our ads. So first, we'll take a look at a broad match example. And of course, broad match is just the negative and the keyword. And in the same way that broad match positive keywords include the most amount of potential search terms, negative broad excludes the most amount of potential search terms. So for example, when I do negative faux leather, I'm telling Google that anytime faux leather shows up in a search term, doesn't matter what else, if it's there, don't trigger my ad. So ads will not show for faux leather chairs, leather faux chairs, because faux leather are in both of those search terms. Ads can show for leather office chair, faux leather desk accessories. But you have to be careful because just as broad match negative excludes the most potential amount of queries, if I have two words, which I do here, faux and leather, I'm telling Google that only when those two words are in the search term do I forbid you, let's say, from showing an ad. So as we know, ads will not show for faux leather chair and leather faux chair because faux and leather are in both of those potential search terms. But ads can show for leather office chair and faux desk accessories, even though leather shows up here and faux shows up there. In that search term, my negative keyword is faux leather. So if I wanted to not show up for faux or for leather, what would I need to do? I would need to have negative faux, and I would also have to have a separate negative keyword, negative leather. And if I had those two separate keywords, then I wouldn't show up for either leather office chair or faux desk accessories. Now let's take a look at negative phrase match. And again, it works the same way. I'm telling Google with a negative phrase match, it's enclosed in quotation marks, and negative phrase match says when the words, this specific phrase in this specific order show up in any search term, I do not want my ad to show. So over here I have negative brushed metal, and this is how you would add that into your account with a negative sign and then the keyword in quotation marks. So your ads will not show up for buy brushed metal cabinets and brushed metal office chairs because brushed metal shows up in that order of my negative keyword in both of those search terms. But however, your ads can show for metal file cabinets, metal brushed effect desktops, even though metal and brushed both show up in the search term, they're in the different order. And remember, we're going by phrase match, and the defining characteristic of phrase match is the words enclosed in the quotation marks have to be in that order. Metal office chairs, because metal is not its own negative keyword, it's brushed metal together in phrase match, that's a negative keyword. So that's how negative phrase match works. And there are different situations. You have to take a look at the search terms that are triggering your ads and figure out, should a keyword be added as a negative phrase match, a negative exact match, a negative broad match. And I'm going to walk you through a live account to show you how I would strategically add negative keywords with which match type. Now let's finally take a look at exact match. So exact match again uses the brackets. So negative exact match, I have negative office chairs in brackets, and it's the same thing conceptually as exact match positive. So my exact match positive keyword is giving me the most control over which search terms show up, and I'll get the fewest search terms, let's say, or the least variability in search terms that would trigger an ad. Same thing as the negative. A negative exact match knocks out the fewest amount of search terms. It's the least constrictive of the match types. Positive match type is the most restrictive form of match types, and negative match types is the least restrictive form of match type. So I guess in that way, it's sort of an opposite. So if my negative exact match keyword is negative brackets office chairs, negative office chairs, my ads will not show up for the search office chairs. But my ads could show up for leather office chairs for sale, chairs for an office. It doesn't matter. The only time I don't want my ads to show is for office chairs. So for example, if I'm popping, how would I treat the word free? If I'm seeing free showing up, right? I sell office chairs. I don't want to be in front of people potentially getting charged for a click if somebody's looking for free office chairs, right? How would I treat free? What type of negative match type would that be? What do you think? If you answered broad, you'd be correct. So for poppin', I would want to have negative free as my match type, which basically tells Google whenever free shows up in any search query, don't trigger any of these keywords, right? That's just not a search term. If free is showing up anywhere, I don't want that to trigger my ads. Now, say I'm running an ad group for wheeled office chairs or office chairs on wheels, or that section that has wheels. And I only want to show ads to people who are searching for chairs that have wheels. And I have some broad match keywords in the ad group, and I look at the search term report and I see that I'm getting a lot of searches for just office chairs. Now, office chairs is a search term that I want to show for, right? Office chairs is still a search term that I want to pay for. I just don't want it being sent to that page. And maybe I don't want to pay as much as I'm willing to pay for click for my wheelchairs, right? So this is where traffic sculpting comes in. Think of negative keywords as not only filters, but as sculptors as well. I'm going to talk to you in more depth about traffic sculpting shortly, but this would be one idea of traffic sculpting. I can add that negative keyword exact match office chairs at the ad group level on my wheeled campaign, which would tell Google that when anybody searches for office chairs, you're not allowed to trigger an ad from this ad group. It must go to a different ad group that might have an eligible keyword, and hopefully that would be sculpted. So I'd be sculpting that search term to the proper ad. I'm going to show you some other potential use cases for traffic sculpting. I'm going to show you how to set that up in Google Ads. I'm also going to show you how to use the traffic sculpting feature in Optimizer, which is super, super cool. So negative keywords, exact match certainly have a place. And there are plenty of times that you would want to use exact match negative for an account irrelevant keyword list or at the campaign level, of course, as well. So that's how to start thinking about negative keywords and some of their specific characteristics, and of course, using all the different match types and understanding how the match types interplay with negative match type with negative keywords. Again, we've mentioned this, negative keywords could be added at the ad group level, the campaign level, which means if you add a negative keyword at the ad group level, you're telling Google that look at these negative keywords when you're assessing which search terms to trigger keywords in this ad group. You could add negative keywords at the campaign level, and then Google applies those negative keywords to all the ad groups in that campaign. You could also add negative keyword lists and apply those lists to multiple campaigns, which is a really, really powerful feature. And I'm going to show you how to use those to your advantage. All three of those things are really important. Negative keywords at the ad group level are typically done for sculpting purposes. When you want to make sure that the ads are being shown to the right user for the right search terms. So you sculpt traffic to different ad groups. You add them at the campaign level, and you add negative keyword lists to stay organized. I'm going to show you all those things as well. You also need to understand research tools for negative keywords, and we're going to talk about research tools for negative keywords as well. So you're going to take a look at the search terms report, which is free. Google autocomplete suggestions, free. Google related searches, free. Suval.com, which is a really, really cool website, gives you some great positive and negative keyword suggestions. It's free. Ubersuggest.org, we've mentioned that in the keyword research and keyword planning sections, free. And then some paid versions, Optimizers, SpyFu, SEMrush, WordStream also has a more expensive, but more sort of like agency management software that also makes finding negative keywords and adding negative keywords a breeze. But you could get very, very far and run highly professional campaigns, as I have for a long time, with the free research tools available to you, as long as you spend the appropriate amount of time using those keyword research tools and finding good negative keyword ideas and making sure you're adding them to the right place and you're using the right match type for your negative keywords. Just to reiterate, negative keywords are extremely important. I have never in my life seen a Google Ads account that was really well put together, that was highly profitable, that did not have a serious negative keyword strategy. In fact, many of the accounts that I manage and that our company manages have way more negative keywords than they do positive keywords. And in fact, I would aim, as a rule of thumb, to a 1-to-1 match. If you have 100 positive keywords in your account, you should have at least 100 negative keywords. If you have 500 keywords in your account, you should have at least 500 negative keywords, and usually a 2-to-1. So for every one, or 1-to-2, for every one positive keyword, you should have 2 negative keywords. That will show that you're actually spending time in your search terms report researching negative keywords, but it will also show that your account is not chock filled with phrase and exact match keywords. You're experimenting, you're getting aggressive, you're looking for new ideas, but you're also adding lots of negative keywords as you go along to make sure that over time you could retain the benefits of broad match and broad match modified, but you're not wasting money on irrelevant clicks and on irrelevant traffic through negative keywords. So as a quick exercise, I would recommend sitting down, take a pen and paper, take a notepad, and come up with 15, 20, right off the bat, negative keyword ideas. Think about how people would search for your product. Think about maybe ebooks is a negative keyword idea, Amazon, Craigslist, cheap, free, pictures, recipes, directions, any of these search terms that might be part of a keyword or a way somebody's searching for your products or services. Start thinking about what negative keywords you would want as an overall negative keyword in your account that you wouldn't want any search term showing up for, which would again be what match type? Broad match. And then start thinking about how you might use negative keywords for sculpting. In the very next lecture, we're going to continue on talking about negative keywords, different ideas for negative keyword lists, and we're going to finally go back into the Google Ads dashboard, into some live accounts, and show you how to structure negative keyword lists at the account level, campaign, and ad group level as well. And I look forward to seeing you guys very soon in a couple seconds. Cheers for now. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. In this lecture, I'm going to briefly show you how to use the search terms report to find negative keyword ideas and add them at the campaign level, the ad group level, etc. We've spoken about how important that search terms report really is. It's one of the most important tools inside Google Ads. Negative keyword match type, like I've expressed, is the most important thing to really focus on as an optimization technique. It should be part of your optimization schedule very frequently, and it's important to understand how to use the search terms report as the primary method of finding negative keywords. There's other research methods for finding negative keywords, like looking at Google Autosuggest, Google-related searches, just your own ideas, but the search terms report is actual historic data that your account has accrued. So without further delay, let's jump into Google Ads, and I want to show you a couple different things with regards to finding the search terms report, etc. Here we are back in the Google Ads dashboard, and I am under the All Campaigns section, which is showing me all my campaigns. This is our account that we've been building out for Poppin. And as you could see, through some of the data over here, we've gotten some clicks, we've gotten some impressions, we have a click-through rate of 2.31%, our average CPC is $2.46, and our total cost is $300. And of course, this is traffic that's being sent to Poppin. To Poppin's website. It's free traffic for them. I have nothing to benefit from it, but I'm investing some money just to put some data in this account for the sake of this course, but I'm also going to bring you back and show you some other live accounts. If I want to see all the keywords that are active in all the campaigns, before drilling into a campaign by clicking the campaign name, I could simply go to my keywords tab over here in the second vertical menu. So I'm going to go ahead and click keywords. And this is a list now of all the keywords. This is what we call our keyword report. This is a list of all the keywords that have generated some clicks. So we see desk chair. If we sort this by clicks, desk chair, the keyword desk chair got us the most amount of clicks with the most amount of impressions. And going down from there, office chair, office chairs, discounted chairs, buy office chairs, etc. And this is very, very early on in the campaign. There's not a lot of data. This is not when the search terms report is going to be the most valuable. But remember, the keyword desk chair triggered 36 clicks, but that doesn't mean that desk chair was the search term that got those 36 clicks. All right, that's a very, very important distinction. There are two ways to open up a search terms report. I can either look at a search terms report for all the keywords in my keywords report. And to do that, we're going to go up here into the vertical navigation, click on search terms, and then search terms again. We're not going to go into Auction Insights. That's a separate report for a separate time. If I click on search terms without selecting any given keyword, I'm going to see the search terms that triggered all the keywords in that search terms report. And again, I could sort by search terms report by clicks, impressions, click-through rate, average CPC, cost, and any other columns that I add. And we'll talk about editing and modifying columns at a later time. And over here, we start seeing some interesting thing, right? We see that dinosaur office chair for adults, dinosaur office chair is getting the lion's share of our clicks, right? Now, this is a really good example of search terms report seeming a little bit wacky. I'm not really sure what a dinosaur office chair is, so I don't really know if I should add it as a negative keyword. But there's another reason why it'll be difficult to figure out whether or not dinosaur office chair should be a negative keyword. But for the sake of research, and I'm going to put it down, I'm going to write it down on the board real quick, and I would have this on my notepad. I would say, okay, dinosaur. What's going on with this keyword? We got to investigate and see if this should be added as a negative keyword or how we should deal with that exactly. Or maybe it should be added as a positive keyword if we see it's a really good click. And I'm going to go down a little bit. And if I want to see exactly how many search terms dinosaur has been triggering, or how many search terms that included the word dinosaur in it, I could select a filter. And I make these filters all the time. So I'm going to make a filter for search term contains dinosaur, right? And I could come down here, and now I see, now my search terms report is filtered just for search terms that include the word dinosaur. And I see that there are 31 clicks. Now I'd be interested to know what percentage of search terms that actually is for all the search terms that I'm looking for. So I could simply just divide 122, which is the total search terms in the account, by 31, and that's like 25.4%. Now I'm interested to know what percentage of search terms that include dinosaur is that in relation to the rest of the account. And it's actually really easy to get that number. All I would have to do is divide 122 by 31, and that comes out to be about 25.4%, okay? So 25.4% of my search terms are including this word dinosaur, so obviously it's really, really popular, and I should investigate what that is. So I would go to Google, I would figure out what is a dinosaur chair, what are people looking for. So let's just pretend we don't sell that, right? We want to add dinosaur as a negative keyword. The question is, if we want to add this as a negative, what match type should we be adding it as? Not only what match type do we want to add it as a negative keyword, what level do we want to add it as? Is it going to be a campaign, ad group, or is it going to be a negative keyword list? All right, so we need to answer these questions. So we need to figure out, what does dinosaur represent? So say dinosaur, the word dinosaur represents something that we do not sell at all. Okay, and that's the easiest type of negative keyword to deal with. Say, for example, we didn't sell dinosaur chairs, but we did sell dinosaur file cabinets, whatever that meant, then we wouldn't want to add it as a negative keyword that's totally irrelevant. We would want to add it as a negative keyword for those specific campaigns that are targeting dinosaur chairs, because that's the type of dinosaur product we don't sell. But in our example, let's say we don't sell it at all. It's something that we simply don't sell. But we see we have a lot of these search terms that we would have to add as negatives. There's dinosaur office chair, dinosaur chair office, dinosaur chairs. These are all the different search terms that have triggered the word. I could select all, right? And I show I have 14 selected and add them all as negative keywords. But I don't need to do that because if you remember, how does Google treat negative broad match, right? So if I add a dinosaur as a negative broad, if you remember from our previous lecture, that would mean that whenever the word dinosaur showed up at any level of the account that has that negative keyword applied to it, the search term would be ineligible from triggering any of our keywords. So I don't necessarily need to add all of these 14 search terms as negative keywords. And I'm gonna show you two different easy ways to do this right now. So I could click dinosaur office chair and select add as negative keyword. And I'm gonna have a few different options. I could either add it to an ad group. I don't want to do that here because remember what we said, we don't sell dinosaur at all. I could add it to the campaign or I could add it to a negative keyword list. Unfortunately, we don't have any negative keyword lists set up yet, and I'm going to show you how to set up negative keyword lists in either the next lecture or the one right after. So for now, I'm going to add it to the campaign. So I'm going to add it to my office chairs campaign. But remember, if we build out this account and we have multiple campaigns for file cabinets and we're seeing that dinosaur is a term we're worried about triggering ads and we don't sell that product, we would have to add dinosaur as a negative keyword everywhere. So I'm going to add it to the campaign level. So any of the ad groups, all the keywords, let's say this office desks campaign ends up having 50 ad groups, and each of those ad groups has 50 keywords. Any search term that would potentially trigger any keyword from any of those ad groups that includes the word dinosaur would now be ineligible to show because I'm adding this negative keyword at the campaign level. Now, Google by default, if you see here, adds dinosaur office chair as a exact match negative keyword. Why? Why does Google do that? You guys should know by now. The reason why Google's default match type for negative keywords is exact match is because it'll get you to continue to spend as much money as possible because exact match excludes the least amount of possible search terms. If I have a negative keyword, exact match dinosaur office chair, then if somebody searches for dinosaur desk chair or dinosaur office accessories, my keyword would be eligible to be triggered by that search term because I'm only excluding this exact search term. And I don't want to do that. But luckily, I have the option to customize how this keyword is added. So I could just take away the brackets and I could add dinosaur office chair as a broad match keyword, but I don't want to do that either because if I add dinosaur office chair, then it's going to exclude any search term that includes dinosaur office chair. I want to make sure to exclude any search term in this campaign that includes the word dinosaur. So simple enough, I'm just going to remove office chair from that negative keyword, and I'm going to click save. And now that has been added to the negative keyword section of the site. Now, there's another additional problem. Under added and excluded, it says none, because I did not add or exclude the specific variation of that search term. And it's helpful. It's not necessary, but it's helpful to be able to log back into Google Ads and see this added and excluded column update so you could keep track of what you've done. You could keep track of the work you've done. So if you log in 3 weeks from now and you look at dinosaur office chair and you'll be, oh, I don't remember if I added that as a negative keyword, there's a simple trick to doing that. So I could select all of these that include dinosaur and add as negative keyword and just leave the format the same. Add it to the campaign level, leave the format the same, leave it as exact match, and if I click save, watch what happens to that added and excluded column. Now, once I've done that, all of these keywords here show that I've excluded them, which is really helpful because now when I log back into Google Ads at a later date, I'm going to see that they're all excluded. There's another way to add negative keywords really easily, and that's just going to the negative keywords tab. So let me remove this filter by clicking reset, and now I'm going to see all my search terms that I've triggered. And I might be looking down and I see, oh, gaming chair. Okay, gaming chair got us 3 clicks. It cost us $2.50 a click. We spent $7, and we know that that's not going to convert because we don't sell gaming chairs. Okay, so I want to add gaming as a negative keyword. We don't want anything to do with gaming. We're not a gaming company. We don't sell any supplies for gamers. So I'm first going to add this as a negative keyword exact match at a campaign level. And remember that the reason why I'm doing that is because I see that it now updates as excluded, but that's not good enough. I still want to add gaming as a negative broad match. So we could go ahead and do it again the same way we did it, or I could simply go over to negative keywords. I could take a look at all the negative keywords here, and I could see what level each of those negative keywords have been added on. So I see dinosaurs at the campaign level, etc. And now I want to add a new negative keyword. I want to add gaming. So I'm going to click the plus, the blue circle plus to add a negative keyword. I'm going to add it to the campaign level. I'm going to select the campaign I want to add it to, which is office chairs, and I'm going to write the word gaming. And I could do a couple other things as well. If I want to exclude anybody searching for chairs on Amazon, I could use the word Amazon, used, maybe Craigslist, etc. And obviously, or eBay. These are ideas that you would get. Pictures, images. These are a bunch of broad match keywords that I'm happy to apply at the campaign level. Now, in fact, you would really want to add these keywords to a negative keyword list because these are what we would call account irrelevant. I'm going to show you how to set up an account irrelevant keyword list in a little bit. But for now, we'll go ahead and click save, and that's how we add keywords to the campaign level when we have a situation where we want the negative keyword to be excluded at the campaign level. I can always navigate back to my search terms report by clicking search terms again, and I want to talk about the second reason why we don't really have enough data to make the best decision, and you probably guessed it by now. We don't have conversion data in this specific Google Ads account because this is a Google Ads account that we started for this course. I don't have any tracking tags on Poppin's website, so we certainly don't know if any of these clicks are generating revenue. That's really those are really the metrics you want to assess when determining whether a keyword should be a negative keyword or not. So I'm going to show you in a second in a live account what this process would look like. But again, real quickly, I want to go back to search keywords. And this again is my keywords tab. Say I want to analyze the search terms from just one of these keywords. All right, so I can go down to discounted chairs and I say, okay, we got 17 clicks from discounted chairs. I want to see which search terms were triggering just this one keyword. So I could highlight and select this one keyword, discounted chairs. And now if I click search terms over here in the blue horizontal navigation, that appears when I highlight that keyword, now I'm only going to be shown a search terms report that applies to this one specific keyword. So I'm going to go ahead and click search terms, and we'll see a much smaller list of 14 search terms that have triggered this keyword. So I see affordable furniture, shopping in American, affordable salon chairs, cheap barber chairs, cheap Egypt furniture, etc. So now affordable salon chairs. We don't sell salon chairs. That's another great idea for negative keywords. So I'm going to click, select that keyword, add it as a negative and exact match at the campaign level so it updates. I'm going to just copy the word salon because I don't have to type it, and you'll see as you do this, this is a process that'll go much faster. And now I'm going to select it again, add it as a negative keyword, and just highlight all, paste in salon, add it at the campaign level as a broad match because I want to make sure that anytime somebody uses the word salon, if somebody writes cheap salon chairs, or if somebody writes metal salon chairs, I want to make sure that I don't pay to show an ad and get that click because it's irrelevant. We do not sell them on our site. It's very unlikely that we'll get a profitable conversion for that search term. Just to go back to that process one more time, you could do this for multiple keywords as well. So if I want to see my search terms for buy office chairs, discount chairs, and office chairs, I could select 3 and click search terms. And now I'll see a search terms report for 3 of those keywords, and those 3 keywords show up in the filter. So if I want to remove this filter, I could just click the X button on that filter, and now I'm back to my search terms report for all the keywords in this campaign. One more thing. Once we're in all the search terms for the campaign, say I want to know what keyword did dinosaur office chair as a search term trigger? What keyword did kids rolling desk chairs trigger? You could do that by adding the keyword column to this report. So we're going to hit the button columns over here. We're going to either search for keyword, or we could find it under the attributes twirl down and add keyword. And if I want to see keyword up front, really close to my search term, I could drag it and rearrange it to be the first column in my search terms report. We click apply, and now I see exactly which keyword was triggered by every given search term in this report. So dinosaur office chair triggered the keyword office chair. Custom desk chair triggered the keyword office chairs. And so on and so forth. We don't need to go through each one. And this is not a very big ad group, so this is a small variation of keywords. Now that we've finally been into the search terms report for the first time, you have a good idea of some of the basic principles in adding negative keywords at the campaign level. In the very next lecture, I'm going to take you into a live account and show you how I would go about filtering search terms to find the most valuable negative keyword opportunities. I will see you guys very shortly in the very next lecture. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. In this lecture, I want to walk you through a live account of a client of ours and show you how I would use this search terms report to find some profitable negative keyword ideas. So I'm looking at a search terms report of one specific campaign. I'm not looking at search terms for the entire account, and that's how you would typically do it. You want to keep yourself organized while you're working on campaign by campaign because each campaign signifies something different for your business. It's usually a different product, a different service, a different level of profitability, different margin products. However you're building out your campaigns, maybe there's different match types, whatever it is, I typically recommend working on search terms, working on negative keywords campaign by campaign. If you don't have enough time to optimize every single campaign in one session, let's say, then you should be going campaign by campaign in order of importance. And in order of importance typically means the campaigns that are spending the most money. That's the campaigns that you should try optimizing first. So here we are in a campaign that has lots of different clicks, 5,500 search terms. So where do I begin? The first level is to not pay attention to search terms that have too few clicks. If a search term has under 30 clicks, it's typically too few clicks to even assess whether or not this search term is going to ultimately be very valuable for you. It's just not enough data. For example, if that search term that has 30 clicks today or tomorrow ends up getting 5 conversions, then that's a really good keyword. And if you would have added that as a negative keyword, then you would have been cutting out a really profitable keyword. In accounts that are getting a good amount of data, and there's no specific rule for what a good amount of data is, I typically recommend only looking at search terms that have at least 100 clicks. I know that might sound like a lot to you guys, especially if your budgets are very small and you're only spending a few dollars a day or $30, $40 a day and you have a bunch of keywords. But that's why I've always been stressing you need to have fewer keywords if you have a smaller budget. So if you're spending anywhere between $10 and $50 a day, I don't recommend having more than 10 keywords, because then you'll get to the point where your search terms have 100 clicks much faster, and then you could start getting that account much better. That's one of the biggest mistakes. There's 2 huge mistakes beginners make when it comes to Google Ads. One of them is not giving things enough time. You spend $50 a day for 4 days, you're not profitable, and you shut things down. That's mistake number 1. You need to give things time. Mistake number 2 is that advertisers allow their data to be spread too thin across their budget. So they have hundreds and hundreds of keywords, hundreds and hundreds of search terms, and it takes too long to get enough data to know whether or not something's good or not. Because of course, 9 times out of 10, when you first create your campaigns, you're not going to be making the best possible campaigns. The best possible campaigns are going to come through optimizations over time, and good optimizations could only be made when there's significant statistically relevant data to make those decisions off of. So the first thing I'm going to do here in this live account is create a filter. So I'm going to go into filter, and I want to create a filter that for search terms that have at least 100 clicks. That's a really easy filter to do. I'm going to go under performance, I'm going to find clicks, and I'm going to be greater than 100 or greater than 99. It doesn't really matter. And if you have a smaller account, go ahead and do 80 or 70. But I really would, as a rule, never knock out a search term if it has less than 30 clicks, unless of course it's a bad search term. Going back to our previous lecture, if you're popping and you don't sell salon chairs and you don't sell dinosaur chairs, then of course, if it's 1 click or 2 clicks or 3 clicks, of course knock it out. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about search terms that look good on the surface. You're not sure whether or not you think it should convert, and that's what we're really trying to find, opportunities to knock out potentially good search terms that might make sense, that you might have thought were a good click, but you want to remove them because they're just not profitable in your account. For example, if we're popping, we sell desk chairs, right? But let's say we find that just the search desk chairs without any other modifying terms is too broad, right? We definitely anticipated going in, we wanted to test, will the search desk chairs be profitable? And we find after 100 clicks that desk chairs never converts because it's just too broad. We find that people convert better when the search terms are like rolling desk chairs or leather desk chairs or executive desk chairs or whatever that may be, but just desk chairs by itself. Then after 100 clicks, we have enough data to know that it's not converting, we'll knock it out. I would also just add real quick, I know that we're sort of getting away from the main topic here, but you wouldn't necessarily knock out a search term if it has 0 conversions after 100 clicks. You might also want to try reducing the bid, because oftentimes you'll have search terms that have 100 clicks and 2 conversions and it's not profitable yet. So you see that the search term could convert, but it would be worth your while to not just remove it from the account, but to try to lower the bid or try to write a better ad, try to increase its click-through rate, try to do something that qualifies that click. Removing a keyword completely, especially a keyword that has a few conversions, is a last resort, okay? Whether it has a low quality score, it's not profitable, whatever it is, there are usually different levers and buttons that you could pull and push before having to exclude a keyword from your account completely. So let's go back into our computer. So I'm gonna go ahead and create a filter for search terms that have at least 100 clicks. I'm gonna go ahead here and type in 100 as my value. And if you notice that the background just shifted a little bit, it's because I had to find a different account just for the sake of protecting the identity of the client and not giving away any actual data, while trying to show as much real things in this course as possible as a value to you, the students. So I'm gonna click apply. And now we're looking at a search terms report of only search terms that have at least 100 clicks. So that's a start. Now there's a few different things to do for our next filter layer, because we still might be looking at too many search terms, and we might be looking at a lot of search terms that are profitable and that are good, and we don't want to have to sort through because we don't want to add them as negatives, right? So we can look at a couple different metrics. The best metric to look at is your return, because most of you, and really all of you, should be looking at every single individual keyword and search term in the context of profit. You should know going in, like we've spoken about, what your return on ad spend has to be to remain profitable. If you're not tracking value of a conversion in the account, which is fine, you could also track value based on knowing what your cost per conversion needs to be to remain profitable, all right? So this is especially true for lead gen businesses. If you're an e-commerce business, there's literally no excuse to not have conversion value being imported back into the account, because e-commerce businesses are all about how much does it cost for me to produce, ship, manufacture, service the goods that I'm selling, and how much money did I make through advertising, and what did my advertising cost? And then you could look at conversion value, and if you remember what your return on ad spend column is, if you guys remember, it's conversion value, which is revenue, divided by cost, okay? That's a column in AdWords. Now, that's much more typical for e-commerce. A lot of lead gen businesses and your primary conversion action is a form submission or a phone call. You guys just know based on your 30% close rate or your 20% close rate and what your average profit per client or customer is. If you're a local company, you definitely should have those numbers. And again, you could reference back to my AdWords formula, my Google Ads formula calculator that I gave to you guys in the second lecture of the course to figure out what your true cost per conversion, your benchmark cost per conversion in Google Ads has to be. So for this client, for example, say we know that in order to be profitable, we have to make sure that our conversions are costing no more than $80. Our form submissions are costing us $80 a piece. So I don't need to think about adding search terms as negative search terms if my search terms are producing form submissions at less than $80 a piece. So now we know what my next filter for such an account should be. I'm going to go ahead and click add another filter right over here. I'm going to go to conversions. I'm going to find cost per conversion. And I know for this account, a conversion is a form submission. And this might sound a little bit confusing because we didn't talk about conversion tracking yet and what conversion actions are. But just know for this account, for this example, a conversion is a successful form submission on the contact page or any contact form on the client's website. So I want to find keywords that are bad, and rather I want to find search terms that are bad. So now I'm going to go ahead and add an additional filter on top of my clicks filter by going ahead and clicking add filter. I'm going to find conversions, cost per conversions, amount is $80, greater than $80. My cost per conversion is greater than $80, and click apply. And now I've whittled down a much larger search terms report to a much more essential search terms report that will be actually helpful in me finding negative keywords that I would want to add as negative keywords to this account. I have enough data in the search terms report that I'm looking at now. Every single search term here has at least 100 clicks. So I know that if it's really poor, if it's a really poor keyword, I'm going to want to add that as a negative, and I'm only looking at search terms that are too expensive. I'm only looking at search terms that literally have not been profitable, because I know, and this is not true numbers for this account, but let's say I would know that my form submissions must cost at least my form submissions must cost at most $80, and I'm looking only at search terms that have resulted in form submissions above $80. So now I can do a couple things. I could sort by cost, which is what I would typically do, by clicking the cost column. I want to see which of these are the most important, most egregious things to fix. All right, so I'm going to sort first by cost. What has been spending the most money? So first I see credit repair services. Well, this is what this client offers. This client offers credit repair services. It has a lot of volume. It spent a lot of money, it has a good amount of conversions, and the cost per conversion is $110. It also has a healthy conversion rate of 12.5%. So what do I do? Do I add this as a negative? Well, I would say no. If this was a keyword, if this was a search term that was producing form submissions at $200, I would say it's just not going to work. I would much sooner lower the bid on this search term to see if we can get it to profitability, because it does look like it has potential. That's a really big thing to focus on. Does it have potential? So I'm going to leave this alone for now. I'm going to continue to come down and take a look at, okay, so here's Equifax Dispute. Equifax is one of the credit bureaus. Equifax Dispute, I have 148 clicks. I spent $1,600, 7 conversions, not a lot, and at a $218 cost per conversion, 4.73% conversion rate, really poor keyword. I'm going to go ahead and highlight this search term. I'm going to add it as a negative keyword at the campaign level, Equifax dispute, and I'm going to leave it as negative exact match with the brackets, which means that when anybody searches for Equifax dispute exactly, my ads won't show up. Now, I might also get away with adding this as a phrase match keyword, because it's reasonable now to assume that any search term that includes Equifax dispute is not going to be the right type of click for us, because Equifax dispute is itself a concept that's indicating who the person is. That's a really important concept to remember when determining how match types should be, negative keywords should be added, what match types they should have. Does the keyword itself express something conclusive? Yes, I'm looking to figure out how to submit an Equifax dispute. That's what the search term is telling me. So if I added just Equifax as a negative, this would probably be too aggressive, right? Because I might have search terms in my account where Equifax being included in them are actually profitable. People might be searching for Equifax credit repair help, which might be a really profitable search term for us. So if I had Equifax as a negative broad match, then I'd be excluding that search term from triggering my ads. I don't want that to happen. But anytime I see Equifax dispute, that's probably a good idea to add as a negative keyword. So first I'm going to add it as the negative exact match, right? To have it show as excluded in the account, which is great. And then I'm going to go back to negative keywords or do it again. This time I can go to negative keywords, add a new negative, put it onto a campaign level, select the campaign, and I could write in phrase match, Equifax dispute. All right, so now once I have Equifax dispute, I'm going to click save. And now the phrase match version has also been added as a negative keyword on top of the exact match version of that keyword. All right, so that's how I would start going through live accounts. You need to understand conversions. You need to understand your cost per conversion. You need to see conversion rate. You need to see return on ad spend, conversion value divided by cost. Those are the metrics. Remember, guys, there's two very important concepts when it comes to finding negative keyword ideas. One is data, okay? That's very important. 100 clicks, that's my benchmark. Unless, which is like, 1A, let's say, it's clearly bad. So going back to last lecture's example, if we sell office chairs and we don't sell salon chairs or we don't sell gaming chairs, then, that would be a keyword we could add as a negative. In fact, that might have been a keyword we added as a negative right in the beginning before any data, even if there's just one click, right? You don't want to spend any money on gaming, it's not going to be good. But if you're looking for negative keywords that you thought could be good, you should look for at least 100 clicks, definitely not less than 30. Okay, not less than 30 clicks before adding something as a negative. The second concept is, I'm going to write this in big block letters, conversions and ROAS. Now, in the example that we just looked at, we didn't have an ROAS column. We weren't looking at conversion value divided by cost. But I used ROAS, I use my cost per conversion as a proxy for ROAS because I know from my offline data that in order for us to be profitable, every click, every conversion cannot cost any more than $80, right? That was an example number. But since I knew that $80 was my ROAS threshold, I knew that I wanted to filter out not only by 100 clicks, but I also wanted to filter out search terms that were generating those form submissions at over $80, all right? That's something which is important to look at. The third concept, which is not as fundamental, but make sure that anything you could do to make the keyword better, you try to do before knocking out the keyword. So don't be trigger happy. Don't just go ahead adding negative keywords just like it looks bad. Because if we jump back into the computer, we go back to our search terms report, and we see credit repair services, $110. Just because it's not profitable right now, that doesn't mean that I would add it as a negative keyword. It's clearly a good search term for this client. We just need to figure out a way to make it more profitable. Maybe we're going to try to work on our quality score. Maybe we're going to try to get our quality score from a 6 to a 9, bring down the CPC. If we bring down the CPC, our cost per conversion comes down. If our cost per conversion comes down, then it might be a profitable search term. So we're going to go ahead and do the hard work to make that account work, to make that search term work for us. But like we see Equifax dispute, we will find examples of search terms that just will not work. It's clear and it's no good. We knock it out. We add it as a negative keyword. And just remember these three concepts as you're working on your search terms report. Again, it's really, really important. Search terms report is going to be the place where you find your best negative keyword ideas. Think about match types. think about the level at the campaign you want to be adding these negative keywords. And you'll see the more negative keywords you have, the better your account is going to perform. Unless your account is entirely exact match positive keywords, and if that's the case, your account is built incorrectly. You're not trying new things, you're not finding new ideas. Your account's going to be a mixture of broad match modified, phrase match, and in which case you need to aim for at least a 1-to-1 volume of positive keywords to negative keywords, but the ideal is for every one positive keyword in your account, you have 2 to 3 negative keywords. And over the course of a few months of managing your account, you'll see how much more profitable and how much more dialed in your account is going to get. So that's an example of how you would approach as a professional practitioner looking at live data in a live account, trying to find good negative keyword opportunities. And if you follow these 3 guiding principles, you will always do a good job by your campaign, by your client, by your company, by maximizing their spend, while also not knocking out too many keywords, especially keywords that are slightly unprofitable, that with other work, like increasing quality score, lowering the bid, changing the bid strategy, rewriting ad copy, whatever it may be, all these different strategies, then you'll be developing and optimizing a campaign that's going to increase in profitability and ROI over time, even if it didn't start out that way. And in fact, most campaigns and most accounts don't start out profitable. They start out losing money. It's with good optimizations, good technique, that your optimizations produce a profitable account. I will see you guys very shortly, in a couple seconds, in the very next lecture. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back to this exciting lecture where we're going to talk about negative keyword lists. Now, negative keyword lists are not a new concept, they're just a new way of implementing negative keywords. And the point of lists is to create collections of negative keywords that you want to reuse for multiple campaigns, so you don't have to keep adding the same negative keywords to campaign to campaign to campaign. The most popular form of list that I suggest that you all create right away is what I call an account irrelevant, okay? And you could label it as such. Account irrelevant, your account irrelevant negative keyword list is gonna consist of negative keywords that you never wanna show up for. So let's say you're popping, a good example of that is free, and probably a lot of you will have that, and maybe it's gonna be Amazon, and maybe it's gonna be ebook, or maybe it's gonna be downloads. It's for example, one of our clients is AMC Television Networks, and that's often confused with AMC movie theaters. So you might want, for us, an account irrelevant would be like theater, or tickets, or showtimes. Well, showtimes could be relevant, so that might be a campaign or ad group. Or popcorn. Right? So like a lot of you have to think about all the terms that might trigger searches for similar named products. Another list that's very popular is competitor. Now you might choose to have competitor campaigns, but you might choose to not have competitor campaigns. There are cases where a competitor campaign makes sense to advertise on your competitor terms. So if you're, for example, Microsoft, you might want to have Apple as a negative keyword, or you might choose, if somebody searches for MacBook Pro, to show an ad for the Windows Surface Book or something like that. So, and I always suggest testing competitor campaigns, but you might choose to have a competitor list, and you have all your negative keywords of competitors, and you could apply them to all your campaigns. You might have a list of specific brands. You might have a specific list of models as a negative keyword list. And I would suggest keeping these negative keyword lists as organized as possible. You could have a whole bunch of them, and it's always good to be able to look at your list of negative keyword lists and know what's in them and which campaigns they're applied to, purely for the sake of organization. Now, remember, the only use of negative keyword lists is not necessarily account irrelevant terms, right? Say we're popping, for example, and we have a negative keyword list that's going to be applied to all our chair campaigns, right? So for example, let's say we end up creating multiple desk chair campaigns, and let's say we don't sell dinosaur chairs, but we do sell dinosaur desks or something, or we don't sell let's say we don't sell wood chairs, but we do sell wood desks, right? So these wouldn't be account irrelevant terms, but instead of having to add them manually to every individual campaign, I could have one shared negative keyword list
and apply this negative keyword lists to all my chair campaigns. Let's say I have, let's say these are broken out by match type, or they're chair campaigns for different types of chairs, or for different locations, or different budgets, or different hours of the day, right? Whatever it may be. You might have, you have your campaign broken out by in many different dimensions, and you might have similar structured campaigns for similar top-level product categories. So now, as I add another keyword to this list, let's say I add a keyword cheap, right? Because let's say I don't sell cheap chairs, but I do sell cheap accessories. So I don't want cheap to be an account irrelevant, because I know that I want to show up for the search for cheap office accessories. But if I add cheap, then automatically, if this negative keyword list was already applied to 1, 2, 3, 4 campaigns, then cheap will be applied as a negative keyword to all 4 campaigns right away, and all I need to do is add it once to my list instead of having to add it 1, 2, 3, 4 times to each individual campaign. That's the power of negative keyword lists. It's the best way of using keywords. I try to make sure my team and I don't add keywords at the campaign level. If it just gets too messy. We add keywords at the ad group level for the sake of sculpting, and you add keywords to lists and then apply those lists to campaigns. It's the best and most efficient way of keeping track of all your negative keyword lists. Let's jump into Google Ads and let me show you how to create and manage negative keyword lists in Google Ads. So here we are back in Google Ads, and there's a couple ways that you could get to your negative keywords. I tend to click GT on my keyboard. So if I click GT, it pulls up a shortcuts and I can start typing in negative keywords, and I see negative keyword lists, and I can click on that. And I go to my negative keyword list. I already created an account irrelevant. I could edit it. I could edit the name. I could save it. I could also delete it by selecting it and edit, click remove. And now it's removed, and we can start from scratch. As you can see here, in this Google Ads account, there are no negative keyword lists yet. So I'm going to go ahead and create the most important one, which are my account irrelevant. And I know that my account irrelevant is going to be applied to all the campaigns in my account. So account irrelevant, and I'll have things like free, books, images, in store, near me, local, DIY for do-it-yourself, IKEA, right? A lot of these are things that we added at the campaign level previously, but they should be added to lists. And I'll save that as my account irrelevant list. And now I want to go ahead and apply to campaigns. Just by saving your negative keyword list does not mean it's applied to a campaign. As you could see over here, this list has 9 keywords on it, but it's not applied to any campaigns yet. So we go ahead and apply to campaigns by selecting it by the checkbox and then clicking apply to campaigns. If we apply to campaigns, we'll get a window of all the campaigns we have that we could apply to. I'll select it. If I had multiple campaigns, I could add this negative keyword to multiple campaigns and click apply. Now that I've created my negative keyword list, I could add keywords to my negative keyword list directly from the search terms report. So let's go back to the search terms report. But before we go to the search terms report, I want to show you one more way to get to your negative keyword lists. And if we go back to our campaign overview and we go over to tools in the top menu, we can go over to shared library and click on negative keyword lists over here and be brought back to the same exact page. And over here, we would see a list of the same one. So if I added, let's say office chairs, negatives, and I had things like cheap on it, and I had things like dinosaur and wood and metal. Let's say I don't sell metal chairs, but I do sell metal pens or metal file cabinets, whatever it is. That would be a negative keyword for all my office campaigns. I could save that, and I would see my whole list over here. Let's go to the search terms report, and let me show you how to add keywords to the negative keyword lists directly from the search terms report. So I'm going to click GT, and I could go to search terms, or I can go back to my campaign overview, go into my campaign, go to keywords, and then go to search terms. It would land me over here on search keywords originally. I can navigate over to search terms and take a look at my search terms report. So say I'm going through and I say, Restoration Hardware office chair. Restoration Hardware is a competitor. They sell office chairs that are much more expensive and a distinctly different style. Even if they were in the same price range, I would still want to add Restoration Hardware as a negative keyword because I know Restoration Hardware, and it's a much more traditional style office chair, let's say, than the colorful modern workplace office chairs that Poppin sells. So I'm going to go over here and click, and I want that to be an account negative. We don't sell anything that's like Restoration Hardware stuff. So I want anybody who searches for Restoration Hardware in their search term to not be shown an ad for Poppin. I do not want to spend money on that click. So I'm going to select add as negative keyword, and now we could select negative keyword list directly from the search terms report window. So instead of doing it at the campaign level like we did in the past, we're going to keep things organized and add it to the negative keyword list. And I'm going to add it to my account irrelevant list. Over here, I could choose from a list of all my negative keyword lists. So I'm going to choose account irrelevant, and I'm going to click save. But we only did the exact match variation. I want to also do the broad match variation. So I'm going to keep it selected, click add negative keyword again, go to negative keyword list, and just take out the brackets and office chair. So I have broad match restoration hardware without the brackets. I'm on my account irrelevant list, click save. And if we do GT, go to negative keyword lists, we'll see 11 keywords now on this account irrelevant list. I can go into it, and here's where I could edit out keywords from that list. So let's say I decided I wanted near me to not be an account irrelevant anymore. I select the keyword I want to remove from the negative keyword list, click edit, click remove, and then it's gone. Once these keyword lists get bigger and bigger, you're going to potentially want to download it. You could filter out different keywords as you're looking for. You could say match type, keyword text, and to analyze it, we have keywords, we have negative keyword lists and accounts that are thousands and thousands and thousands of negative keywords long. And sometimes we'll download it. Say we'll be like, a client will ask us, are we excluding search terms for paper? Or are we including search terms for this brand? And it might be difficult to look at all the search terms we're excluding. So we'll download that into Excel. We'll run a function to find certain things, and then we could upload it back, or we could just find them in the account and remove them from there. So that's a basic overview of negative keyword lists. How to use them, when to use them, the concept of that account irrelevant negative keyword list, which is really important, but then also lots of other negative keyword lists that could be applied to either one campaign or multiple campaigns. And you could always edit the campaigns they're applied to. So if you go scroll down here, once you're in the negative keyword list, you'll see that it's applied to one campaign. I could select the campaign name and remove list from selected campaigns. And now that negative keyword list that I'm under, which is up here in the left-hand corner, account irrelevant, is no longer applied to that campaign. I could go ahead and again and click apply to campaigns, apply it to my campaign, click done, and now it's reapplied to my campaign. So you could really edit these things easily. You could edit the negative keywords, you could add negative keywords to them. You could also add negative keywords to a list directly from here by clicking the blue plus sign and adding a negative keyword. So let's say I wanted to add a negative keyword, Costco. Click save. I can edit from this window as well, and it's really, really flexible way of managing negative keywords in your account. As your account scales, this pop-in account could potentially have 50 search campaigns. Each of these 50 search campaigns could easily have 5 to 10 ad groups, and using campaign level negative keyword lists, account irrelevant negative keyword lists, and then ad group negative keywords for sculpting is the best way to manage. My best advice for you, the takeaway here, is try to avoid individual campaign level negative keywords as much as possible, because you could typically use negative keyword lists instead, and they're typically, it's going to be a much, much more efficient, better way to organize your negative keywords as you scale and keep track of them. So my suggestion as an exercise is, if you haven't done this already, create an account irrelevant negative keyword list. Use some of the research tools for negative keywords like Google Suggestions, related searches, Suvl, your search terms report, and start adding account irrelevant negative keywords with the right match types to your negative keyword lists. I will see you guys very soon in the next lecture when we're moving on to the next topic and getting deeper into different keyword research for positive keywords, different techniques that we could use. I look forward to seeing you guys in a couple seconds on the other side. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. In this lecture, I want to talk to you about something that we mentioned, but I want to go in more depth, called traffic sculpting, which is all about adding negative keywords to ad groups. No longer to campaigns, not to negative keyword lists. These aren't necessarily bad keywords. We're sculpting search terms to go into the right ad group when sometimes they might be triggering keywords in the wrong ad group, and I'll explain what that means. But first, a few of the benefits of traffic sculpting. One, you ensure that the right bid is being applied to the right search terms. Okay? If you have certain search terms for your keywords and ad groups that have a default bid of $5, but you know that a bid of $2 is the right bid for a certain search term, that's going to be a massive benefit of sculpting. It's the number one benefit of sculpting. Second one is you get the most relevant ad copy. Most relevant ad copy for the search term. And I'm going to show you some examples of that, and it'll make a lot more sense in a second. 3, when you have most relevant ad copy for the right search term, you get an increase in quality score, which in turn decreases your CPC, which in turn decreases your conversion rate, which in turn increases your ROI. And as you know, your ROI, ROAS, return on ad spend, and that's the holy grail. That's what we're trying to do. So these are some of the benefits that you get from traffic sculpting. Let's take a look at a couple different examples where traffic sculpting is really helpful. And these are actually real examples. So I'm going to draw out a little bit of a graph to make this all make more sense. So first we have keyword, let's say call it keyword A. And then we have ad group A. Then we have search term. Then we have keyword B. Then we have ad group B. And then we're going to have negative keyword. Okay, and we're going to do a couple examples. I'm going to try to make these lines as straight as possible. I'm an abstract artist, so I can't really draw straight lines, but this is not too bad. I think we get the basic idea. Okay. Say, for example, we have a keyword, sofas for sale. Okay, that's a keyword that's keyword A. That keyword is inside an ad group that's labeled sofas. Why? Because that's an ad group that has ad copy that relates to sofas. And more importantly, it has a landing page that sends the users to the page on the website that sells sofas. But because, let's say this is a broad match keyword, right? Let's just call this broad match. We go into our search terms report and we see that it's triggering searches for sectionals for sale. Now, sectionals for sale is certainly a search term that could be triggered by keyword sofas for sale because Google would think that they're related. But here's the problem. The ad group that this keyword is appearing in has ads that are for sofas. So the ad copy talks about the sofas we have on sale, the starting price for our sofas, let's say. Our site link extensions, our call out extensions relate to our sales and promotions and new products related to sofas. And most importantly, it sends people to a page on sofas. If somebody searches for sectionals for sale, they're looking for sectionals. We want them to see an ad with sectionals. We want them to go to the area on our site with sectionals. Where luckily, I have another ad group in ad group B. I have another keyword, sectionals for sale, that appears in an ad group titled sectionals. All right, and this ad group has ads that are talking about our sectionals. Those ads send our traffic to a page on the site that actually shows all our sectionals, and the ad call outs and the ad extensions are all referring to our sectionals. But the problem is the search term for sectionals for sale is triggering an ad from this ad group sofas, and I want to avoid that. So simple enough, I would be able to go and add a negative keyword, and this is where the sculpting comes in. I make a negative keyword. My negative keyword is sectionals, and it's a broad match negative, okay? And instead of applying it to a campaign or negative keyword list, I apply this negative keyword to ad group A, to this ad group. I apply sectionals as a negative keyword to my ad group for sofas. That way, if this search happens again, it will not be allowed to go into the sofas ad group, triggering from this keyword, because it's getting prevented by this negative keyword. which would then force Google to look for other areas of my account that would be eligible to have an ad. And sure enough, I have a keyword sectionals and I have an ad group sectionals, and it would sculpt this search term from this ad group and sculpt it into my sectionals ad group with the right ad copy, with the right ad text, etc. That's the idea of traffic sculpting. You might be wondering, and you might have a very, very good question. And that question might be, why would this even happen? Why do I even need to do this traffic sculpting? If I have an ad group for sofas and I have an ad group for sectionals, why would a search term sectionals for sale, why would Google give it an impression in the wrong ad group? The answer is that you could never predict all the different variables that are at play. There's time of day. There's the competitive landscape that changes from ad group to ad group. There's different bids. There's live quality score that happens in real time. For whatever the reasons might be, you're never going to know exactly what those reasons are, but you should know that if you have a broad match keyword and you have a broad match keyword for a better ad group that you know is better, Google will not always give you the right impression in the right ad group. You have to do the work. You have to do the optimization to make sure the traffic gets sculpted in the right place. Let's take a look at another example. Say I have a keyword, I'm a local company, I'm a plumber, or I run a plumbing business, hire plumber. Okay, that's the keyword. It's generic, it doesn't really have anything very specific, and I have an ad group, and that ad group is, let's say, called plumber, GEN for generic. It doesn't have any like hire plumbers in a location or hire plumbers near me, etc. And now let's say I have a search term. The search term is plumbers near me. Okay, now this search term shows that a person is looking to hire a local plumber, maybe looking to hire a local plumber, faster or whatever it may be. And plumber near me is a search term that's being triggered by this broad match keyword hire plumber. But I don't want that. And I have another ad group, and let's say I'm bidding lower, right? So let's say this keyword has a max bid of $1, right? But I have another keyword. I have a keyword called plumbers near me. I have that keyword in an ad group that has a default bid of $5, and the ad group name is local plumber. Okay? Well, the reason why the traffic sculpting here is so important, maybe the ad is going to the same place, right? Maybe the landing page for ad group B, local plumber, is the same landing page as ad group A, plumber generic. But the bids are different. I know that when somebody searches for hire plumber, it's generic. I only want to bid $1. My historic data has shown me that's what's profitable. But when somebody searches for plumbers near me, I want them to inherit a $5 bid. And again, the bid is only one component of ad rank, right? So Google might take a look at this $5 bid, they might take a look at this $1 bid and still give you the impression in this ad group. I know it doesn't make that much sense, but it absolutely happens, and you'll see this from your own account. So I could do the same thing, I could do some sculpting. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add the word, let's say, where's my red pen? I'm gonna add a couple negative keywords. For this one, I'm gonna do, let's say, near me, broad match, local, negative, broad match. Where am I gonna apply these? I'm gonna apply near me and local as a negative in ad group A. So if anybody searches for near me or local, this search term, plumbers near me, will now have to go into ad group B, inherit my $5 bid. That's another reason to do traffic sculpting in such an environment. Even when the landing page between the two ad groups are the same, the bids are different, and I want to make sure I'm bidding the right amount for higher quality keywords, and I'm bidding less for lower quality keywords. Let's take a look at another product-based example, and this is an example that actually came up, as are these all. So say I have a keyword, picture frames online. Okay, that's the keyword. Ad group is online picture frames. And the search term that's showing up for this keyword, picture frames online, is black floater frames. Now, because black floater frames is a specific type of frame, because black floater frames are a specific type of frame that's extremely popular, I have a special ad group just for that floater frame. We run special promotions for that specific product. We have a specific page on the site that gives a list of our 5 best-selling black floater frames. We have special call-outs. we have different site link extensions for that ad group. And sure enough, we have, I'm just going to do BL for black, floater frames as a keyword in our black floater ad group, all right? So sure enough, we could do some traffic sculpting here. And I want to make sure that any single time somebody searches for black floater frames shows up, this ad shows up, an ad from ad group B shows up, and not an ad from ad group A. So I'll add black and floater as negatives in ad group A, which will then sculpt anytime somebody searches for black floater frames into, again, ad group B, giving the right ad and sending the traffic to the right place. Let's look at one more example, which is actually location-based. So say I have a keyword, I'm a car rental company, and my keyword is car rentals NYC for New York City, okay? Car rentals NYC, that's my keyword. And I have a special ad group for rentals NYC, which means my ad in this ad group is going to have NYC in the display URL. It's going to go to the New York booking page on our site. It's going to talk about special deals we have in New York. It might talk about the special, maybe we have a few different cars available in New York, or we have an additional add-on limousine chauffeur service to JFK Airport and LaGuardia Airport in New York, right? New York is a really specific ad group, and I want to put my best foot forward and send users to the most specific page on our site when somebody's searching for rentals in New York. But the search term that's being triggered, and this is sort of a reverse example from the last time, say we're having a search term that is, something more generic, vacation car rentals, okay? Now, vacation car rentals doesn't include a place. It could be somebody booking way in advance. It could be a person who's just doing some research. It doesn't have as much commercial intent. It's not as relevant to me as something like car rentals NYC. So this is an example that has both components. The ad from that ad group is sending the person to the wrong page, and it's also getting the wrong bid. Because car rentals NYC, I might be willing to pay $3 for a click, but for vacation car rentals, I only want to pay $2 for a click. And it's being sent to the wrong place. But luckily, I have another keyword in a different ad group. I have an ad group, I have a vacation rentals keyword, vacation car rentals keyword, which exists inside my vacation ad group. Vacations, let's say. That's the name of my ad group. So if I want to make sure that vacation car rentals only goes into this, if I want to make sure that vacation car rentals only goes into my vacations ad group, I would go ahead and add vacations as a broad match negative inside my rentals New York City ad group, which would make sure that anytime somebody searches for vacation car rental, it would show an ad, Google would show an ad from my vacations ad group. Now, things could get a little bit trickier. So for example, let's say I have other keywords in this ad group, vacation rentals or vacation car rentals New York City, right? Now, this is going to be a problem because if I add vacations as a broad match negative to my rentals New York City ad group, then when somebody searches for vacation car rental NYC, it's also going to be prevented. So what do? Well, remember match types. What I could do is take vacation car rental, with brackets. Make an exact match negative. Now, if I add vacation car rental as an exact match negative to my rentals New York City, then anytime somebody searches for vacation car rentals without New York City, will not show up in my rentals New York City ad group. Vacation car rental exact match, and if somebody searches for just vacation car rental, would show up now in my vacations ad group. But if I don't have, let's say I remove that negative. If somebody searches for vacation car rentals NYC, then Google could still show this ad. And if I want to get even more sophisticated, I would go into my ad group B, and what would I do? I would add New York, NYC, NY, New York, Manhattan. I would add all these as also negatives to do a dual sculpt. So I could sculpt the New York City search terms away from the vacations ad group. And I could use exact match negatives vacation car rentals as negatives in my rentals New York City ad group, making sure that if somebody just searches for vacation car rentals, it's going to go into the vacation ad group. And anytime somebody uses New York and Manhattan in their search term, it's going to go into the rentals New York City ad group, even if vacation is included in that term. So if somebody searches for vacation New York car rentals or New York City car rentals for vacations, I will still get that more aggressive bid in my New York City page, because I've decided that out of the two modified terms, taking vacation and New York is the one that I want to be more relevant for. New York is the one that I want to service. That's the one that is most meaningful. That's the place on my site that I have a separate section for. I have separate cars, separate deals, whatever it is. Vacation is just maybe it might be expressing some commercial intent. It might be telling me I'm a little bit higher up in the funnel. But New York City is where I have the differentiating content on my site and in my ad copy and in my bids to really close that sale, to be more aggressive with the click. So I use this dual sculpting to make that work. So remember, I know that this got a little bit messy, but I think you guys should understand the concept of sculpting now. In the next lecture, I'm going to walk you through and show you exactly how to add keywords at the ad group level. And then I'm going to show you an optimizer, a really, really neat tool that's going to show you, and we're going to be doing a few different interesting things in optimizers throughout this course, how to get sculpting ideas based on their algorithm, which is really neat. And then you could create those sculpted negative keyword lists for ad groups really, really quickly. And then we will take it from there. But remember that sculpting is important. It's not as important as your primary job of adding negative keyword lists. It's a secondary negative keyword optimization. Most importantly, you want to make sure that you're adding negative keywords at the campaign level. But it's a really good technique. It's really important to know. And as you get more sophisticated, you're going to see that sculpting at the ad group level will incrementally increase the profitability of your account over time. So hope that makes sense. We will pick this up in a couple seconds in the very next lecture. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. We spent about 20 minutes just now talking about traffic sculpting and double sculpting and all that fun stuff. And now let's just talk about adding negative keywords to the ad group level practically inside Google Ads. Remember, and I'm jumping ahead just a drop, you can't have negative keyword lists applied to the ad group level. You can only have negative keyword lists applied to the campaign level. So ad group level negatives have to be added at the ad group level. So let's go back, jump into our burner account that we're building for Poppin, and Poppin's getting some free traffic off us, but that's okay. Here we have our campaign office chairs, and I just took the liberty of really building out a quick ad group for rolling desk chairs. And the idea, conceptually, this is what's really important to understand. The ad group for general office chairs is going to sort of be what I call our catch-all. It's going to be anything that doesn't fit into any of the specific ad groups that we're going to build out for specific types of office chairs. So we're going to have rolling office chairs. We're going to have office chairs with high backs. We're going to have lumbar support office chairs, ergonomic. Those will all be separate ad groups because those are all separate themes. And as we further on in this section, we're going to build out this campaign with thematically related groups of keywords. But just for now, just for the sake of understanding, we have these two ad groups. So say in our general office chairs ad group, we start getting searches for desk chairs with wheels, rolling office chairs, things like that. But the landing page for these ad groups, the landing page for these keywords in this ad group is going to Poppin's area, the area of Poppin's site that is generic. It's just all of our office chairs. And let's just jump over to Poppin real quick again. We're going to go over to the wheeled section. If we go to furniture, get rid of these popovers, we're going to go to office chairs and tools, and we're going to go to features, and then we're going to find wheels. And this is the section, and this is the page that I want people from anybody searching for an office chair with wheels to land on, and that's why I have that other ad group set up. Well, that's one of the reasons. The other reason is maybe I have a different bidding strategy. I'm bidding more aggressively. I want to allocate more resources or try to get Google to give it more impressions or whatever it may be. So I'm going to go back to Google and say, like I said, for example, if I was getting all these search terms for wheeled office chairs inside this ad group, and even if I wasn't, this would be a good preemptive measure. It's really good to get in the habit of adding these ad group level sculpting keywords even before the data comes in. It just keeps things really nicely organized. So I need to navigate into the ad group level it's the easiest way to do it. So I'm going to go to my general office chairs, and conceptually what I want to do is I want to add wheels rolling as negative broad matches for just this ad group, which will then force Google to show ads for my rolling desk chairs ad group any single time somebody uses the word wheel. So I'm going to go into, again, this general office chairs ad group. I'm going to navigate to my keywords tab in the secondary vertical menu, and then in the secondary horizontal menu, I'm going to go to negative keywords, and I'm going to add a new negative keyword. Over here, we see a whole list of all my keywords that are applied at the campaign level, and we don't have any at the ad group level yet. So I'm going to hit new keyword. I'm going to select by default add negative keywords or create a new list, and I'm going to add it to an ad group. It's already pre-selected for me since I came here through the ad group. But let's say I was at the campaign level. To go back to the campaign, I click on the campaign name in the primary vertical navigation. And now I'm in keywords, and then I go to negative keywords, and I go to add a negative keyword from here. I then could add to campaign, but instead of adding to campaign, switch that selection to add to ad group, and then I could select the ad group that I want to do it, which is general office chairs. So you could do it that way as well. And now I'm just going to simply go ahead and add my negative keywords: wheels, wheel, rolling, roll, and any other keywords that might apply that I might want to sculpt out of this, or want to prevent any search terms from showing up in this specific ad group. I want to make sure that they're broad match again. Click save. And now I'll be able to see in this report that they have been added to this campaign office chairs, and then you see the little chevron. General office chairs is that ad group that they've been added to, the level that they're added on, which is the ad group, and the match type of that negative keyword, which is broad. Now let's take this one step further. Let's say in my rolling desk chairs ad group, which has a few keywords here, doesn't have any data because it's brand new, but let's just say, for example, I open up the search terms report in a few days, and I see that I'm getting a bunch of searches for desk chairs, right? Just desk chairs. But just desk chairs is not a search term that I want in this ad group. If somebody's searching for just desk chairs without wheels or without rolling, I want them showing up in the general office chairs. I messed up generic and general. I want them showing up in the general office chairs ad group. Why? Because in the general office chairs ad group, two things are happening. As you know, I have a lower bid, and that might come in the form of a lower manual bid or a lower bid based on a target CPA bidding strategy or something else. And I'm sending the traffic to just the generic section of the site that has all my office chairs. So a person could self-select and self-identify with which specific chair that they want. In a search term like office chairs, a person is not expressing through his search term the commercial intent of what type of chair he wants to buy. So I'm not going to go and anticipate or suspect that he wants, or guess that he wants or she wants a rolling chair or a high back chair or an executive chair or a leather chair or a fabric chair or an orange chair. I just want to send them to all my chairs because that's what you've expressed that you're looking for. So desk chairs. So anyway, so what do I do? Well, I could go ahead and do a sculpting on this ad group as well. So I'm going to go to rolling desk chairs. I'm going to go into my negative keywords. I'm going to add a keyword, and I'm going to apply it to my rolling desk, keep it pre-selected to my ad group rolling desk chairs, and now I'm going to enter a negative keyword. I'm going to enter desk chairs. Now, if you were about to yell at me and say, Isaac, you're making a big mistake. If you add it as a broad match, then even when somebody searches for desk chairs with wheels, it's not going to show up in this ad group anymore. And that's what you want that keyword to show up in this ad group. And I would say you're right. You were listening in the last section. It would be incorrect in this case to add it as a broad match keyword. We must add desk chairs as an exact match negative keyword. So I'm going to take my brackets. I'm going to give it a bracket in the beginning. And now I've ensured that only when somebody searches for desk chairs without anything else, it prevents it from showing up in this ad group. It will force it to go to the general office chairs ad group in this context when we only have these two different ad groups. But if somebody searches for desk chairs with wheels, it's going to show up in this ad group because wheels is a negative keyword in this top ad group, general office chairs. So I'm going to add desk chairs as a negative keyword here, exact match, click save, and now I've done some really cool high-level sculpting. Now, one more thing to remember, as I build out this campaign, I'm going to have general office chairs, rolling desk chairs, orange desk chairs, lumbar support desk chairs, ergonomic, expensive, leather, fabric. Right? I'm going to have all these different ad groups. I'm going to go and need to add that exact match desk chairs to every single one of those. Remember that. Let's say I have 10 different ad groups, and general office chairs is one out of those 10. So I'm going to want to have negative exact match desk chairs in 9 of those ad groups, which then forces Google, whenever somebody just searches that generic desk chairs exact match keyword, that exact search term, just desk chairs. They don't include a color, they don't include a fabric, they don't include a size, they don't include a price, they don't include a feature. It's going to force Google to send that to my general office chairs. It'll go to the right page, it'll be shown the right ad, and it will be bid on with the right amount of money, my right max CPC bid that I want. So that's the power of sculpting, and that's how to go ahead and start adding your negative keywords at the ad group level. That's how to do it either starting from the top level of the campaign or from first drilling down into the ad group. And it's also how to start thinking about whether or not your ad group level negative should be broad match, phrase match, or exact match. I hope that this has been incredibly helpful. And as a quick exercise, I would take a pen and paper, like I've done in the past, or take a whiteboard, or just do it on a computer, and think of 3 or 4 different ways that you could sculpt traffic between ad groups. Think of like, oh, maybe that this search term is going to trigger a keyword in this ad group, and it's going to be shown an ad from this ad group, and it's going to go to the wrong page on the site, and it's going to have the wrong bid. How can I sculpt that search term to the right ad group in my account? Think of 2 to 4 examples in your account, how you could do that. And if you're feeling extra ambitious, write it down and go do it. Get sculpting. Get sculpting, get sculpting, get sculpting. So that's how to do it manually inside AdWords, inside Google Ads. In the very next lecture, I'm going to show you how to use a really awesome tool called Optimizer, which I've mentioned in the past, which actually has a built-in traffic sculpting tool to use. And I will see you guys in a couple seconds in the very next lecture. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. In this lecture, I want to walk you through the Traffic Sculptor tool in Optimizer. Optimizer is a industry-leading PPC performance insight agency software. It could be used for agencies. It could also be used for individual Google Ads accounts. I have a good relationship with Frederick Valleys, the owner of and the founder of Optimizer, and it's a fantastic software. We've been using it for over 4 or 5 years now. They keep on adding to it. It's a really cool software, and I highly recommend you checking it out and potentially getting a subscription for your company. Complete disclaimer, I do not get paid to promote Optimizer. I'm not an affiliate of Optimizer. I earn no bonus or added benefit from showing you the software. It's totally genuine. We use it. It's the only management software that we use. It's not one of these bid engines like Marin or Kensho. It doesn't manage the campaigns. It gives you additional insights, and I'm going to show you exactly what that looks like over here. So let's jump into the computer, and I'm going to show you what the Traffic Sculptor tool in Optimizer looks like and how you could use it to your benefit. Here we are on the Optimizer dashboard, and this is the Traffic Sculptor tool, and we see a bunch of different features over here. First of all, we have filtering. We could filter by aggressive, or we could filter by other options such as conservative or default. I tend to always keep my filter as aggressive, and Optimizer will spit out the most amount of suggestions for adding negative keywords. Again, this is traffic sculpting. So Optimizer is giving us suggestions of negative keywords to add at the ad group level. I could choose to deselect or select all campaigns or deselect certain campaigns to just get suggestions for certain campaigns, but I'm going to look at whatever they have as a suggestion, and I'll decide what I want to do. I typically start off with deselecting everything up there at the top. I could, if I want to, select all by selecting them again, and I'm going to scroll down and take a look at what's going on here. So over here, it shows me campaign long tail frames, as we see over here. That's the name of the campaign that I have in AdWords, right? This is pulling directly from the AdWords dashboard and it's showing me ad group canvas floater frames. And if you remember from the previous lecture, this is quite similar to the example that we gave, and this is actually an example. So first, they're going to show me a list of search terms that have been appearing for keywords inside this ad group, my Canvas Floater Frames ad group. And obviously, going by the title of the ad group, this is a ad group that focuses on Canvas Floater Frames. It's a specific type of frame. We bid a certain amount on that, and we send them to the right area of the website. Well, here we see a couple different search terms that Optimizer is realizing that's being triggered by keywords in this ad group that should probably go into different ad groups that are more specific to it. So frames for canvas painting, frames for canvas prints, wood canvas frames, canvas picture frame, stretched frames of canvas pictures, frames for canvas panels, frames for canvas art. And what is missing from all these, right, is the word floater. That's the defining theme of this ad group, and these search terms don't have floater in them. So what we would do from a traffic sculpting perspective is want to add these as negatives into that ad group. And so what I could do is add them as negatives into that ad group. So what I'm going to do is select all of these. I like all of these ideas, and we can go through, but I'm just going to go through one example. And at the top, I could click Add Negative Keywords, and it's really, really cool. It's going to actually add these as negative keywords at the ad group level inside this ad group in Google Ads. So I'm going to click Add Negative Keywords, and I get a notification 8 negative keywords will be added, and I'm going to proceed. We're going to wait a second, and then we get an output of the changelog and an overview of the changes that have been made, and I can close this out. Say I now want to remove those negative keywords from that ad group. I would have to go back into Google Ads. I would have to find those negative keywords that were added to that specific ad group, and then I can delete those negative keywords from that specific ad group when the time comes, if I'd like to do that. Another cool thing is I could take a look at the impressions, clicks, click-through-rate cost, average CPC, and conversions of the suggested traffic sculpting negative keywords that Optmyzr is giving me. I can do this for any account. I could look at different filters by filtering out search terms that have only a certain amount of impressions, clicks, conversions. I could apply those filters similar to Google Ads. And if you're in Optmyzr and you're an account that has a lot of suggestions, you might want to use these filters so you spend less time and focus on the search terms that are most relevant. Let's say they're spending the most amount of money, that have less than a certain amount of conversions or whatever it is, to go and find the most egregious examples of negative keyword sculpting opportunities. So that's sculpting in Optmyzr. It's super quick. They give you these suggestions. They comb through your ad groups based on the keywords in your ad group, based on the ad text, and find search terms that do not relate exactly to the keywords in your ad group, that better relate to other ad groups that exist in your account already. That's the cool thing. They are looking at all the ad groups. They're not going to just tell you a search term that's not related to the keyword in this ad group if there's no better ad group for it to be in. So it looks to see if a search term from ad group A, from this ad group, really matches up exactly with a keyword in a different ad group, and it should be triggered by a keyword in that ad group. So it's really, really neat tool, and it saves a ton of time. Again, the pricing for Optmyzr changes a lot, and this is just one of the many, many, many cool tools and available scripts and optimization scheduling platforms that you could use in Optmyzr. And I'm gonna show you more about Optmyzr as we go along throughout different sections of the course, and you can get a sense of how cool it is. And we already talked about how you could do scheduling in Optmyzr. It's a really neat tool, so check it out. That's traffic sculpting. Like I said in the previous lecture, it's really worthwhile as a good exercise to condition yourself to understanding traffic sculpting using these negative keywords at the ad group level and getting yourself in the habit of adding them on a regular basis. Again, not as important as the consistency that you need with negative keywords, both the negative keywords that are blatantly wrong for your account, which should be added in the beginning of campaigns and as you're going through your optimizations, but also those negative keywords that really could be good keywords are just not going to be profitable for you. And of course, one more time, that's so long as you've exhausted the other potential optimization strategies to get a good keyword that's slightly not profitable back into profitability. Because your job is not to take the easy way out and just adding a negative keyword. That's easy, but to try to figure out ways to get good search terms that are just not profitable yet into profitability. And we've learned how to use the search terms report really well with filters, etc. And it's probably the place that you're going to spend the most time in as you're optimizing your account. Negative keywords, your search terms report, that's really what it comes down to. That's really the heartbeat of your entire account. That's what you're spending your money on, and that's also the search terms is getting a sense of how people are really searching for your products and services and which search terms are triggering which keywords and which ad groups for how much money at what results, and of course, at what rate of profitability. So that's traffic sculpting. I will see you guys very shortly in the very next lecture. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. Let's dive into keyword research. We talked about some keyword research techniques for negative keywords, so it's very similar, and we're going to run through them quickly here, but it's worthwhile covering them nonetheless. All right, so there's a few different keyword research tools that are really good to use. If you remember from a bunch of lectures ago, we discussed it, but you have Google Suggestions. This is going to be, like autocomplete and related searches, autocomplete. Suvel and Ubersuggest, which is now a tool owned by Neil Patel, and we're going to take a look at that. friends and family, coworkers, asking them to search for the products and services. We spoke about that. We don't need to go about that in more detail. And then there's going to be the keyword planner. And I'm going to show you in the next lecture more detail about the keyword planner and how you can use it for finding keyword research ideas, keyword ideas. But let's go and take a look at a couple of these different items. So here we are back in our Google Ads dashboard. I'm gonna click the Google Ads logo to bring me back home. I'm gonna go to campaigns and I'm gonna be, okay, I'm sort of building my office chairs campaign. But now I'm gonna go to building my desk campaign, let's say. Oh, just before I forget, there's one other thing that you should do is your website and your competitors' websites. Okay? So say I'm gonna build out my campaign for desks and I wanna get some keyword research ideas. So I could go to Google and I can start searching for office desks and I see what drops down. So I see office desks for sale is a good one. I see that office desks near me is gonna be a bad one. I see that I see IKEA is gonna be a bad one. Amazon's gonna be a negative. Oh, office desks for home, that might be good. Staples for sale near me, I don't know if that's gonna be a good one. So I get some negative ideas and get some positive ideas. That's the Google autocomplete. And if we go to office desks and click enter, we'll start seeing some ideas on the search engine results page. So if I scroll down and I look at the auto suggestions, I see some, L-shaped desks. That's gonna be a good keyword that I'm gonna want to have in my campaign. Executive office desk, that's a great one. Modern office desks, that's another good keyword. Commercial desks, that's another good keyword idea. Computer desks, that's another good keyword idea. Home office furniture sets, that's probably not going to be an idea based on what we offer. That should be an X. Executive office desks for home, I don't know if we sell that, but again, you get the idea. You literally go through a bunch of these different searches. And you could also go and click L-shaped office desks, go through some of these, go back down to the bottom of the page and see, L-shaped desk with hutch. Do we sell that? That's another good keyword idea. You want to find these long tail keyword suggestions for positive keywords. Then you start writing them down, you copy and paste them into your account as you're building out this campaign. Before I forget, I want to just mention one other thing, is the Google Ads suggestions. It's another place you can get some keyword ideas. And I'll show you that right now. All right, so that's autocomplete and Google-related searches. That's a really good way of getting some ideas. Let's go back to Google and take a look at some of their suggestions internally. So say I were to, I don't want to build a new campaign yet, but even if I were to go into office chairs, and I'm going to go ahead and in my ad groups tab, create a new ad group. And say I'm going to do an ad group chair with this one, the ad group for office chairs, ergonomic. Okay, this is going to be all about ergonomic chairs. Now on the right-hand side of the screen over here, Google's going to potentially be giving us some ad ideas. I'll put a default bid and it's loading. Maybe they haven't loaded up the ideas yet, but maybe I'll write in something like ergonomic, and hit enter. Make sure I have the right URL. And Google loads up some searches. So some of these will be irrelevant because I'm looking for office chairs and they're giving me some keywords like desk and computer desk, computer chair, ergonomic chair. So I want that. So if I just click on it, it's going to add it. And it adds it as a broad match. Google by default would add it as a broad match. And I could add ergonomic office chair, ergonomic desk chair. So Google has some suggestions over here. If I click on add all ideas, all the ideas in this window are going to show up as negatives. But let's say I see, what is ergonomics? If Google's giving me a suggested search with 3.6 thousand suggested monthly searches, I want to add this as a negative. So I'm going to add in what is ergonomics first as a positive, and then I'm going to simply add a negative sign, a minus sign in front of it, and it will be added as a negative when I click save and continue. Office ergonomics, that might be another negative. Ergonomic computer chair, that's a positive. So office ergonomics might be a negative, might be a positive. Let's say we would start that off as a negative. But remember, this is going to be added as the negative at the ad group level. This should really be added to a negative keyword list. So if I were to select these, I could cut them out and I can go back into my negative keyword list for my office chairs campaigns and add them to my negative keyword list. That would be the right place to do that. Remember what we spoke about in the last lecture, keeping things really organized. And if I were to save and continue, I now have used some of those suggestions and Google's going to prompt me to create an ad, but let's go back without doing that. So that's how we get some ideas from Google's internal suggestions, Google suggestions like autocomplete. Let's take a look at Ubersuggest. We already went to Suvil, so you go back to Suvil and you can find some good ideas there. But Ubersuggest is a really cool tool. So if you just search for Ubersuggest, the first result will be the keyword tool. Neil Patel owns Ubersuggest now. Neil Patel's a great guy. We've done a lot of work with him. And you start off by just entering in a keyword. So let's say I want to write, enter in ergonomic chair, because I'm getting ideas for my ergonomic chair ad group. And I click search, and you could select the country that you're in. And we'll see some ideas potentially pop up. So first we see monthly search volume, 27,000, showing that it's high. It's showing that it's it's a highly competitive search term. And that's just sort of going based on how many different ads they see being shown for for this search term, for this keyword ergonomic chair, and an estimated cost per click. Forget about the estimated cost per click or these estimates because they're notoriously inaccurate. They're usually wrong. The point of this is just to get ideas for keywords. So we could scroll down and we could see some keyword ideas. Ergonomic chair, ergonomic chairs for office, ergonomic chair kneeling, ergonomic chair computer, ergonomic chair gaming, and then we could view all keyword ideas, and we could continue to scroll down over here. And again, you just want to look through this, find ideas. You could filter out by search volume, how difficult it might be, how the estimated cost per click, and you could apply those filters. And you could also export all this data into a CSV, which is going to be really helpful because that's how you're going to start creating these thematically related groups of keyword at scale. So you have ideas that you could then copy and paste back into your campaign. So any tool that allows you to export into a CSV format is really, really helpful. Ergonomic chair under $200. So some really cool stuff. And if I were to, I could copy and paste from here at the keyword to keyword level, or I could export into a CSV and copy, and then copy in bulk back into my Google Ads account. So if I was looking for desk accessories, could do the same thing. I continue to do lots of different forms of research. Desk accessories, office for women, cute, cool, gold, rose gold. You're starting to see some ideas that you might not have originally thought of if you're just creating your campaign. So Ubersuggest, Neil Patel's tool, is a really great, easy, free tool to use in conjunction with Suvil. Both of those tools will give you a lot of really great positive keyword ideas. And remember, the research phase is not high-level, tight organization. We're just trying to learn about how people are talking about our products, how our customers are searching for our products. We haven't begun to psychologically analyze with the type of search intent that's being shown of an individual keyword. That's the sort of process that we're going to go through when we talk about keyword planning and keyword organization. Right now, we're just really getting a broad level sense of what's going on, what the competitors are doing, and things like that. We should also take a look at our website, and we should take a look at the website of our competitors. So if we were to go back to poppin.com, and we go into furniture, if we're looking for our desks and benching campaign, we could see, okay, adjustable height, how do people talk about it? Loft adjustable height, L-shaped. I'm starting to see keywords. I would read through the details. I would read through the features. I'd say, let's see, 47 inches to 23 inches for standing desks. Okay, so height adjustable up to 47 inches. Is that a search term, or is that a keyword that has a lot of volume? If it is, if people care about that, then that's something that I want to potentially target. So looking at how your website is set up, looking through the descriptions and the features of the products and services on your website is a great way to start taking a look at potential keyword ideas for yourself. Now we might take a look at a competitor site. So who are our competitors? Well, there's a lot of different ways you could tell who competitors are. One of the sites that I like to use to find competitors is called SimilarSite, or SimilarWeb rather. And many of you are probably familiar with that service. You could just Google SimilarWeb and you'll find SimilarWeb, and we could do a search. So analyze any website or app. We're going to look for poppin.com. I've never used the pro version of SimilarWeb. I think it's more for SEO professionals, but this is a really helpful tool. It shows you, global rank, country rank, predicted amount of total visits. They have Poppin at 145,000 visits a month. 85% of that traffic comes from the United States. Referrals, what sites refer to Poppin. And we could go down here and just hit competitors, and we can take a look at other sites that SimilarWeb views as competitors. And I can actually just click and go to that site. So here's Levenger. I'm going to click Levenger, and I'm going to click this little button to go to Levenger.com. Here I am, and now I can start seeing how do they set up their site. Can I get some keyword ideas from Levenger? So I would navigate into their office chairs or office desk. Let's see, desks, or do they have chairs? Desk organizers. Let's look with, sit to stand desks. Okay, so height adjustable, but sit to stand desk, power desks, chairs and seating. I can go into chairs and seating. I can say stools. Okay, didn't necessarily know to use stools. If I go into desks, I might find some other ideas. Lift desk, okay? So here's the word lift. I didn't necessarily know that that would have been a good keyword. And now that I'm checking out a competitor, I'm starting to get some of these ideas. Executive electric corner desk, okay? So maybe we have corner desks, maybe we don't. But just, again, none of these one tools is sufficient enough. It's getting a comprehensive view of your products and services, but it's very important. If you remember, we had that healthy respect for the competition, letting the competition, or coming at building your campaigns, knowing that other people are doing this well, and getting ideas from them. What has their advertising footprint been? How can you sort of replicate some of the success that they've been having? And when we get into keyword planning, which is sort of planning out how we want our campaigns and our ad groups to look as we intend to scale out the campaign, that's when we're going to use tools like SEMrush to see, okay, Levenger has all these different products, but what keywords and search terms is Levenger actually advertising on? That's what we're going to talk about when we get into keyword planning. Right now, we're doing research. We're just getting a sense of all the keywords at a campaign level. You could use Excel for this. You could use a notepad. You could use pen and paper, because this is research. You don't want to be too tight. You don't want to be too rigid. You want to be open to lots of different ideas. You're getting negative keyword ideas, positive keyword ideas, so on and so forth. So asking friends and family, the Google autocomplete, Google related searches, looking at Google's own suggestions when you're creating a new ad group, looking at your website, looking at competitors' websites. These are all great ideas for finding ideas for positive keywords. Again, you'll maybe think of 5 or 10% of the potentially good keywords. And spending some time on this research phase and really investing in coming up with new ideas is really important. It's really useful, and it will set the stage for successful keyword planning and keyword organization. In the next lecture, I want to walk you through the Google Keyword Planner tool, which is a more robust interface. It's the most accurate data because it comes from Google. You know, Ubersuggest and SEMrush and SpyFu, Keyword Spy, all these platforms, they just tap into Google's API and they siphon off the data that Google gives, which is significantly less than Google releases themselves inside the Google Keyword Planner tool. And even what's in the Google Keyword Planner is significantly less than what's actually happening. But you'll get the most accurate snapshot from the Google Keyword Planner. SEMrush, of course, does offer a bunch of these cool competitive insights that Google Keyword Planner does not. But when it comes to keyword research, I really think that the Google Keyword Planner itself is the best tool that will give you the most potential positive keyword suggestions. And the nice thing about it is the Google Keyword Planner allows you to actually save specific ad group structures, lists of keywords, and sort of create these shells of campaigns and import them back into your account in a pretty seamless environment. So in the next lecture, we'll check that out. I hope this was interesting. And I look forward to seeing you guys very soon in the very next lecture. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. In this lecture, I want to show you a couple additional tools that you could use to help you find good negative keyword ideas. And these are negative keywords that are not those keywords that are generating search terms that could be or should be profitable but just aren't working out, and you have to sort of make the decision, do I knock it out completely, or do I go try to work on quality score? Do I try to lower the bids? Do I try to change the bid strategy? Do I try to rewrite my ads to qualified? Do I try to change my landing page? There's a whole host of things you could do for those types of search terms and keywords that aren't yet profitable but could be. There's also a lot of terms that are just not going to be profitable, and it would be a pure waste of money for you to be bidding on those keywords and potentially getting clicks on those keywords, racking up a bill of irrelevant traffic that is not going to convert. So I want to show you a couple quick tools to help you get some excellent ideas, because it's hard to sort of predict all the bad keywords, all the bad search terms and keywords you're going to get. So here we are back in Google, and we want to start off with a search that's relevant to the campaign products that we want to potentially find negative keyword ideas for. So if we go back to our account real quick, we're looking at office chairs. That's the campaign that we're working on now. And I'm going to go back to Google, and I'm just going to start typing in office chairs, and I'm not going to hit enter. I'm going to see what happens. So I'm going to type office chairs, And we see this drop down of what Google calls their autocomplete suggestions right over here. All right, so these are suggestions that Google thinks are popular, and we could potentially get some really good negative keyword ideas here. And we need to start thinking about what we sell. So what does the search near me right over here, what does that signify? What does Walmart signify? Amazon, Staples, cheap, Costco, Target, Office Depot. There's two things here. One, these are popular search terms. So we know that any of these searches are likely to be high volume, and if they're not relevant to us, and we have broad match keywords like office chairs, or we have phrase match keywords like office chairs, a keyword like this could and most likely will start getting a lot of traffic for all these different types of search terms. And we want to make sure that our account is really well optimized before we let any spend run away from us. So taking our case of Poppin, well, near me tells me that a person is looking for office chairs local. They're not looking to buy online. So right away, that's a really good idea to add as a negative keyword. So I can go back to Google, open up a campaign, go to my negative keywords, go to my keywords tab, where I'm going to find my negative keywords tab. I'm going to open up, click new negative keyword, and I'm going to start looking at this autocomplete suggestion list and adding things as we go along. So near me, we're not a local store, so we want to add that as a negative keyword. Let's go back and see what's going on. We have Walmart, Amazon, Staples. These are all good ideas for negatives because these are people who are specifically looking for office chairs at a specific store. Amazon, Staples, cheap. Let's say Poppin is on the higher level, and people who are looking for cheap office chairs are looking for much, well below our starting price. Cheap, Costco, Target, Office Depot. Cheap, Target, Costco, Office Depot. Now, some of these search terms are not absolute negatives, right? Take Amazon, for example. Amazon probably sells a lot of office chairs that are similar to ours. The customer is looking for Amazon because they probably have a desire to buy from Amazon, but that doesn't mean that they can't be swayed to buy from poppin.com or from your website if your product and your service and your price really meets the requirements for what they're looking for. So a lot of these competitor terms and a lot of these terms that a person's looking for a specific place, I would recommend using them as negatives to begin. And then as your budget increases, as your campaigns are getting dialed in, you could slowly add them back in, and I'll show you how to remove negative keywords. So I'm gonna click, choose the campaign I wanna add it to, which is my office chairs campaign, and click save. And now say, for example, some time goes by, our campaigns are profitable, and we say, hey, we've been knocking out Amazon with this broad match negative, and we know that office chairs Amazon is a high volume search because Google offered it as an auto suggestion when I started typing in office chairs. Maybe we could be profitable on that search term. Maybe enough people who are searching for office chairs on Amazon would be willing to click our ads, see what we have to offer, and potentially buy from us. So I can go and select my Amazon negative keyword. I could easily find that by doing a Command or Control F. Amazon, select it, go to Edit, and remove. And now that's off the campaign level negative keyword, and search terms with Amazon will now be eligible to trigger keywords. Going back to Google, say we click office chairs for sale, and as you continue to build out a long tail, we start seeing additional potential negatives. So here's used. I see OLX is probably the name of a brand, Craigslist, and I think we added used in Craigslist already. So try to do different searches on Google to see how the autocomplete suggestions might change over time. So if I do desk chairs, I might see some new ideas. So IKEA for teens, without wheels, right? So we're seeing some additional ideas. Without wheels is a good search for us because we do sell desk chairs without wheels. But IKEA is one that I would probably want to add. And for teens is another one that I want to add. So I'm going to go and add IKEA. And I'm going to add teens because we don't sell that type of office furniture. We sell corporate office furniture, and IKEA is below a price point that we sell as well. I'm going to click office chairs as a campaign and save that again to my negative keyword list. And you're seeing now, as we're finding these autocomplete suggestions, we're getting some really good ideas for negative keywords. We could jump back into Google and I'll show you another thing. So let's say we look at, we do office chairs and we actually do a search. We hit enter, we do a Google search and see what comes up. So we see some Google shopping ads, we see some text ads, so on and so forth. And I want to scroll down to the bottom of the page where I see these searches related to office chairs section over here. And again, we're going to start getting some potential ideas for negative keywords that might work well for us. So a lot of them will be similar. Like we see cheap over here is similar. We have Walmart, we have Amazon. Ergonomic. Now ergonomic is a type of chair that we do offer. So ergonomic we would not want to end that as a negative. Costco we have, Staples, executive office chairs is another good one. For sales, another good one. We would not want to add those as a negative. So I could go ahead and click any one of these. Let's say I see office chairs cheap is a bad one. So what I would do is I would click it, and I would scroll back down again to the bottom of the page and see if those suggested searches have changed and might give me some additional good ideas. So I see Target, cute desk chairs. Cute desk chairs is something that I think does fit in with what we sell. Desk chairs IKEA we have, desk chairs Target, office chairs Staples we have as a negative keyword already. So in this case, these searches related to office chairs, the related searches on Google are not really giving us any additional mind-blowing negative keyword opportunities, but you'll see as time goes on, in many cases, you will find some additional tools and you will find some additional negative keywords over there. I want to show you one more tool in this lecture that's really, really helpful. And we're going to come back to this tool when we talk about doing keyword research for positive keywords as well. But head over to a website called Soovle.com, SOOVLE.com. And this is a really neat tool that shows you the top most popular searches on all these different search engines, starting with Google, Amazon, Yahoo, eBay, Bing, Answers.com, Wikipedia, YouTube, etc. And let's just do the same thing that we started off with, looking for office chairs. Now, if we look up here in the Google section, we're seeing a whole bunch of search terms that are popular on Google that we've already added. So we have Near Me, we have Walmart, Amazon, we have Staples, we have all these. But let's take a look and see if we could see any other ideas from other search engines. So here on the YouTube one, we have gaming. Okay, that's a good one to add as negative, and we've already done that because we did that through the search terms report, so we don't need to add it again. 2018, office chairs for bigger guys, interesting. Office chairs review, ooh, that's a good one. How about office chairs Jackass? That's a good one. Jackass is a show, and they probably had some sort of, or a movie, they probably had some sort of stunt with an office chair, so I see two over here that I could probably review. I could probably add as a negative. Let's see if we see anything on Bing. Heavy people, that's something we do sell. Office chairs USA, Near Me. Office chairs with lumbar support. Office chairs for bad backs. These are all great. And again, as you're probably seeing that, we could find some interesting ideas for positive keywords using Soovle, of course. And that's why we're going to come back to this shortly. Funky office, comfortable office chairs, fabric, steel case. All right, so here steel case is a competitor term. We're going to add that as a negative because we don't sell, and steel case chairs I know are much more expensive. So just over here, just real quick, with very, very easy research tools that are completely free, we found 3 new additional negative keywords: steel case, review, and Jackass. So I'm going to go back into Google and add those as negative keywords. Select my campaign, steel case, review, and Jackass. And as you're getting a sense, just by doing this preliminarily, we're already starting to save a lot of money on wasted clicks. I can go back to Soovle and I can change my search. Let's say just for example, I'm doing a campaign for file cabinets. So I can start off with file cabinets, and I can take a look at what's going on a lot of these other and I can begin taking a look at what are some of the most popular searches on all these different platforms. So I could see that file cabinets wood is a very popular search on Google. That's not something we sell, so I would add that as a negative keyword for that account. I could see maybe we don't sell 2-drawer file cabinets. Maybe we only sell 3-drawer file cabinets. I see that that's a popular search. And a lot of these you wouldn't, like just to reiterate, you wouldn't have these ideas on your own. So use Soovle, go through each one. Go through Google first, then YouTube second. If you're e-commerce, go through Amazon second. Definitely go through Bing, Yahoo, eBay, Answers.com, Overstock.com. You'll find some additional ideas. This is just an aggregator of the most popular searches for each one of these, for whatever you enter into this little search box over here in the middle. And it's a really, really neat tool. And we use it all the time, and it's a treasure trove of negative keyword and positive keyword ideas that you might not have ordinarily thought of. You take those keyword ideas, you bring them into your account, and you start building out those negative keyword lists at the campaign level, the ad group level. It's super important, it's super profitable, and this is like I'm telling you, the reason why I'm focusing so much time on this is because this optimization, doing it consistently every day, every couple of days that your account accrues more data, more clicks, more search terms, is another opportunity to go into that search terms report and find new negative keyword opportunities. In the next lecture, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about ad group level negative keyword strategies, which really primarily focus on what we call traffic sculpting, which we briefly mentioned, but I'm going to give you a few more additional use cases when traffic sculpting has been profitable for us at our agency, and you could figure out ways to apply traffic sculpting into your own account. I look forward to seeing you guys in a couple seconds in the next lecture. Cheers for now. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. I have a bit of a cold, bear with me. We'll get through this together. In the last lecture, we spoke about a few different ways of doing keyword research, like using the Google Auto-Suggest and Google-related searches, asking your friends and family, looking at your website navigational structure. In this lecture, we're going to jump into the Google Keyword Planner, which is a really thorough and robust tool. It's extraordinarily useful. It's sort of like its own little software unto itself. And I want to show you some of the essential features, how to use it, both in the keyword research phase for getting keyword ideas, and also in the keyword planning phase, which will allow you to get cost estimates, volume estimates, and that sort of could be used in conjunction with SEMrush, etc. So without further ado, let's jump back into the Google Ads dashboard here in front of us. As you can see, the account has accrued some data. Obviously, this is money spent in the name of this course, just so we could see how the data actually looks like once it's sort of coming in. So we have a few different ad groups that I built out, and you've seen some of these ad groups before. We don't really have ads, they're not running yet in all the ad groups: rolling desk chairs, general office chairs, ergonomic chairs, just to give you a sense of how we want to structure out this campaign. But now I want to get some new keyword ideas. I want to see additional keyword ideas for different ad groups that I've already thought of, let's say like ergonomic chairs, general office chairs, rolling desk chairs. But perhaps I'll find some new ad group ideas as well that I might not have thought of up until now. There are two ways we could get into the Google Keyword Planner. We can use the shortcut GT and start typing in Planner, and we see Keyword Planner pop up over here. Or if we get out of there, we can go into Tools under Planning, Keyword Planner. All right, so I'm going to click on Keyword Planner, and we have two options presented to us. Find new keywords, which is over here on the left. This is typically the tool you'll use most for your keyword research stage. And on the right, we have Get Search Volume and Forecasts. I sort of categorize that tool as more keyword planning, when we're sort of figuring out how we want to put keywords into different ad groups, different thematically related groups of keywords. But at this point, we're just brainstorming. We're still brainstorming new ideas. So I'm going to click on Find New Keywords. And we have a couple different options here. We could enter in a URL, right? Any URL on our website, or the URL of a competitor, right? So keep that in mind. That's a cool thing. I'm going to show you how to do that in a minute. Or keywords, phrases, or a combination of both. So I want to get ideas for my overall office chairs campaign. So I'm going to start off by taking the office chairs URL from Poppin, and I'm going to go over to poppin.com and grab the office chairs top level URL, copy it, paste it into my Google Keyword Planner over here, click enter, and I'm going to click Get Started. And we're going to see what Google presents me. So right off the bat, there's a bunch of different data, different tools. It almost, like I said, looks like its own dashboard over here. And I want to walk you through some of the essential things that you could do over here on this screen. First, we could change the locations. Now remember, Google is giving us ideas based on their own data. So over here we have search volume trends in this area. Down here we have average monthly searches, level of competition, top of page bid, and all that these estimates are based on certain criteria. So locations is all locations. So since we only sort of operate in the United States, and you would do this differently for your business, I'm going to go into the locations and just modify it to target the United States and click Save, similar to what we do when we set up our campaign settings, and Google's going to refresh their estimates. I'm going to keep language as English, but if you are running campaigns in a different language, you could change that. And search networks, if we click edit over here, we could change it from just Google or Google and the search partners. And when I'm getting keyword ideas, I typically leave it as Google because, again, I'm just trying to get ideas. I'm not necessarily looking to try to get cost estimates. This graph shows search volume trends, total and mobile. The blue bar over here represents in November 2017 total searches, and the red represents mobile searches. So we're seeing mobile is getting a lot of the market share. Let's say in August 2018, well over half of searches were mobile searches for the keywords that they're presenting over here, for the keywords that Google is suggesting. For the keywords that Google is suggesting. Coming down into this area, we have a few very important things. The keywords sorted by relevance. These are keywords that Google is suggesting to us based on the URL that we provided. Average monthly searches. Average monthly searches, and average monthly searches is notoriously inaccurate. I could show you our website, some of the keywords that Google suggests for our website, and I know just from research and from client research that these are really inaccurate average monthly searches. Google redacts a lot of their volume, but they could be used in context of each other. What do I mean by that? Well, over here we see a keyword called Poppin Spiral Notebook with an average monthly search volume of 40. Again, for the United States, in English, etc. And then it shows Poppin File Cabinet with an average monthly search volume of 1,000. Now, 40 and 1,000 might not be the accurate numbers. There might be 10,000 searches for Poppin File Cabinets. There might be, 300 searches for Poppin Spiral Notebook. But what we could be sure of is that there's a significantly greater search volume for file cabinets than there is for spiral notebooks. All right, that's a big thing to keep in mind. Google then also gives you competition. Google then also gives you an output for competition. This is Google's own way of saying how many other competitors are bidding on this term and how aggressive are they bidding. So as we see here, most of these are rated as high. Now I would basically ignore this column. I really don't think it's important to even focus on, because competition shouldn't Now I would basically ignore the competition column, because how competitive a search term is shouldn't deter you or motivate you necessarily to bid on that search term. It's good to get a sense of is this a really competitive search term? But by and large, whether it's high competition or low competition, search terms could still be good search terms. And what I've also seen many times in the past is that, keywords that have a rating for low competitiveness isn't really that low of a competitive keyword. There are a lot of competitors and it's expensive. And sometimes keywords that are rated as high in competition are really easy to bid on, and they end up being cheaper than other keywords. So it's sort of all over the place. For each individual keyword, let's say Poppin Ping Pong Table, if I were to hover over the monthly searches graph, I would see a more detailed view of the last year of search volume in the United States. So we could see it going up and down, and you might get some interesting trends. You might say, during a certain month, there was a spike in searches for this keyword. During a certain month, there was a drop in keywords for this searches. Why did that happen? Investigate further. Ad impression share. This column over here, ad impression share, refers to the percentage of impressions you've received for a keyword divided by the total eligible amount of impressions that you could have received for that keyword. That's something which is impression share in general, and we're going to have separate lectures that talk about impression share in more detail. But for now, the reason why these are blank is because this is a new account and we actually haven't gotten any search volume for these keywords. If we change the criteria above for Google to give us suggestions based on some keywords that we actually have in our account, then the ad impression share column might start populating. Top of bid low range and top of bid high range. Google is basically estimating what they think it will cost to get an ad at the top of the page. So if I'm advertising on Poppin Ping Pong Table, a branded search, Google is expecting that I would need to bid between $1.84 on the low end and $2.98 on the high end in order to hit the top of the page, in order for my ad rank to be high enough. We'll talk about ad rank and what that means in a minute. In order for my ad rank to be high enough to rate at the top of the page. Now, as we go down Account status shows whether or not a keyword is in our keyword plan, and we'll talk about how we could actually create keyword plans and ad group plans using Google. Account status refers to whether or not a keyword or negative keyword is in our current keyword plan. We're not actually creating a keyword plan right now. Right now, we're just using this tool to get ideas. Once we talk about keyword planning, that's when we'll be using the Google Keyword Planner to actually create shells of ad groups and even campaigns that we like, and we're able to bring those back into our actual live account, which is a pretty neat thing, and we'll see that in a future lecture. Up here in the top right-hand corner, you could change the date range. So if I want to just take a look at the last 24 months or the last month, I could do a custom date range, all available data for a specific keyword, then you could change the date range around. I typically like to start off with all available data. I found that it gives you the most accurate sense of a keyword when it comes to like monthly search volume. You get a sense of a little bit of a broader range of time, how things have changed for a given keyword, so it's pretty neat. If we click on search volume trends up here, I could do a couple different things. I could look at search volume trends, so how many searches over the course of every given month, mobile and total, but I could also break down by platform and location. So if I were to break down by platform, let's see what that looks like. So it's showing me that there's 1.8 million average monthly searches for all the keywords, all the 2,491 keywords that Google's suggesting, and that 47% take place on a desktop, 43% take place on mobile, and 8% take place on tablet. I could also break down by locations, which is pretty neat. It will show me a breakdown of the next level of geographical region below what I've targeted in my location targeting settings up here. So up here, I listed United States, so it's gonna break it down by state. So if we see over here, it's showing me a lot of searches in other states, 13% California, 8% Texas, 7% New York, 6% Florida, 4.4% Illinois, and this could be helpful if you're a local business, or if you don't ship or you don't sell in certain locations, or if you just want to get a sense of are searches happening more in certain locations over other locations. If I were to change my location targeting to just one state, let's say I wanted to remove the United States and target New York, and click Save. My breakdown is now going to change. Now we're going to see different regions within New York. So we see Rochester, Syracuse, Binghamton, Utica, Watertown, and other Nielsen DMA regions. So you're not going to get a huge amount of data, but depending on your search terms or depending on the keywords that you're looking at, you might get some very interesting trends. I typically leave it at search volume trends because when I'm getting my keyword research ideas or getting different ideas for keywords, I like to see how is volume erratic? And then it's something that I would investigate. And if I'm doing this for a client, I would start researching the industry, looking at news articles, what might have happened during the times where either search volume for certain keywords went way up or way down. And is there a healthy amount of volume over time? Now, let's take a look at some of these keywords. I'm going to switch this back to 12 months just to make the graph look a little bit more manageable. And now let's analyze some of these keywords here. So as we scroll through, we see that a lot of these are related to Poppin, to the Poppin brand, which is great because we're going to want to eventually create a Poppin branded campaign for anybody specifically searching for our brand name. And there are reasons why we would want to have such a campaign. You might be thinking, well, you're going to have that organic search result anyway. It's true, but there's really, really good reason to have a branded campaign in AdWords, so in Google Ads. So we're scrolling down. I see a lot of things for Poppin here. I see conference table. I see a lot of things that are not related to chairs. And I might be getting some good ideas like, ooh, pink office accessories. That's cool. Mint filing cabinet. That's cool. But I'm looking for ideas for my chairs campaign. All right, so I want to see, is Google giving me some new ideas for that? So I can go ahead and create a filter to filter the search terms or the keyword suggestions rather that are more relevant to what I'm setting out to do in this keyword research phase. So if I scroll up to the top, I could go into my filters and click Add Filter. So I'm already excluding adult ideas, that's by default. Show broadly related ideas, that's by default. But I could do keyword text contains chair. So I'm filtering out all these 2,500 search terms to just leave all the keywords that include the word chair, but I also don't want branded. So I'm also going to remove keyword text does not contain Poppin. So now I'm going to have a list of keywords that do not contain the brand name, but that also contain the word chair, and that will at least set the stage to see if I can get some interesting ideas here. So I'm going to go ahead and click Apply, And now I'm left with keywords that are relevant to the campaign that I'm building inside Google Ads. So I'll scroll down here, I'll take a look, privacy lounge chair, office chair. Well, office chair is an easy one. That's something that I've certainly already thought of. Computer desk chair, okay, I didn't think of computer desk chair. I thought of desk chair, I thought of executive chair, but I didn't think of computer desk chair, which is really interesting. It shows that there's a healthy amount of monthly searches, highly competitive, which means that other brands are bidding on it, and it doesn't seem to be all that expensive. So that's certainly a keyword that I'm gonna wanna add to my campaign. There's a couple things I could do. One is I could just add that into my campaign right now. I could write it down on a notepad, I could save it in a separate Word file, I could put it into Excel. I could also highlight it here and add it to a plan. Plans are the term used to define shells of ad groups and campaigns that you're going to use the keyword planner to actually build, and you'll be able to import those plans back into Google Ads and make them active live campaigns. So it's a really great way, it's an efficient way to use this tool. So I could add it to a new ad group, I could change my broad match, I have a couple different options, I could add it as a negative keyword instead, but we want to add it as a positive keyword. So we could click add it to a new ad group, I can name the ad group, let's say call this computer chairs, and I'm gonna leave it as broad match for now, create, and I'm gonna go ahead and click add to plan. And as you can see over here, it shows in plan in green, so I just add it to my plan, and up here in gray, this keyword office chair is in my account already. So now it tells me that I don't need to go ahead and add office chair because it's already in my account. So that's a really, really helpful tool, that account status column. Now say there's 500 keywords here, there's 405 keywords here. In another example, there might be thousands of keywords. I want to sort by things that are most relevant. I want to sort of use my time most efficiently. And that's a recurring theme when it comes to optimizing a Google Ads account or building a new Google Ads account from scratch. I tell this to my students all the time. And I tell this to my employees all the time. There's no end to the amount of good work you could do in an account. There's just no end to it. You could stay in an account all day. You could look at more, you could research more data. You could look for more behavioral trends. You could find new negative keyword ideas. You could change bids. You could always test new things. But there's a limited amount of time and resources that you're gonna have to put into your account at every stage, whether it be keyword research, planning, organization, optimizing, working on quality score, whatever it may be, talking to a client, reporting, all these things. So you want to try to find ways to not necessarily do the most perfect job in the world, but the best job that you have with the time allotted to you. And one of those things is to not necessarily have to go through 500 individual keyword suggestions, but maybe go through a top portion of the ones that will have the greatest impact in your account. And to do that, we could simply sort all this information by average monthly searches. So if I were to go up here and click average monthly searches at the top, it'll now sort the list in order of the highest volume keywords. And typically the highest volume keywords are the ones that we really want to be on, because those are the ones that if we can get them to be profitable for us, they'll stretch our advertising dollars the furthest, they'll bring in the most traffic to our website, and they will drive the most conversions, which is exactly what we're trying to do. And of course, we have to make it profitable. So we see the top two most popular ones already in our account, but here's the third one, computer chair. That seems to be a pretty good keyword. We're going to want to select that. White desk chair is another one. That's another good one. White office chair is another good one. Back support for office chair. Now this is an interesting keyword because this might be somebody who's really searching for a add-on product to put on their office chair, right? And that's sort of like what it sounds like. But could this person be swayed to buy an office chair that already has built-in back support, which is something that Poppin sells? Well, I don't know, and you don't know, but it's worth trying it. So I want to select that also and put it into our account, put it into our group. Small desk chair, interesting, I didn't think of that. Modern desk chair, I didn't think of that. Modern office chair, I didn't think of that. Pink, leather, high back, mesh. Look at all these ideas that we didn't think of. Small office chair already. Small office chair similar to small desk chair. Swivel. We thought of rolling, but I didn't think of swivel. Standing desk chair. I did not think of that either. Like sort of higher chairs that could be used with standing desks when the standing desks are higher. So look at all these ideas, and comfy desk chair, right? These are high volume searches, and I honestly didn't think of these searches when I was setting out to build a Poppin campaign. Now I want to ultimately add these into separate ad groups, but for now we could just save them all into my plan. So we could add them to computer desk chairs, or I can create a new ad group. I'm just going to add them. I'm not necessarily structuring my ad groups now. I'm not saying that white desk chairs is going to be in the same ad group as computer desk chairs. They're going to be, of course, since we're going to be building out really good thematically related groups of keywords, they're going to be in separate ad groups, but just for the sake of having them on sort of a virtual clipboard, having them in there, I'm just going to add them to the plan for now. That's typically what my workflow looks like. And you could continue to go down and down here and see what's going on and continuing to add keywords to your plan. And gray desk chair, gray office chair, it's a treasure trove of good ideas. Like this is 10 times the amount of thoroughness that I would have thought of on my own. And I've been doing this for a long time because you just don't think of all the different permutations and variations of keywords that other people are searching for. And you certainly will be surprised at some of the higher volume search terms. We started off by using a URL for search. In the next lecture, we're gonna go and do some keyword searches, download some keyword ideas into Excel, and I'll see you guys in a couple seconds in the very next lecture. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. Thank you for joining me. We're going to continue talking about the Google Keyword Planner because it's a super exciting tool. And just to briefly follow up with what we were doing in the last lecture, we added in a bunch of interesting keywords to our keyword plan. We'll talk about more what the keyword plan looks like in a little bit. And we started off by using a URL for Google to generate some keyword ideas. And as you scroll down and again, sorting it by average monthly searches, that's sort of what I would do. You could see a bunch of these ideas. Like this is probably 10 times more the ideas than I would have thinking of it on my own. And I've done this a lot. I've run a lot of these campaigns. We do this for clients, and you just always see these surprising trends that these keywords have a lot of search volume when you might not have thought about it. You sort of have a myopic view. You're in the client's campaign, you're in your own campaign. You're sort of biased based on how you search for things, how you talk to search engines. And we're gonna, in a couple lectures from now, when we talk about keyword planning and the different stages of the buyer's funnel, we'll talk about all the different ways people speak to search engines. And the Google Keyword Tool, while it doesn't give you the most accurate data, it's only a sliver of the real data that's out there. You start getting a great sense of these additional ideas that were not necessarily ideas that you would have thought of right away. And like a pink office chair, who would have thought it's up there with swivel desk chair, and standing desk chair is another one that I did not think of to have an ad group for. And all of a sudden, as I'm building these out, I'm like, hey, we have all these new ad groups ideas. We have high back up here. It could be an ad group idea. Pink and different colors for different desk chairs, right? And we're starting to see now we have this potential to build out this campaign from ergonomic and wheeled and general to now 10, 15 separate ad groups that all will have thematically related groups of keywords. Really, really, really cool. So this happened to have worked out pretty well for us to use that URL, but say it doesn't, right? Say you put in a URL and it doesn't give you so much interesting information. Well, you could go back and search for keyword ideas using, let's say, actual keyword ideas. I could remove the URL and I'm gonna add in some keywords. So I'm gonna add in office chairs. You add a comma to separate them. Office chairs, desk chairs, computer chairs, leather chairs, executive chairs, chairs for offices, and let's see, we get results. Okay, so give it a few. I usually give Google a few different ideas to go off of, and now we're getting some new ideas. This is also a tool to be used for negative keywords. When you put in the URL of a website, you're less likely to get good negative keyword ideas because Google's looking at your actual site to see what you actually sell and giving you some keyword ideas. Now I put in some generic keyword ideas, and now the #1 search is gaming chair. And this is interesting for two reasons. One is that it's extremely high volume. So that's a great negative keyword to have because we don't sell gaming chairs. So a high volume search that's related to the searches that I put into my account is a really, really good negative keyword idea. The other reason why it's such an important thing to understand is because we have keywords in our account: office chair, desk chair, computer chairs. Google is showing us that they view gaming chair as a relevant search term to office chair. So if you have a broad match keyword, office chair, we may have intuitively suspected that office chair as a broad match search term might trigger gaming chair, but we might not have known that for sure. Now that we looked at the Google Keyword Planner, and Google shows us that for office chair, they're giving us a suggested keyword, gaming chair, as the #1 suggested keyword with the highest volume, we know that if we left office chair as a broad match without adding gaming as negatives, we're going to be getting a lot of clicks and a lot of traffic for gaming chair and a lot of ad impressions. So it's a really, really great tool for discovering these excellent negative keyword ideas. Now, we've already added gaming as a negative keyword, but let me just show you how to add it as a negative keyword in your plan. If we were just to select it, we would do more options up here, add as negative keyword broad match, and go ahead and now it's added in plan as a negative, and we see that in red under account status. So we're sort of starting to see how useful of a tool this is. And I see another one, chair. Now chair as a broad match is a really, really interesting thing to think about. By itself, chair is relevant. We sell chairs, but chairs indicates an extremely, extremely wide range of potential products. Kitchen chairs, gaming chairs, chairs for construction sites, bulldozer chairs. There's all sorts of chairs that are out there. Recliners, lounge chairs, things that we don't sell. I would bet that, while it's a high volume search, it's not going to be worth it for us to get any clicks for it because it's just too broad and our money could be better spent. So I would want to add this, at least to start, as a negative. But what type of negative would I want to add it as? You guys know all about negative keywords, and you guys should be able to tell me right away what negative match type this keyword should be added as. If you guessed broader phrase, you'd be wrong, because then I won't show up for a search for desk chair. I should add chair as an exact match negative, so if somebody just searches chair, I won't show an ad, I won't get an ad impression, but chair could be included in all other types of searches as long as it triggers other keywords. So I'm going to go ahead and click chair, more options, add as negative keyword, exact match. And now it shows in plan as a negative. Recliner chair, okay, that might be a good one. We do offer reclining chairs for executive chairs on the website. Lounge chair should be a negative. Wing back chair, interesting. Leather chair, armchair, that's a good one. We didn't have that in the previous one. Best office chair, club chair, oversized chair. We don't sell reading chairs, wooden chairs. So we're starting to get additional ideas that we didn't see before. So these ones could be added to the plans as a broad match. And again, this is just for the sake of saving them into the account. And a couple of these negatives like lounge chair, which we don't sell, wing back, which we don't sell, reading chairs, which we don't really sell, wooden chair, which we don't really sell, sofa chair. I don't know what a kneeling chair is, so we're going to add that as a negative for now. Wing chair, a round chair we do sell, that's a positive. Drafting chair we do sell, lumbar support for office chair. So I'm going to add these first as negatives. Negative broad. And we have a few other positive ones that we could add, like computer desk, oh, that's already in the plan. Best desk chair, lumbar support, drafting chair, reclining office chair, high back chair. We'll add those as broad match positives. So don't just use one way of generating keyword ideas from the Google Keyword Planner. As you saw, that when we start off with a URL, we get a whole range of ideas. A lot of them were branded, right? And then we whittle them down using filter to just the keywords that included the word chair and that didn't include poppin'. And we were able to get a bunch of ideas that we didn't know going in. And then once we switched from the URL structure to giving Google some suggested keywords from our account to spit out some additional ideas, we got a bunch of new ideas. And just this 5-10 minutes, and I'm talking a lot, so it would take a much less time if I was doing this without talking. This 5 minutes is time spent that's going to benefit the account forever. Like, I might not have gotten these ad group structure ideas, and maybe over time I might have added them as an individual keyword, but I wouldn't have started from the get-go really organizing my ad groups. And structuring your ad groups in a professional and organized and systematic way is incredibly important. It will increase the profitability of your campaigns because it'll allow you to have higher quality scores for your keywords, more specific ad copy, sending your traffic to more specific landing pages in an area of your site. But most importantly, it's going to allow you to analyze data and make good decisions. And we've said this a bunch of times. Your campaigns are not going to be as efficient or profitable as they're going to be after optimizations when you first start them. They're going to be wasting some money. That's just how it is. But if you're organized and you could log into a campaign, you could drill into a campaign and see 10 ad groups and know quickly which ad groups are being profitable, what types of keywords are leading to high value checkouts, which keywords and which ad groups are indicating high intent to buy and leading to higher conversion rates, right, and lower CPAs, you'll be able to then make quick decisions, efficient use of your time, and make these campaigns much better, much faster. I see all the time, I do audits of accounts that just have a ton of keywords inside of an ad group that's totally disorganized, there's no rhyme or reason, and it's no wonder why the campaigns are unprofitable. So that's a few different really interesting ways of getting keyword ideas for campaigns using the Google Keyword Planner. I want to show you one more thing before we go into keyword planning, And that's downloading keyword ideas from the Google Keyword Planner, which is easy enough. So say I have this output over here, I have 1,225 keywords, I can click download keywords, and it's gonna generate a CSV report, which I can then open up in Excel. And if I click Excel over here, it opens up and I get a bunch of information in this keyword planner. I have things like the keyword, the currency, average monthly searches, the competition, top of page rate, and over here, searches per month of the year. And if you're good at Excel, which I hope you are, you'll be able to use this data and manipulate it with pivot tables, organize it, see how many of these keywords I have in my plan already. Is it in my plan? Is it in my account, right? So I get a lot of information that I can start manipulating here in Excel. But once we're here, I do want to show you actually one interesting way that I like to manipulate this data to get some insight into what I'm building in my campaigns. I'd like to know what are the total estimated monthly searches for all the keywords that are in my plan. Because I'm sort of going through getting these ideas, adding keywords to my plan. I want to get a sense. I want to be able to explain to a client or tell my boss or just know for myself, what can I expect to happen if I have a healthy budget and I add the keywords that are in my plan actually into my account? And there's a really easy way to do this once this information is in Excel, and that has to do with pivot tables. If you're a pivot table pro, then this will come very easy to you. If not, just follow along with me step by step. We're going to first delete these first two rows, and then I'm going to highlight, and I'm going to delete the rows themselves and highlight the entire sheet by using the upper left-hand corner. And then I'm going to go to Insert Pivot Table and click OK because I have my date range selected. And there's a few different things I want to do here. The first thing I want to do is add in average monthly searches. We're going to move things around once we have all the different fields we want to look at. We're going to take a look at keyword. We're going to add keyword in there, and we're going to add in plan. Because what I want to know is how many estimated searches per month will the keywords in my plan generate. So the simplest way to do this is just to drag over count of in plan over to rows. And then I see my row label, if we zoom in a little bit over here, is Y, right? It shows me the count of keywords. I have 26 keywords in my plan, and the sum of average monthly searches is 24,750. That's a very easy way to manipulate this data in a pivot table. So now I know, okay, out of all these keywords I just downloaded from Keyword Planner, 26 of them are already in my plan, and Google estimates that generating 24,000, or that there are 24,000 available monthly searches for that keyword. Now let's say I want to get a sense of, okay, well, how many clicks am I going to get? Well, that's not the easiest thing to do because you have to assume you're going to win a certain amount of impressions, and that's very much due to budget. But we could just say, let's say for example, that we could win 24,750 impressions for these 26 keywords. That's if we gave the full range of our budget that that would allow us to win all those impressions. What information do we need to know? Well, we need to know click-through rate, right? Well, if we know our historic click-through rate for, let's say, a certain ad group, then it shouldn't be that difficult to get another estimate. So let me show you one little quick add-on to this pivot table. So I'm going to make a column here for CTR, click-through rate, and we're going to say, let's say the historic data for the ad group office chairs in our account, we have a historic click-through rate of 3.75%, right? Now it's simple enough. We could go and take equals B4, which is the sum of average monthly searches, multiplied by our CTR of 3.75%, click enter, and we get 928.125. That would mean 928 clicks. So let's say we could label this column estimated clicks. All right, and this is some interesting things that you could report. You could say, okay, out of the keywords we've added to this plan, and if you're sort of building out a campaign for a client, or you're doing this in a methodical way, this is a really good sort of analysis to look at, so you can start getting these estimates, being able to report on this estimates. It just makes you look a lot more professional. It makes you look a lot more thought through. So that's how to download your keyword ideas into Excel. If you guys know Excel, there's an unlimited way that you can manipulate this data. You might be downloading 10,000 keywords with thousands of keywords added to your plan. You could estimate click-through rate for different ad groups. You could even estimate click-through rates for individual keywords. There's all sorts of fun and cool and interesting things you could do, but I wanted to show you how to download that data and encourage you to do it, because once you have that data in Excel, there's a lot more flexibility and information that you could extract from it in that more flexible format. Just quickly going back into the Google Keyword Planner, again, search by URL, search by keywords. There's different things you could do. You could see your history of different search terms. I could remove individual keywords from my search criteria. I could enter in just random phrases, words, different URLs. I could enter in competitor URLs, but again, the structure is the same. Make sure to have your location targeting set properly, your language set properly, the network set properly. Use these graphs to see if there's these either spikes or variations in these search results, and then start using the Google Keyword Output, this report, to add ideas to your virtual clipboard, your plan, add them as negatives, and then you can go into your plan and start actually getting more cost estimates, volume estimates in a more sophisticated way, and then potentially adding them back into your account as actual campaign ideas. And we're going to go over all of that when we talk about keyword planning, which is coming up shortly. So thank you for bearing with me through this. I hope that the Google Keyword Planner is a tool that you really use and really use well. There's a bunch of updates in this tool new for 2018 and 2019, and it's actually become a seriously useful tool. A couple years ago, I really felt it wasn't doing too much good for anybody, but I think that's really changed, and I think the main benefit is going to come when I show you some of the new cool tools in the Keyword Planner section of the Google Keyword Planner tool. And with that, we could always go back by clicking the X button and clicking back into our actual campaign, and everything we've done is saved. So when we go back to the Google Keyword Planner, we'll be able to resume these plans that we've been working on, see the history, etc. And I look forward to seeing you guys very soon in the very next lecture. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. In the last lecture we spoke about different ways people talk to search engines. In this lecture we're going to sort of complement that information with learning about the buyer's funnel, and then sort of combining the two things together and how they both work to really understand your keywords in a very sophisticated way. And let's talk about the buyer's funnel, and we're going to jump into a slide that I have prepared. Fundamentally, the way a potential customer searches the internet can help us understand where they are in the buyer funnel. That's why it's important to understand the buyer funnel, what the different dynamics of the different stages of the buyer funnel are, and how that could help us figure out how much to bid on certain keywords, on certain searches, and also where those searches and keywords should be in the overall structure of our campaigns and ad groups. There are 4 stages to the buyer funnel: awareness, interest, shop, and buy. And what's important to understand is that every customer goes through this process every time for every single product, no exception. And we could break that down and sort of think about this in the context of different purchases. Now, say for example, you're buying a car. Okay, you may be in the market for a car. You might be in the market for a new pair of headphones. You might be in the market for Broadway tickets. Now, each of these items represents drastically different price points and lengths of the buyer funnel, but in every single one of these cases, if you ultimately buy a Broadway ticket, you buy headphones, you buy a car, you went through all the stages of the buyer's funnel. You became aware, you became interested, you shopped around, and you bought. Sometimes this happens in the matter of minutes. So for example, a few months ago, I was scrolling through a Facebook feed, and I saw this ad for this really interesting contraption that you were able to customize. It was sort of a lap desk for computers and laptops for when you're on the couch or you're in bed, and it was like sort of more advanced than your typical computer desk, and all the different ways you could configure it for all these different sorts of positions. Had a fold-out mouse contraption. I was like, wow. I was like, I didn't even know this thing existed. I didn't even realize that I needed it. I figured out how much it cost, and I bought it literally within the span of 5 minutes, okay? But I went through that entire buyer funnel. I became aware of the item. I became aware of a problem that this item could solve for me. I became interested. I shopped for it. I then bought it, and that happened very, very quickly. But if I buy a car, that might start when I'm 12 years old and I see my dream car, but I can't afford it. And as the years go on and I'm able to afford it, I become more and more interested. And then I start shopping around. And then when I'm 25 years old, I buy it, right? So that could be a 10-year buyer's funnel, but you still go through all the stages. And if you're buying anything, just think about the last thing you bought. It's a good exercise. Think about the last thing you bought and think about all the different stages of the buyer's funnel that you went through to get there. In every single case, you'll see yourself going through those stages. But let's discuss what each of these stages are. The awareness phase of the buyer's funnel really consists of becoming aware of two separate things. It's becoming aware of the problem that you want to solve, and it's becoming aware of a potential solution to that problem. All right, so for example, let's use again Poppin. The awareness stage is when I would sort of become aware of the problem that is leading me to want a new office chair, or it's leading me to a problem that an office chair might be a good solution for. So for example, if I'm finding out that my back hurts, or I moved into a new office and I don't have a chair, that's sort of just becoming aware of that problem. Okay, I'm consciously aware that there's something lacking. I have some sort of frustration, I have a need. Awareness is also, oh, my back hurts, right? So this could be my back hurts. And the solution could be, oh, a better chair, right? That's the solution. And that's sort of all, both of these components is really all part of that awareness stage of the funnel. It's not an emotional response as much as it is cognitive. So this awareness is much more cognitive in nature. And it's very, very hard to get somebody to buy something from you when they're just in the awareness stage. Why? Because they're not interested yet. They're not expressing that they're ready to purchase. They're not saying, I want to shell out any cash. They're not saying, I want to expend any effort. They're just cognitively, it's a non-emotional state. They're consciously, cognitively aware that there's an issue that they want a solution for, and that there potentially is a certain solution to their problem, okay? That's all part of the awareness phase of the buyer's funnel. And again, you go through that every time. The interest stage is saying, oh, okay, now that I know that I have this problem, now that I know that there's potential solutions, right? And that potential solution is potentially a chair, I'm now interested. I now want, okay? Interest is synonymous with want. I'm now motivated to go and pursue a potential solution, and that interest phase is much more emotional in nature, okay? It's the interest stage where you could start making money and potentially converting visitors, although it's the shop and buy phases of the funnel where you have the greatest likelihood. So to draw it out, I would say awareness is a no-go for advertising. Interest, people who are searching for things that reveal that they're still in the interest phase, or that they're in the interest phase of the buyer's funnel, should really be educational content, because they're still really haven't pursued any activity which is related to buying. They're just emotionally interested in a solution. Okay, that's interest. I know I have a problem, I know that there are potential solutions, and now I am sufficiently motivated to find one. And remember the FOG behavior model, right? This is always important. B equals motivation, ability, and a prompt or a trigger. All right, so remember that FOG equals B equals MAT, B equals MAT, doesn't make a difference. That when a person starts becoming interested in finding a solution, how they progress and how quickly they progress through the buyer's funnel, and how favorable that progression through the buyer's funnel is going to be ultimately for you, is going to be a factor of how well you could trigger them to move from interest into shopping, and from shopping into buying for your brand. Okay, that's obviously an important factor. So are they lacking in motivation? Are they lacking in perceived ability? Is it perceived? Do they perceive your product or services to be too complex, et cetera, et cetera? Those are all the things that we spoke about in the FOG behavioral model. So that's interest. Shop is when, okay, I'm sufficiently motivated, and now I am now in the process of looking, okay? If awareness is cognitive and interest is emotional, shopping is physical, okay? It's a physical manifestation of the previous two steps. I become cognitively aware, I'm emotionally involved, and now I'm physically going and looking for it, okay? I'm looking for solutions. I'm now evaluating. I'm comparison shopping. I'm looking at different brands. I'm doing online searches. I'm speaking to friends and family members. I'm looking at reviews and testimonials. I'm looking at different prices in the market, right? I'm looking at all these different things. I'm physically pursuing the solution to my problem. Again, you have cognitive, you have emotional, and now you have physical. And buying is just that final step. It's a culmination of all the last three. And that is what I call making a decision. So you have awareness becoming cognitively aware that there's a problem to be solved, what potential solutions might be. And potentially in that awareness phase, you're sort of researching. I might be going to Google researching what could be the problems of back. Could it be a chair? Could it be something else? Could it be a diet? Could it be sleep? Could it be strength training? Whatever it may be, right? Awareness is sort of all the different stages that go into becoming aware of a problem. Interest is, oh, okay, now I know what my problem is. I know that there's solutions out there. I emotionally want to find that solution. I'm shopping and now I'm physically looking, I'm physically comparing, I'm physically, and physically doesn't necessarily mean going into a store. It means like I'm actually physically looking. I'm acting on my emotional desire. That was expressed in the interest phase. And buying is when you make that final decision. I've chosen the solution I want. I've chosen the vendor. I've chosen the product. I have committed to a solution. And now I am making the decision. And our job is to have that money, as a result, be in our pockets at the end of the day. Those are the different stages of the buyer's funnel. Let's think of a couple different keyword examples of, like sort of what might be reflective of a different stage of the buyer's funnel. So let's say awareness, right? So let's say a person goes to Google and he searches for back pain, right? Back pain. He or she who searches for back pain isn't really expressing interest in any specific product. He might be. There's a remote possibility. You never know for sure, and that's something we'll talk about in the next lecture. You'll never know for sure, but certainly it's a search term that is most likely reflective of a person who's in the awareness stage of the funnel. He's becoming aware of problems. He's okay, I have a problem with my back and potential solutions like such, so on and so forth. And let's say somebody searches for chairs for bad backs. Okay. Let's say that's a keyword, chairs for bad backs. Well, this could actually be somebody in the interest phase. It could also be somebody in the awareness phase. This could be somebody who's trying to figure out, are chairs a type of product that could help solve a bad back? But a person could also be saying, oh, now that I know already that chairs are for bad backs, I'm now interested in finding chairs that are specifically marketed, that are specifically designed to help bad backs. That's sort of the interest. And that could even be entering into the shop phase of the funnel as well. Again, not any one given keyword is specifically reflective of any one stage of the buyer's funnel, but you could usually peg it to one or two different phases of the funnel. The shopping stage of the funnel would be a keyword like buy desk chairs, right? Now he or she who's performing the search isn't necessarily anymore expressing the type of problem or the type of solution they're looking for. Such a search like buy desk chairs falls more into that informational query category, but they certainly are using the word buy, which indicates that they're shopping, that they're looking, right? And the buy stage of the funnel is not actually tied to any specific query. It's actually the action that a person makes after clicking on an ad and deciding that they want to buy one of our products. Lastly, it's worth pointing out that queries go from general to specific as customers become more educated about our products and services. Like we said in the awareness stage, right? If somebody who's just searching for, back pain, that's pretty generic. But if somebody's in the lower end of the funnel in the shop stages, he's like, okay, buy lumbar support chairs, right? Really hyper-specific searches, and that's typically the progression you see. That's very common. And what else is worthwhile to note is that your click-through rate increases, it gets higher as you go down the funnel. So awareness will have the lowest click-through rate. Once you're at the shop phase, your click-through rate is going to be the highest, and up here in the awareness stage, your click-through rate is going to be the lowest. Well, why is that? Really simple, and by now you guys should have the answer. Because while you're in the higher phases of the funnel, awareness, there's so many different things a person could mean. If a person just searches for back pain, it might be worth it for Poppin to spend a few cents on the click and sending them to some educational content. And the same thing with your business for top of the funnel. You now understand what it means: top of the funnel, middle of the funnel, bottom of the funnel. It's referring to this buyer's funnel: awareness, interest, shop, buy, or awareness, interest, desire, buy. People refer to it with some different words, but conceptually it's the exact same thing. And you always go through it. When you're bidding on these generic terms, like, it's just math. So if you have a top of funnel term, right, let's say it's awareness, like back pain, And we got to get rid of this marker. Your top of the funnel term is back pain. That could mean, let's say, 50 different things, right? There's 50 different products or services, and Poppin is only one of them, right? You might be looking for a doctor. You might be looking for an exercise ball. You might be looking for a gym membership. You might be looking for a better mattress. You might be looking for a foam roller. Who knows, right? There's a lot of things, and Poppin's one. But as you go down the funnel, and now you're looking at BOF, bottom of funnel search term, shop, and this is obviously shop related to Poppin, our search terms would be like, okay, buy office chairs, maybe online, right? Now this, maybe there's like 10 different things. Maybe it's like I'm looking for something more expensive. Maybe I'm looking for gaming chairs for an office, or maybe I'm looking for buying in bulk, or buying used, or buying wood, which we don't sell, right? So let's say there's 10 things, and maybe Poppin's one of them, but our click-through rate is going to be higher because there's a greater likelihood, just statistically, that we have what they're looking for. Over here, there's a lower likelihood. Our click-through rate's lower. That's something to also understand. And that's something that shouldn't dissuade you. Having a lower click-through rate or a higher click-through rate is fine. You're not bidding the same amount of money. And that's the last thing I want to show you. As you go from the awareness stage to the shop stage, when you go from the top of the funnel to the bottom of the funnel, you're going to be bidding per click lower when you're at the top of the funnel, and you're going to be bidding much more per click on bottom of the funnel keywords towards the bottom of the funnel. And that's, again, very simple. Maybe 1 out of 1,000 clicks for an awareness keyword will convert or will lead to a sale. Maybe 1 out of 20 clicks, or 1 out of 100 clicks, or 1 out of 10 clicks will lead. Maybe 1 out of 10, or 1 out of 20, or 1 out of 100 clicks will lead to a sale in a shop keyword towards the bottom of the funnel, or even interest, and then you bid a little bit more over there. And how much you're going to bid, like we said, you're going to have to start off with using your best guess. But as you go through that funnel, as you get more data, as you look at the historic data in your account, you'll know exactly what you should be bidding, but you should always make sure that you're bidding much, much more conservatively on keywords that are reflective of top of the funnel buyers, and more aggressively getting more of that, getting as high of an impression share as possible on keywords that are at the bottom of the funnel. In the next lecture, we're going to stay on this slide, quickly see if we could peg our example search queries or Poppin into different stages of the funnel. I think it's really worth spending a few minutes. If you feel like you have this set 1000% completely perfectly well, go ahead and skip ahead forward. We take no prisoners here, and I look forward to seeing you guys very soon in the very next lecture. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. So we're talking about keyword research, getting a bunch of different keyword ideas. Now we want to start moving into the phase of keyword planning. It's incredibly important to understand psychology of search. Not all search terms, not all keywords are created equal, and we've been talking about this idea of what sort of buyer intent does a keyword or a search term describe. Is a person expressing an interest to buy a certain product? Is he expressing an interest to sign up for a certain service? And in these lectures, we're going to start going into more detail about all of those things. And even beyond expressing intent, even beyond commercial intent of a search term, we want to learn about the different ways people communicate with search engines, because understanding the different methods that people use to express what they're looking for, and ultimately that's what it comes down to, people looking for answers for a problem. People want information. They almost always want to find some answer to solve a question they have, or some solution to a problem, some solution to a frustration, something that they, if somebody's looking for things to do with kids in Vegas, okay, that's information. I have a problem. I need something to do with my kids in Vegas. I'm going to go to Google and search for that solution. If I'm looking for a car rental company for an upcoming trip to New York, I'm going to go to Google and look for that solution. If I have a back problem and I know that I have that issue and I don't know different ways to solve it, I'm going to go to Google to look for a solution. And understanding the different ways that people will seek that solution, the different ways people will talk, will give you ideas for search terms and keywords. It will also give you the ability to begin predicting which keywords, which search terms are ultimately going to lead to conversions, which keywords are going to be the highest value in your account, and it'll give you ideas for you to structure your account as well, and help you determine what you want to bid and how much you want to bid for different keywords. And most importantly, it's going to help you build out a very professional, a very thorough, and a very sophisticated campaign structure. And of course, this all comes down to thematically related groups of keywords. You might group your keywords and ad groups based on themes of products or services. You might also group or even subgroup into additional ad groups products and services based on where they are in the buyer funnel or how they're actually searching for an answer to the problems that they have. And this is relevant to every single business. So let's go in. I want to talk to you a little bit about each of the different ways that a person might typically interact with a search engine, and it's important stuff to know. First and foremost, we need to understand that people communicate with search engines using words, right? People search for answers to their questions in different ways. People seek information in different ways. People feel differently about the problems that they need solved. Let's take a look at an example scenario. Jennifer works as a data analyst for an international agency specializing in telephone pole ad campaigns for publicly traded companies. Wow, that's pretty exciting. She sits in her hard plastic office chair for long stretches of time, and her back has been seriously bothering her for the past few months. She turns to Google. Okay, now right there, we know that there's a potential customer for Poppin, right? But depending on how she perceives her problem, what information she knows about potential solutions, and how quickly she wants a solution and what she's intended or what she's committed to invest in a solution could dramatically change the dynamic of the ad auction with regards to how relevant any given search that Jennifer performs is for Poppin to bid on. So over here we have it broken down by type of query, buyer psyche, and example query for Poppin. And again, query is interchangeable with search term. Buyer psyche is a way to describe the type of search term. Type of search term is a top-level category, and the buyer psyche is a way to categorize what a person's perception of their problem is and how they're going to the search engine to look for an answer. One of the most popular ways is finding an answer to the actual question. So that's what we call problem-based searches. And an example of an answer to the question problem-based search structure would office chairs with lumbar support. And this is indicating a few different things. This is indicating, first of all, that it's probably a really good keyword for Poppin. It conveys to us that not only does Jennifer understand that getting an office chair with lumbar support is a potential solution, she's expressing that this is potentially the solution that she's looking for, which is two good things for us. One, it tells us that she's in the market for what we sell. And two, she's expressing an emotional cue, or even it's really a physiological cue that she's looking for something to support her back. And that sort of expresses that there's a great need for the product. Now, this is not the buyer's funnel. We're not looking at search terms based on the buyer's funnel. Any of these types of queries won't necessarily, for sure, lead to better conversion rates or cheaper clicks or more expensive clicks. These are all just different ways that people search. The question itself is another way that people search. And the buyer psyche is more explicit, direct. They talk in more specific terms regarding the problem. So how can I fix my back problem from sitting all day? Again, this is another potential search term that Poppin would want to bid on. And it's sort of going beyond those typical, search terms that we've been putting in, like office chair, so on and so forth. Now we're getting into the mode of all these exciting search terms that are way out on the periphery that could mean a lot of different things, but we have to really determine whether or not this is a search term or a search query that's going to be good for Poppin. Say, for example, we were advertising for a doctor or a chiropractor, a back doctor, whatever it may be, okay? Now, a doctor might find this search term, how can I fix my back problems from sitting all day, a lot more appealing than office chairs with lumbar support, whereas Poppin is actually the exact opposite. Poppin finds office chairs with lumbar support more appealing, and how can I fix my back problems from sitting all day as more peripheral, less likely to convert. So again, how people perceive their problems, what they're searching for, might be a good keyword or a good approach, a good buyer psyche for a certain company or a certain advertiser, and it might be less of a good approach for a different advertiser or a different company. It all depends on what you're selling and what you could extract about the person's likelihood to convert from the actual search term. What are they expressing in their search term? Let's continue on. Description of the problem is another very popular way people search for products. This is what we call symptom-based. An example of a symptom-based search is my back hurts at work. Now, I want to also reiterate that while we might find some of these things surprising, like I personally would never search "my back hurts at work." I typically go to Google when I'm ready, when I understand the solution that I want. I'm looking for an office chair, I'm looking for a new monitor, I'm looking for headphones, I'm looking for recording equipment, I'm looking for a guitar, whatever it may be. I don't usually describe my problems to Google, but a lot of people do. So my back hurts at work. Again, for Poppin, this might be a search term we want to bid on. For the doctor, it's certainly a search term that they want to bid on. Maybe that doctor could convert that person into a new patient. Maybe Poppin can convert that person into a new customer. And if you go back and you remember what we said about, peripheral, middle of the funnel, this is what we call a top of the funnel query, how important the educational content is, right? So we might not want to send this person to a sales page. We sort of want to send this person to a page on the site that talks about why our office chairs will help solve back problems at work. Maybe there's customers' testimonials, maybe there's case studies, maybe there's video walkthrough about the medical benefits, right? But all that sort of falls under the category of educational content. Description of the cause. This is another interesting type of search term, type of query. Again, this is also symptom-based, but typically this is where the user is giving more information. They're not only talking about the problem, they're expressing they understand why they have this problem. So for example, my back hurts because I sit for too long in an uncomfortable desk chair. Another person might search, my tooth hurts, or I have a toothache. That would be a description of the problem, but that wouldn't be a description of the cause. If somebody says my tooth hurts because I ate too much sugar, that would be a description of the cause, and that tells you a lot about that type of person. So say somebody searches for just my back hurts at work, right? And we're Poppin, we're an advertiser, we're trying to determine whether or not only whether or not this is a keyword that we should bid on, but will this be a good keyword for me to bid on? Will it be a profitable keyword for me to bid on? And where should I send that traffic to? Well, my back hurts at work. We have no idea if a person even understands that an office chair or a chair with good lumbar support could even affect back pain, right? We don't know. Maybe this person is thoroughly convinced that there's no way that her back pain could be solved or could be caused by a bad chair. In which case, that's probably not going to be a customer that we could convert, unless we have some extremely appealing educational content that could help convert that customer. But if a person now searches for my back hurts because I sit for too long in an uncomfortable desk chair, then we're like, aha, this person's expressing that they already understand. They already on their own have come to the conclusion that their problem is a result of having a bad chair, and now there's a much greater likelihood that we could get them to buy one of our chairs because they're expressing in their search query a description of the cause. And if their description of the cause matches up with what we sell, then that's something which is really good for us. Now let's say we're the doctor again, right? And we're also trying to figure out search terms. In this case, my back hurts because I sit for too long in an uncomfortable desk chair. This would actually be not a great keyword most likely for this doctor to advertise on, because this person is expressing that the issue lies, the cause lies with the chair. But say somebody searched for my back hurts because I have a scoliosis curve in my lower back, or my back hurts because I need to strengthen my core, or whatever it may be, then a physical therapist who's bidding on these search terms might say, okay, now that's a person who's describing the cause, and in their perception of the cause of their problem, it matches up. There's an alignment with what we actually sell, and that would actually be a good query. Now let's talk about a couple other very, very popular ways that people search. Brand name product parts. All right. Now this is very, very relevant to people who sell other brand names on their site. Do you sell TVs? Do you sell electronics? Do you sell mattresses or other brand name products? Are you a reseller? So these are direct educated buyer psyches. And for example, this would be Poppin Max Mid Back Task Chair. All right, this is the specific name, a specific model. This is expressing the most amount of buyer intent. So if somebody puts in a brand name that you sell, we have a client that sells sunglasses, very successful company, sell tens of thousands of pairs of sunglasses and eyeglasses off their site. Lots and lots of popular brands like Ray-Ban, Chanel, Oakley, Versace, Dolce & Gabbana, etc. And the most successful campaigns are when people are specifically searching for brand names, but also part numbers. We have a client that has a massive online store of OEM automobile parts, right? And 60% of this conversion, 70% of the conversions are coming from people who are searching for a specific car, make, model, and even part names. So those are keywords you want to also add to your account. So if you see people are searching for model names, product numbers, I absolutely highly encourage you to add those keywords into your account. And then informational queries, the last primary category of how people interact with search engines, and we call this as in the buyer psyche, awareness stage, uninformed. And these are your, in my opinion, from what I've seen, the most popular category of search query. So they're not really expressing anything other than they're looking for a specific type of product or service, so online desk chairs, websites that sell office chairs. They're not specifically telling me that they have a problem. They're not asking the question itself. They're not describing the cause. But rest assured that while these are the most popular ways that people talk to search engines, there's always a problem that they're trying to solve. So if a person's looking for a new desk chair, it's because they want a new desk chair. They're not happy with the desk chair they have. They just moved into a new office and they don't have one at all. They have back problems. Maybe they're buying it as a gift for somebody. Maybe they're too hot in their chair and they want a cooler material. Maybe they're too cold and they want a warmer material. Whatever it may be, there's always a problem a person's trying to solve. It's just a matter really of how do people express that? How do people go to the search engine and express that? And by understanding these 6 primary categories, whether people are looking for an answer to a question, they're writing out the question itself, they're describing the problem, they're describing the cause, they're entering brand names, parts, they're the most educated, direct, you have the most ability to capitalize on search intent using those bottom of the funnel, low-hanging fruit search terms and keywords. Informational queries are going to be what makes up 80%. For sure, I would say at least 80% of your account is going to be made up of informational queries. Uninformed, you're going to have to really guess, you're going to have to really look at that analysis. But once you sort of understand how all these people or how your customers could be searching for your products and services, you're going to start seeing, oh, okay, this search gives me this information about the potential customer. I should send them to this piece of content. This search tells me that a person is looking to buy it now. They're using a name, a model name, a part number. I want to send them directly to my sales page. This is somebody who's just looking for, dresses that are flattering in this sort of light or for this type of party. I want to maybe send them to a category page on my site that also has good content or that has some educational content, because I'm learning to break down how a person is searching. I'm learning how to connect it up to a buyer psyche, and then I'm thinking of example search terms and what that means for me. Remember, there's no hard and fast rule. We said that if we look at Poppin, our example, and we look at a doctor, right? A lot of these search terms down here could be relevant to both of these advertisers, but both Poppin and doctors are completely different. They're not similar. They sell different things. They want different types of customers. There's not going to be there'll be some overlap, but there won't be a massive overlap between the two advertisers, but yet a lot of these search terms will be relevant for both of them. And understanding, again, what a person is expressing in their search term, whether or not there's an alignment between how they're perceiving their problem, what type of solution they're looking for, and whether or not you're going to be able to offer that solution to them. That's going to make you much better able to set up a better ad group structure, a better bidding structure, and most importantly, when it comes to keyword planning, where you're going to be sending that traffic to on your site. And if you don't have an area to send that traffic to, and you find a search term that's really good, let's say, office chairs, let's say, oh, my back hurts at work, and that's a really high volume search, and that's a search that you want to be able to advertise to, but you know that you're not going to be profitable just sending somebody searching for my back hurts at work to a page that sells an office chair. You could go and hire somebody to develop that content. You could go write that content for your blog itself. You could create those pages. You could identify, by understanding buyer psyche, by understanding the 6 different ways people talk to search engines, you could then understand, determine, or discover really good content opportunities, different pieces of content that you should either go and write yourself or have your client put together or hire a freelancer to put together for you, because that's going to allow you now to capitalize on search terms, capitalize on keywords, capitalize on traffic that you would not have otherwise been able to profitably bid on. So that's an overview of the first phase of keyword planning, understanding how people talk to search engines, and in the next couple lectures we're going to talk about the different stages of the buyer's funnel and how to begin predicting what types of search terms will lead to better sales, will lead to more profitability, and I will see you guys very shortly in the very next lecture. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. I just want to continue on the same topic we left off with a couple minutes ago in the last lecture, discussing the different stages of the buyer's funnel, but more importantly now, drilling into specific buyer psyches and what those search terms that sort of are categorized by buyer psyche, where they fall in the different stages of the buyer's funnel. Now I want to point something out. The type of query or the buyer psyche doesn't necessarily relate to any one of these specific buyer's funnel stages every single time. It's not as if the question itself type of query is always going to match up with the shop stage of the buyer's funnel, or informational queries will always match up with awareness stage, for example. That's not the case. You have to be able to assess everything on a query by query basis so you can understand where they fall in the stage of the buyer's funnel. And it's important to do that for a couple of reasons. One is that we're looking to create these thematically related keyword groups. Oh, that yellow is a little light to see, but you can see it. Thematically related keyword groups, that's the whole idea here. That's what we're trying to ultimately accomplish. Another reason is that we want to bid more aggressively on better keywords that are more in the shop and interest stages of the funnel. And ultimately, the reason why we want to bid is because those keywords and those search terms are going to create, is going to generate traffic that has a higher conversion rate and usually a lower CPA, cost per acquisition, cost per conversion, and therefore we want to have a good understanding of our search terms, sort of where they fall into the different stages of the funnel. So let's take a look at some of these examples that we have here. So office chairs with lumbar support. Where would you think this search query falls in on the stage of the buyer's funnel? And you can take a moment to sort of think about that. I would say it either falls into the interest stage of the funnel or perhaps even into the shop stage of the funnel, where somebody is specifically looking for office chairs with a specific feature. They're most likely not looking for more information. It certainly sounds from the query that they're looking for a product or that they're looking for a service if it's a service-based, if you're a service-based business. But this specific query, it looks like somebody's searching for a specific product. So they're either in the interest phase where they're like, but probably closer into the shop phase because again, they are looking for that product. How can I fix my back problems from sitting all day? I would say that this is a pretty clear demarcation of somebody who is in the interest phase. They're already aware of the problem. They're aware that they have a back problem, and they are aware that the problem comes from sitting all day. And they're now sort of expressing that emotional interest in fixing that problem, right? So it's a keyword you want to bid a little bit more on than if it was somebody just expressing something totally generic, but not as much as you would bid on a keyword for somebody who's looking to buy something. And that's going to be reflected in the historic data in your account. Say somebody searches for "my back hurts at work." All right, so this is something that I would sort of say is in that awareness phase, right? Very, very generic. We don't know if that person is looking to buy a chair. We don't know if that person is looking to buy a better mattress. We don't know if that person is looking to go to a doctor. We don't know if that person's even looking for a solution, right? We don't even know if he's willing to pay for a solution. Maybe he's looking for a blog post. Maybe he's looking for a free YouTube video, right? Maybe he's searching for information for a class project, right? Who knows? It's so general. At best, we could say it sort of fits into that awareness stage of the funnel, which doesn't mean that we don't want to bid on it. It's just that we want to be very conservative. If we have a limited budget, we don't want to bid on it at all because we really want to focus. We want to make sure that we're getting as much of the shop and interest keywords as we are. But now I understand, I could say that the reason, I could tell my client, or I could at least have an understanding that the reason why this is not a great search term, the reason why this is not a keyword we want to bid aggressively on, the reason why this is going to be grouped in a certain ad group is because if you look at the buyer's funnel, I could say now with a certain degree of professionalism and sophistication that this person is in the awareness stage of the funnel. My back hurts because I sit for too long in an uncomfortable desk chair. This is similar, but it's most likely awareness bordering on interest, right? So he or she is searching and saying that I sit in an uncomfortable desk chair. That's the problem, or that's the cause of the problem that I have, just by the very nature that he's performing a search like this that's so expressive could be indication that he's in that interest phase. And it also makes it much more valuable for Poppin. Why does it make this much more valuable for Poppin than this previous search term, which was the description of the problem? Very, very simple reason is because he's using the word desk chair in his query, and he's expressing that he thinks that the potential solution to his problem is a better desk chair, or at least the cause of his problem is the current desk chair he has. Again, it's not a bottom of the funnel keyword because he's not looking to buy. He's not expressing commercial intent. He might be, he might think that a better desk chair is not going to solve his problem. This person might think that he just is sort of doomed to a life of bad back problems and chairs, but maybe he could solve it with a better mattress, or maybe he could solve it by going to a chiropractor or getting a massage or whatever it may be. So again, it's interest. It's interest in solving the problem. Maybe it's even awareness. It's certainly not expressing an interest to shop right now, and it's certainly not going to be something that we're confident will lead to a conversion for us. Now we take a totally different type of search term, brand name, product names, Poppin Max Mid Back Task Chair. What do you guys think the buyer funnel for this keyword is? You should know this right away. This is a really easy one, right? Obviously, they're shopping, right? Obviously, the person has already expressed interest. He's already cognitively aware of the problem. He is now, and that stuff is not even important to us, right? What he exactly views the problem is, and that's another important thing to focus on. We don't necessarily know what problem this guy's trying to solve. We don't necessarily know, is this Jessica who is having back problems, or is this Jessica who's buying a new thing for her coworker, or is this Bradley, the entrepreneur who just moved into a WeWork space and wants a different chair? We have no idea, but it doesn't matter, right? Because we have something better. We have commercial intent. This is the beauty of Google Ads to begin with. We're able to capitalize on keywords that have an enormous amount of commercial intent. So we're going to want to bid aggressively, the most aggressively. When people search for brand names, product parts, we want to bid the most aggressively. Why? Because it has the highest chance of conversions. We have the most likelihood of getting a sale. But the other reason why we have to bid the most aggressively is, do you guys know, is because our competitors are also going to be bidding very aggressively. Again, Larry and Sergey up in Mountain View are not arbitrarily creating prices of these auctions. It's all an open competitive landscape. So if we have to bid aggressively, that's because our competitors are bidding aggressively. And I wanted to point out over here, in this case, it's a little bit different because this is a branded search. And when it's a branded search for our specific brand, then we're going to have a very low cost per click and an extremely high conversion rate. But you have a lot of brand name product parts that are not your specific brand. So let's say you sell televisions, right? So let's say Samsung, 4K, OLED, TV, right? So you sell them, but lots of other companies sell them too. So that's a brand name, that's a product part, that would definitely fall under this category. You're gonna have to bid very aggressively to get that spot on the page, because your competitors that also sell the same product are also gonna be bidding aggressively, because they're all capitalizing right here. They're all capitalizing on the intent to buy that the user is expressing, that they're in that shop stage of the funnel. Informational queries, online desk chairs, websites that sell office chairs, those are almost all typically somewhere between interest and shop, all right? And that's where, again, 80% of your account is going to lie. It's going to be figuring out online desk chairs, that's probably leaning more towards shop. Websites that sell office chairs, that might be leaning a little bit more to interest. They're looking for websites. They're looking to browse multiple different websites. Maybe they're still in that interest stage, really developing the desire to buy. Maybe they're sort of in that shopping stage already, that they're now actually comparison shopping. They've made that commitment. The thing to realize, it's very, very hard. It's almost impossible to really know. You're not going to be able to predict with 100% accuracy exactly what stage of the buyer funnel a person is in based on what they searched Google for. It's just not going to happen. You're going to have to peg, to the best of your ability, what query represents what stage of the buyer's funnel. And it's not going to be a perfect science, but you're going to have a pretty good ability to understand, and you'll be pretty accurate. If you use these tools that we've been talking about, you'll know, is this person likely in the awareness stage, the interest stage, the desire slash shop phase of the buyer funnel, and then as a result, what can I predict my conversion rate to be? What can I predict my bid should be? How aggressive do I want to be? What areas do I want to focus on optimizing? And then you'll have a structure for your ad groups that could really, really be profitable, highly organized. And again, going back to what we spoke about a few lectures ago, I don't remember exactly which lecture it was in, but making the most of your time. You want to focus your time on making sure that the keywords that represent people that are in that interest, desire, shop stage of the buyer's funnel are the ones that you're really tight on. You have the right ad copy, you're sending them to the right places of the site, you're making sure you have the highest possible impression share, and you spend the bulk of your time that you have to optimize your campaigns focusing on those keywords, and keywords that are in the awareness stage, interest stage. You should have them bid conservatively, and you should certainly focus on them, but they shouldn't be the primary target of your optimization efforts, so to speak. In the next lecture, we're going to continue on with keyword planning for a little bit. We're going to look at the Google Keyword Planner again to sort of see how we can get volume and cost estimates for certain keywords, how we could import campaigns back into AdWords using Google Keywords Planner. And then we'll also take a look at SEMrush, a really great software that could help us for our keyword planning stage. And then we'll be on to keyword organization. We'll go into Excel. We'll create our thematically related groups of keywords. And by the time we're done, you guys will be absolute experts in all things keywords in Google Ads, 1,000% in the top 1% of practitioners, if you guys could really retain and understand all this information, and more specifically, communicate this information to your clients, to your boss, to your coworkers, to your friends, and it's really, really worthwhile. And I know that a lot of this might seem a little bit repetitive and it might seem a little bit rudimentary, but in fact, having this foundation strong and clear will help you understand things will help you understand when things get more complex later on, when there's more complex optimization techniques, more analysis, more data to look at, because you're going to understand, oh, all of this data makes sense because I understand how my keywords are structured. And you'll see that all come together as you get more data in your account, and as you go into auditing accounts that have years, let's say, of historic data. Having these fundamentals strong is really useful, and it's really important. So I look forward to seeing you guys very soon in the very next lecture. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. I just want to continue on the same topic we left off with a couple minutes ago in the last lecture, discussing the different stages of the buyer's funnel, but more importantly now, drilling into specific buyer psyches and what those search terms that sort of are categorized by buyer psyche, where they fall in the different stages of the buyer's funnel. Now I want to point something out. The type of query or the buyer psyche doesn't necessarily relate to any one of these specific buyer's funnel stages every single time. It's not as if the question itself type of query is always going to match up with the shop stage of the buyer's funnel, or informational queries will always match up with awareness stage, for example. That's not the case. You have to be able to assess everything on a query by query basis so you can understand where they fall in the stage of the buyer's funnel. And it's important to do that for a couple of reasons. One is that we're looking to create these thematically related keyword groups. Oh, that yellow is a little light to see, but you can see it. Thematically related keyword groups, that's the whole idea here. That's what we're trying to ultimately accomplish. Another reason is that we want to bid more aggressively on better keywords that are more in the shop and interest stages of the funnel. And ultimately, the reason why we want to bid is because those keywords and those search terms are going to create, is going to generate traffic that has a higher conversion rate and usually a lower CPA, cost per acquisition, cost per conversion, and therefore we want to have a good understanding of our search terms, sort of where they fall into the different stages of the funnel. So let's take a look at some of these examples that we have here. So office chairs with lumbar support. Where would you think this search query falls in on the stage of the buyer's funnel? And you can take a moment to sort of think about that. I would say it either falls into the interest stage of the funnel or perhaps even into the shop stage of the funnel, where somebody is specifically looking for office chairs with a specific feature. They're most likely not looking for more information. It certainly sounds from the query that they're looking for a product or that they're looking for a service if it's a service-based, if you're a service-based business. But this specific query, it looks like somebody's searching for a specific product. So they're either in the interest phase where they're like, but probably closer into the shop phase because again, they are looking for that product. How can I fix my back problems from sitting all day? I would say that this is a pretty clear demarcation of somebody who is in the interest phase. They're already aware of the problem, They're aware that they have a back problem, and they are aware that the problem comes from sitting all day. And they're now sort of expressing that emotional interest in fixing that problem, right? So it's a keyword you want to bid a little bit more on than if it was somebody just expressing something totally generic, but not as much as you would bid on a keyword for somebody who's looking to buy something. And that's going to be reflected in the historic data in your account. Say somebody searches for "my back hurts at work." All right, so this is something that I would sort of say is in that awareness phase, right? Very, very generic. We don't know if that person is looking to buy a chair. We don't know if that person is looking to buy a better mattress. We don't know if that person is looking to go to a doctor. We don't know if that person's even looking for a solution, right? We don't even know if he's willing to pay for a solution. Maybe he's looking for a blog post. Maybe he's looking for a free YouTube video, right? Maybe he's searching for information for a class project, right? Who knows? It's so general. At best, we could say it sort of fits into that awareness stage of the funnel, which doesn't mean that we don't want to bid on it. It's just that we want to be very conservative. If we have a limited budget, we don't want to bid on it at all because we really want to focus. We want to make sure that we're getting as much of the shop and interest keywords as we are. But now I understand, I could say that the reason, I could tell my client, or I could at least have an understanding that the reason why this is not a great search term, the reason why this is not a keyword we want to bid aggressively on, the reason why this is going to be grouped in a certain ad group is because if you look at the buyer's funnel, I could say now with a certain degree of professionalism and sophistication that this person is in the awareness stage of the funnel. My back hurts because I sit for too long in an uncomfortable desk chair. This is similar, but it's most likely awareness bordering on interest, right? So he or she is searching and saying that I sit in an uncomfortable desk chair. That's the problem, or that's the cause of the problem that I have, just by the very nature that he's performing a search like this that's so expressive could be indication that he's in that interest phase. And it also makes it much more valuable for Poppin. Why does it make this much more valuable for Poppin than this previous search term, which was the description of the problem? Very, very simple reason is because he's using the word desk chair in his query, and he's expressing that he thinks that the potential solution to his problem is a better desk chair, or at least the cause of his problem is the current desk chair he has. Again, it's not a bottom of the funnel keyword because he's not looking to buy. He's not expressing commercial intent. He might be, he might think that a better desk chair is not going to solve his problem. This person might think that he just is sort of doomed to a life of bad back problems and chairs, but maybe he could solve it with a better mattress, or maybe he could solve it by going to a chiropractor or getting a massage or whatever it may be. So again, it's interest. It's interest in solving the problem. Maybe it's even awareness. It's certainly not expressing an interest to shop right now, and it's certainly not going to be something that we're confident will lead to a conversion for us. Now we take a totally different type of search term. Brand name, product names, Poppin Max Mid Back Task Chair. What do you guys think the buyer funnel for this keyword is? You should know this right away. This is a really easy one, right? Obviously, they're shopping, right? Obviously, the person has already expressed interest. He's already cognitively aware of the problem. He is now, and that stuff is not even important to us, right? What he exactly views the problem is, and that's another important thing to focus on. We don't necessarily know what problem this guy's trying to solve. We don't necessarily know, is this Jessica who is having back problems, or is this Jessica who's buying a new thing for her coworker, or is this Bradley, the entrepreneur who just moved into a WeWork space and wants a different chair? We have no idea, but it doesn't matter, right? Because we have something better. We have commercial intent. This is the beauty of Google Ads to begin with. We're able to capitalize on keywords that have an enormous amount of commercial intent. So we're going to want to bid aggressively, the most aggressively. When people search for brand names, product parts, we want to bid the most aggressively. Why? Because it has the highest chance of conversions. We have the most likelihood of getting a sale. But the other reason why we have to bid the most aggressively is, do you guys know, is because our competitors are also going to be bidding very aggressively. Again, Larry and Sergey up in Mountain View are not arbitrarily creating prices of these auctions. It's all an open competitive landscape. So if we have to bid aggressively, that's because our competitors are bidding aggressively. And I wanted to point out over here, in this case, it's a little bit different because this is a branded search. And when it's a branded search for our specific brand, then we're going to have a very low cost per click and an extremely high conversion rate. But you have a lot of brand name product parts that are not your specific brand. So let's say you sell televisions, right? So let's say Samsung, 4K OLED TV, right? So you sell them, but lots of other companies sell them too. So that's a brand name, that's a product part, that would definitely fall under this category. You're gonna have to bid very aggressively to get that spot on the page, because your competitors that also sell the same product are also gonna be bidding aggressively, because they're all capitalizing right here. They're all capitalizing on the intent to buy that the user is expressing, that they're in that shop stage of the funnel. Informational queries, online desk chairs, websites that sell to office chairs, those are almost all typically somewhere between interest and shop, all right? And that's where, again, 80% of your account is going to lie. It's going to be figuring out online desk chairs, that's probably leaning more towards shop. Websites that sell office chairs, that might be leaning a little bit more to interest. They're looking for websites, they're looking to browse multiple different websites. Maybe they're still in that interest stage, really developing the desire to buy. Maybe they're sort of in that shopping stage already, that they're now actually comparison shopping, they've made that commitment. The thing to realize, it's very, very hard. It's almost impossible to really know. You're not gonna be able to predict with 100% accuracy exactly what stage of the buyer funnel a person is in based on what they searched Google for. It's just not gonna happen. You're gonna have to peg, to the best of your ability, what query represents what stage of the buyer's funnel. And it's not gonna be a perfect science, but you're gonna have a pretty good ability to understand, and you'll be pretty accurate. If you use these tools that we've been talking about, you'll know, is this person likely in the awareness stage, the interest stage, the desire slash shop phase of the buyer funnel, and then as a result, what can I predict my conversion rate to be? What can I predict my bid should be? How aggressive do I want to be? What areas do I want to focus on optimizing? And then you'll have a structure for your ad groups that could really, really be profitable, highly organized. And again, going back to what we spoke about a few lectures ago, I don't remember exactly which lecture it was in, but making the most of your time. You want to focus your time on making sure that the keywords that represent people that are in that interest, desire, shop stage of the buyer's funnel are the ones that you're really tight on. You have the right ad copy, you're sending them to the right places of the site, you're making sure you have the highest possible impression share, and you spend the bulk of your time that you have to optimize your campaigns focusing on those keywords, and keywords that are in the awareness stage, interest stage. You should have them bid conservatively, and you should certainly focus on them, but they shouldn't be the primary target of your optimization efforts, so to speak. In the next lecture, we're gonna continue on with keyword planning for a little bit. We're gonna look at the Google Keyword Planner again to sort of see how we can get volume and cost estimates for certain keywords, how we could import campaigns back into AdWords using Google Keywords Planner. And then we'll also take a look at SEMrush, a really great software that could help us for our keyword planning stage. And then we'll be on to keyword organization. We'll go into Excel. We'll create our thematically related groups of keywords. And by the time we're done, you guys will be absolute experts in all things keywords in Google Ads, 1,000% in the top 1% of practitioners, if you guys could really retain and understand all this information, and more specifically communicate this information to your clients, to your boss, to your coworkers, to your friends, and it's really, really worthwhile. And I know that a lot of this might seem a little bit repetitive and it might seem a little bit rudimentary, but in fact, having this foundation strong and clear will help you understand things will help you understand when things get more complex later on, when there's more complex optimization techniques, more analysis, more data to look at, because you're going to understand, oh, all of this data makes sense because I understand how my keywords are structured. And you'll see that all come together as you get more data in your account, and as you go into auditing accounts that have years, let's say, of historic data. Having these fundamentals strong is really useful, and it's really important. So I look forward to seeing you guys very soon in the very next lecture. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. As you could tell, I have a little bit of a cold, but we're gonna push through nonetheless, and with a lot of tea and fluids and a lot of medicine, hopefully we'll be able to get through a bunch of exciting lectures and keep up our good spirits. So in this lecture, we're gonna continue on talking about keyword planning, sort of getting into keyword organization, and we're going to use a couple different tools. I want to show you in this lecture and the next one SEMrush, which is the tool that we use at our agency most frequently. There are other tools out there like SpyFu and Keyword Spy. I'm sure you guys have heard a lot of these. SEMrush is a really good one. It gets a lot of good data. All this data that SEMrush pulls, it's really pulled from Google's APIs.
So the Google Keyword Planner, there's a lot of overlap between the two tools. And of course, SEMrush doesn't have a native integration back into your campaigns with Google, as does the Google Keyword Planner. So there are advantages to the Google Keyword Planner, but there are also a lot of really good competitive analysis features in SEMrush that the Google Keyword Planner doesn't have. So I recommend checking out SEMrush. SEMrush is a paid software, so I think the agency price that we're paying, it's a few $100s a month, but they certainly have cheaper pricing. I don't know exactly what it is at the time that you're looking at this, but right now I think there's a plan for $40 or $49 a month or something like that, and you get a lot of different. There's also a free version. There's a free version that gives you a limited amount of data, so it's not useless. You could definitely start off with the free version, and if you like it and if it's sort of helpful, then definitely consider getting a paid version and use it regularly. It's really, really good. If you had to choose between something like SEMrush and Optimizer, we've spoken about Optimizer in the past, and we're going to talk about Optimizer more later on in the course. I definitely recommend going with Optimizer. Optimizer is not a research tool. It's a tool that helps you manage your account and gets your account more profitable. A lot of what you do in SEMrush could be done manually, and you could get a lot of it from the Google Keyword Planner, like I said, for free. So if budget's an issue and there's a limited amount of money to spend and you had to choose between, let's say, one of those two types of software, I wanted to point out that they're distinctly different softwares. Like Optimizer is a really good thing to have for managing accounts at scale and saving you a lot of time and getting a lot of insights into campaigns like negative keyword ideas, the keyword sculptor, which I showed you, A/B testing tools for ads and things like that. And I don't get paid by either Optimizer or SEMrush. I'm not an affiliate. I have no affiliation. I mean, I'm friends with the owner of Optimizer, but I never met anybody from SEMrush. I have nothing to do with them. And I certainly don't get paid from anybody. So let's jump into the computer. Let's go into SEMrush and let's take a look to see if we can get some traffic estimates, some cost estimates, and some keyword ideas. So here we are in the SEMrush dashboard. And when you log in, you'll usually be in either the competitive research dashboard or the big picture tools. And this left-hand menu over here is a selection of all the different categories of tools and analysis that you can do in SEMrush. We're in advertising, and I spend almost all my time here under advertising and advertising research, and we'll go through a few of these different tools. So we're going to start off in positions, and if you do click on advertising research originally, you'll get put in this page where you basically have a search box at the top to start typing things in. So we could either type in the URL of a competitor, we could type in our own URL to see what SEMrush has for us, but we're building out a campaign for office chairs, desk chairs, for Poppin, and we want to start getting some keyword ideas, see what SEMrush has to offer us. So I'm just going to simply start off by searching for office chairs up here in the search box. So office chairs and click search. And this brings you to the keyword overview. SEMrush reads that we're looking at keywords, and this brings us to the keyword overview tool in SEMrush. And at the top, you see a few different things. One, on the upper right-hand side over here, you see a trend. Has the keyword in volume increased or decreased month over month? CPC distribution shows us per country which is the most expensive cost per click. So we see at top, US has an average cost per click of $4.23. Now remember, these are estimates. These are not exact. This is not real data. This is not live data. Even though it says live update, it's algorithmically guessed. Volume 135K. That's telling you the number of monthly searches that takes place for the keyword. And this is, again, a prediction. It could be totally, totally off. Paid search, CPC, competition 1, meaning it's a very highly competitive word. Now down here, we're gonna get into some more interesting things. One, we see phrase match keywords. Phrase match keywords means other keywords that are being searched for on search engines, namely Google and Bing, but really primarily Google, that include my root keyword, that include office chairs in that order. So IKEA office chair, Staples office chair, go and see the full report. Related keywords are more like a broad match output. It's not exactly the keyword that you've searched for, but SEMrush will give you other related keyword ideas. Like desk chair, right? Desk chair is not a phrase match version. There's nothing, it doesn't include my original search for office chairs. Scrolling down a little bit further, SEMrush gives you an output of ad copy that's showing up on Google for this search, which is fantastic. Product listing ad copy down here for shopping ads, and organic results, which is really cool. So we'll go and analyze it and see sort of what's been happening, and you can get a sense of which competitors are actually running ads and running campaigns for that search, but I'll show you that. We'll go through how to look at competitors in SEMrush in a little bit. So what I want to do though is I want to start getting keyword ideas. So I'm more interested in here phrase match keywords and related keywords. And there's a number, this number indicates how many suggestions they have. So the first thing I'm going to do is look at the full report so I can get more information. So click full report. And it looks like SEMrush recently moved that tool to this new tool called Keyword Magic, which is fine. And we'll click View Report in Keyword Magic, and that will load up the Keyword Magic tool. And it's the same exact thing as it always was before. So first, again, I have my root keyword that I'm searching, office chairs. I could click this tab here and add a new keyword. So let's say I want to get ideas for ergonomic chairs, right? Because that's going to be one of my ad groups, and that's going to be one of the themes. We'll talk about themes in a couple lectures. And I can get a search for that. But let's go back to office chairs and analyze what's going on here. So first of all, we could change the location toggle from US to a different state, and this is depending on the paid plan. Since we're in the US, I want to get the most accurate reporting for the United States. I could also toggle my match type. So I could say, show me ideas for phrase match, broad match, exact match, or related. So if I go to broad match, I'll start seeing different search terms that don't necessarily contain office chairs. But let's go back to phrase match. It shows me a total volume of the keywords in this report, the average difficulty level. I can add them to the keyword analyzer, which is similar to that thing where you build a plan in Google Keyword Plan, in the Google Keyword Planner, or I could export them. That's the most useful thing. I like to export things and sort of mess around with them in Excel and get ideas over there. So again, I would first start using this report at the most basic level to get ideas for positive and negative keywords that I might not have thought, so that I might not have figured out yet. And this sort of overlaps with that, with the keyword research stage that we were talking about. So you have, we had ergonomic, we had wheeled, we had luxury, we had wooden, we had plastic, we had colorful. We have all these different keyword themes, keyword ideas, and we're getting negative keyword ideas as well. Big and tall office chairs, is that a keyword that we want to have positive or negative? Office guest chairs, right? Guest, that's an interesting theme. I haven't really thought about that. A few thousand searches a month, that could certainly, if we sell office chairs that are sort of good for waiting rooms and things like that, that might be really good. Near me, that's somebody who's probably looking for a local store, so we would want to add near me as a negative. So, and a lot of these ideas obviously we've had already, and you're going to see a lot of overlap, but it's good to use multiple research tools, because here's La-Z-Boy. La-Z-Boy is a company, I don't think we've run across La-Z-Boy before. So this is a new search term that could either be a new positive keyword that I haven't thought of already, or it could be a negative keyword. If we check out La-Z-Boy's offering and we say, hey, either we're not running a competitor campaign right now, or we want to run La-Z-Boy, or we don't sell the products similar to La-Z-Boy, let's say, so anybody searching for a La-Z-Boy chair would not be a candidate for Poppin, then we would add that as a negative keyword. But scrolling down here, at the most basic level, you're going to get positive and negative keyword ideas. You can sort this report by volume. You could sort by trend, if it, how consistent it's been over time, by keyword difficulty, estimated cost per click, the competitiveness of the keyword, the number of SERP features, search engine results page features, so if it's just text ads or text and shopping ads, which is also interesting if you want to know which keywords also get Google shopping ads to show up, that's a feature you could use, and results in the SERP, the number of actual results in the search engine results page for given keywords. So again, these are all predictions. Like when clients ask us, and clients are going to ask you, can you predict how much this keyword is going to cost us? How much volume this keyword is going to have? It's impossible. Even if you're using SEMrush, even if you're looking at this data, I've seen many times I've seen a keyword with a SEMrush CPC estimate of $1.50, and that keyword ends up costing $7 a click, even with a high quality score. Because there's a lot of other variables. It's your competition, it's your website, it's your quality score, it's your bidding strategy. There's a lot of variables that go into it. These are just estimates. Google's not actually giving SEMrush access to their clients' AdWords accounts, to advertisers' accounts. So that's really cool. Now, in this left-hand column, you could actually look at themes. So ergonomic has 311 keywords. And if I click ergonomic, it's going to filter this report to only show me keywords that have the word ergonomic in it, and show me, again, volume estimates. And this is a really, really helpful tool in SEMrush, because themes is how we're going to structure our ad groups. Now, whether you're an e-commerce company selling products like Poppin is, or you're a service company, and in a couple lectures, I'm going to walk you through an Excel exercise with both an e-commerce and a service businesses company, you could use these themes that SEMrush sort of aggregates as ideas for ad groups. So if I see that ergonomic has a lot of volume and a lot of suggested keywords, I could use ergonomic office chairs, not only to get ideas for that ad group, but also to figure out how I want to structure my campaigns. Home, executive, cheap, leather, sale, back. So if I click on back, I want to get a sense of what are some of these ideas. Best office chairs for back support, office chairs for bad backs, relax the backs office chairs, right? So these are fantastic keyword ideas that we might not have thought of. Maybe we knew that we needed a lumbar support or back related ad group, but maybe we didn't realize that office chairs for bad backs is a good search. Relax the back office chairs is a good search. Best office chairs for your back. These are all really good ideas. Now say I wanted to build out this back related ad group, and I want to be able to analyze these keywords or move them around or copy and paste them in better areas. And by the way, if you twirl down back, you'll get an additional breakdown of keywords that are even more granular. But I don't think you need to do that. Typically, looking at the top level aggregations or the top level groups, or what I would call these are themes, is good enough. So now I could export these 4,130 search terms into Excel. But say I only want to export keywords that I know are going to be effective. So I could actually filter things out here. So I could click Advanced Filters. Say I want to exclude keywords that contain the word free. Okay? Or cheap, because these are going to be negatives. So I could do that. All right, so I've already knocked out 50 or so thousand keywords. I still have 200,000 keywords, and that's way too many. I could start knocking out keywords that have the competition. I could start knocking out keywords that have other modifiers that I know are not going to be good for me. I could also only look at keywords that have a certain amount of volume. So maybe I don't want to even look at keywords at this point in my account that have less than an average monthly search volume of 1,000 searches, right? So I'll do from 1,000 and click Enter. And I knocked out around 100,000 keywords right there. If I want to take a look at only keywords that have 5,000 or more monthly searches, I'm now down to 54,000 keywords. So before exporting to Excel, I could actually take a look at some advanced filters if I only want to export the keywords that are going to be relevant to me. And there's a few things we can do with these advanced filters. So I see over here that there's 9,065 keywords. That's the total number of keyword suggestions I have based on these filters, which basically just includes phrase match and my keyword. If I were to switch to, let's say, broad match, I would see that number go up. Once I switch to broad match, I have 37,000 keywords because I'm using office chairs, but I'm not limiting any of these keyword suggestions to requiring this phrase to be in that keyword. So let's go back to phrase match. And we're going to look at some filters before we export into Excel. So I'm going to go to Advanced Filters. And let's say I want to exclude keywords that have the word free in them, because I know that that's not something that I want to ever put into my account. So I'll type in free under Exclude, Broad Match, Free, and click Enter. Cheap, discount. Let's just say as an example, maybe we would have discount. Okay, so we've excluded around 1,000 or so keywords off the bat. But now let's say I only want to look at keywords that have a certain amount of monthly volume. So I have 8,728 keywords. I know that's going to be too many for me. And I want to say, okay, I'm not going to start analyzing keywords unless they have at least 1,000 monthly searches. So volume from, I'll type in 1,000, click Enter. And these are actual filters that I would use. I'm not just giving, random suggestions. And I see that there's now 29 keywords left, right? So I went from 8,000 plus to 29 keywords that SEMrush is suggesting that I have that has more than 1,000, at least 1,000 monthly searches. And maybe that's too much. Maybe we should do a 500 search term volume limit, which gives me 46. So that might be okay. Now we can start off with these 46, make sure that I'm really capitalizing on these main opportunities. If I think it's too low, I can go into broad match and see, okay, maybe broad match will give me some more ideas. Now I have 184. So that might be something really worthwhile. Okay, now that I have 184 of these keyword ideas for office chairs, let's go ahead and export this list. So we're going to click Export. All of these, I could also just select a group. So if I go back to, let's say we're going to look at back, and again, it's going to follow the same amount of filters. So I have 10 keywords that have at least 500 monthly searches. And usually, by the way, I would say that the average monthly searches could be 10 times more than SEMrush is expecting. And I think that would even be a fair prediction. So if SEMrush tells you that there's 100 monthly searches, there could be at least 1,000 monthly searches, if not more, if not 50 to 100 times more. And it all depends, right? SEMrush typically severely underestimates the volume, the monthly volume for any given keyword. So we're going to go back and we'll now click export, and I could just select this group, right? This group which is back, and I'll be only exporting the keywords that have that were suggested under the back category, the back theme. But if I want to export the entire list, I'll just click all, and I'll export it as a CSV. It'll download, and then I can open it up in Excel, and I have it right here. I could zoom in, and I get all this great stuff. I get the actual keyword, I get the volume, I get the keyword difficulty score, the predicted CPC, competitiveness, the amount of results, which I don't need. I don't really need these trends, so I would delete these columns before looking around, start. And I would, competitive density, I don't really look at either too much. But here we go. So I can see some CPC. And again, the CPC and volume could be looked at contextually, and that's when it could actually be useful. So for example, if I see that the search term office chair has 165,000 estimated monthly searches and leather office chair has 8,100, I don't know if these are the actual numbers. Maybe office chair has 1 million monthly searches or 2 million monthly searches, and it probably does. But what I could be confident is that the search term for office chair has significantly more search volume than leather office chair, right? So when you look at these things contextually, internally against each other, that's when the data from SEMrush could be really, really helpful. Same thing goes for CPC. Best office chair is assumed to be $1.11. Office chair by itself is assumed to be $3.85. So you could reasonably assume that office chair is going to be a more expensive click than best office chair. That's not as much of a rule than the volume, than the accuracy of comparing the volume with one keyword to another, but it's most of the time that's the case. Most of the time it'll be more expensive if it's telling you it's more expensive than another keyword according to SEMrush's data. But again, like office chair could be $7 a click, could be $1 a click, right? You just don't know. These really are just guesses. Now we're back in SEMrush, and in the next lecture I'm going to show you a couple more things with regards to getting keyword ideas through the SEMrush tools, but also how to look for keyword ideas, cost and volume estimates using your competitors. So I look forward to seeing you guys there soon in a couple seconds. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. We're going to continue on here with SEMrush, looking at some keyword research ideas, but now sort of go into how we can get some keyword research ideas from our competitors to get a sense of what their advertising footprint has been, what they've been advertising on, and see if we could, again, have that healthy respect for the competition and get some good ideas that we might have missed out on from the competition. And so some really cool tools here in SEMrush. And I'm going to try to go through them quickly because a lot of this is pretty self-explanatory, but still very, very helpful. So now we're back here in advertising research. I'm going to start that search again for office chairs real quick. This is what we were working on in the last lecture. We see the keyword overview for office chairs. If you remember, we're going to go back to phrase match, look at view full report. And we're going to go back to the report and the keyword magic tool. And there's a couple things going on here. Again, 9,065 keywords. I don't have any advanced filters on. It's showing sort of everything. Now, if I want to go to broad match, I can go to broad match, and it's going to jump up to 37,000 keywords. And there's a really cool tool here in SEMrush where you could toggle from all to questions. And if we remember a few lectures ago, we spoke about how people talk to search engines. A lot of people ask that question directly, and that represents a certain buyer psyche. It represents somebody who's looking for more, who's more likely to be looking for the answer to a certain question. And of course, the answer to a question doesn't necessarily mean a blog post. It could mean a product. It could mean a service, right? So if you click the word questions over here, you click this button, it'll show you a list of the keywords that are in question format. So if we see here, where to buy office chairs near me, how to clean office chair, how to fix a sinking office chair, how to fix office chair, and this is a place where you're actually going to get a lot of really good negative keyword ideas. So if we're running in our account a broad match version of office chair, we now know that how to fix or how to repair, those would be really good negative keywords that would probably go to the account irrelevant list. And this is actually one of the biggest mistakes, or the things that people really overlook when they're working on negative keyword lists, is they forget to add these types of informational queries that are specifically geared towards a person looking for an article or a do-it-yourself video or service or something like that. And most products and services have a lot of their counterpart query-based or question-based keywords and search terms that are not relevant to their business. So Poppin does not want to bid on how to fix a leather office chair, right? So how to disassemble an office chair over here, how to reupholster an office chair. So these are some really good, so reupholster would be a great negative keyword. And even how to as a broad match negative keyword would be fantastic. How to remove hair from an office chair wheels, right? You see like these random searches that could cost you money if you get these ad clicks for these search terms. So that's a really good tool to use in SEMrush as well. Now I want to go back to where I was before. So if I click back and go back again, and under this keyword overview tool, I'm going to type in a domain. So we can start off by typing in our own domain, but I'm going to type in one of our competitors in the auction, which is Staples. So I'm going to go to staples.com and click enter, and it's going to give me a domain overview for staples.com. Now sometimes you'll see that you're not getting a lot of data, and that could be because you've searched in the keyword overview tool as opposed to the domain overview tool. So up here we could toggle from keyword overview to domain overview. And now I'm going to start seeing a lot more data. So at the very top, we see 422,000 visits through paid traffic, 10.3 million visits through organic traffic, 18.5 million backlinks. So if you could do a lot of SEO research. And over here, you see some cool stuff. You see that Staples seems to have been growing in their organic volume, but sort of staying pretty static with their Google Ads volume. And again, these are real serious estimates. We have a lot of clients that we manage these campaigns for. We know exactly what their volume from Google Ads are, and we come in here and we see that either they're seriously undershooting it or seriously overshooting the traffic estimates in SEMrush. So I'm not bashing SEMrush, it's a great tool, but you have to understand that certain metrics are not reliable, and that's important to understand, and it's important to understand, speak to clients. So what are we looking for here? We want to figure out what search terms related to office chairs is Staples bidding on, and what percentage of their overall search marketing traffic is coming in through those search terms and through those keywords. And we could do that by going down and looking at the paid search section. So if we click this 422K, the number under paid search, it's going to bring us into a detailed paid search report, which we're in now. I could go to the new version, but let's just stay here because I just want to show you the concept. And SEMrush is always changing how things look, and you could always, you could always find what you're looking for even if the dashboard for SEMrush looks a little bit different. So I see 71,000 keywords. These are keywords that Staples is showing ads for, and we see some interesting information. This is the keyword, whether or not it was an ad, so it's sure it's an ad. If you hover over the little yellow line, you could actually see what the ad was, which is fantastic because while this is not what this lecture is about, this is a great way of getting ad copy ideas. If you want to find out what your competitors are doing with ads on certain keywords, you come to this tool in SEMrush and you could see exactly what their ads have been. So it's really, really neat. But over here you see the traffic percentage, the cost percentage, and that's really the two columns you want to focus on because you're able to get a sense of how aggressively are they targeting a specific keyword and how valuable is this keyword to them. If they're spending a good percentage of their costs on a keyword, then that's something which tells you that this is a keyword that they rely on and that they've probably been running ads on for quite some time. If it's a keyword that they're getting a large percentage of their traffic from, then again, it's a really good keyword to be bidding on. And it's probably a good keyword for you to have in your account as long as it's relevant. So obviously, Staples is not a keyword that Poppin cares about, which is why we have to go ahead and filter. So we click again by advanced filter, and we want to include keyword that contains, and again, if you toggle down, you could include or exclude keyword type. You could change the different dimensions that you're filtering. We're going to stick with keyword containing. Let's start off with office. You know what? Let's just start off with chair, right? Let's just start off with chair and see what happens. You could add more filters as we go, but we're going to apply this one for now. So now we're down to around 307 keywords as we see here, but I see a lot of these searches have the word Staples in them, right? Staples office chairs, Staples office chair, Staples chair, Staples chairs, Staples chairs, right? And great, if I'm running a competitor campaign, then these would be some good keywords that I might export and have in my competitor account that's targeting Staples, right? Absolutely. But let's say I'm not looking to set up a competitor campaign right now. That's not really what I'm here to do. I'm here to get some new keyword ideas for my general office chair campaigns and start thinking about themes. So I could add another filter in SEMrush. So I'm going to add one more over here under filter, and instead of including, I'm going to exclude keywords that contain Staples. and I'm going to go ahead and click apply. Now I'm down to about 183 keywords, and now I'm going to start doing some analysis. So I'm going to make sure I'm filtered by volume, and SEMrush usually does filter by volume. I probably just went from low to high. Okay, so now I'm going from high to low. Office chairs near me, office chair seat cushion, swivel office chair. Now swivel, that's actually something that I don't think we had in our list. So swivel office chairs is something that I'm going to select. I'm going to bookmark it. I'm going to write it down on my notepad. I'm going to put it down in my Excel spreadsheet, and we're going to jump into our Excel spreadsheet in the next lecture. And there's a few things I want to look at here. So I see the volume estimates. I see that it has more volume than a search for gray office chair, less volume than a search for office chairs near me. I see the relative CPC, $3.45 estimates. I could see the page that Staples is using for their destination URL for the ads, and I could see the traffic percentage, the results, and the trend. So if I hover over the ad, so say I'm writing ads and I say, hey, I want to get some ad copy idea. What Staple, when somebody searches for swivel office chairs and Staples shows an ad, right? And Staples is a company to respect. They're a big company. They've probably been optimizing their campaigns for a long time. We could assume that a good company is A/B testing their ads. Let's take a look at their ad copy. So we're going to hover over here. Office chair Staples, shop a selection of office chairs. Yeah, pretty bad ad. So, but again, this is an old ad. It's not showing the newer formats, etc. But we could still get some ideas. Most of the time, you're going to want to come up with your own creative ideas. But you're going to come across competitors, and as you hover over some of these ideas, you're going to see some really cool ideas. You're going to see how good competitors that have been doing this for a long time are using their ads, and go ahead and steal. Steal ideas. All artists steal. There's nothing wrong with it, okay? That's part of the nature of this game. If you're intelligent enough and you're sophisticated enough to have software where you're able to sort of spy on your competitors and get a sense of what ad copy has been working for them, by all means, go ahead and use it. If you find a good idea and you think it's going to work for you, go ahead and use it. So swivel office chair, best ergonomic chair, purple desk chair is another one we didn't think of. Tempur-Pedic office chair, that's interesting. That might be a negative keyword for Poppin. Workshop chair, we haven't thought of workshop. So you could see, so now all this Google research, the keyword research that we've been doing should be coming together. We looked at related searches. We looked at auto-suggest. We asked friends and family. We looked at our competitor websites. We're using the Google keyword tool. We're using Google's internal suggestions. We're using our own intuition. We're using SEMrush. We're using Ubersuggest. We're using Swivel, right? So we're using all these tools, and literally in every one that we've been to, we found ideas that were not overlaps between these other tools, that we found new ideas in every tool that we used. That's why it's so important to not just rely on one tool for your keyword research and your keyword organization, but to get a sense of your industry. If you're bringing on a new account for a client, and this happens to us every single day here at Adventure Media, we'll be working on an account that we've had for only a few weeks or a couple months, and it's a big business, we're learning the industry, and as we look at building out new campaigns, and as we jump into these tools, we inevitably see so many ideas that we didn't think of, or a different tool might not have uncovered. And the more you research, the more time you spend on dedicating time for this research, the greater ideas, the more ideas you're going to have. And again, that's ideas, three sort of categories. You have negative keywords, positive keywords, and themes, thematically related groups of keywords. Rocking bag chair, stationary office chair, and again, these are the keywords that Staples are literally bidding on. And let's say we wanted to take a look at Wayfair, right? Another company, Wayfair.com, another competitor, huge company, sells a ton of furniture, and I'm going to do Wayfair.com in domain overview. Again, 976, even more search terms than Staples, way more search terms than Staples, 42 million organic hits. So if I go ahead and click into the paid search section, I can go in there. I could see that there's around 150,000 keywords tracked. And again, I could start doing some advanced filtering. So I'm going to open up advanced filtering, and I'm going to include keyword that contains chair. And I'm going to exclude keywords that contain free. And I'm going to exclude keywords that contain Wayfair, right? So now we're starting off with what, 150,000 and change, and let's see what we come down to when I click apply. All right, listen, now we down to 6,000, right? So we just knocked out over 140,000 keywords to get to what's relevant to us. And I could go ahead and sort by volume. It's already sorted by volume. And here we see again gaming chair. And gaming chair is something that has come up over and over again as a really, really important negative for us to have in the account. And we already have it. Desk chair, recliner chairs. So some of these are already things that we've been seeing. Dining room chairs, interesting. Computer chair, zero gravity chair, kids chairs, armchair. Now, a lot of these are good negative keyword ideas as well. Again, you're getting a sense of what other competitors what your competitors are bidding on. And again, you could hover over and see, okay, zero gravity chair, Wayfair zero gravity chair, reclining chair, free and speedy delivery. What sort of calls to action are they including in their ads? What copy are they including in their ads? It's really, really important. I could also modify my filter at any time. So say I want to get even more specific. I could look at only search terms that they're bidding on that contain office chair. And maybe there will be, maybe there won't be, but let's see what happens. We had 6,000 keywords before, and now we have 346. Okay, now we're actually down to a manageable amount of keywords. So I see cheap office chair, white office chair, white office chair, and there we go. White is another important theme. We're seeing white is a popular search. Home office chair, pink office chair, tufted office chair, right? Tufted, that's something that we didn't think of. Does Poppin sell tufted office chairs? Well, if they don't sell tufted office chairs, then we just came up with another great idea for another negative keyword. We now have another idea for a great negative keyword that we didn't even get by originally using SEMrush using the keyword overview tool. We had to use the competitive analysis to find tufted as a negative keyword, and now our account's gonna be better for it. The campaigns will be spending less money on this click, and even if any one of these given negative keywords is not high volume and it's going to be $10, it would have been $10 or $15 or $20 a month in wasted spend. Still, when you multiply that by potentially hundreds of really good negative keywords that you discover using these tools, you're in a much, much better position. And that money really adds up and the savings really adds up. And two things happen sort of in conjunction with one another. One, the company or you as the advertiser spend less money on things that won't convert, on clicks that won't convert, and then that money could be allocated, the budget that you have left over could be actually allocated to the keywords and the search terms that are converting better. Again, this is why keyword research at this phase is so, so important. I want to show you another couple of really quick tools in SEMrush. If you click competitors under advertising research, it's going to continue on with Wayfair.com because that's the website we were looking at. But this chart over here in the upper right-hand corner is really, really neat because it shows you how you stack up, which is Wayfair.com over here, which has the number of paid keywords around 150K, with some of the other competitors and where they're holding in paid search traffic and number of keywords. So we see JCPenney up here has a lot more traffic than us and has a lot more paid search keywords, Google Ads keywords. And then you see a bunch of these other competitors here. So Hayneedle, Overstock, House.com, Joss and Main. So I would not necessarily have known. This is a great place to come and find who your competitors are. So say we were to come up here and look at Poppin.com, and because we want to know like who are our competitors, who are the people that we're sharing space in the auction with, who are the people that we're going up against. And if we come to this section over here, I see Poppin. It has around an estimated 3K keywords and around 15K or so, 17K in paid search traffic. And again, this is something to compare like intra SEMrush, only within SEMrush. So we could know with certainty that Court.com has fewer keywords. Not that this number of 1.5K is accurate, but we know that it's less than whatever Poppin is advertising. So here's some interesting competitors that I might not have known existed. Cymax.com. It looks like nationalbusinessfurniture.com up here has a lot more. Office Furniture to Go. So now these are some competitors that I could start researching. So if I scroll down and I say, okay, Office Furniture to Go has the highest competition level. They have 414 common keywords. I could see the specific keywords that Office Furniture to Go has in common with us. So I can go ahead and click this 414 number, and it's going to bring me to a keyword report with these pre-built filters. And it's going to show me which keywords both we and this competitor are advertising on. So office furniture stores, oval office desk, rolling file cabinet, etc. And we could see the result on the page for a given keyword for each of these companies. So for example, office furniture stores, Poppin is showing one result. That might either be an organic or a paid result or a Google Shopping ad, while Office Furniture to Go is showing 3 results. So you see a lot of this interesting data by first looking for a specific competitor and then going into the shared keywords. So just to wrap up, SEMrush is a really, really big tool. There's a lot of cool things that you could do with it. I highly recommend that you get yourself a subscription, at least sign up for the free plan, and you can start getting these ideas. But most importantly, you have keyword research, finding negative and keyword positive ideas by looking at keyword overview reports, getting a sense of competitiveness, getting a sense of estimated cost, comparing keyword to keyword, but then also going into the competitive analysis tool. Take a look at two things in the competitive analysis tool: what your competitors are actually doing, what your competitors are actually bidding on, which keywords in whatever campaign or ad group you're building, which keywords are bringing in the most or a high degree of their percentage of their overall search traffic to their site. What are they spending on? But then also using the competitive tools in SEMrush to get a sense of who your competitors actually are and what paid keywords you both share. And of course, that's only going to be data that you'll be able to get once your campaigns have been running for a while. But if a client comes on, this is such a valuable thing to do. If a client comes on, they've been running their AdWords account, their Google Ads account for a couple of years, and you can send them a report from SEMrush that shows them, hey, your number one competitor, these are the 200 keywords that we're both bidding on together, and we're gonna do as best as we can to get a higher place in the auction, to bid more efficiently, to create better landing pages for these keywords, whatever it may be. It's super, super powerful stuff. So that's SEMrush. That's how to do some keyword research, some keyword planning in SEMrush. And now we're going to start getting into keyword organization. We've gotten a lot of our keyword ideas. We have good ideas for themes, but now we're going to bring everything into Excel. And you can do these in other tools as well, but I'm going to show you how to do it in Excel because that's sort of my preferred method of when I'm building out a new campaign from scratch, how we could conceptualize themes, and then how we start working on match types, modifiers, things like that. So I hope that this has been interesting for you. I hope you now have a good understanding of the value a tool like SEMrush could provide. And I look forward to seeing you guys in a couple seconds in the very next lecture. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. Before we go into Excel and get too deep into keyword organization and things like that, I want to take a pause and go back into the Google Keyword Planner, because the first time we went there, we were talking about getting keyword ideas, but it's also a really useful tool for getting traffic and cost estimates, building out a plan, getting actually conversion estimates, which is a new thing, a new tool that Google recently released in the Google Keyword Planner. And it's really useful to know your way around the Google Keyword Planner, this part of the Keyword Planner. So let's go back into Google Ads. So here we are in our dashboard. We have our Office Chairs campaign, but pretend that we're continuing to build out the Office Chair campaign. And I'm doing this, you're following along with me step by step, building out a campaign for Poppin. It's not a real client, but this could be done for any single company. So the point of this course overall, just to take a step back, is to give you theory, is to give you concepts. It's for you to understand the proper process, the proper technique, the fundamental theories of managing and creating profitable Google Ads accounts. That's the whole purpose. So throughout the course, setting up the settings, you guys, we've all sort of followed along step by step. That's been great. Now we're getting into the part where I'm teaching you lots of different things that are available, and you're now supposed to apply that knowledge to your specific business. So it could be, researching SEMrush and getting some estimates, getting some ideas through Ubersuggest or some other tool is sufficient. It could be that doing it all in the Google Keyword Planner works. It could be doing this manually inside the live UI works for you. Depending on the size of your business, your budget, the amount of products, the amount of services, your conversion goals, what you're trying to get out of the campaigns, the value, it all is going to impact the proper procedure for you to follow. So I wanted to just point that out, because I'm not going to go through the Google Keyword Planner for every single type of business. That would take an enormous amount of time, and it would be a waste of your time, because if I'm doing a good job as an instructor, then you're coming away with the proper concepts that you could then apply in your right context or situation. So here we are back in the campaign, and say we're continuing to build out this Office Chairs campaign. So Office Chairs, desk chairs, computer chairs, ergonomic chairs, etc. We're trying to get we're trying to figure out the proper structure, the proper bidding strategies that we want to start off with. So I'm going to click again GT for Go To. If you don't do that, you can click Escape and you can go to Tools and again the Keyword Planner, and presented with two options. So the first one we did was find new keywords in a few lectures back, but now we're going to get search volumes and forecasts. Okay, so we'll click this, and we can do a couple different things. We could either upload a file of keywords, or we could paste in keywords or type in keywords separated by commas. So we're going to type in some keywords: office chairs, desk chairs, white office chairs, ergonomic office chairs, swivel chairs. That was a new one we found. And that's enough, and I'll go ahead and click Get Started. And you can always come back and edit this later on. So as you remember from the first time we looked at this screen, we could change the location settings. So let's say I want to switch back from New York to the entire United States. I'm going to remove New York, and I'm going to type in United States and choose the country so I get a most accurate assessment of my keyword volume. And we could also change language and the search network, Google and Google Search Partners, but and keep those as is. So here we have an overview. Google is telling me that I can get 49,000 clicks for these keywords that are right down below here for $76,000 and a $2 max CPC. And we could change these things around. Right over here, you're looking at an output of the keywords that we typed in. And one of the distinctive differences between what we're doing here and what we did in SEMrush is SEMrush was spitting out a list of ideas based on the original keywords we gave Google. Even the Google Keyword Planner, when we got keyword ideas, was spitting out a whole list of potential ideas. This is like, okay, these are the specific keywords we want to have in our ad groups. Let's get some estimates. Let's see what we're doing here. So right away, I could sort by clicks. I could see, okay, what is the keyword that I'm likely to get the most clicks for? Well, office chairs. Office chairs seems to be the most broad. Google's suggesting that I can get 27,000 clicks a month, 552,000 impressions for a click-through rate of 4.9%, and an average CPC of $1.55. Now this is all based on a max CPC bid of $2 for that keyword, but I can edit that. I can go in and say, hey, maybe what would happen if I made my max CPC bid $4? And I click save. Well, Google then tells me I'm going to get more clicks, a lot more impressions, not much higher of a CTR, more spend on that keyword, and a higher CPC. Let's say I put that to 30 cents, and I click save. So Google actually reset that 30-cent bid to $2 because it was too little. They're not going to give me estimates based on that. Maybe if I try $1 and I click save, and I have fewer clicks, actually a higher CTR in Google's estimates, although that's likely to not happen in the real world, an 85-cent CPC, and much, much lower cost. So you could play around with these things. Again, don't assume that this is exactly what's going to happen once the keywords are live in your account. It's unlikely that things will line up exactly this way. So I usually don't mess around with changing the bids too much here. I don't think it makes that much of a difference. And I just realized I made a little bit of a mistake. You guys probably caught the mistake a couple seconds ago. When I changed those bids to 30 cents, they actually just got brought down to the bottom of the list. I thought that Google just wasn't going to give us estimates, but it looks like they do. So if I have an office chair bid at 30 cents, Google's predicting, here you go, much fewer clicks, swivel chairs at 30 cents. The impressions, obviously minuscule cost over the course of a month. Don't worry about CTR, it's inaccurate, and 25-cent clicks. Now this doesn't even mean that you could get 30-cent clicks. It's very possible that if I put a bid at 30 cents for office chairs, I would get no clicks and no impressions. And I might get a warning sign inside Google Ads that says your bid is too low to be on the first page or something like that. It might happen, it might not, but again, it's fun to play around and get an idea. And if your client is asking you for these different estimates, you could certainly tell him or her in the beginning and saying, or the team you're working with saying, hey, like, Google's predicting that if our bid was 30 cents, these would be the results. Google's predicting that if our bid was $1.50, these would be the results for this keyword over the course of a month with these location and these different settings and things like that. So that's definitely something worth looking into and worth thinking about. There's a really cool thing here with conversion metrics, which is a new feature. So if I click on Add Conversion Metrics, I could actually predict what my conversion rate and return on ad spend will be based on some predefined values. So conversion rate, Google doesn't know your conversion rate for these keywords, obviously, because they're not keywords that are active, it's not a live account. But say you know your conversion rate. If you know your previous conversion rate, then go ahead and enter that in, take an average. Again, these are just ballpark estimates. If you've never run a campaign before, if you're e-commerce, do something like 1 to 1.5%. If you're lead gen and you're trying to get form submits, do something like 4.5 to 6.5%. To be conservative, we have lead gen campaigns running at a 25% conversion rate. We have e-commerce campaigns running at a 5% conversion rate. But again, go ahead with the estimate. So say we'll do 2% and our value per conversion. Value per conversion could be whatever you want it to be. It could include all your costs. So it could be like a total profit. It could be a gross revenue, or it could be like your average checkout value, your average order value. So say Poppin's average order value is probably something around $350. So we'll go ahead and click save. And now Google could actually tell you the total conversions you're going to have for your budget. So Google's estimating that I'll get 80 conversions at an average CPA of $46, $28,000 worth of revenue, because you take that $350 multiplied by 80, you get 28K, for a ROAS of 7.6, which is a return on ad spend. So for every dollar spent on advertising, I'm going to earn back $7.60 in advertising cost. So if my cost is over the course of the month is $3.7 thousand and I earn $28,000 in revenue, that's $7.60 for every dollar spent on advertising brought back in. Now does that mean you're profitable? Well, I don't know. So if you were just giving a total revenue when you entered in those conversion values, then I have no idea if you're profitable, because you need to know your actual margins. Are you earning $35 in profit on a $350 order? Are you earning $200 in profit on a $350 order? That goes into talking about ROI, and we'll talk about calculating ROI and calculating ROAS in a section where we talk about formulas. But say you wanted to get a sense of your profitability, so you could simply go ahead and edit this 350 to not reflect your total checkout value, but instead to reflect what your profit is. So say I know that my profit margins are 40%. So I could take which basically in English is saying for every $350 in advertising, or for every dollar, I make 40 cents. 40 cents of that is profit. So I would say, so you do $350 multiplied by 40%, that's $140, right? So say $140 is my value per conversion. And you can put that in, and I click save. Right, so now my ROAS is 3 times. So for every dollar I'm going to earn, every dollar spent on advertising, I'm going to earn $2 back in profit. And you can make these estimates, and again, you could send these estimates to clients. You could look at them for yourself. It's very, very, very helpful. If you expand this, you could take a look at different metrics on how your max CPC would affect overall conversions. So that's the default. So if I say, oh, okay, at a $5 max CPC, I'm going to get more conversions. I'm going to get, an average 110 conversions a month instead of 80 conversions a month. If I want to take a look at average CPA, I could say, okay, my max CPC, how will my max CPC affect average CPA? My cost per acquisition, my cost per conversion. If I look at cost, the overall cost of the campaigns, I could say, all right, how will my max CPC, will bidding more or less affect how much I ultimately spend? And again, to go back to what I always talk about of profitability, the most important thing to predict and try to predict is profitability. So take a look at conversions and conversion value, but most importantly, return on ad spend. That's where you want to be. You want to be maximizing your return on ad spend 9 times out of 10. So in this graph, we actually see as our cost per click increases, our return on ad spend goes down. So there's a sweet spot between the right amount of profit and also the right amount of value. So you could lower your bid, right? You could have a bid of $1 or 50 cents or 30 cents and have a higher return on ad spend, but you're going to have much fewer conversions. You're going to ultimately generate less dollars in profit. So there's going to be a sweet spot of you're willing to cut into your return on ad spend, you're willing to take a little bit less of a profit margin if you could get more profit, if you could ultimately walk away with more money in the bank account. That's the most important metric. How much money am I actually generating? Now in this case, we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 individual keywords. We could upload a whole list of keywords and we can get much more sophisticated estimates, but this is a really good place to get these traffic and cost estimates. And I would say that these are more accurate predictions than you're going to get in SEMrush. I could head over to the negative keywords section and I could add negative keywords to my campaign. So let's say I wanted to add negative keywords like free, Amazon, Walmart, let's say, and click save. Now these negative keywords have been added to my plan, and I could also click on historical metrics to take a look at over time the search trends broken down by mobile and desktop for the keywords that I've uploaded into this list. So I could take a look at locations and get a locations report. If I break it down, we sort of went through this briefly in a previous lecture. I could look at my ad groups. Back in my ad groups is this one ad group. I could edit the name of the ad group. Say I want to call this office chairs. I'm going to call this test because we already have one in the campaign. I can go up into my plan overview and say, okay, here's my plan overview. These are the predictions for the keywords that I have. These are the locations that I'm targeting, where we expect to see $2,000 on mobile phones of cost, 3,000 clicks, 49,000 impressions, fewer on tablets, a little bit, still less on mobile phones in the yellow, but less. But on desktop rather, but less than mobile phones, more than tablets. Tablets, the red, the smallest amount of impressions, cost, and clicks. really, really awesome. I could download this report into Excel, but what's really neat is I could actually go ahead and create this campaign. So if I went ahead and clicked Create Campaign, I can make a new campaign. Let's call this Planner Campaign. I could either set my own budget or give it the recommended budget. I usually like to set my own budget, so that's why I want to do $50 a day, and click Save. Really simple, really easy. So like we could really build the whole thing. Congratulations, your new campaign is almost ready. And I can go ahead and create ads for that campaign or start a new plan in Google Keyword Planner. So if I click Start a New Plan, it brings me back to where I can either be finding new keyword ideas or get search volume and forecasts and go out and build a campaign. If I want to go into my account to make sure that campaign imported properly, I click the back arrow. And here we see now in the left-hand side, Planner Campaign with this ad group that I just named, with the keywords that I have in it, with the bids, and that's something which is really cool. So the bids that I was working on inside Google Keyword Planner were inherited by this new campaign. They imported properly, so I have $1 here, 30 cents, and then $2 were the default, the ones I haven't changed at all. So it's really, really neat. I can go into my Planner Campaign settings, and now I can go ahead and manage this campaign from scratch. So you could use the Planner Campaign to build out full campaigns with ad groups, but the one thing that we don't have is ad copy. So if we look at ads, there's no ads. We'd have to go and create our ads manually, and we're gonna work on building out this account manually as we go along. Last thing about the Google Keyword Planner, I typically don't use it to build campaigns. I typically don't use it, and I don't recommend you guys using the Google Keyword Planner to really build out a complete campaign in ad groups structure and then import it back into AdWords. I like to go through things methodically. I like to make sure I'm setting up all my campaign settings properly so I don't miss anything. I like to write ad copies as I'm going along. I like to manage my keywords really outside of AdWords in most cases. To get my keyword lists and keyword ideas. But what I do use Google Keyword Planner for, and what I recommend you using the Google Keyword Planner for, is getting those forecasts, getting those trends, looking at the competition, getting new keyword ideas, seeing, but what I think is one of the most valuable things is putting in that conversion rate and your value per conversion, a daily budget, a max CPC, and getting these estimates, getting a sense of, oh, if I spend this amount and this is my profit per conversion, this is how many conversions I'm likely to get, and this is the profit I'm likely to earn and the revenue I'm likely to earn, the value I'm likely to generate from those campaigns at this level of spend at these bids. And I think it's a really, really neat predictive tool, and it's really fun to work with, and clients tend to see a ton of value in it. So that's awesome. I'm gonna go ahead actually and pause this campaign. So I'm gonna go into all campaigns up here. I'm just going to pause this Planner campaign, and I'm going to just look at my enabled campaigns because I don't want to run that Planner campaign. There's nothing going on for us there, and we'll take it from there. So that's a good overview of how to use the Google Keyword Planner, both for forecasting and for getting keyword research ideas. And I think now at this point, you understand keywords, you understand match types, you understand the dynamics of keywords, you understand negative keywords, and you also understand really how to research keywords in a really, really sophisticated way. You have a lot of tools at your disposal. Any company that brings you an account, I think you're really well suited to very, very professionally research keywords, and part of that research is learning about the lingo of the business. There's going to be so many long tail keywords and just vocabulary that you might not be familiar with, that these tools like Asking Friends, the Google Auto Suggest, SEMrush, the Google Keyword Planner, Ubersuggest, Suvel, asking people on the street, your own intuition, writing down ideas, that these tools will uncover, and you'll be so surprised and it'll be so impressive the types of negative keyword lists and positive keyword lists that you'll be able to put together. In the next couple lectures, we're going to talk about keyword organization, how to use Excel to start conceptualizing our themes, and really structuring out the full scope and size of what a good campaign should look like. And again, this could be for e-commerce or for service businesses. So with that, I look forward to seeing you guys very, very soon in the very next lecture. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. In this exciting part of our journey to understanding keywords, we're going to talk about keyword organization, the final stages of our keyword training, let's say. There are a whole lot of ways to get keyword information into Excel, and not every time it's going to be necessary to get your keywords into Excel. If you're building out a smaller account and you're, have 5 or 10 keywords in a few different ad groups, you may not necessarily need to do this, but I still think it's good to learn how to do this, how I do this. So you could at least see an approach that will help you build bigger accounts. Now, the first step is getting our keywords that we've researched into a spreadsheet. So this could be Google Sheets, it could be Excel. They both work the same way. I'm going to do it in Excel since most of you probably have Excel, but it works just as well, just as easily in Google Sheets. Now, where are these keywords coming from? Okay, so well, we've been doing exports from SEMrush. We could download into a CSV from Google Keyword Planner. We were able to export from Ubersuggest, Neil Patel's tool. We are able to keep track of keywords on a notepad as we go through some of these other suggestions like Google Auto Suggest and Google related searches and just ideas we have in our notepad. Even ideas we have in our current account. So if you're managing a campaign or if you've inherited a campaign that has a lot of keywords in it, what we're doing here is good for structuring keywords, but also restructuring. So don't make the mistake and think this is only a good idea and a good approach and a good organization exercise for brand new accounts. We do this routinely for accounts that have thousands and tens of thousands of keywords. We'll export all the keywords into Excel and we'll sort of look at how we would ideally want to structure an account if we were building this from scratch, and then saying, okay, what's actually feasible for us to do? What are the things that we should work on first here? So first, let me show you one more time how to export and download a list of keywords in your account. So we're going to jump back into Google Ads, and here's our office chairs. I could go into the campaign, but even from all campaigns, if I want to download all my keywords, I could just go over to the keywords and simply click the download button right over here, and excel.csv would be the file that I'd want to download it in, and it's going to download really quickly, and I can open it up. But I sort of jumped the gun a little bit for the sake of time, and I've created a separate spreadsheet in Excel, and let's pull that up over here. So I have a few different workbooks or a few different sheets down here, and we're going to go through each of them, and they all sort of serve a different purpose. The first step is getting a list of all the different keyword ideas you have. So here you have a list of around 70 keywords. This is related to our chair campaign that we're building out in Poppin. And this is by no means a totally comprehensive list of all the different ideas that we've had, but it's getting there in terms of bringing together a number of these different ideas we've had and now talking about these thematically related groups of keywords. So before we go further, let's take another moment to review this idea of thematically related groups of keywords. And on the topic of themes, we sort of have three things that we want to talk about here. So one is themes, and themes are going to really make your ad group structure. Themes really has to do with relevancy in its most direct, at its most direct level. The reason why we're looking to group our keywords by themes, the whole purpose of that is for relevancy. And we've spoken about this before, but the relevancy of your ads to what the person's searching for, the information in the ads, the promotions, the sales, whatever content, the calls to action, and then where you're sending that person. So thematically related groups of keywords all focuses on relevancy, and you have to understand your website structure, take that into account. But you're also optimizing for two factors. You're optimizing for human relevancy, but you're also trying to make Google happy, okay? There's two different factors when it comes to thinking about relevancy. And usually there's an overlap. There's supposed to be an overlap. So when you're optimizing well for humans, when you're writing the proper ad copy and you're getting a high click-through rate and you're sending them to the right content that has the right information, you're accomplishing both things at once. The second important component of what we're doing here with keyword organization is the buyer funnel. And the buyer funnel really has to do with your bid, which is at the keyword level, ad group level default bids, campaign level default bids, and your overall budget for the campaigns. And you're gonna start thinking about, does a keyword or a specific theme relate to a certain level, certain place in the buyer funnel? And we've spoken about the buyer funnel, and you understand how to identify keywords and themes that relate to the buyer funnel. And then lastly is match types. And match types within a group, within a theme, are going to help us control what we spend, how much we spend. Match types gives us that control, saying, okay, with this keyword, you have this much freedom, Google. With this keyword, you have this much freedom, which is why I'm going to be bidding X for this and Y for that. And we're going to start putting some of these ideas together in this section as we go through our keyword list. So let's jump back into Excel. So here I am back in Excel, and this in your case, should be an overall messy, this is a little bit neater than yours will probably be, but it should be a messy list of all your keyword research ideas, right? You haven't necessarily solidified your themes. By now you probably have a good understanding of how you want to break down your themes. And remember, we spoke about all these different ways you could break out themes. So themes could be, they could be product-based, service-based, funnel-based. They could be even within product category. It could be product category, type. It could be model numbers. You could have themes could be locations. And again, themes are going to be based on, do you want to send this traffic to a specific place on your website or a specific landing page? Will the value of these keywords be different than the value of other keywords? And will your ad copy need to be specific so you're very, very relevant? So if a person searches for a specific thing, a specific search term that includes one of these themes that are a unique identifier, that are some sort of distinctive property, then you'd want to be able to write tailored you'd want to be able to write tailored ad copy. And I think that that's a good way to think about it. Themes should be distinctive properties. Okay, so let's go back into Excel and take a look and, yes. Let's take a look if we could see and start thinking about some of our distinctive properties here. So I take a look at a keyword here, ergonomic office chair. All right, so what would be a theme here? We know that my overall campaign is targeting office chairs, but what would we say is a theme? So I think a theme would be ergonomic. Okay, that's a theme. Now I can continue to scroll down and take a look at what else is going on here, trying to pick up on some other potential themes. So here's a couple keywords, and we see rolling office chair, rolling desk chair. These are some ideas that I've gotten from my tools: rolling desk seating, luxury office chair, leather office seating. So what are some themes? So here we have a bunch of different potential differentiating factors within these search terms, like we see desk, right? And there's office, there's seating versus chair. But these wouldn't be themes. These are not distinctive characteristics. Desk chair, office chair, that doesn't represent a different buyer. Office chair, office seating doesn't represent a different buyer. What you want to look for is somebody looking for something unique that's different than the other term. So when before we had ergonomic, that tells me something about what the person is looking for and where I could send them and how my ad copy could be. Again, if somebody's looking for office seating or office chairs, you might argue, well, isn't it better to have an ad group that talks about it with those words? In an ideal world, yes, but in practicality, it doesn't make that much of a difference, if any at all. Especially not because you're not going to be sending people to different pages. If somebody searches for purple office desk chair or purple office chair, you're going to send them onto a site that you're going to send them to a page of your site that caters to that defining distinctive characteristic, which in that case was the word purple. So those are the themes you want to be thinking about. So if we take a look at a bunch of these search terms over here, what are the themes? What are distinctive characteristics? All right, so I think we had ergonomic, luxury. Maybe we're going to send them to a filtered view of higher priced items. Leather is another theme. That's a distinctive characteristic. If somebody searches for leather in their search term, I want to be able to write in my ad that we have leather seats, and I want to send them to a section of the site that sells and lists all our leather office chairs. Conference room is another theme. That's a distinctive characteristic of a type of chair. Executive is another distinctive theme. Rolling, and maybe we'll do rolling and wheels. And maybe we'll do rolling, wheels, and swivel, all part of the same ad group. That's all sort of the same theme. These are all thematically related, 1, 2, 3. If we continue to scroll down, we see colorful, discount, home, kneeling, computer, white, modern, standing, right? So I'm getting a bunch of these ideas. And again, this would be not necessarily an organized list, but just an overall list of all the research, sort of a long, all my ideas, right? I haven't decided if I'm going to bid on all these yet. I haven't decided if these are all going to be my ad groups. I'm going to use the volume estimates that I worked on in the previous tools like SEMrush and Google Keyword Planner to sort of whittle out or remove some of these keyword ideas if it's going to be too low volume, things like that. So I want to start putting together themes in these keywords. So I'm going to say, okay, we have ergonomic, we have rolling, we have luxury, leather, executive, colorful, white, computer, modern, and let's do standing, right? So let's say modern and standing. So let's say these are all the themes that I decide are the ones that I want to start off with. Now these are going to be my ad groups. Your thematically related organization, this is what's going to turn into what your ad groups are eventually going to be. Now there is one other important component to think of as you're going through your thematically related groups of keywords are funnel modifiers. Are there certain search terms, are there certain themes that don't necessarily represent a type of product, but they represent a level in the funnel or a likelihood to buy? So in our example, I came up with two examples. Cheap and discounted may not be distinctive characteristics of the types of products I sell, but they could be included with the search terms in any of these themes. So for example, if somebody's searching for ergonomic office chair, somebody might search for cheap ergonomic office chair or discounted rolling desk chair. And how am I going to deal with those? Do I want to cut those out completely? Or perhaps I just want to bid a little bit less. I'd rather pay a little bit less for the click because I don't really know how much money a person's willing to spend if they use the word cheap or they use the word discounted or they use the word sale, right? So why take a guess? Maybe I could include these keywords as modifiers, put them into my campaigns, put them into my ad groups in two potentially different ways. One is I could have my own ad groups for any of these funnel modifiers. So I could have an ad group that includes cheap. So for any of these ad groups, ergonomic, rolling, luxury, leather, executive, colorful, white, computer, and modern, let's say I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, then I would have 18 ad groups. A duplicate of each of these ad groups that includes the word cheap. And if I could do it again with sale and discounted, I could add all those three into one ad group and still stay with 18 ad groups if I'm going to start with these 9 main themes. But another way to do it is to add these funnel modifier as keywords into the original campaigns. So ergonomic office chair would be a keyword in my ergonomic themed ad group, but I would also have cheap ergonomic office chair with a lower manual max CPC bid. Okay, that's important. Because if I'm bidding manually, I'll have the ability to individually lower the cost per click of that keyword. And same thing with discounted, same thing with potentially for sale, etc. I don't have to create separate ad groups. Although, if it's going to be a very, very high volume campaign, it might be worthwhile to create separate ad groups for that. So this is the first step in working and massaging your all the keywords that you've done in your research stage. So now I could have 70 keywords, I could have thousands of keywords. I want to show you quickly what this would look like for a service business. So on this keyword tab, I have a fictitious company that does carpet cleaning and all sorts of things like drapery cleaning, upholstery cleaning, window cleaning, power washing, pressure washing, and they service a bunch of different areas. So I created a list of keywords that has, I think there's around 3,000 keywords here. Floor cleaning, carpet cleaning, steam cleaning, Astoria, companies, quotes, right? There's literally 3,000 keywords here or so. Okay, 2,500 keywords and all different locations. And this is a typical build out of what a keyword structure could look like after doing a lot of research. So again, if you're a service business, you would want to start identifying those themes. And what exactly are those themes? I think there are two primary sections to those themes. I think you have location, so you have New York, Hempstead, Brookhaven, Islip, right? These would all be themes. But I also think you have the service, so carpet cleaning could be a theme. And if we scroll down, you'll see that power washing could be a theme. House cleaning could be a theme. These are people that are looking for specific things, and these are people that would be sent to a specific page in your site that talks about that specific service. So the top level theme and the most important thematically related distinction would be the actual service a person is looking for. But then you have location. If people are searching for specific locations, maybe you have separate pages on your site that cater to each town or each state or whatever that may be. If you don't, if all the content is the same, then you might not have to segment out your ad groups by location. You might want to segment out your ad groups by location. It all depends on the volume, it all depends on the content on your website. But the main thing to think about is if you were somebody searching for this product, would you want to see an ad that talks about that specific dimension? So again, seating versus the word chairs is not a dimension you care to distinguish. But if a location is something that you care to see, that they service this specific location or this specific zip code, then you might want to break those out into different ad groups. And if you have separate content on your site, it's another reason to break those out into different ad groups. So the same way we're doing this for e-commerce based on product or product identifier, you could do this for service businesses, for lead gen businesses, for any conversion action. You must be able to identify thematically related groups of keywords. Now, once I have my thematically related groups of keyword, going back to Poppin, I now have my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 ad groups that I want to start with. In the next lecture, we're going to copy these and go into our All Keywords tab and begin formatting our keywords properly into the actual themes that we're creating. And then we're going to start building out what our ad group structure would look like and then show you how to visualize that as well. So we're going to continue right from where we left off in the very next lecture. And I look forward to seeing you guys there in a couple seconds on the other side. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. Now that we have the themes, which is really synonymous with the ad groups that we want to run for this campaign, figured out based on pulling the essential components and organizing our keyword research, I can now do a couple easy things. I'm going to copy all my themes over here. I'm just going to select them in Command Copy, and I have a new Themes tab. And I'm going to paste them in here to make them, to sort of start cleaning things up a little bit. And type, I like to just talk about what type of breakdown is this. Is this a service breakdown? Is it a product type breakdown? So I'm going to call this product type. Maybe it's a location breakdown. Modifier attribute is like that cheap discounted. Are there these additional terms that a person could use in conjunction? That's not a theme itself. It's not unimportant, but it could be used in conjunction with one of your keywords in one of these ad groups to really drastically change the dynamics of the auction, what you would want to pay for a bid. So over here we have something like cheap, discounted, sale, coupon, things like that. Okay, so these would be all be attributes. So now I understand my themes, I understand my ad groups. I understand the breakdown of the type of structure we're going to be using. And now I want to start going out and actually building out this ad group structure. So I can do this one by one by starting off with one ad group and then building them out easily by doing a bunch of copy paste and find different places and things like that. I'm going to show you how this is all done. So let's start off with the first one, ergonomic. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to go into my ad group structure tab, and I have a few different columns. So I have campaign, office chairs, all my different ad groups, the keyword, formatted keyword, and the match type. All right, so first I'm going to go into ad group and click paste. So now I have ergonomic. And then we're going to have a bunch of different keywords inside this ad group. So like ergonomic, office chair, ergonomic, desk chair, ergonomic, office, seating, ergonomic, ergonomic chair, let's say. We can go back into my keyword research to see if I'm missing anything. Looks like I'm basically covering my ground. Now again, in your case, while you're doing this, you might have a much bigger list for each individual ad group. There might be a lot more going on. But remember, I want to bid on these with all different match types, right? So I want to have broad match modified, broad, exact, and phrase. So I want to copy this over 4 times. So I'm going to do copy and then paste, paste again, paste again, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I have 4, broad match modified, broad, exact phrase, and that should basically cover me. So I'm going to do the first 4 phrase, match. Well, rather it's going to be, these are all 4 different keywords. So phrase, exact, broad, and BMM. And I'm going to select all 4 of these and then just continue to drag down and it'll duplicate it 4 times. Same pattern. Right? Phrase, exact, broad, phrase, exact. So we don't need phrase match in there. Delete these real quick. Great. The reason we're going to have this is it's going to allow us to format the keywords. We're going to want to eventually be able to copy and paste back into Google Ads. And let me just give you just a caveat. There are easier ways to do this. There are simpler ways to do this. There are softwares out there that let you use this. I'm going to show you a couple quick tools that are even free. But I think it's very good to be able to do this in Excel, because once you have all this data formatted properly, you could stay in Excel and do really cool things. You could create pivot tables to visualize your campaign structure. And I'm going to show you how to do that. And just getting a familiarity with all this and how this works, it's really, really useful. So that's our ergonomic ad group. And I'm going to pull down ergonomic by dragging the lower right-hand corner, and now we have our ergonomic ad group. Now let's just do one more together, and then the rest will speed up the video so you don't have to watch. So I'm going to go back into my themes. I'm going to take rolling, all right? So now I'm going to copy and paste everything here. Just copy, select it, paste, and now I'm going to select everything that I just copied and do a find and replace. So everything that was ergonomic, I now want to be rolling. So I'm going to do edit, find, replace, and I'm going to find ergonomic and replace it with rolling and replace all. All right, it made 32 replacements, fantastic. And now I have rolling ad group. Rolling is the name of the ad group, and rolling office chair, and I replaced all those. So now I'm getting a really big keyword list. And I'm going to go and continue to do this, and there's no point in watching me step by step. It's just going to waste time, but we'll pick up with the magic of video editing in just a second. Okay, welcome back. So I built out the entire campaign structure based on how we did our research, and we wanted to separate our keywords by theme. So we have rolling, ergonomic, luxury, executive, colorful, white, computer, a few different variations in each different match type. The first thing I'm going to do is go to campaign name and just double click on the bottom right hand corner to fill it in to the very bottom. So now I know that this is all going in my office chairs campaign, and this column is going to be useful once we look at pivot tables to sort of get a visualization. Now the problem we're left with here is that they're not formatted properly. Phrase match we know has quotations, exact match has brackets, broad match modified has plus signs. So I have a few handy formulas over here which you guys could copy and paste and use for your own formatting if you can do this in Excel. But let's go and do this together real quick. So let's say we want to format, because when we copy and paste and go back up into Google Ads, we want to make sure that our keywords are formatted properly. So we're going to go and first filter by, let's say phrase match first. If you don't know how to do a filter, you highlight your top row, and you could toggle your filters on and off. So we can take off the filter, and now if I hit the filter again and turn on the filter, now we have the filter. So I'm first going to toggle by phrase match. So I'm going to deselect everything in that filter by clicking that little arrow icon and selecting phrase. And now I have all my keywords throughout all my different throughout all my different ad groups that are phrase match keywords. So simple enough, we're going to click equals, and then we're going to click the quotations, and then two individual parentheses, quotations again. Then we're going to do the ampersand, the cell that we want to, that's right directly to the left of our formatted keyword cell, which is the keyword. The ampersand again, quotations again, two single apostrophes again, quotations again, and hit enter. And now I have ergonomic office chair in quotations. It took the keyword from C2 and it turned it into the same keyword in the proper formatting for phrase match. And now all I need to do is simply drag down to the very bottom here. And now everything is filled out properly. Really, it's magic. Now let's take a look. If we take out our phrase match filter and we select all again, we'll see that only our phrase match keywords have been filled in. Now let's do this for exact match. Simple enough. We're going to deselect everything and just select exact match. And we're going to do the formula as follows. Equals, quotations, bracket, left bracket, quotations, ampersand, the cell that our keyword is in the same row, ampersand, quotations, right bracket, quotations, enter. And now we have ergonomic desk chair formatted properly in brackets. And again, double click on the black. And again, we're just going to hold and drag down to the bottom here. And everything is filled in with brackets, all our exact match keywords. And now let's take a look at how that looks. We could select all again. That works out well. And now let's take a look at broad match modified. So again, we're going to filter out everything but broad match modified. So we're just going to paste in the formula for changing everything to broad match modified. And we're going to switch this A1 to C5 because that's the cell that this correlates with, and click enter. And now there's a plus sign magically inserted in front of every single word. And I'm going to again drag that down to the bottom. Now all our keywords are properly formatted except for broad match. When broad match is properly formatted, but we want to pull it into this column. Easy enough. Let's just do another filter. Let's get broad match. And we're just going to simply do really simple formula equals this cell. Click enter. And just drag it down again to the very bottom. And we should be good to go. One last step, let's select everything again. Now column D, the formatted keyword, are all still formulas. So when we want to copy and paste back into Google Ads, we need to make sure that we're copying values. I highlight column D, hit Command or Control C for copy, Command or Control V for paste, and this little icon I want to click and say values only. Select values only, and now there's no more formulas, right? It's all the actual values. So I could deselect, and now I can really just get rid of this column here, the keyword column. I can get rid of my filters. I don't need those anymore. But you could also leave the filtering ability on. So now I have a list of organized keywords based on thematically related groups of keyword. I know that they're going to be going to the right place because they're in the separate ad groups. They're all part of a specific campaign. If I highlight column C, I'll see I have 145 keywords, and this is based out of research. It's based out of different variations, but we haven't dealt with cheap, discounted, or sale yet. And we're not going to deal with that in Excel. There's different ways you could deal with that. You could either add them as keywords and do the same thing with phrase match and different match types. You might want to add those as negative keywords. You might want to have separate ad groups that contain those keywords and maybe do some traffic sculpting and add sale or negative at the ad group level as negative. You guys know all about traffic sculpting. Let me get rid of these formulas here to just clean up the sheet and clear my formatting. And now we have an actual list of what I think will be a very, very good way to start off this campaign with structured ad groups. We still haven't figured out what we're going to be bidding, either as default ad group bids or at keyword level bids, because again, that's another way you could treat these modifier terms, let's say like sale, discounted, cheap. If you don't want them to be negative keywords, you could add them into these existing ad groups and have a lower manual starting bid, cost per click bid. That would be probably the approach that I would take. In the next lecture, we're going to talk about visualizing a campaign build using a pivot table and then getting these keywords back into Google Ads. So I hope this has been helpful, and I look forward to seeing you guys very soon in the very next lecture. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. In this lecture, let's talk about some simple but effective campaign visualization tools inside Excel, and that really comes down to using pivot tables, and using pivot tables in a very elementary, basic way. So first of all, I have to obviously change the spelling here. I misspelled the word chairs. You probably have caught that in the last lecture, so I'm just going to change it up here, and again, double click, and it changes it everywhere. Really, really simple. Now we have one campaign here. I'm going to reset the view. It's not important to see everything, but if you see we have one campaign, it's all office chairs. But say we had a bunch of different campaigns we're building out in Excel, which is very possible and very doable, not a bad idea. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to actually copy everything, paste it again, and I'm just going to change a couple things. I'm going to change office chairs, let's say, to desk. Oops. I'm going to change office chairs to desk accessories, let's say. I'm not going to change everything. So let's say this is pen trays. And we're going to have, we'll do something like paper holders. And then you might have a third ad group for desk lamps. And then you might have another ad group for wire organization. And let's say that's that. Yeah, those 4 ad groups. Okay, so the keywords will leave the same for now because we don't, this is just for the sake of illustration. So we have 2 campaigns now. say we want to visualize how this all looks, and you might want to send this to a client or just for your own organization. So really easy way to do this. We're going to select everything by clicking in the upper left-hand corner. Now make sure the entire sheet is selected. We're going to go to Insert, and you can do this in Google Sheets as well by inserting a pivot table. And because you have the entire range selected, we're just going to go ahead and click OK. And here we have a pivot table. Let me zoom in a little bit. And there's a couple things we want to do. First, we want to add our campaign, ad group, and formatted keyword into our pivot table builder. And by default, it shows up as rows. So campaign, I'm going to drag over to the top here. And I'm going to put campaign on top of ad group. And I'm going to take formatted keyword and put it below ad group over here under rows. And now we have a visualized system for looking at expanding and contracting what we have going on here. So if I were to bring everything down, I see that I'm just going to minus all the different ad groups so we can get a better look here. So at the very top level, we see, hey, we have 2 campaigns. We have desk accessories and we have office chairs. Those are 2 campaigns. Now, say I wanted to see a count of all the keywords inside those campaigns. Well, that's easy. I could take my formatted keyword out of rows and bring them into values. And now I see a really cool setup. I see I have 104 keywords in my office chairs campaign. I have 104 keywords in my desk accessories campaign. In my paper holders ad group, I have 87 keywords. In my desk lamps, I have 20, so on and so forth. And the same thing, and we have 16 keywords in each of our office chairs ad groups. I could also go back into my builder and add match type. And then I can see the count of match type. And of course, this matches up exactly because that's how we set up our keywords. If I took out match type by deselecting match type and brought count of formatted keywords back under ad group, I can start twirling things out and seeing a more detailed granular view of what's going on here. So under colorful, say office chairs colorful, I could click the plus sign, and now I can see all the keywords that are inside this this ad group. I could also bring match type back in, bring it from values over below formatted keyword, and I could say, oh, now I see that this is phrase match, exact match, broad match modified, and broad match over here. But of course, since we have it formatted correctly, there's no need to do that. So I'll remove match type over here. So this is a really cool way to visualize through a pivot table this campaign. So I could open up luxury and see, oh, the keywords under luxury. I can open up desk lamps and see the keywords under desk lamp. I can do the same thing with paper holders, right, and see all the keywords there. And you could zoom in, you could export this pivot table, you could take a screenshot of the pivot table and show it to a client. So that's a really, really cool way. And if you have a lot of campaigns, a lot of ad groups, this is a really helpful way of keeping everything organized. And the nice thing about pivot tables is as you update the raw data, as I update my ad group structure and I come back to my pivot table, whatever changes I make, if I change match types or I change the number of keywords, those changes would be reflected in the pivot table as well. So the 2 things I like to do is A, getting an overview of the structure by being able to open and expand, but also getting a count. And remember, to get the count, I just take formatted keyword and I move that over into values. So I can get a count of the keywords in each one of these ad groups and in each one of these campaigns. And I want to show you one more cool thing that you could use for pivot tables, especially as you're building out these estimates, and this is extremely handy if you're doing this for a client. Remember we were dealing with the Google Keyword Planner and SEMrush where we were getting all these traffic estimates, like how many estimated searches there are per month? Well, you could do some really cool stuff. We didn't export that information, but if you exported that information, then you have it in Excel. If you didn't export that information, you can go and get it, but you could also if you didn't export that information, you can go and get it, but I want to show you how cool pivot tables and how useful they can become if we're sort of manipulating that information, those numbers as well. So I'm going to go ahead and create a column, and we're going to just use this as a fake example for estimated, let's say, search volume, okay? Another column is going to be estimated CTR for click-through rate. And then we're going to have estimated actual amount of clicks, okay? These are 3 important columns. So for estimated search volume, the total number of potential searches, I'm just going to generate a random number. So rand between, let's say, between 250 searches a month and 25,000 searches a month. And I'm going to bring this down all the way. Well, I can just really double click. All right, bring it down all the way to the bottom. Okay, so now I've generated a random numbers for each one of these keywords. Okay, fantastic. Now, estimated click-through rate. the search volume is useful, but what about our click-through rate? That's going to give us the estimated number of actual clicks. So for estimated click-through rate, I'm going to do another random function by typing in equals rand, and I have my parentheses divided, let's say, by 10. Okay, and I'm going to drag this down all the way, and I get some click-through rates ranging between 1% and change to up to 10% and 9% and change. Okay, and that works. Now, estimated clicks is easy enough. I'm just going to copy and paste and keep my values only. Ooh, values only. And estimated clicks is, you guys know the formula by now. You just take your estimated volume and you multiply that by your estimated click-through rate, and you get a total estimated number of clicks. And we have too many decimals there. Let's bring those down. That. So if I have 7,400 impressions and 5.13%, that's the maximum estimated clicks. Again, that has to do with budget. Bring that all down. So now I have the total number of potential clicks at every single keyword, at every single ad group, at every single campaign level. And now I'm actually going to quickly create a new pivot table by selecting everything that I just added, go back to insert again, pivot table, add in my campaign, ad group, formatted keyword. Now I'm going to add in estimated clicks just to start. So first I'm going to bring my campaign over here. I'm going to bring my formatted keyword over here, bring my campaign at the top, ad group, formatted keyword, and I'm going to bring my sum, or I'm going to bring my rather, oh yes, I'm going to bring my sum of clicks like that, and let's zoom in a little bit and see what we have going on here. Let's twirl everything down, and we start seeing some cool things. Again, I have two campaigns. I have office chairs and I have desk accessories. Now, based on my estimates, which of course were randomly generated, I could see that I have a total of 175,000 available clicks if I bid on every single impression, and if my click-through rates are what they say they are, then that's pretty cool. So I can look into my executive office chairs and say, oh, at every single individual keyword, the phrase match version of executive office chair, I expect 2,000 clicks. At most, I can get 2,000 clicks based on the click-through rate of that keyword, so on and so forth. So using pivot tables, you could really get some granular information. Now, of course, these are the click-through rates here are probably too high, and we could change those. And if you could always modify the raw data. So, for example, if we were to go to click-through rates and say we were to divide everything by a third. So I'm going to make a new column real quick, and I'm going to equals this click-through rate divided by, let's say, divided by 3. I have a smaller click-through rate, and now bring this down all the way to the bottom by double-clicking. And then I'm going to copy and paste so I have my values only. And then I'm going to make a new formula here where this column just equals this new column. Bring that all the way down. Get rid of this column. I have to make sure my estimated clicks still equals, okay, great. And now if I go back into my pivot table and I click pivot table analyze and I click refresh, we see instead of 175,000 clicks, we see a total of 58,000 clicks because we basically chopped everything down by a third. I go into my desk lamps and say, oh, for computer desk chair exact match, I'm going to have 199 clicks maximum. Anyway, really cool. So you could add your estimated search volume. You could add your estimated CTR, right? And you could have all this data. And as you twirl up into the ad groups, you could see that at the ad group level, and then I could twirl up again and see everything at the campaign level. And see that for office chairs, there's a total number of estimated clicks. For desk accessories, sum of estimated search volume, sum of estimated, or you could get an average for, let's say for click-through rate, you would want to maybe get an average. So for click-through rate, I can go to the info button down there, and instead of sum, look at average, and that would give me an average click-through rate across the keywords. Across all the click-through rates of the keywords inside of all the values from the raw data inside that campaign. So anyway, very cool stuff. Pivot tables are really helpful. But even if you're not adding in the search volume, and even if you're not adding in the estimated click-through rate, etc., it's very helpful just to be able to visualize the structural build out of a campaign, ad groups, keywords, using pivot tables. So now that we have everything in our raw data, we could start adding these keywords and adding these ad groups back into Google Ads. Before that, I want to spend one lecture showing you a couple quick tools that could really be used as a shortcut for this if you want to. Very, very helpful. And then we'll talk about getting some ad groups uploaded back into Google Ads. And then, of course, some basics of determining your starting cost per click bid. So I look forward to seeing you guys very soon in the very next lecture. Howdy AdWords fans, and welcome back. In this lecture, I'm going to walk you through a couple of my favorite go-to tools that helps you build out keyword lists much faster, much more efficiently. All this match type formatting, etc. It allows you to do this really quickly. So the first thing is merge words, and we saw this tool briefly, but I want to show it to you again. So head over to mergewords.com, and you see these three boxes in front of you. As it says, merge words, fast and easy. For Google AdWords, whatever, and there's a couple cool things you can do. So say we were doing this office chairs campaign. So we had a lot of our basic themes that we started off with, right? We know we wanted ergonomic, so you put those in the first box. And if you're doing service businesses, it would be the same thing, and you basically figure out how to break this down and how to structure this for your own ad group lists. Ergonomic, rolling, colorful, white. Let's do leather, let's do plastic, modern, computer, what else did we have? We had wheeled, swivel, executive, lumbar support, high-end, sit to stand, standing, kneeling. All right, so we have a bunch, right? So these, let's say, are some of our ad groups. And then we would say, okay, we want to have ergonomic followed by what word, rolling followed by what word, making combinations of all the possible variants. So we would put in chair, right? So it would be ergonomic chair, rolling chair, colorful chair, but you could add more in the second column. So let's say I would do desk chair, right? I could do 2 words in a column. So this would now output me 32 possible combinations. It would be all these plus the first word in this middle column, and all these plus the second word in the middle column. So I'd have ergonomic chair, ergonomic desk chair, rolling desk chair, colorful desk chair. So now say I do office chair, and I could do seating, office seating. Now when I merge all these words, I'll have white chair, white desk chair, white office chair, white seating, white office seating, modern chair, modern desk chair, modern office, so on and so forth. And it shows me 96 possible combinations. Well, I can go even further. I could add a third combination. I could add a third modifier term. So I could do ergonomic chair. Maybe I would want to do add in for sale. Maybe I want to do discount. Maybe I want to do cheap. Maybe I want to do online. Maybe I want to do coupons. Maybe I want to see deals, right? So now I jumped from just 100 or so combinations to 672 combinations, because now I'm going to have ergonomic chair, ergonomic desk chair, ergonomic office chair, ergonomic seating, ergonomic chair for sale, ergonomic chair discount, ergonomic chair cheap, ergonomic desk chair for sale, discount, cheap. You see how this works? I get tons of combinations, and this just takes you a few seconds, and you can set this all up. Well, if I click merge, I now have an output of those 672 keywords, right? Incredible, just takes a few seconds. And if you have a good sense of your research and a good sense of organization, you could use a tool like this incredibly quickly, and you could copy and paste this right back into Google Ads. So I'll show that to you in a second. But what about if I want to deal with my match types? Well, if I click on extra options, here's where things get awesome. I could wrap everything. I could have a separator as a plus sign, which gives me everything in broad match modified. Okay. I could wrap everything in a phrase and just put a space in and just put everything in quotations, which gives me everything in phrase match. And I could do that as well with brackets for exact match. Incredibly powerful tool. So say I was going into my AdWords account and I was in my office chairs campaign. I'm in ergonomic, and I go into ergonomic, and I go to keywords, and I click the blue plus sign to add more keywords, right? I could literally add, let's say I want to do first wrap them in nothing and just do my broad match modified. So I have 672 here. I'm going to copy, paste them in. Now remember, because merge words takes every variation, you're going to want to go ahead and remove the individual keywords. That will come up. So you can just scroll through and remove just, plus standing. And be careful to do that. So it's not going to be a perfect output sit to stand by itself. And let's say, imagine we do that. And then I can go back to merge words, and I could take a space between each word and have my exact match version and click merge. And I could just Command All or Control All, Command C, Control C to copy and paste them by Command Control V. And again, you're going to want to remove those individual words. So now I have 1,300 or so keywords that I've added really quickly into that ergonomic ad group. Now, of course, I'm going to cancel that because we have to remember that these are not only for my ergonomic ad group, right? So if I want to just build them out ad group by ad group, I could remove all of these except for ergonomic. And now instead of 700, we have 42 combinations. But if I merge them, I now have all my ergonomic keywords, and I can remove the word ergonomic by itself right there. I can copy and paste, and then I can do that same for phrase match, copy and paste, and I can do the same for broad match modified, copy and paste, and then just space for just broad match, copy and paste, right? So I have around 160 or so, 170 keywords for my ergonomic ad group, and then I can adjust my bids individually once they're in Google Ads. So merge words is an incredibly powerful, incredibly quick tool if you need to quickly build keyword lists. You can do it with match types. I could choose to just use a 2 core combination, so ergonomic chair, 6 combinations, and I have my 6 keywords right there. It's fantastic. That's merge words. The other one I want to show you, which is not a combination tool, it's a tool for match types. It's specifically is called AdWordsWrapper.com. AdWordsWrapper.com. It's a free tool to use. Scroll down and you enter in a bunch of keywords. So let's go back into merge words and get a bunch of keywords. So say we're to do rolling and swivel and wheeled. And we do, let's say, desk chair, chair, office chair, computer chair, computer seat, seating, whatever. Okay, 18 combinations, and I merge them, and they're all broad match. So let's say, if you're doing this in merge words, you could do your wrapping there. But let's say I were doing this in Excel, or I downloaded it, or I was copying and pasting from Google Keyword Planner, or I was doing this using SEMrush. I can go over to AdWords Wrapper, paste in a list of a bunch of keywords, and I could wrap them. Just click Wrap Keywords. And if you scroll down, I have an output. So I have a few different outputs. I have broad, modified broad, phrase, and exact match. This is all the match types for those keywords. And I could copy and paste all of these into Google Ads by going to Keywords. And if I paste, you'll see that they all have the match types already applied to them, right? Really, really cool. I could also take an output of modified phrase and exact, broad phrase and exact, modified broad by itself, phrase by itself, and exact by itself. It wraps all the different combinations of your base list over here. So this is a really cool tool if you have a list or a client sends you over a list of locations or whatever it may be and you wanted to modify the terms, you wanted to wrap them in phrase and exact and broad match modified, you quickly throw them into here. You wrap the keywords, you copy and paste them back into Google Ads. So these are two of my favorite tools for quickly wrapping keywords and also getting long, comprehensive lists of merged words using your root word and these additional modifier words using merged words. I want to show you one more cool tool. It's called Speed PPC. Now, SpeedPPC.com, or SpeedPPC, it's its own software. It's quite a big software. There's a lot you could do with it. You need to use it in conjunction with AdWords Editor, which is a cool software, and we've mentioned AdWords Editor in the past. It's not something that I use often. But if you're building massive accounts, and I mean hundreds, if not thousands of campaigns with thousands of ad groups, and it's extremely rare that you should do this, then you could find a lot of value in a tool like SpeedPPC. This came up recently for us when we were dealing with a company that sells eyeglasses and sunglasses online, and we're dealing with hundreds of brands, tens of thousands of model numbers, which is an output of, over the course of the account, literally millions of keywords. Keywords in the millions across lots and lots of different campaigns and ad groups. And we built those out very quickly because we wanted to use brand and model number combinations for thousands of SKUs. And to use a company like Speed PPC, you log in, you could create dynamic and very specific ad copy and very specific outputs of ad groups, and you could copy and paste all that into AdWords Editor. And from AdWords Editor, you could upload them into Google Ads. So it's a cool tool. So if you want to, if you're in that sort of market where you're dealing with keyword lists in the hundreds of thousands, at a very, very high scale, then definitely check out Speed PPC. I think it's like $70 a month or something like that. Again, I'm not affiliated with them. I don't know them. I don't get paid to refer you to them. It's a tool that I've been using for over the last 4 or 5 years at least. And I don't know, like once or twice a year, I think it comes up with that type of client that this would be good for. But for quick keyword building, AdWords wrapper, merge words, but then nothing really beats the organization you get in Excel. And from Excel, of course, it's also easy to copy and paste keywords back into Google Ads. So if I open up Excel again and say I were to take my ergonomic ad group keywords, and I could filter out again by the keywords that I'm focusing on, or the ad group that I'm focused on if I want to look for, or I could first filter out by campaign. Let's say I'm looking at office chairs only, and then I could look at my ad groups, and I'm only looking for ergonomic. So I have my keywords. So I could take these keywords, copy them, go back into AdWords, click the plus sign once I go into that specific ad group. Or I can go into the campaign at the high level, go to keyword still, click the plus sign, and then I just have to select the ad group. So I would select ergonomic and simply paste, click save, and we'd be good to go. Google read the match type, formatted, uploaded, and now it's part of that campaign. I can go into, let's say, rolling. I can go back into Excel. I could look for that ad group. And so I would deselect ergonomic, and we actually don't have rolling because that wasn't one of the main themes that we created, but let's just pretend it was the modern. I would take those keywords. Again, highlight, Command or Control C, back into AdWords, and go into that ad group and paste those in. And now I'm expanding my keywords. We haven't dealt with bids, and that's a big question that I get. But we've spent at least a couple hours, right, talking about keywords. We went through keyword planning and keyword research and keyword organization, all the different keyword tools and match types and concepts and negative keywords and traffic sculpting. You guys, I appreciate the patience. I know sometimes I'm repetitive. Hope for those of you who are getting these concepts, you could be watching this at 1.5 speed or whatever. But you should feel proud that you have a really, really deep and strong foundation and knowledge of all things keywords related to Google Ads. You understand how they are structured. You understand how important they are. You understand how much control you have using match types. You understand how they could be used with different bidding strategies. Most importantly, you understand the psychology of search. You understand how people talk to search engines. You understand what you as an advertiser can extract from what a person uses in their search term to see if this is a keyword that's going to be a bottom of the funnel keyword, a top of the funnel keyword, a medium of the funnel keyword. Is this going to be a high value keyword? Is it going to be a high traffic keyword? Are my competitors bidding on this keyword? Are my competitors generating a lot of volume, a high percentage of volume to their campaigns, to their website from this keyword? How do I want to systematically set up my themes? How do I want to break out my ad groups? What type of content? How does it line up with the different content I have on my website? Am I missing content on my website? All this stuff comes together, right? We still haven't talked about a lot to do with Google Ads, like conversion tracking and optimization strategies and formulas for calculating profitability and auditing an account that has a lot of data and finding where things are going wrong and what could be improved, and quality score and how the AdWords auction works. But the fundamentals are there. You understand how to set up a campaign, you understand keywords, and that's something you should be excited about. So without rambling on any further, I will see you guys in the very next lecture where I attempt to teach you how to predict and set up what your initial max CPC bids should be at the keyword level or at the ad group level for campaigns in situations where it's hard to do so because you don't have historic data. I look forward to seeing you guys very soon in the very next lecture. Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. In this lecture I want to try to help answer a question that I get all the time, especially around this time of the course, which is how do you choose a max CPC bid? Well, in general, like how do you know what your maximum CPC bid should be? But especially, how do you do it when you don't have data? How do you do it if you're building a new campaign? And it's not an easy question to answer, but I'm going to try to help walk you through it. If you had data, and you should have data, and over time, this whole formula is going to change. You're going to take all the guesswork out of it. You're going to be able to easily calculate what your maximum CPC should be because you're going to know what your conversion rates are. You're going to know what your cost per clicks are going to be, right? You're going to know a lot of this data. You know what your click-through rate is. And you're going to be able to use that to determine what we call revenue per click. And revenue per click is a pretty fundamental formula for you to know. Revenue per click. How much money are you generating from every click? And you can look at this, you could analyze this at the ad group level, you could analyze this at the campaign level, you could also analyze this at the keyword level. And in AdWords, this column, or in Google Ads, this column is actually, looks like this, conversion value over click, right? This is your revenue per click column. Let's take a look at a very basic example, right? So let's say over the course of 30 days, you generate $3,500 of revenue, okay? That's revenue. Now, not necessarily profit, but revenue. That's your conversion value from your campaigns. And let's say the total amount of clicks you received, now this is not the cost of the click, this is the volume of clicks, was 1,275 clicks, okay? So revenue per click is a really simple formula. You take 3,500, you divide it by 1,275, and how much do you get? Mathematicians, $2.75, okay? This is your RPC, revenue per click, $2.75. Now, you know that $2.75 is the amount of revenue generating per click. That doesn't necessarily tell you if you're profitable. That doesn't necessarily tell you what your click should be. It all depends on this amount of revenue. Was this profitable based on how much you actually spent in the account? But revenue per click is going to be an important formula for you to know and for you to just sort of understand as we go along, okay? But now let's say you don't have data. Well, there's a couple things you could do. Now, in order to determine what your cost per click should be, before you have any actual data in your account, you're gonna have to come up with a couple estimates. And the main estimate you're gonna have to come up with and you're gonna have to figure out is going to be what your conversion rate is going to be on your website, okay? Now again, this could be at the keyword level, at the campaign level, the ad group level, the account level. But let's take a look at this, for example, at the keyword level. So say maybe an ad group level. So we're looking at rolling office chairs, right? So let's say we're dealing with an ad group. Our ad group is rolling chairs, okay? And this is important for a couple of reasons, and we'll get that in a second. So what's my conversion rate? What percentage of clicks are going to purchase? Now, we don't know that because we haven't run this ad group yet, right? So we don't really know what our conversion rate is, but there's a couple ways we can get some estimates. One is, do we know what our conversion rate is from organic? Do we have analytics? If you know an organic conversion rate, use that. Now, if your organic conversion rate is just branded, right? So if your branded conversion rate, if somebody looks for rolling chairs poppin' or whatever your company is, whatever your service is, whatever it is that you're talking about, let's say your branded conversion rate is 6%, take 2% off, all right, and go with an estimate of 4% for PPC. It could be less good, it could be, it's again, these are estimates. Ask your colleagues, try to determine what is normal in your field. So if you're an e-commerce company, you might want to do something like 2% would be aggressive for e-com. So maybe do something like 1% or 1.5% conversion rate. And again, like the individual keywords in this ad group are going to have different conversion rates because some will be exact match, broad match, modified. Different search terms will convert at different rates. But we have to start getting estimates. The most important thing is just to get the ball rolling, get the campaigns rolling at a reasonably well predicted cost per click bid. So we're not underbidding and we're not grossly overbidding. So I wouldn't recommend doing this, breaking this down at every single keyword. If you have 5 keywords in the account, sure, go ahead. But if you're looking at an aggregate, you're gonna have to use rough estimates. So you could take a look at analytics, and you could take a look at analytics and filter out branded traffic and get a look at your conversion rate there. What is your sense of conversion rate based on the traffic? And if you don't even have analytics, try to get a sense of total visitors. If you don't have a full analytics set up with e-commerce tracking, how many sessions have you had? How many unique users? How many sales? Corroborate your offline data. Ask friends. Find out the average conversion rate in your industry, let's say for a given product category. So let's say we come up and we say, all right, listen, we think and we could reasonably predict that for a very tight group of keywords under rolling chairs, not crazy broad, we're going to be doing bottom of the funnel stuff. We're going to go with a 2% conversion rate. Okay, great. We need a couple more pieces of information. We need to know desired ROAS, and that's return on ad spend. What is our profit margin? Okay. Now, if you're a digital company, you're selling software, even if, or if let's say you're selling software as a service, your costs, your margins are going to be much higher. Typically, you might be doing an 80%, 90%, 95% margin on your products. If you're an e-commerce company and you're drop shipping, it might be significantly less. It might be 10%, 20%, whatever it is. So to get your desired ROAS, how much money you need your campaigns to return. So for every dollar you spend on advertising, how much money do you have to earn back to break even? You need to know your margins. So say, for example, Poppin's margins are 40%, okay? So let's say that's their margin. Let's say Poppin's margins are 40% margin, which means they're going to need a 250% ROAS, because you take 1 divided by 0.4 gives you 250% required ROAS. That means in English, for every $1 spent on advertising, they need to get back $2.50 in revenue in order to break even. Because in order for them to earn $1 in profit, they have to generate $2.50 of revenue. They earn the $1 in profit, and then $1 goes to the advertising. So a 250% return on ad spend actually is break even. No money made, no money lost. That's break even, BE, return on ad spend, 250%. All right, so let's just make this a little cleaner and say desired ROAS based on our margins of 40%. And if your margin is 50%, your desired ROAS, your break even ROAS is 200%. So this is really not desired. You know, your desire is going to be to make money, obviously. So let's call this break even ROAS. All right, so at a 40% margin, the break even ROAS is 250%. Now there's a third piece of the puzzle we need. We need to know our average order value. All right, so that's why I said do this at the ad group level, because rolling chairs will have a different average order value than white leather chairs. They'll have a different order value than desk accessories, pen trays versus desk lamps. So let's say, again, do you know your average order value? Well, this should be relatively easy to predict. How much do your items cost, and do people buy them in bulk? So I know that on average, my rolling chairs cost $300, and people don't buy them in bulk. I mean, if this was desk lamps, that might be $75. If it's pen trays, it's $7, right? So this is getting your cost per click varies greatly by ad groups. But again, if you set up your ad groups well and you have these thematically related groups of AdWords broken out, this should work really, really well. So our average order value is gonna be $300. Maybe people will buy an average, let's say $10 worth of accessories with a rolling chair. Let's say I know that from my historic data. So maybe they won't, but okay, so assuming they're not, let's just go with a straight $300 average order value. Now this number again is just a guess if you're starting off from scratch. If you've been running campaigns for a while, your website's been up for a while, you'll know exactly what your average order value is for any product segment or any category segment. And if you're a service company, and you do carpet cleaning, what's your average order value? Now again, the average order value is not profit, because we're going to be taking that into account. We're taking into our needed ROAS. Our break-even ROAS is 250%. So don't worry if your average order value is not a $300 worth of profit. That's the whole point of this entire formula. So now we want to figure out, based on our conversion rate, based on our break-even ROAS, and based on our average order value, knowing these three things, how do we determine a cost per click? So I'm going to show you a formula to figure that out. So the formula is as follows. Okay, let's make a separation here. So you're going to take your average order value. All right, you should write this down and save this. You're going to divide that by your ROAS, your break-even ROAS, okay? And then you're going to multiply that by your conversion rate. Okay, this is how you get a starting max CPC from these three factors: conversion rate, break-even ROAS, and average order value. Now, there's a few different ways you can get here. You could determine max CPC using a few different formulas and some different metrics. But this, in my opinion, is the one that will give you the most accuracy without any data, because you only need to guess at one thing. You only need to guess at conversion rate. You could get there by looking at estimated cost per click also, but cost per click is such a wide variance, and it gets messy. Break-even ROAS is easy as long as you know your profit margins. Average order value is even easier because you should know what your average order value is going to be. So here, let's plug this stuff in, okay? And you could always could check me on the math. So our average order value, $300, divided by our break-even return on ad spend, $250, equals 1.2, right? 1.2 multiplied by 2% conversion rate, 2.4, all right? That is your break-even max CPC click, max CPC bid. $2.40. It's beautiful, it's elegant, and it works. All right, now we could talk about this in English a little bit to make this into some sort of logical structure. So what this is saying is $2.40 at a 2% conversion rate. A 1% conversion rate means 1 in every 100 clicks will lead to a sale. A 2% conversion rate means 1 in 50 clicks will lead to a sale, right? 1 in 50 clicks will lead to a sale. You could do this mathematically by taking 2.4 to make sure we're right? So 2.4 divided by 0.02, right? 2.4 divided by 0.02 equals, you guys are doing your math, it equals 120, all right? So that means I'm gonna have to spend $120, and 2.4 times 50 is also 120, all right? So we know our math works out. So 2.4 divided by 2% equals $120. What that means is that, and in English again, because you need to understand the formulas, you need to understand how to explain this in English. That means that it will take, on average, that's big and important, it will take on average $120 in clicks to generate $300 in revenue, which is great. But how great is it? Well, simple enough. We're going to take 300, which is $300 in revenue, divided by 120, right? And that's going to give us 2.5, our 250% conversion rate that we need to get. So again, this is everything that you need to understand to get to a break-even cost per click bid. Now you understand the formulas, you understand the English, right? So you can explain this to your client, or you can look at this for your own campaigns. At $2.40 a click, if this is right, if my average order value is 300 and my margins are 40% and my conversion rate is going to be 2%, then $2.40 will break even. I won't lose money, I won't get money. But if I get clicks for $2, I'll be making money. If I get clicks for $2.60, I'll be losing money. I'll be losing 20 cents on every single click. Again, if these values were correct. Because once more time, a quick review, you take your average order value, which was 300, you divide that by 250, which is your desired ROAS, you get 1.2. You multiply that 1.2 by a 2% conversion rate. That gives you 2.4, $2.40. Breaking that down in English, a 2% conversion rate means 1 in 50 clicks will convert into one $300 sale, which means 50 clicks times multiplied by $2.40 gives me 120. That means that you need to spend on average $120 to generate a sale. How much is a sale? $300 in revenue. What's your profit margin? 40% of that, which means you take the $300 divided by that $120 of cost. That gives you a 2.5%, 250% break-even point. You could also look at it one more way by doing 300, right? I earn $300 and I have a 40% margin multiplied by 0.4. That also equals, you guessed it, 120, which means that $120, which I profited, my company at a 40% margin, my company earns $120 out of every $300, which is the same thing as saying I earn 40 cents on every $1, right? I also earn $120 out of every $300. But guess what? Google now is going to charge me $120 for my $52.40 clicks, which then is a 0 remainder, which is why this is break even. This is break even. And you also bought a customer, and we haven't gotten to lifetime value yet, and break even is good, which is why I want to go with break even. You should set your original max CPC bids at break even, because if you could launch a Google Ads account breaking even, that's good. That's better than most people. And you bought a customer. The next time that customer is going to buy from you, the next time that customer is going to call you up for a service, the next time that customer is going to call you up for whatever it is, you're going to be getting that revenue without having to spend any more money getting the client, hopefully. Repeat customers, word of mouth referrals, all that stuff is very valuable. We haven't even touched upon that. We haven't brought that into the calculation at all. This is just some very basic fundamental components of determining a profitable cost per click bid or a break-even cost per click bid. Go for that. If your client says absolutely not, we have to make a profit, okay, so then say that you need a 300% return, all right? So then you take 300 divided by 300, okay? And obviously that's 1. That means my max bid is 2 if my conversion rate is 2%. And if things change and hey, you could get your conversion rate up to 4%, right? Then in this, 300 divided by 300 is 1 times 4, I could have a $4 cost per click bid to break even, or rather to be profitable, because now we bumped from 250 to 300%. But again, if my strongest recommendation, my best advice is to create the campaigns to work on your max CPC bid calculations at a break-even ROAS. So you do need to know those 3 things. You need to know your average order value, your break-even ROAS, desired ROAS it could be, and your predicted conversion rate, and be conservative. So if you think you're gonna get 3%, plug in 2% in the formula. If you think you're gonna get 2.5, plug in 1.75 in the formula. Use a calculator, and all these numbers will work perfectly. Again, average order value divided by ROAS multiplied by your conversion rate. Do this at the ad. If you've built your campaign right and you followed all the steps, you should be able to do this at the ad group level. You could do it at the keyword level. You could even do it at the campaign level, but within any campaign, you're likely, unless your campaign is targeting the same service, just for different locations, and the predicted conversion rate is the same and the order value is the same, then do it at the campaign level and set a default campaign level bid. If you're going to do it at the ad group, set a default ad group level bid. And then once you have data, then you'll be able to start modifying your bids at the individual keyword level. And of course, I know this is quick. We're going to run through all of this again in a future lecture. But this is actually the end of keywords. I wanted to go through this so you guys could have a good sense of how to determine a maximum CPC bid at the keyword level. I could create, what I'll try to do is create an Excel template for you guys to use, and I can share that with you. That just plugs this formula in, average order value divided by desired ROAS multiplied by conversion rate, to give you a break-even CPC bid. And you could duplicate that formula and use it for yourself. But it's good to memorize it. It's good to know it on your own. It makes you a more well-rounded practitioner of Google Ads. So with that, this concludes our exciting section on keywords, understanding keywords. I really appreciate you coming along with me for the ride this long into it. And we're just getting started though. There's so much more exciting things ahead. There's conversion tracking, phone call tracking, designing ads, auditing accounts, analyzing quality score, expanding your account, refining your campaigns, lots of cool stuff ahead. So I look forward to seeing you guys in the very next lecture, where we're going to start talking about the wonderful dynamics of the Google Ads auction, how quality score works, how relevancy works, and how your actual cost per click is determined. We've been talking about maximum CPC, the most you're willing to pay, but that's not what you actually pay. How does Google calculate your actual CPC bid? It's an exciting topic, and I look forward to seeing you guys very soon in the very next lecture.
Howdy AdWords fans, and welcome back to this exciting chapter where we're going to talk about adding new ad groups and really starting to develop our campaign to something which is representative of a highly professional and highly targeted account. So we left off last chapter where we had these keyword lists that we created. And remember, we spoke about the idea of thematically related keywords. And now that we've created our themes and our lists based on our overall product identifiers, such as rolling, modern, colorful, and so on and so forth, we now want to get these keywords into our account. So the first thing we need to do is prepare our current account and clean things up a little bit and get them ready for importing our new keywords. So we're going to jump over into AdWords. And here we have our account. And if you remember, we had added these keywords from the display planner, from the different ideas we did in our keyword research stage. But now we want to go ahead and pause this ad group. And it seems counterintuitive, but we're going to make way for cleaner ad groups. If you notice in this data section and above here, we're going to talk about these tabs in further detail shortly. But if you notice, there's nothing that shows us our ad group tab. And that's because we are already in the ad group view as indicated in this left-hand menu. In order to get back to our ad group view, where we could see all our ad groups, we need to either click over here, which is our campaign name, or alternatively, we could click up here on all campaigns. I usually like to use the left-hand menu. It's just the way I got used to doing it, but you could develop however you would like to navigate throughout the AdWords account. So I'm gonna go ahead and click on our campaign name, which is Poppin USA Furniture. And now I'm still on my keywords tab, showing me all the keywords in this campaign, but I now have the option to navigate back to my ad groups tab by clicking on this button. So here I am in my ad group view, and I could see that here my ad group is desk chairs. Now I want to pause this ad group. To pause an ad group, you could do one of two things. I could either click on this drop down menu where the green light indicator, which indicates enabled, it's the status indicator, and I could choose to pause or remove this ad group. There's a difference between pausing and removing. We'll talk about that further in more depth a little later, but in general, the simple difference between pausing and removing is pausing, you could always re-enable the account, the ad group or keyword or campaign later. Whatever you pause, you could always re-enable. When you remove something, it totally deletes it from the account. You could still see it, but it's not going to be able to be re-enabled later. And because I have no need to re-enable this ad group later, I'm actually going to decide to remove it. And I could either click on removed over here, or I could select the ad group by clicking the checkbox and going to edit, remove. So there's two different ways to remove that ad group: edit, remove, or just using this drop down. When you're doing when you're going to be pausing or removing multiple ad groups at once, it's always going to be easier to select them. And then you could do a bulk edit by pausing and removing all the ones selected. In our case, since we just have one ad group we're removing, I'm just going to go ahead and click on the green light and hit removed. Google's going to ask me, do I want to permanently remove this ad group? And I'm going to click OK. And now it's removed. If I get a notification that your updates have been saved, and I can always dismiss that, or it will go away on its own. In order for me to see a view of just my active ad groups, I could either click on all but removed, all enabled, and they will both show me nothing right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and click on all but removed, and you see that I have no active ad groups, no enabled or paused ad groups. If I wanna go ahead and see all my ad groups, even the ones that have been removed, I could change this selector to all, and then my removed ad group will show up again. For the sake of cleanliness, I always choose either all enabled or all but removed. And in our case, that doesn't make a difference. So we could go ahead and click all enabled and we'll see nothing. And now what we want to do is create a new ad group, because we're going to start getting ready for our ad group lists and our keyword lists that we created in Microsoft Excel. And to get the name, we'll go down the list, we'll go back to Excel. And here we have rolling. So why not make rolling our very first ad group? So I'm going to go ahead and prepare that. Go back to Google AdWords, and I'm going to click this button over here is for creating a new ad group. Whenever you want to create a new ad group, this red button is going to be the button you want to use. And make sure to remember that you always have to be at the campaign level in order to create new ad groups. So I'm going to click Add Ad Group. And now I have a very similar view to what we saw initially when we first created that first ad group. And that's going to make things really easy for us because we recognize this already. And I know that my ad group is going to be called rolling. Now I don't need to signify that this is talking about desk chairs. That's because we structured this campaign really well, or this account really well, where the campaign we're in now is all about desk chairs. So everything under this campaign is going to be desk chairs, and I want to identify this ad group by its action term or its identifying term or its modifying term, however you want to talk about it, but the primary attribute of this ad group is going to be rolling. So I know that all the keywords in this ad group will be variations of queries including the word rolling in them.
So I'm going to name my ad group rolling. The type of ad I'm creating over here is going to be a text ad. We'll talk about dynamic search ads, mobile app engagements, and call-only ads in further chapters, but 9 times out of 10, what you're going to be creating in search campaigns are text ads, and that's selected by default, so just leave that selected and you'll be fine. And here we have our area where we write our first ad for the ad group. We're going to be able to go ahead and create additional ads later once we save the ad group, but we need to first create at least one ad group. So we want to create our headline, and it'll be great to include rolling somewhere in our headline, because remember, the whole point of segmenting out our ad groups in this way by identifier is to include personalization and context in the text of our ads. If somebody goes to Google looking for a rolling desk chair or a rolling computer chair or a rolling office chair, and our ad talks to their exact query, it'll be much more relevant to the user and we'll get a much higher chance of receiving a click. So we want to talk about rolling chairs. And the headline, once again, remember, is the most important part of the ad. So we want to think about, do we want to qualify? How do we want to appeal? So because we're in a competitive niche, and the marketing director at Poppin told us that we don't have an unlimited amount of money to spend, we're going to go ahead and use price as a qualifier in the headline of our ad. So let's see what we could figure out. Price as a qualifier in the headline of our ad. So let's see what we could figure out. So I tried rolling office chairs from 350, and that is too long. As you see, our headline only has 25 characters, and we went over by 6 characters. So we need to modify this. We could take out chairs, and we could take out the word office, and we'll probably be okay. But I like the word office because that indicates that this is specifically toward catering towards office use, which is what our company does cater to. So let's see what we could do to narrow this down. So rolling office chairs, we could maybe change office to desk to get a few less categories, less words, or less characters, and now we're only -4. Rolling desk chairs, 350. That's not bad. I'm not against this, even though we don't necessarily have to say from 350. People will get the idea that we're not only selling one price. That's something which is intuitive. The point of the 350 is we want to dissuade people who are looking for really cheap chairs from clicking on our ad. So I like this for now. Rolling desk chairs 350. It's very clear, it's succinct, and it's very to the point. Our first line of description, once again, we want to talk about features. We want to talk about features, benefits, and like we said, it's always good for benefits to come first. In most cases, benefits could come first, and that's why we had our initial ad was work and feel your best from $350, and we want to talk about the benefits of having rolling desk chairs. So part of why people want a rolling desk chair or a desk chair on wheels is for the ease and convenience of moving around. So we want to be able to put that or convey that somehow in our first line of description. So let's think about how we could do that. So I like this, and it turns out that it fits perfectly. Wheels that work as fast as you do. So it's a feature, or a benefit rather, that conveys that these are high quality wheels. It conveys that these wheels won't fail. And it also conveys that it's about work. It's about getting more work done. It's about working with more pleasure. So wheels that work as fast as you do, it's kind of developing and conveying some of our personality, some of our brand personality into the text of the ad. And I really like that. So that's a great description line number 1. And it's nice for relevancy because wheels is very similar to rolling, and Google will pick up on that. Google will pick up that wheels and rolling are from the same theme,
and we will be able to increase our quality score. And you might not know what quality score is just yet, but we're going to have a very in-depth look at quality score in a couple videos. So I think we could leave our description line 2 the same, because this is talking about features. So free shipping and handling, 10-year warranty, and our call to action, shop now. I really like this description line 2 because once again, we were able to include 3 distinct elements. 2 of them were distinct features, which is free shipping and handling and our 10-year warranty. And the third element is a very clear call to action, shop now. And like you see, we have 1 exclamation point. Our display URL is, like we spoke about, what the user sees in the ad. So if you see over here in our ad preview section, the display URL it shows up underneath our headline. And like we said, if you remember, all we need to do for the display URL is make sure our root domain, poppin.com, is the same, but we could create any extension that we want. So for the sake of relevancy to the user and both to Google, we want to add in our keyword here. So rolling desk chairs is perfect. It fits. It's going to score points with Google's algorithms to increase our relevancy score. It's also going to be more relevant to the user because it looks like they're coming right to the rolling desk chairs page. Even though that Poppin themselves does not have a separate page just for rolling desk chairs, if we jump over to Poppin's website, go back to furniture, desk chairs, and they actually do have a page for rolling desk chairs. I'm sorry. So we click on the sub page, and here we have the page we want to send them to, which is all their rolling desk chairs. And they do have further subcategories of rolling, but we want to send them to the page that has a wide variety and a selection of rolling desk chairs because they did not specify in their query anything other than this is what they want. So we'll go over here and we'll copy that URL, bring it back to AdWords, and paste it into our final URL section. And here's the final URL that somebody will land on. So that's a really good thing to do. Also, sending people to the right page that answers their question in the most direct and succinct way will also score points in Google's algorithms, because when Google reads the URL of this page and they read the content, they'll see that it talks a lot about rolling desk chairs, and that's going to match up with the keywords in our ad group for rolling desk chairs. And we want to send people who are looking, if people specifically told us they're looking for rolling desk chairs, what better page to send them to than the page on the website that actually talks and actually sells our rolling desk chairs. So we're really good with our ad right now. URLs for mobile, you could leave that blank unless you're deciding to direct traffic to a specific mobile URL. Today, most websites are mobile responsive, and the mobile URLs will be the same as the final URL, so you could definitely just leave that blank. Also, add URL options, which is a tracking template and custom parameters. We'll talk about Google auto tagging and what the use of custom parameters are in a later chapter. But for now, and in most cases, you're going to just leave that blank. You don't need to touch that. And now we have the ability to go ahead and add our keywords. And easy for us, and because we did a good amount of work before, we could just go ahead over into Excel and grab our keywords. So let's go back to Excel. And now we want to filter out just our rolling keywords. Okay, so we'll just go, since we already selected the filter function in the previous chapter, all I need to do is click on this little filter icon in the ad group and deselect all, and just go down and select rolling, which is down here. Okay, so here we have rolling. I could clear out of the filter, and now I have just my rolling keywords. So the first thing I want to do is I could take my phrase and exact match version of my keywords. So I'll just copy down here. These are my phrase and exact match, and I'll do a copy function. Go back to AdWords and simply paste. Okay, and here I have all my keywords, my phrase match keywords. Now Google might be reading my single parentheses as single parentheses and not as quotation marks. So I have to go here and just change these single parentheses into quotations. And you could actually do this afterwards by a find and replace function, which I'll show you how to use. But since this is not a tremendous amount of keywords, it just takes a second, I can just do that by hand. So here I have my phrase and exact match keywords. Don't worry if there's spaces. Google's going to fix that up for us once we save them. Now we want to get our broad match modified versions of these keywords. So I'll go back to Excel again. And what we need to do is here create another filter because we still have the broad without the plus signs where we had the phrase and exact match keywords. Remember, we had moved them over. So we could just create another simple filter. And this is a cool trick to know also in Excel. I want to filter everything that includes a plus sign. So I'll deselect all, and I'll choose over here in this drop-down menu, contains, and I'll put in my plus sign, and I'll click exit, and I'll be able to just copy these over here, Command copy, back to AdWords, and Command V to paste. So here I have all my rolling modified keywords. I have the phrase match version of rolling office seating, rolling office chair, and desk seating and desk chair. And they each have a broad match modified version, an exact match, and a phrase match version. And my default bid, like we said, this is the default ad group bid, and we'll just make it $3. We'll be able to go ahead and change the keyword level bids later, and we'll be able to click set up billing later. Because we're going to set up billing later, we're just going to save this ad group for now. And click set up billing later, and we will have our beautiful new ad group called rolling. Okay, and don't worry about this warning which says low search volume. We'll talk about what that means and how it works a little bit later. Okay, so now we want to go ahead and repeat this process for the other ad groups. So let's go ahead and do another one by hand, just so you start getting the hang of it. Once again, remember we have to go back to our campaign. It brings us back to the ad group tab, create a new ad group. And this time we're going to create our next keyword. So let's just clear the filters. Over here, clear filter. Okay. And the next one we're going to do is modern. Okay. So we'll be able to do another filter for modern. Go back up to the top. Deselect all. Find modern. Okay. Take our phrase match keywords. Go back to AdWords. I'm going to write the ad in a minute, but you could also just add the keywords first. That's also fine. Paste my keywords in. Fix my quotation marks. And write my ad. So for modern, we want to follow the same concepts. So we're going to name our ad group modern. It's going to be a text ad. And we could really just change this to modern. Modern desk chairs starting at $350. And we also want to change our description line 1 because we want to now focus on modern. So we want to start thinking about when people are looking for modern, what are they looking for? They're looking for something refined. They're looking for something which is in style. And they're looking for looks. They're looking for something that has a more of an aesthetic as opposed to more of a functionality. People looking for rolling desk chairs are looking for a specific function, a specific product characteristic. Over here, they're looking for something which is less tangible, something which is more of an emotional appeal, something which is more based on perception. Okay, so we want to talk about that somehow in the description line 1 of our ad. So let's think of different ways we could do that. Okay, so this idea was going a little over, so we could try something new. So this idea of chic, cutting edge, and modern chairs is a nice idea, but we went over a little bit. So we could continue to work this through, and this is something which is very common. So when you're dealing with just the 35 character limit, and you have a lot of different ideas, and you want to say a lot in just those 35 characters, you're going to have to go through this a few times to get the right line of text for the ad. And it's okay because this process should take some time. This is an important process, and you want to start really thinking about things and how you're going to really appeal and stand out from the other ads on the page. You want to be unique. You want to convey the personality of your brand. So I like this huge selection of stylish office chairs because it conveys two things. One is that we have more than just one. We have a big selection. People like selection. And we also convey the idea that it's stylish. And people who are using modern in their query will also be attracted to the idea of stylish chairs. But we're 5 characters over. So once again, we could try changing office to desk. Huge selection office desk chairs. It's still 3 characters over. So huge selection of, how about stylish seating. So that works. And because we already wrote desk chairs in the headline, huge selection of stylish seating could work because the real focus for these people who are looking at this ad is the idea that it's stylish and modern. That's what we really want to cater to. And I like that. I'm very happy with where we're at with this description line 1. I think it'll really appeal well to our customers. And description line 2, free shipping, handling, 10-year warranty, shop now. I think that's still fine to leave. And once again, remember the display URL, we could just change rolling to modern. And we want to make sure that we're sending people to the right page on our website. So we'll go back to Poppin. I'll go back to desk chairs, and all the Poppin chairs are pretty modern. And because someone is looking for modern desk chair, we're not sure if he's looking for rolling or not rolling. Or Bowie seats or scoop low stools. I'm happy to send people to just to this chair, just to this page that talks about all their desk chairs. That's the best page for these people looking for modern chairs. If there was a specific section that spoke about just modern chairs or their most modern chairs, we would want to send them to that page. But since that page does not exist, we want to send this people to the page that gives them the widest variety of office chairs. And because all our chairs are modern, we're confident that this will be a good page to send our traffic to. So we'll just copy that URL and select all and paste. And now we have our appropriate final URL for office chairs. And now we have not yet added our broad match modified. So let's just go down here, jump back into Excel, do our same filter, which is it contains the plus sign under our keywords column. And we can just copy these back to AdWords and paste. And we want to default max CPC bid for the ad group is $3 and set up billing later. And there we have it. Okay. Let's just do one more together just so you get the hang of it. And then I will go ahead and add the other ones real quick. So once again, we're going to jump back to our campaigns tab. Once again, add a new ad group. Go back to Excel to find the name of our ad group and clearing our filters out. Clearing our filters out over here. And we're up to colorful. So colorful is going to be a fun one. So we need to filter out by colorful. Okay, deselect all, select colorful. Grab our phrase match. Back into AdWords. Paste them. I could go ahead now and add my broad match modified by doing that other filter, which contains the plus sign. Copy those back into AdWords and paste those in. Quickly fix my parentheses into my quotations. Okay, and I'm going to go up and write my ad. So this one is going to be called, this ad group is going to be called colorful. It's going to be a text ad, and we want to change this to colorful. Colorful desk chairs starting at $350. Once again, we're perfect on our, we're perfect with our character limit. Huge selection of stylish seating. And we want to come up with a good description line that talks about the colors of our chairs. So Okay, so I like this chairs in every color of the rainbow, but we're over one character, so it's not going to work. So what can we do to have this effect but truncate it a little bit? That doesn't work also. It's a little bit over our limit, 4 characters. Never boring, always fun. Full color. Also over our limit. Sometimes we could do a hyphen instead of the period. Never boring, always fun. Never boring, always fun. Be colorful. That's a little bit too long. So I like this idea also, work is boring. Chairs don't have to be. I kind of like that. It has a good personality to it, a good feel to it, but once again, we're over our character limits. And this is just showing you that it's very frustrating sometimes trying to stay within that 35 character limit. It is difficult, but we got to keep going. And we don't want to give up or let our creativity be limited, but it's just a matter of spending the time and coming up with different ideas to convey some personality while being unique. Oh, there we go. Okay, I like this. Color and quality without compromise. It shows a very firm view. It makes a very bold statement that we're not compromising on quality. We're not compromising on color. This is top of the line stuff. And it also is going to score a lot of good relevancy points because we have color and colorful already in the description line 1 and in the headline. Once again, we want to make our display URL colorful to match the keywords. And we want to make sure we're sending people to the right page. I happen to already know that there's no specific page for color or colorful chairs, and we want to once again send people to the office chairs page of the website, which is going to be a perfect page to send them to. We have our keywords, and we can go ahead, add our default bid of $3, and click Set Up Billing Later, and we have our third ad group. So if you see over here, we have colorful, modern, and rolling, 3 different ad groups, and I can navigate between those ad groups by clicking on the name of the ad group in the left-hand panel. Okay. Alternatively, I can go up back to my campaigns, and I'll be in my ad group view, and I can see my 3 ad groups right here in my data view section, and I could go ahead and navigate to their individual keywords by clicking on that ad group. Now let me go ahead and add the rest of the keywords real quick. And I'm sorry, I'll go ahead and add the rest of the ad groups really quickly. I'll speed through them, and we'll then catch up once we have our beautiful campaign built out with all of our ad groups that we have designed in Excel. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. All right, so here we are. Welcome back. And we have added all our ad groups. And if we could see down here, we have 18 ad groups. And each ad group is really well put together with specific keywords for each ad group. If we wanted to see all the keywords in this entire campaign, remember the account hierarchy. We have account, campaign, ad group, and inside ad groups are ads and keywords. If we wanted to see all the keywords in the entire campaign, so all the keywords that are in all these ad groups from the campaign's view, which we're in now because we see it in bold, from the campaign's view, we can navigate directly to keywords. And if we go directly to keywords, we then get a view of all the keywords in the entire campaign. And if we go to the bottom, it shows that we're showing 1 to 50 of 215 keywords. Okay, so this view will give you a sense of all the keywords and all the data for the keywords in the entire campaign. If we wanted to see keywords for only an individual ad group, there's a couple of ways we could do that. One is just to click the ad group name from the left-hand menu, or we could also click the name of the ad group that appears in the ad group column next to that keyword. So rolling desk chair is our keyword, and AdWords is telling us that it's in the rolling ad group. And if I click rolling, I'll then be shown just the keywords in my rolling ad group, which is 11. So we have 11 keywords in each ad group. And I could also go ahead and go to mesh by clicking on the mesh ad group and taking a look at the data there. And I can go to conference. And at any time, if I wanted to go back to my campaign view, I could either once again click on all campaigns or just click on this campaign. Okay, so if I click over here, I then have the ability to go back to my ad groups. And for my ad groups, once again, I can navigate to keywords. And the same thing is true for ads. Okay, so if I'm in my campaign view, I'm selected at the campaign level, I can go see ads. And this is showing me all the ads in this entire campaign. And the same thing holds true that held true for keywords. If I want to see just the ads in a specific ad group, I could either navigate to that ad group using the left-hand menu, or I can click on the ad group next to the actual text ad. So if I want to see just the ads in our modern ad group, I just click on modern, and now I'm just showing that one ad we have in that ad group. Okay, so the keywords and ads have the same navigational elements once you're inside a campaign. So once again, I'm just going to go back to my campaign view, back to my ad groups view from where we started, and I see all my ad groups right here. And keep in mind, the green arrow, the green circle indicates that these are all enabled. And that holds true for keywords as well. If I go to my keywords, I see the green circle, they're all enabled. And we're going to talk about pausing keywords, pausing ad groups, pausing campaigns in a minute. But the next thing we want to do at this point, we created our first campaign. It's really well structured, and keep in mind, it's very, very important to remember why we structured our account like this, because this is really where the theory comes into play. This is really how you understand, this is the core of creating successful and profitable campaigns, is really understanding the structural components. We took the campaign level and said this campaign is going to talk about desk chairs and office chairs. So this campaign will just be focusing on keywords, office chairs, desk chairs, anything related to chairs. We then said it's not good enough to just create one ad group for all desk chairs, because there's a lot of different types of desk chairs a person might look for. A person might go to Google and look for a leather desk chair, or an executive desk chair, or a colorful desk chair, or a rolling desk chair. And while we could have just created one ad group for all those keywords, and our ad text could have been something like, great selection of office chairs, and I'm not saying that would have been bad, but if we want to really beat our competition and we want to do better than them and get cheaper cost per click and get better quality traffic and convert more and make more sales, we need to segment things out so we could talk specifically to the customer as if we're standing right in front of them answering their question. So the way we set it up, if somebody looks on Google and here's our keywords for a rolling desk chair, right? Here's the keyword rolling desk chair. If somebody puts in a query, rolling desk chairs on sale, the ad they're going to see, let's go to the ads tab, is rolling desk chairs, wheels that work. Poppin.com/rolling desk chairs. It's as if we responded to their exact question. And the same thing is true for conference. Conference seating is the ad. If somebody looks for padded desk chair sale, your butt doesn't have to hurt. So that's a very specific answer to a person's specific question. So we took the time, we took the thought to create very tightly knit groups of thematically related keywords with ad text that matches, and what's most important to remember is our text of the ad in our landing page answers the specific question they were asking. We're not answering their specific question with general. If all of our keywords were just in one ad group and we said, come to our site because we have great office chairs, that would be a general answer to a specific question. If somebody searched Google for heavy duty ergonomic office chairs or heavy duty office chairs and we answered with a generic ad, it's not as good as answering it with a specific ad, because we're, once again, just to review this concept, we accomplish two things. We're more relevant in the eyes of the human, in the eyes of the consumer, where, hey, that was exactly my question. You guys are answering exactly what I was asking. That's amazing. And we also get more relevance in the eyes of Google, which is this ad text is very related and relevant to the query. And that's going to create a good user experience as Google. And Google is going to award us with a higher quality score because of that. So it's a really, really fantastic way to structure these ad groups. Once we decide to start setting up our keyword level bids and getting more on top of our default max CPC bids, that's when we're going to start thinking about what type of consumer is this query representing? Where in the buying funnel? And I'm sure you guys remember the stages of the buying funnel, right? Awareness, right? Awareness is when a person is learning about the product. Interest, shopping, and buying. So I'm sure you guys remember those funnel stages. And these keywords that we have so far all represent certain stages, or are all likely to represent certain stages in that buying funnel. And when we start setting up our bids, that's when we want to start really understanding what type of stage in the buying funnel do these keywords represent? And that's how we're going to determine how much we're willing to pay per click. And we're going to talk about that in a lot of detail when we talk about discovering bids and coming up with a profitable bidding strategy. But for now, the next thing we need to do is talk about adding our billing, setting up our billing so our ads could start running. And that's what we're going to cover in the next section. So this was a really good chapter in structuring a campaign to include multiple tightly knit grouped themes of keywords. We pulled it all together from the keyword research, the keyword planning, and the keyword organization that we did. And now we have them live, organized, and ready to rock in our AdWords campaign. So let's jump ahead. Let's go set up our billing, get that out of the way, and then we'll come back and talk about bids, talk about quality score, talk about adding campaigns, and really diving into creating a superstar account. And then we'll move into some live data from some of the accounts in our agency and start taking a look at how to analyze data and how to optimize campaigns, because that's the whole other half of running profitable AdWords campaigns. So thanks for watching this one, and it's we're getting to some really exciting stuff, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in a few seconds or a few minutes or a few hours whenever you decide to continue and watch the next section. I hope it's really soon, but either way, I'm sure I will talk to you very soon and in the near future. Thanks so much, guys, and we'll see you later.
Howdy, AdWords fans, and welcome back to this exciting chapter where we're going to talk about understanding the AdWords auction. Now, this is going to be a couple videos. There's a lot to learn, specifically regarding the quality score component. If you know what quality score is, excellent, but I still recommend that you watch these videos to really get a deeper understanding of quality score, all the different elements that quality score contains and that they account for. But most importantly, we want to begin with a basic, broader, more structural overview of how the AdWords auction works. So let's just take a look at a couple of our auction insights, and these are just some bullet points that will apply to all scenarios, and they're very fundamental aspects of understanding the auction. So the AdWords auction focuses on relevancy. Relevancy is an overreaching concept in Google AdWords, and we're going to talk about relevancy more in the quality score videos. In fact, we're going to talk about everything we talk about right now in the quality score videos coming up. But what do I mean by relevancy? So there's three people, let's say, or three entities involved in the AdWords auction. You have Google, you have the advertiser, and you have the searcher. Google is bringing those two people together. They're bridging that gap. So you have a searcher, they come to Google, and Google's job is to send that person to the most relevant and useful page that contains the most relevant and useful information, i.e. the answers to their question or the solutions to their problems or whatever information they're looking for. And Google cares a lot
about the user experience with the ads, because Google is not a Yellow Pages. Google is not a advertising network per se. Google's a search engine. Google essentially is a referral network. People come to Google looking for information, and we'll cover this, we're going to repeat this again. People come to Google looking for information, and Google's job is to send that person to the most relevant page. So Google cares a lot about the relevancy in your ads. There's a few different subcategories of relevancy. First of all, Google cares that the text of your ad, what your ad says, is very relevant to what the user is looking for. Search query to ad text relevance is one of the most important, most fundamental aspects of relevancy. Google wants to see that the text of your ads is matching up to what the person searched Google for, because that will give Google's algorithms a sense, or an accurate sense, that your ad is going to help the user. What Google does not want is a company like Geico or a big company that has a huge advertising budget to start taking over all the different auctions, because Geico takes out billboards. Geico's job is to just get into the consciousness of the consumer, just to brand. So I might search for ASICS running shoes or acoustic guitars for sale online, and Geico will be, okay, let's just show an ad, because listen, people using running shoes and people searching for guitars are probably also looking for car insurance at some point, so let's show an ad. So Google would find that very not relevant, and Google would penalize an advertiser trying to show an ad for insurance on a search query for acoustic guitars. So that's something which is the text of the ad and the query the person typed in is a big factor in relevancy. Google also cares a lot about your landing page. Google wants to know, how well does your landing page match up to the questions that the searcher was looking for? How relevant is the content on your landing page? How navigable is your site? How clear is your site? How well is your site laid out? How fast is your page load? Those are all things that Google calls the user experience. Google wants to send people, once they click off Google, Google wants to send people to relevant websites, relevant landing pages. And once again, not to sound repetitive, but we're going to repeat this in the next videos on Quality Score. But Google wants to make sure that the overall user experience is very positive. So Google cares a lot about relevancy, and we'll see how that plays into the actual auction. Google uses a second price auction model. That means that you only need to pay you only really need to pay the amount that the advertiser below you is bidding, plus a penny. So we'll talk about that more in a minute, but just keep that in mind. It's a second price auction model. Generally, in a typical auction, I raise my hand and I say, okay, $50, sold for $50. That's not how it works in AdWords. With AdWords, I might raise my hand and say $50, a $50 max CPC bid, but I don't actually have to pay the $50 in most cases. I only need to pay as much as I need to beat the advertiser below me, and I'm willing to pay at most $50. That's what my bid that's what my bid claims. My bid says I'm willing to pay at most $50, and that's a bullet point here on the bottom. Another important thing is that you only pay for clicks. Now, most of you know this already. We've covered this before. At this point in the course, I'm sure you do know this, but impressions don't cost money. Your ad could be shown, it could be displayed, it could be on the search results page a million times, and you won't have to be charged. You won't get charged a penny. You only pay when your ad receives a click, and that's a very powerful factor in AdWords and PPC advertising in general, and a lot of aspects in internet marketing. You only pay when somebody clicks and comes to your website. That's like saying if you had a retail store, you would stand outside giving people 10 cents or 25 cents just to come inside. So you only pay when somebody comes to your store or comes to your website. Every single search triggers another auction. This might seem simple, but I want you to really focus on that. Every single search triggers another live auction. If there's 3 billion Google searches a day, there's 3 billion auctions, providing that each of those searches is eligible for ads. A live auction means that there are a lot of live variables. So you might be seeing data in your account. Your account might show you a keyword level quality score of a 7 out of 10, but that's not necessarily the live keyword level quality score. Every single time a query is entered into Google and somebody hits enter, there's another live auction, so your quality score might change. The competitive landscape might change. There might be certain advertisers during certain times of the day that aren't advertising. There might be certain advertisers that are going to advertise more aggressively during certain hours of the day. And that will affect how you that would affect your ad rank. That will affect how much you're going to have to pay for a click. That's going to affect your average position in the auction. So you have to keep that in mind. This is a live market. It's not
two people or a team of people deciding who gets what page, who gets what slot on the page, how much people pay per click. This is a live auction every time somebody runs a search. It does happen in a fraction of a second, but keep in mind, it's still a live auction and there are a lot of live variables that have to be taken into account, and that will affect the results of each individual auction. The last bullet point over here is that the max CPC bid equals the most you're willing to pay for a click. Not how much you're going to pay for a click, it equals the most you're willing to pay for a click. That's a very important factor. That's something which is completely fundamental. It's crucial to understanding how this works. So when we've been looking at the videos, in the previous videos, and we've been putting in that default max CPC bid is just saying, this is the most I'm willing to pay for a click for this keyword. I'm not willing to pay any more. I'd love to pay less, but I'm not paying any more than my max CPC bid. That's how bidding works in AdWords, but the max CPC bid is not necessarily what you're going to pay. It's just the most you're willing to pay. So those are some of the most fundamental auction insights. Now let's go ahead and take a look at how the auction actually works. Okay, so here we have 6 advertisers entering in an auction. Let's give it a keyword. So our keyword for this auction is going to be, let's say, continuing with our example, left-handed acoustic guitars. Okay, so let's say that is our keyword that this auction is focusing on. Now, obviously, it doesn't matter what the keyword is. This is just an example. So we have 6 advertisers advertising on the search, left-handed acoustic guitar. We have Jack, who is willing to pay $6 for a click. Barbara, who's willing to pay $5.50 for a click. Paul, whose max CPC bid is $4 for a click. Max is willing to pay $3 for a click. Jill is willing to pay at most $2.90 a click, and Tony is willing to pay $1 for a click. Now you might ask, if everybody's bidding on a left-handed acoustic guitar keyword, why are these advertisers bidding with such a discrepancy? Why is there $5 discrepancy in how much these people are willing to pay for a click? And the answer to that is these advertisers might be selling different types of left-handed acoustic guitars. So Tony, who's only willing to pay $1 for a click, he might even be selling left-handed acoustic guitar lessons, right? And he knows that his conversion rates for a lesson are much lower. He doesn't charge that much money for a lesson, and he's figured out, based on discovering a profitable bidding strategy, that the most that he could profitably pay for a click is $1. Now you might ask, what is a profitable bidding strategy? And hold off on that for now. We're going to cover developing profitable bidding strategies, how to take a look at your data and decide what I should bid. But we're not there yet. Right now we're just still understanding the auction. And Max and Paul, $3 and $4, they might be selling mid-range acoustic guitars in the $300 to $600 range, and Jack might be representing a custom sort of luthier shop that creates these beautiful hand-carved limited edition left-handed acoustic guitars, and for him, he is selling guitars in the $3,000 to $4,000 range, and his numbers and his overhead has resulted in a profitable max CPC bid, max cost per click bid of $6. And there might be other reasons as well. Jack might be willing to take a loss because he wants to get into the game and he has some investors behind him. There's many different factors, but inevitably we're going to see disparities like this and even greater in the auction. Sometimes competitors are willing to pay so much money for a click just to take the #1 spot. Sometimes competitors find that this keyword for them just doesn't simply work. Maybe the page on their website, or maybe this is a peripheral product. Maybe this keyword might mean different things for different advertisers. So for Tony, this might be a very peripheral awareness level stage keyword. For Jack, this might be exactly what he actually sells, and it might be a shop or buy or purchase level funnel in the buyer funnel. So this keyword, keep in mind, could very possibly represent different stages of the buying funnel for each given advertiser. So that's another very important thing to keep in mind. Not every keyword has the same value to every business. So we're going to see a discrepancy. But anyway, so this is what they're all willing to pay for a click. Now let's take a look at what their relevancy scores might be. So there's a lot of different factors. Like I said, there's keyword level quality, there's relevancy between the keyword and the ad text, there's the relevancy between your landing page, there's the quality of your landing page. One of the biggest factors in your relevancy score is your click-through rate for your keywords. And we're going to talk about all that. We're going to talk about click-through rate. We're going to talk about how that plays out in the future chapters. But let's just give everybody a relevancy score. So let's say Jack has low relevancy, okay? So Jack's relevancy is low, okay? Because his ads are pretty bad. They don't match up well with the search queries. His landing page loads slowly, so he's a low relevancy score. Now, Google themselves, they don't rate it at low, medium, and high. They actually give numbers to determine your quality score, and we're going to talk about that, how that gets determined in a minute, in the next video. Barbara might have a medium relevancy score, okay? Paul could have a high relevancy score. Let's say Max is low. Let's say Jill is medium. And let's say Tony has a high relevancy score. Okay, so everybody gets a relevancy score. Now, the first thing that is calculated before we start calculating cost is the number called ad rank. Ad rank is calculated by multiplying your max CPC bid by your quality score. And we're going to talk all about ad rank coming up. We're going to get very detailed. This is just to give you a very broad, basic overview of ad rank. Everybody gets an ad rank. Now let's just say, for example, Jack's ad rank with his high bid but low quality score comes out to a 10. Okay? Barbara gets a 12 ad rank because she has a medium relevancy score but a higher CPC bid. Paul comes out with a 16 ad rank because he has while he has a lower bid, he has a very high relevancy score. Max gets a 6 quality score, a 6 ad rank because he has a lower bid and a low relevancy score. Jill with a low bid and a medium quality score gets a 7. And Tony gets a 13. Okay, now let's see what happens here. But you need to understand what ad rank is. Ad rank is just simply an arbitrary number that determines the spot on the page. Ad rank determines what spot on the search engine results page you get. So in this case, it's very simple. Paul lands spot number 1. Okay? Tony gets spot number 2. Barbara gets spot number 3. Jack gets spot number 4. Jill gets spot number 5. And Max, with Max's low relevancy and lowish bid, gets nixed from the auction altogether, doesn't get a spot because the last advertiser generally doesn't get a spot. And we'll talk about why that is in a second, of course. So that's something which is important to understand, that when there's more advertisers than the spots on the advertising page, which is usually 8 to 10, and usually there are more advertisers for most commercial intent keywords, the person with the lowest ad rank doesn't get on the page. But I want you to focus on something very important and very interesting here. If you notice, look at who got the number 1 spot. Paul, who wasn't bidding the highest, Paul was only bidding $4. There were 2 other advertisers willing to pay more for a click, but Paul, with his high relevancy score, wins spot number 1. Okay? Tony, which is also interesting, with his cheapest bid, but since he has such a high relevancy score, he wins spot number 2. And Tony, in spot number 2, will not pay more than $1. So his cost per click, his actual cost per click might end up coming out to 87 cents, while Barbara, who's in position 3, she only has to pay as much as she needs to beat person in position 4, which is right below her, which is Jack, and Barbara might end up paying $5.30. So just think about how fascinating that is. The higher the spot on the page does not necessarily mean the higher cost per click. I want to repeat that because it's extremely important. The higher position on the page does not necessarily mean the higher cost of a click. In our example here, this fictitious example, which could very, very well happen and happens very often, Tony in spot number 2 could be paying 80 cents, while Barbara in spot number 3 might be paying $5.20. So it's very possible that the person in spot number 2, because such a high relevancy score, is paying drastically less than person in spot number 1 or 3. So for example, here we have, let's see, we have Jill, right? So Jill is getting spot number 5. So she's the last on the page because she has a combination of just a medium relevancy score and a pretty low cost per click. So she gets the last position on the page. But just to continue to stress, we're going to get further into all this. This is very complicated stuff, and I'm sure that there's a lot here that's unclear. For example, how does my actual cost per click actually get calculated? We didn't talk about that, and you're right. How does my quality score actually get calculated? We didn't talk about that. What I want you to take away from all this is very broad understanding of the AdWords auction, like the main auction insights. There's a huge focus on relevancy. You don't use the second price auction model, which means that you don't pay what your max CPC bid is. You don't automatically pay what your bid is. You pay just what you need to pay to maintain your position over the person beneath you. You pay just what you need to pay to maintain your position over the person beneath you. You only pay for clicks. Every search triggers another auction, and your max CPC is just the most you're willing to pay. And I want you to also just start understanding the auction in this dynamic perspective, where the person, that ad rank, your ad rank number is a number which determines your spot on the page. The higher the ad rank, the higher spot you are, but the higher the ad rank, the higher spot does not necessarily mean the higher cost. You could, position 2 might be paying much less than position 3. Position 3 could possibly pay less than position 4, and position 1 could possibly be paying less than position 3 or 4 also. So it's a very, very interesting dynamic auction that takes relevancy, what we call quality score. In the next videos, we'll substitute relevancy for quality score, that takes quality score into account. And just to give you a little bit of a precursor, and we did mention this already, but your ad rank is calculated nowadays by your max CPC bid multiplied by your quality score. So let's dive into quality score because that's going to help you understand how the auction really works. In the next couple of videos, I'm going to give you more additional examples like this that show you exactly, precisely how your actual cost per click is calculated. We're going to go through it. It's going to be very instructional. It's going to be a long video. We're going to really dive into these topics. You're going to get a much, much better understanding of the AdWords auction, how the different numbers are calculated, and how it works. And what's more, I'm actually going to give you a little bit of a brief history of quality score and a brief history of the AdWords auction, how it came to be and how it operated before the quality score era and how it changed post-quality score. So that's going to be a very interesting next couple of videos. Thanks very much for watching, but stay tuned and make sure to jump into the next video right away. Thanks. We'll see you on the other side, guys.
Howdy AdWords fans, and welcome back to this exciting chapter where we're going to talk about quality score, what it is, how it's calculated, and really taking a look at the ad auction in depth and really understanding ad rank and how your actual CPC, your actual cost per click is calculated. Some of the things in this course, in these next couple of videos, we have already covered in this course. At the very least, it'll be a refresher. Some of this information will just help you to solidify the knowledge that you already have, but it's also just very good to repeat some of this and to get a more detailed sense of how this all works. So let's dive right in, and we'll get started by a brief overview of what quality score is, what it means to Google, and what Google looked like in the pre-quality score era. In order to first understand what quality score is and how it came to be, it's important to first understand what Google is at its most fundamental level. Essentially, Google is a massive referral service. People come to Google looking for referrals. When people need to find something on the internet, they ask Google where they could find it. They ask Google this question by typing a query into the Google search box, and Google provides them websites that hopefully contain the information Google's customer, you, was looking for. So it stands to reason, from a business perspective, that Google cares a great deal how relevant their suggestions or referrals are to their customers. The more closely a web page that Google refers you to provides the information you're looking for, the better experience you're going to have. The better experience you have when using Google's referral service, the more likely you'll be to come back again in the future and use Google to find information on the internet again. If Google sent you to a website that offered PowerPoint tips when you were searching for somewhere to buy power strips, you might not use Google as frequently in the future, and worse, you might even begin using another search engine like Bing or Yahoo. It especially stands to reason, then, that Google also cares a great deal about this same sort of relevancy when it comes to the ads they show their users. Ads that are shown above their organic search results. Ads that are the bread and butter of their business model, accounting for more than 97% of their total revenue. So AdWords Quality Score, stripped of any technical jargon, is Google's way of ensuring that their customers have the same high-quality referral experience with a paid ad as they do with an organic result. Now that we understand what Quality Score aims to do at a conceptual level, let's take a closer look at how Quality Score actually works, how it's calculated, and what it's comprised of. One of the first numbers you need to be familiar with is something called ad rank. Your ad rank is just a number that determines what ad slot your ad will show in. The advertiser with the highest ad rank gets their ad in the very top ad slot on the search engine results page, or SERP. Your ad rank is calculated in a live auction every single time a search is performed on Google. The question is, how does Google calculate your ad rank? Great question. Let's take a closer look at how ad rank was calculated in the pre-Quality Score era. Quality Score was introduced in 2005, and up until then, the AdWords auction was a really simple thing. The only thing that really mattered was your max cost per click, or CPC, for any given keyword. Or in other words, how much you told Google you were willing to pay for an ad click triggered by a specific query. Let's take a look at an example auction. Let's say Brad, Ben, and Brett all run online shops that specialize in custom-tailored men's briefs. Each of them tell Google to show their ads when someone searches for bespoke men's briefs. That'll be our keyword. Brad sets his max CPC for that keyword at $3, Ben sets his max CPC at $2, and Brett's only willing to pay about $1.50 per click for that specific keyword. So back in the early days, Brad would win the top ad slot, or position 1, since he had the highest max bid. Ben would take the second spot, and Brett would take the third spot. Not to confuse matters that are no longer relevant, but click-through rate, or CTR, did in fact play a role in the ad rank calculation before Quality Score was introduced. Actual ad rank took into account a keyword's click-through rate, since a keyword with a very high bid but no clicks was not only obviously not relevant to users, but it also wasn't making Google any money, no matter how much an advertiser was willing to pay for that click. What's important to know now is that before Quality Score came along, the highest ad rank was essentially awarded to the highest bidder. But once Quality Score was introduced, everything changed, and things got a whole lot trickier. So as we saw in the previous example, calculating ad rank based solely on max CPC bid did very little in the way of ensuring a high-quality user experience with paid ads. As long as your advertising pockets were deep enough, you could place first on the results page with highly irrelevant ads and shoddy websites you were sending clicks to. Google, being a premier search engine and not the local penny saver, didn't want, for example, an insurance company running an extensive branding campaign and showing their ads to users on non-insurance related queries. While those ads may have been profitable for the advertiser in the long run, they disrupted the streamlined and highly controlled environment Google wanted to provide its own customers. So taking those considerations into account, Google introduced Quality Score in 2005. Before we talk about the Quality Score equation, there's a couple more worthwhile things to note. The first thing worth understanding is that every single keyword in your account has a Quality Score rated on a 10-point scale. Here's what your Quality Score columns look like in the actual AdWords account. Quality Score is hidden by default, but you can find it by clicking on Columns, Customize Columns, Attributes, and adding Quality Score. You could drag and rearrange your columns as you see fit. I'll move it up here in front of clicks, hit Apply to save these columns, and now you can see your Quality Score along with your keywords in the account. We'll come back and spend a lot more time in the actual accounts later, but here's just an idea
of where your quality score shows up and what it looks like. You can see historical quality score data from within your AdWords account. In other words, you can only see what your quality score is now, not what it was yesterday or how it changed over time. There are some great third-party tools and AdWords scripts that you can run to collect this data, and we'll talk more about that later on. While Google themselves never confirmed that an internal account level quality score exists, it's generally accepted that your overall account has a quality score that in some way or other impacts your overall performance. In any case, the better your keyword level quality score is, the better your account level quality score is going to be. Display network quality score is another murky area, and it's known that improving your click-through rate on any non-search campaigns will improve the efficiency of your display campaigns as well. For our purposes here, we'll be focusing on the tangible quality score data that our account actually presents us, keyword level quality score, on the search network only. Let's dig a little deeper now and take a closer look at the individual components of quality score. There are 4 main factors that Google considers when calculating keyword level quality score on the search network. Click-through rate is the number one most important of them all. There are a number of important details to discuss here, and we'll get back to them shortly. The second factor is the relevance between the keyword and the actual ad text. The third factor is the relevance between the keyword that triggered the ad impression and the actual query the user typed into the Google search box. And the fourth factor is what we'll call landing page relevance. Let's take a closer look at each of these factors individually. Click-through rate can be thought of as the people's court. And when thought of that way, it makes a lot of sense from a logical perspective why CTR is the most important factor in determining your quality score for any given keyword. While algorithms can do a great job at a lot of things, they still can't assess human appeal as well as humans can. And essentially, a keyword's actual click-through rate tells us how appealing your keyword and ad combination is to actual people using Google search. Just to clarify, your CTR is calculated by dividing the number of clicks a keyword has received by that keyword's number of impressions and then multiplying that by 100 to get the percentage. So for example, a keyword with 279 clicks and 10,546 impressions has a quality score of 2.6%. You take the 0.026, multiply that by 100, and you get 2.6. And that's your CTR. In other words, 2.6% of the people who see an ad triggered by that keyword actually clicked on it. It goes without saying that the higher the CTR, the higher your quality score will be. Now at this point you may have a few questions. First, you might be wondering, what's a good CTR? Well, unfortunately, there's no real answer to that question. There are so many variables that go into every unique circumstance that it's impossible to know what type of CTR you should be aiming for, and what type of CTR is normal for your industry and for your keywords. Oftentimes, you'll be running a broad match keyword and aiming for a lower spot in the page, in which case you'll probably get a lower CTR than if you were bidding more aggressively on a phrase or exact match keyword and targeting a higher position on the page. That leads us to your next 2 questions. A, how does Google know what a good CTR is? And B, how does Google calculate this part of my quality score for brand new keywords with no click-through rate data? Well, the answer is that Google pulls from its enormous database of historic data to get ballpark figures for what your CTRs should look like in your industry for your keywords and for your specific bids. You also know that ads in lower positions on the page typically get lower CTRs, and you may be wondering if Google penalizes your quality score for poorer click-through rates due to a lower position. The good news is that quality score is normalized by ad position, which means that Google understands that CTRs will inevitably vary based on position, and Google does assess your ad's position when determining the health of your click-through rate. It's also worth mentioning that Google tracks your display URL click-through rates for each ad in an ad group and incorporates that into your keyword level CTR portion of your quality score. Because of that, it's always a good idea to get in the habit of testing different display URLs within an ad group to see which ones yield the best CTRs. We've been talking a great deal about relevance, and the relevance between your keywords and ad copy is a really important thing. Google knows that in order for your ad to be relevant to the user, the text of your ad should talk about the themes your keywords represent. Often people make the mistake of stuffing their keywords into their ad copy numerous times, but that's really not what Google's looking for. Google wants to see ad text that is thematically related to the keywords in that ad group. For example, if your keywords are Canon printer repair,
online computer help and hard drive retrieval, for example, it's okay to have ad text that talks about online tech support, even though it doesn't necessarily include all your actual keywords. To be safe though, it's always a good practice to try and include the main keywords in your headline or the first description line of the ad. When we talk about repairing quality score later, we'll go over ways to ensure ad text and keyword relevancy in greater detail. Remember, it's completely fine if different ad groups have completely different keywords and ads altogether. As long as the keywords and ads in each particular ad group are reflective of one another, there won't be any issues. The sentence, phrase, term, or question a user types into the Google search box is referred to as a query. So whereas your keywords trigger ad impressions, user queries trigger search results pages. Google calculates quality score for your keywords in real time, every single time a search is performed. Not to confuse things unnecessarily, but the quality score you see in your account is not necessarily the actual quality score awarded to your keywords in real time. One of the factors that goes into your real-time quality score is the relevance between the user's query and your keyword that triggered your ad impression. Likewise, Google also takes into account the relevancy between the query and the ad copy that's going to be triggered by the keyword. The same reasoning applies to the keyword ad text relevance we discussed just before. Google understands that the more relevant a searcher's query is to an advertiser's keyword and ad text, the more relevant and useful the ads and overall user experience is likely going to be. Careful use of dynamic keyword insertion can help with ad copy query relevance, and appropriate use of keyword match types will help ensure your keywords always remain relevant to the user's actual query. And we'll talk more about that later. I'm certainly not recommending that, a traditional broad match doesn't have a place and time, but it's just something to keep in mind when optimizing for quality score. Landing page quality is the least weighted factors in calculating quality score, and most advertisers don't run into landing page issues. But the elements of landing page quality are definitely worth knowing and understanding. There are 5 primary categories of landing page relevance, or landing page quality, as it's often referred to. First and foremost, yep, you guessed it, we have landing page to keyword and ad relevance. Then we have something called landing page load time, which is a really non-issue nowadays. Then there's spiderability, transparency, and navigability. Landing page relevance is very similar to the other types of relevance we've discussed. Google wants the user to continue to have a great experience after leaving Google. After all, a referral service is only as good as the places it refers its users to. Your ad should land users on a web page that relates to what the user was looking for. If the user was asking for an answer to a question or a solution to a problem, your landing page should provide that answer or solution. Just like with ad copy, your landing page need not contain all your actual keywords. As long as the content of your landing page is thematically related to the keywords in your ad group, you'll have nothing to worry about in this area. It's also important to include enough text on your landing page for Google to recognize as relevant. There isn't a set number of characters you need to satisfy Google's bots, but if there are more images than text on your landing page, that's a fair indication that you may run into some trouble. It goes without saying, try to include actual text instead of images of text whenever possible. If I had to throw a number out there, I'd say 2 to 3 paragraphs of relevant text should be a minimum amount to ideally aim for. Remember, don't do anything dumb like repeating your keywords over and over again or make the color of your text the same as the background. Google's smarter than that and you'll get penalized. The content of your landing page should also be primarily unique to your website. If you're using manufacturer descriptions, etc., try to enhance them with your own additional content wherever possible. Landing page load time is not a problem that comes up often. Your site needs to meet a minimum threshold of page load speed. As long as it does, you've got nothing to worry about. Once again, there's no hard number for the minimum requirement, but if your site is loading normally, don't worry about it any further. If your site is excessively sluggish, talk to your hosting provider to figure out what's up. Spiderability is another factor that is usually a non-issue. Google's programs that read and index your site are called spiders. If Google can't access or read your site, they won't know what your site's about. Your robots.txt file tells the Google bots what to read or not to read. If your site was set up by a competent developer, chances are your site is spiderable. If you're using a website builder like Squarespace, WordPress, Wix, Weebly, etc., they create and submit the robots.txt file automatically for you.
If you're still unsure about your site's spiderability, create or log into your free Google Webmaster Tools account, and you can check on your robots.txt file and see how it's being treated by Google's bots. Transparency won't be an issue as long as you don't do anything mischievous on your site. If you have a privacy policy, make sure it's easily accessible. Don't automatically sign up your visitors to a newsletter list without their permission, and definitely don't auto-install any software or alter their browser settings. I'm sure none of you will have any transparency issues. Navigability simply means that there's more to your site than just the landing page, which tells Google that the user will likely have other ways of finding the information they're looking for, like submitting a form, for example. Google used to require a fully navigable site with links to a Contact Us page, an About Us page, and so on and so forth, but with the advent of single-page landing pages designed for conversions, this factor of landing page quality has become less and less important. Lastly, it's worthwhile noting that while landing page quality is generally the least important factor in determining quality score, landing page violations could easily cause your ads to be disapproved, which isn't the case with a low CTR or ad copy relevance. So be careful. Submitting your site for a review each time it's disapproved is not only a headache, but multiple infractions could lead to your account being suspended. Now that we know the factors that make up each keyword's quality score, it would be nice to know exactly what percentage of a quality score each component accounts for. Unfortunately, there's no definitive answer, but it's generally agreed upon in the industry that CTR accounts for roughly 65%, relevancy factors for about 25%, and the remaining 10% is allocated to landing page factors. Just to review, the CTR portion of quality score includes ad, keyword, click-through rate history, which looks at the historical click-through rates for a given keyword and ad combination. Account CTR history, which takes a broader look at all the keywords and ads in an entire account. Display URL click-through rates, which takes into account the differences in click-through rates across your various display URLs in an ad group. And geographical CTR, which takes into account how your keyword and ad click-through rates perform in different geographical locations. Again, some of these factors are only reflected in the real-time quality score assigned at the very moment of a Google search, and not necessarily accounted for by the quality score number we see in the actual account dashboard. Relevance factors include keyword to ad relevance, which again is how reflective your keywords are to the content of the ads in the ad group. Keyword to query relevance, which again is how related the keyword that triggered the ad impression is to the actual query the user typed in. Remember using match types to help here. And keyword ad copy to landing page relevance, which once again is how relevant the keyword that triggered the ad and the text of the ad is to the topics discussed in the page users land on after clicking the ad. Lastly, we have landing page factors, which, as we discussed, deal with more technical matters like load time, navigability, spiderability, and transparency. People always ask me what a good quality score is. Like with click-through rate, there's no real answer to that. Depending on any given circumstance, optimizing for quality score may not be the most important thing, and we'll talk about those instances in a moment. There are, however, reliable guidelines you can use when assessing the health of your quality scores. As we know, quality score is rated on a 10-point scale. You can't have a quality score lower than 1 or higher than 10. If you're seeing quality scores of 1, then you're really in trouble. Chances are you're not really getting any traffic, and if you do, the costs per click will be astronomically high. We'll talk more about the relationship between CPC and quality score in a little bit. In most cases, though, you'll want to get rid of these keywords right away. Before deleting them, make sure everything is in order with your landing page or website. Oftentimes, there's a major landing page issue that's causing the 1 quality scores. Keywords in the 2 to 3 range are still bad, but they're salvageable in many cases. Costs are still significantly overpriced, and having a lot of keywords with 2 to 3 quality scores can hurt the overall quality score of the account. Spend time on these keywords, especially if they're highly integral keywords that you can't do without. It's not at all uncommon to see a lot of 4s, 5s, and 6s, especially during the first few months of a new account. You're not significantly overpaying, and you're not in any danger of being penalized. These keywords have real potential, and you should dedicate the bulk of your time optimizing them to improve their quality score. It often takes a few minor tweaks to get these keywords back on track. A quality score of 7 should be your benchmark goal. A keyword at 7 or above is above average, and you'll be saving money on cost per click. Don't kill yourself trying to improve keywords with a 7 quality score. Oftentimes, there's a roof that you simply can't get past based on your industry and other geographical factors.
8s and 9s aren't as common as 7s and 10s, believe it or not, but if you're seeing them, then great. No need to do anything more in terms of quality score for those keywords. Obviously, 10 is the most coveted quality score. You're scoring close to perfect in Google's eyes on all fronts, and you could be confident that your CPCs are at rock bottom for your given position. Of course, if your quality score is a 10 and you're paying an average of $2 for position 3, an advertiser at position 5 or 6 could very likely be paying less than you. So now you have a really good understanding of quality score, what it is, how it works, all the different relevancy factors, and how much each relevancy factor is weighted when it comes to the overall quality score. With that understanding, we can now jump in to ad rank, figuring out how ad rank is calculated, but more importantly, really figuring out exactly how your actual cost per click is calculated. And that's going to be a really exciting and in-depth area of knowledge that you're going to get in the very next video. So stay tuned. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you soon right in the next video when we start talking about calculating ad rank and calculating your actual cost per click. Talk to you guys soon. Howdy AdWords fans, and welcome back to this exciting section where we're going to start talking about how to calculate ad rank and your actual CPC. You now understand quality score, you understand the auction, and now we're going to really dive into the modern day Google AdWords auction where we understand what number your ad rank is, how your ad rank determines your place in the auction, and more importantly, how the actual auction works to determine what you pay when your ad gets clicked on.
So we now know the history of quality score, why it was implemented, and we also know all the factors that make up quality score. But the question still remains, who cares? Who cares how good or bad your quality scores are? In the previous slide, we spoke about inflated costs with low quality scores, and now we're going to really dive into what exactly that means and how it works. It all begins with an understanding of how ad rank is calculated in the post-quality score era. Like we saw a while back in our example with Brad, Ben, and Brett, the old formula used to calculate ad rank didn't account for quality score. Essentially, the highest bidder won the top slot, since max CPC bid was the most important factor in calculating ad rank. The new formula introduced to calculate ad rank changes things up dramatically. So let's see what that new formula is and what it means for advertisers and their bidding wars. The new formula for ad rank that Google introduced in 2005 was ad rank equals max CPC bid times quality score. The formula stayed that way until 2013 when Google introduced the expected impact of ad extensions on CTR as part of the ad rank formula. Google found that different sorts of ad extensions like site links, callouts, review extensions, etc. could favorably impact an ad CTR, and they included these ad extension CTR projections into the ad rank formula. But we don't know exactly how the ad rank formula changed in order to accommodate the ad extension factors. Brad Geddes of Certify Knowledge proposes that ad extensions account for about 20% of the quality score portion of the current ad rank formula. But whether or not that number is precisely accurate, we could be very confident that it's not much more than that. Because so many advertisers are using ad extensions, and because it's a pretty small factor by itself, we'll continue by evaluating some example scenarios with the primary formula, which is ad rank equals max CPC bid times quality score. Let's create a sample auction with some of our old friends, but now we'll add a couple of women into the auction. So in this example, we're going to have Brad, Beth, Brett, Ben, and Brenda all bidding on the same keyword. For the sake of the example, let's assume that there are only 4 available ad slots on this particular search results page, so only 4 of these 5 advertisers are going to win an ad spot at this auction. So let's say Brad sets his max CPC bid at $9, Beth sets hers at $7, Brett is willing to pay no more than $6.25, Ben's max is $3, and Brenda is the most frugal bidder at $2 for her max CPC. Now let's make up some quality scores for these folks. Brad gets a quality score of 1, Beth lands a 3, Brett gets a perfectly respectable 7, Ben is mediocre with a 5, and Brenda hits the jackpot with a 10 quality score. Now, let's calculate the respective ad rank so we can determine their position. Remember, we get ad rank by simply multiplying the max bid by quality score. So Brad's ad rank is a 9, Beth's is a 21, Brett's ad rank is 43.75, Ben has an ad rank of 15, and finally Brenda with an ad rank of 20. Now that we've calculated the ad rank for each advertiser in the auction, we can determine their positions on the search results page. Remember, in our example here, there are only 4 available ad slots. So Brett wins the coveted top spot on the page, even though there were 2 advertisers in the auction willing to pay more than him for a click. Since he was serving a higher quality ad, he was able to take the first spot with his 7 quality score. Beth takes the second spot on the page, beating other high quality ads like Ben and Brenda, since she was willing to pay substantially more for a click. Brenda, who was willing to pay the least for a click, wins spot number 3 since she's serving such a high quality ad. And Ben wins spot number 4 with his combination of bid and quality score. Interestingly, Brad, who was willing to pay a whopping $9 for a click, gets snubbed altogether and doesn't get any spot on the page, because although his bid was the highest, his quality score was so low that his ad rank wound up being worse than everyone else's. This helps us understand how crucial quality scores are, even before getting into the formula for determining actual cost per click, which we'll get to in a moment. Let's think about it. Let's say Beth went to work on her quality score by rewriting her ads and putting together a more relevant landing page, and she got her quality score up to a 7. Now, instead of a 21, her ad rank would be a 49, and she would win the top spot from Brett without increasing her bid at all. Purely on the basis of improving her quality score, she was able to change her ad position. And if, for example, Brenda was to let her quality score slip from a 10 to a 5, her ad rank would turn into a 10 and she'd lose her spot to Ben. So now we could really see how the new ad rank formula really puts a huge emphasis on quality score on a very practical level. We see how connected your ad position is to how Google perceives the quality of the ad you're offering in the auction. But position isn't the only thing that quality score affects. We know that your max CPC bid isn't the actual price you pay for a click. It's simply the most you're willing to pay for a click. Quality score plays a huge role in how much you actually end up paying for a click, and as promised, let's take a look at how your actual CPC is determined and what role quality score plays in that area of the auction. So I just reset the original numbers here and reordered the advertisers in order of ad rank. We've got Brett in spot number 1, Beth in spot number 2, Brenda in 3rd place, Ben in 4th, and Brad the loser knocked out of the running for this particular auction. Google sets up their auction that an advertiser could bid the maximum they are willing to pay for a click, but they only have to actually pay the minimum amount needed to maintain their position, or in other words, the minimum they would need to beat the advertiser directly below them. From a mathematical perspective, as explained by Google's chief economist Hal Varian, you have P1, the price advertiser 1 has to pay, with Q1, that advertiser's quality score, and that's going to be just enough to beat B1, the bid of the advertiser below him, and Q2, the quality score of the advertiser below him. To solve this equation, you get P1 equals the ad rank of the advertiser below him, which is his bid multiplied by his quality score, divided by the quality score of advertiser 1. In other words, your actual cost per click is the ad rank to beat, or the ad rank of the advertiser right below you, divided by your quality score. So let's figure out what our guys and girls here would actually have to pay Google for an ad click. To figure out Brett's actual CPC, we take 21, which is the ad rank of the advertiser with the ad rank directly below him, and we divide it by 7. So Brett's actual CPC is $3. Beth's actual CPC is calculated by taking Brenda's ad rank and dividing it by 3, which is Beth's quality score, and that gives us an actual CPC of $6.66. And the same thing goes for Brenda and Ben, giving us an actual CPC of $1.50 for Brenda and $1.80 for Brad. Let's just say, for example, there were 5 ad slots available, and only these 5 advertisers in the auction, then Brad would indeed win the 5th spot, but since there isn't any ad rank below him, he'd have to pay a minimum click price determined by Google. But let's take a look here, and we could see some really interesting things. The first thing you probably noticed is that the number one spot on the page isn't paying the most for a click. Brett's paying just $3 for a click in position 1, which is more than half the click price Beth has to pay to remain in position 2. And that's purely because of Brett's higher quality score. We see a similar thing down below with Brenda and Ben, but just with less disparity between their actual CPCs. So we see what a huge role your keyword level quality score actually plays in determining how much you end up paying for an ad click. Now let's take a look at this a little further. Say Beth improves her quality score and she turns her 3 into a 6. So now her ad rank is a 42. She's still in position 2 on the results page because her ad rank is still lower than Brett's, but look what happens to her actual CPC. Now when we divide 20, which is the ad rank to beat, by 6, her quality score, we get an actual CPC of $3.33, half of what she was paying before. So by increasing her quality score by a few points, she's able to drastically lower her actual CPC. Now let's take a look at Brenda. Brenda can't increase her quality score any more than a 10, so is she paying the absolute minimum possible to maintain her position number 3? Well, yes and no. In this example, she's paying the lowest possible CPC to maintain position 3, but theoretically, if Ben's quality score was a 4 instead of a 5, which would make his ad rank a 12, Brenda would then only have to pay $1.20 per click. And this highlights the mechanics of the auction. The quality of the ads being served by the competitors in any given auction makes a really big difference in the actual CPCs you have to pay. Like we just saw with Brenda and Ben, the worse Ben's quality score is, the cheaper Brenda's clicks become, since Brenda only has to pay the minimum to keep her ad spot over Ben. Now what if Brenda wants to do better? What could she do? She already has a 10 quality score and can't improve that anymore. But what she could do is raise her max CPC bid. So say she raises her max CPC bid to $4. She doubles it. Now what happens? Her ad rank jumps up to a 40, but she's still in position 3. She still pays $1.20 a click, even though she doubled her bid, because $1.20 is still all she needs in order to beat Ben. But did anything else happen to any of the other appetizers? Yes. Beth could no longer just pay $3.33 to beat Brenda. Now, if we divide Brenda's new ad rank, which is 40, by Beth's quality score, which is 6, Beth's actual CPC jumps way back up to $6.66. Pretty amazing. If Beth raises her max CPC bid to $5 instead of 4, she'd have an ad rank of 50 and automatically take the top spot, and the actual CPCs of all the other advertisers would have to be calculated again from the top. Of course, we can never know the ad ranks of the advertisers below us or above us, so we never actually know what anybody else's actual CPCs are going to be. The important thing is to appreciate the influence of quality score on actual click prices and to be acutely aware of our quality scores when assessing the health of your account and the costs you're paying for clicks. The better your quality score is, the cheaper your clicks are going to be. We're drawing close to the end of this first chapter in our quest to better quality scores, but there's a few more important things I wanted to cover. To those of you who've made it this far, you guys are real troopers, and I hope it's been at least a little helpful and not a total waste of your time. We briefly mentioned earlier that there are certain times it's okay to ignore quality scores. Let's take a closer look at some of the more common situations where these exceptions apply. The most common exception to the quality score rules are what I call pains. It doesn't really stand for anything specific, besides for painfully annoying and inconsistent number syndrome, but we call them that because these are instances that can't be understood by any logical boundaries. Sometimes the plural version of a keyword will have half the quality score of the singular version of that keyword in the same ad group. There's no logical reason why that should be the case. Sometimes adding a prefix or a suffix to a word changes the quality score dramatically, like sofa covers and sofa coverings. These instances and others that have no rhyme or reason can be very frustrating as you continuously try and fail to optimize for quality score. In these cases, you should try a few tests, and if you don't see any positive results, just walk away. Whether or not that means removing the troublesome keyword is a question that needs to be addressed on a case-by-case basis. New accounts and new lists of keywords. Every new keyword is assigned a default quality score that is not necessarily reflective of the quality score your new keywords will have tomorrow or the day after. You need to wait a little bit before making any assumptions about the health of a new keyword's quality score. As a rule, I don't begin worrying about quality scores before a keyword has at least 1,000 to 1,500 impressions.
with 100 to 250 clicks. Once the keywords and ad group has accrued some actionable data, then you can start taking a look at how good or bad your quality scores are. However, if your account indicates that there's an issue with your landing page, that's something that you should take a look at right away. In most cases, landing page issues that are diagnosed right away don't go away with time. We've seen a number of cases where there's quite literally an industry glass ceiling you hit with quality scores. The legal, financial, and pharmaceutical industries are familiar with this issue. Some of these industries have gotten a bad reputation with Google after a deluge of advertisers sending traffic to shady and untrustworthy sites. As a result, Google adopted a guilty until proven innocent policy with certain keywords. We've run into this obstacle with our clients a number of times, where no matter what we did, we couldn't get past a 3 or a 4 quality score. In these cases, we persisted and we eventually were able to improve our quality scores dramatically over time. If you suspect something like this is happening in your account, reach out to a Google rep and ask them to take a further look. If you see a lot of 3 quality scores and you're averaging a position 1 to 3, you could be fairly certain that this is the issue you're running into. Google won't generally show 3 quality scores above the organic results, and if they are, you're most likely advertising in one of the blacklisted industries. If that's the case, keep on trucking. Don't worry about inflated click prices, because chances are your competitors are averaging the same quality scores and CPCs as you are. It's common for companies to serve ads when people search for a competitor's name. In fact, we've seen some excellent results with these sorts of campaigns for our clients. It's a great opportunity to highlight your sales and promotions in an ethical way, as long as you're not claiming to be the other company or denigrating their products or services. Since Google knows the user searched specifically for a company that is not yours, you'll almost always see low quality scores on these keywords. For example, if someone searches Google for State Farm motorcycle insurance and Geico targets the keyword State Farm, Geico is going to get slapped with a low quality score. Once again, whether or not you should continue to run these sorts of campaigns with low quality scores has to be assessed on an individual basis. This kind of problem can arise even when you're not specifically targeting your competition. If you sell a product that has the same name as a well-known company, you might see low quality scores for that product's keywords. In most of these cases, simply ignore the low quality scores unless as a result, your keywords are no longer profitable. We talked earlier about the inability to track historical quality scores within an AdWords account. In other words, you can't see how your quality score has changed over time. In larger accounts, it's also difficult to find the areas of your account in which quality score is suffering the most. There are ways to accomplish both of these things manually, and we'll cover both those things in the next video. But there's an extraordinary tool available I wanted to show you that can make your life so much easier. Optimizer is a multidimensional PPC tool with a ton of different features, but one of the most useful tools they offer is the ability to track historical quality score and diagnose problematic quality score areas in a cinch. I'm going to take you inside the Optimizer dashboard right now, but if you're serious about managing your AdWords account, I highly recommend signing up for an Optimizer account. Their prices are very reasonable, and the time you'll save makes the monthly cost well worth it. You can find a link to their website in the video description below. Now let's take a look at their quality score tracker tool. So here we are in the Optimizer historical quality score tool. We're seeing real data from one of our clients' accounts. At the top, we can see the overall account level quality score and how it's changed over the selected date range. In this instance, we see the overall quality score was down from a 7.6 to a 7.4. Not a very significant change. I'm not usually concerned with the account level quality score for 2 reasons. 1, it doesn't tell you where you need to optimize, and 2, since we're always testing new keyword ideas that often start off with medium to low quality scores, those testing areas will be reflected in the overall quality score of the entire account. The Daily Trends panel below shows us how different key performance indicators like average CPC, clicks, CTR, conversions, cost per conversion, conversion rate, average position have changed with changes in quality score. Down here, we have keyword spread and quality score distribution. The keyword spread does a great job at showing you the overall health of your account. In this case, we're in really good shape with a very strong presence of 7s, 8s, and 9s. If I roll over the bar chart, I can see exactly how many keywords in the account have a quality score of a specific number. But even though I know this account is healthy, I also know there are some areas that could use some work. That's why the Add Groups to Optimize section over here is really helpful. I can see which ad groups are averaging low quality scores and how much those ad groups are spending. I see that the ad group named Conversion Lasso is spending a fair amount of money and it has an average quality score of 4.7. So I want to do some work on quality score in that ad group. If I click on it, I can see all this data again, but instead of seeing the data at the account level, I'm now only seeing historical quality score data for the ad group I want to optimize. Right off the bat, I see that the work we've been doing so far has paid off. This has been a really hard ad group, and we've been able to get the average from a 3 to almost a 5. That's substantial growth right there. Down at the keyword spread, I can see that we don't have a very strong showing for keywords with better quality scores in this ad group. Further down, I can see the specific keywords in the ad group, their quality scores, and their respective costs. If I want to see the historical quality score for a different date range, all I have to do is change the date range selector up here and click refresh. This is one of the optimizer tools we use most often, and I can't tell you how much time and energy it saved us in keeping track and optimizing quality scores across hundreds of accounts. Like I said before, you don't need Optimizer to track historical quality score data.
Now you have a very good understanding exactly how the AdWords auction works, how your actual cost per click is calculated, what your ad rank is, but one very important question remains. How do I diagnose quality score issues in my account? How do I figure out which ad groups, which campaigns, which keywords are suffering with quality score, and how do I go about fixing those quality scores, and how do I determine and inspect my ad groups and campaigns to discover the sore spots with quality score? And that's exactly the topics that we'll be covering in the very next video with a really cool and detailed, advanced Excel pivot table. It's going to be very informative stuff. I hope you really enjoyed this last chapter, because a ton of great information you were able, with all that information, you were able to attain a very deep level of knowledge. Your understanding of the AdWords auction is, I guarantee you, way better than 90% of the people and the competitors that you'll be going up against running ad campaigns with AdWords. So thanks so much for watching this one, and we will see you in just a second in the next video. Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon. Howdy, AdWords fans. Welcome back to this exciting chapter where, as promised, we're going to go into Microsoft Excel, into a live account as you're seeing here, and take a look at how we could diagnose quality score issues in our account, how we could identify and point out quality score problems. So let's get to it. What you're seeing here is a live account. Obviously, the keywords are blurred out, and some of the more personal and sensitive data, because this is a client of ours and not, they probably don't want their keywords and cost data to be seen by the world. But this is a live account and the data is absolutely real. So before we prepare our report that we're going to export, we want to make sure we have certain columns set up. Now, over here we see a bunch of different columns. This is what we have for this specific client, but you want to for sure to make sure that your quality score column is active. To do that, all you got to do is go to columns, modify columns, and under attributes, make sure quality score is added. Over here it happens to be added. Let's say we had removed it and it wasn't showing. We would just go ahead and click the add button to add the column for quality score, and that's something we already saw how to do in a previous video, but repetition is good. We also want to make sure impressions are active, and usually your impressions will be a column that's active by default. We have it right here. So just make sure your impression clicks and cost columns are also active. So the imperative columns are quality score, clicks, impressions, and cost. Once you have that done, click apply. Now I just went over right into the campaigns tab for all my campaigns. So you might have started off at this campaigns tab here, but just make sure you navigate over to the keywords column, and as you could see, we have some display campaigns and search campaigns running. And because display campaigns
don't have quality scores. We only want to export our keywords that have quality scores. So we could do that by setting up a really easy filter. So I'm going to go ahead and click Filter, Create Filter. We'll cover filters in more depth in a future video, but this is just a great overview to the filtering tool. So we're going to click Create Filter, and my first parameter is going to be quality score. So I'll click the drop-down menu and I'll find quality score at the bottom. I'll select greater or equals to 1. So this will make sure that any keywords that I export will have a quality score. I'm also going to want to just take a look at my active keywords because we have a whole bunch of pause keywords in this account, and that might be a personal preference. You might want to take a look at pause keywords. You might want to take a look at just active keywords, but for now we're going to go and just select active keywords. To do that, I click the drop-down menu once again. I find status towards the bottom and matches any eligible or eligible limited. So these are the active keywords in the account. And we can see more sub parameters over here. So I'm going to go ahead and click apply, and that's going to apply my filter to my data set below. And then to twirl this box up to give me some more space, I don't want to click clear. I want to click this little triangle, and then I'll be able to just minimize the filter and see all my data here. Now that we have all active keywords selected, and all the keywords that have a quality score, I can export this report by clicking the download icon to the left of the search box in the upper menu. So I'm going to click download report, and this is something we've also done before. I'm going to choose my format to be Excel, which is a CSV. I don't need to save the report. I'm just going to go ahead and simply click download. So now that I have my report open in Excel, we can start analyzing the data and going through it to find some really interesting information, specifically for our purposes to analyze and determine quality score sore spots. The ad group column, I changed the names. I kind of fictionalized or exemplified some of the names here of the ad groups just for the sake of protecting our clients' privacy, but all the other data has remained intact, and it is actual live data. And the first thing we want to do is create a pivot table. Pivot tables, as you know, are really great tools to analyze information in different ways and look at numbers in different ways. And to do that, we're going to select the data we want to use for our pivot table. So I'm going to go ahead and select all our columns, and I'm going to go to Insert and hit Pivot Table. Now, your version of Excel may very well look quite different if you're using an older version of Microsoft Office, but essentially the functionality of the pivot table is the same thing. It's just the iconography is different, the color scheme is different, and it might be in a different place, but it's usually under Insert Pivot Table. If you don't see the option for inserting a pivot table, just go ahead and go into the Help section and start typing in pivot, and you'll be able to see exactly where to start, where to find your pivot table tool. So I'm going to go ahead and click Pivot Table. They're going to ask me to verify the data range which I selected, so that's exactly the range I want to work with. I'm going to click OK, and now I have my pivot table in a new sheet. So the first thing I'm going to go ahead and do is name my pivot table. We'll name it Pivot Table 1 because we're going to create a couple pivot tables in this tutorial, in this video. Zoom in here so everyone can get a good view of what's going on. We want to go ahead and add in the builder the first and foremost quality score as our row label. So we find quality score over here, which is right here, select it, and by default it went into the values. I want to drag it into a row label. So now I have row labels 1 to 10. This is my quality score. I then want to add my clicks. Okay, so I have count of clicks. That's exactly what I want, the number of clicks per quality score. And I also want to include the sum of impressions. Google primarily cares about impressions. Google makes money by impression, and we want to know the percentage of impressions for a specific quality score range. So we want to click the sum of impressions. So we're going to add impressions as a value for a column, and we're going to, by default, impressions, if you see here, came in as count of impressions. If I click the info, I'll be able to change it to sum of impressions. So now I have a sum of impressions by quality score. So I want to format this column to include commas it'll make it easier for us to see. So under Format Columns, right-click, Format Cells. I'll go to Number, use 1000 separator with 0 decimal places, and click OK. And now I can see a much clearer view of what's going on here. So we have, for this date range selected, which is the last month, we have 6,841,504 impressions, and now it's all broken down. Now it's all broken down by quality score. So for example, keywords with a 1 quality score, there was 1 click and 151,000 impressions. Keywords with 96 clicks and 176,000 impressions. And in fact, this has to be changed to sum of clicks. Okay, and that's a little bit more accurate. That was my mistake. Obviously, I realized that those numbers were way too low. So with this is, exactly much more in line with what we want. I'm going to right-click, click Format Cells again, get in our 1000 separator, 0 decimal places, and now we have a clearer and more readable view. So we have 297,000 clicks. And for example, keywords with a quality score of 8, we have 109,000 clicks with 1.7 million impressions. Okay, and that's a very cool way to start seeing what's going on. But what we want to do, which will give us a clearer and simpler sense, is just get the percentage of impressions for each quality score. So to do that, we're going to create our own custom formula. So we'll name it quality score percentage, and we'll create a formula. So equals sum of the sum of impressions, which is C4, divided by $C $14, which is the total number of impressions. The reason we do the $sign is to create an absolute value, which will allow us to drag this formula down to the bottom. So we do the sum of impressions per quality score divided by the total number of impressions, and that'll give us the percentage of impressions. So I'm going to go ahead and click Enter. I'm going to drag that down to the to all our quality scores, and I want to format this as a percentage, which I could easily do here, or I could also just format the cells. That's another easy way to do it. I could add decimal points, remove decimal points from these handy shortcuts. If you're not seeing these handy shortcuts, then you just want to format the cells once again by right-clicking on the column or clicking Command 1 on a Mac. So now I see the percentage. So this is going to give us a very clear overall health check of our account. So if I take a look at all the percentage of keywords or the percentage of impressions under a quality score of 7, I get a sum of 65.65%. And that tells us that we definitely need to do some major work in this account. So almost 66% of our impressions have come from keywords that have a less than 7 quality score. In a healthy account, we want to see a 65 to 70% of impressions above 7 or 7 or above. If we highlight this, we see we're only getting 35% above 7 or 7 or above. So that's we definitely know that we need some help in this account by creating this very simple and easy to use and easy to manipulate pivot table. But there's one thing that's missing here. We don't know exactly where in our account these quality score issues exist. We just know overall right now our account is not so healthy. We're getting 66% of our impressions are below quality score of 7, but which ad groups in our account do we need to start working on right away? So let's take a look at how to do that. So let's go back to our data sheet of all keywords and let's create a new pivot table. So I'm going to go over to Insert once more and create a new pivot table from scratch. And I'm going to name this Ad Group Level Pivot because we're going to analyze ad group in this section. So I'm going to first go ahead and add ad group as our row label. And we want to take the sum of cost. We want to see the high spending ad groups. So I'm going to go ahead and find my cost column, and I could drag this down to make this a little easier. Go ahead and find my cost column and add it to my values. And I want to do sum of cost. We're not going to make that mistake again. So sum of cost. And we want to take our quality score and find an average quality score. So we're going to go to quality score, but we don't want count of quality score. We want average quality score in the ad group itself. So we're going to go, instead of going to sum or count, we're going to go to average. And we want to definitely change those decimal places down a little bit. So once again, format cells, number, and just 2 decimal places. Okay, so our average, we have an average quality score, and we have our sum of costs over here. And let me zoom in to make this easier to see. Okay, so now it should be easier to see. So over here we can start taking a look at the high spending ad groups with low, or which we know where those quality scores are. So for example, let's format these cells to include a comma. Okay, so for example, here's an ad group that spent $17,500 with an average quality score of 7.49. That's pretty good. Here's an ad group that spent $122,000 with an average quality score of 6.28. This is an ad group that we definitely want to do some work in, 6.28. But there happens to be another issue. The problem with this view of quality score is that averages lie. It's not a weighted average, it's just a straight average of these ad groups. So how are we going to change and create a weighted average for quality score? But before we do that, let's take a look and just understand exactly what I mean when I say averages lie. So let's create a new sheet. We'll call this one averages lie. And let's create a couple, some sample data. So let's say here we have keywords, impressions, and quality score. And we have a keyword which is bake cakes online and online cake courses. Okay, so those are our 2 keywords just in this quick example. Let's say this keyword has 20,000 impressions. This keyword has 5 impressions. This keyword has a quality score of, let's give this keyword a quality score of 4, and this keyword a quality score of 10. Okay, so in actuality, our average over here, 10 plus 4 divided by 2 is a 7. So our average quality score for this ad group is a 7, but in fact, our weighted average based on the volume of impressions for that quality score is probably something more like a 4.001, 4.002, very close to 4, because the 4 quality score has so many more impressions than the keyword with a 10 quality score. So it's not really accurate to say that this ad group is doing well with a 7. It's much more accurate to say that this ad group is doing poorly with a keyword of, with an average quality, with a weighted or normalized quality score of just a tad over 4. So I hope that helps make sense. And now there's actually a cool way, and this is something which Brad Geddes from Certified Knowledge walked us through in one of his videos, showing how to normalize quality score to get the weighted average. And it's a very straightforward, simple thing to do. So to do that, let's go back to all our keywords, and we're going to add a new column. And we're going to call this column quality score times impressions. Okay, so quality score times multiplied by impressions is going to be the name of this column. Okay, so over here we want to do is a very simple formula. So we're going to do equals sum of our quality score. So we're going to find our quality score column right here. So it's G3. Just go ahead and click G3. And times impressions, I see over here, it's I3. G3 multiplied by I3. Hit enter. And we're going to drag this down to the bottom. Okay, so now we have our quality score times impressions column. Now what we want to do is we want to create a new pivot table. So I'm going to select all my columns once more. Okay, and you don't necessarily have to do it this way. You could always just simply go back and refresh the data in your ad group level pivot. But let's just do it again, and this way you could watch me build it again in case you missed something the first time. So go ahead and select my data, including my new column. I'm going to go to Insert, create a pivot table, click OK. I'm going to name this pivot table weighted. And let's go ahead and rebuild our data. So if you remember, we had ad group under row. Okay. We had cost to determine those high cost campaigns. Okay. So we had sum of cost. We want to get the average quality score. So we add drag quality score, click quality score, and drag it into the values. And we want to do an average quality score. Okay, and once again, we could reformat this to just include, 2 decimals, let's say. Make it easier to read. Let's just zoom in here. Nice and big. Okay, so now we have our ad group, the high spending ad groups over here, and we have the average quality score. We want to go ahead and actually add the column we made before, which is quality score times impressions. So I'll go into my pivot table builder and I'll drag my new column in, which is at the bottom in this view, quality score times impressions. And instead of count, I want to change that to sum. Okay, so now I have sum of impressions. And I also want to add, I have sum of quality score times impressions. I also want to add my total sum of impressions. So just my regular impressions value, drag that down and make sure I create a sum of impressions. Okay, so now I have my new column and sum of impressions, and I can go ahead and make that with a comma separator with no decimal places. Same thing here, just to make it easier to read. Okay, so I have my sum of impressions and my sum of quality score times impressions. Now to get my normalized quality score, I create a new column. I'll label it normalized quality score. Okay, and we're going to create a very simple formula. So it's going to be equals the sum of my sum of quality score times impressions column, which over here is D4. Okay, divided by my sum of impressions, which over here is E4. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and drag this formula down to the bottom. And we have one error here because this is not showing us any values of cost. Obviously, it looks like there were no clicks in this specific ad group, so we could just totally ignore that for now. That's not a big deal. I'm going to make this just 2 decimal places like the other one by formatting the cells, number, and now I'll be able to pair this up with my original average quality score. So I could select columns D and E because I don't need them anymore, which is sum of quality score times impressions, and the sum of impressions, just hide those for now. And I can now get a very nice clear view. So we've done some very interesting tricks, and we could actually start discovering some very interesting things now that we have that weighted quality score, right? We understand how averages could lie, right? Our average quality score could lie because it's not taking into account how weighted the specific keywords in each ad group are, as we saw in that example of those 2 keywords where we had the 20,000 impressions with a 4 quality score and 5 impressions with a 10 quality score, where our average would have been a 7, right? Our straight average would have been a 7, but taking into account the heavily weighted keyword with 20,000 impressions, just a 4 quality score, we actually would have had a quality score, a normalized quality score closer to a 4. So over here we see in, let's say, this ad group called cash, we spent $1,300, and it's pretty equal, right? So we had a 7.9 average with a 7.5 normalized. So we didn't see anything too interesting there. But how about over here? Make Cakes Online, this is the one that spent 122 grand, a 6.3 average quality score and a 6 normalized quality score. So over here we're seeing a lower normalized quality score. Here's another interesting one. This keyword, this ad group called Travel, with spending $11,000. Still, it's a high spending ad group. It spent $11,500 with a 7.4 quality score, and I might have gone in there and done some work, but in fact, when we take the normalized quality score, we're really looking at an 8.32, and even more so in this ad group, Travel Exact. It's a lower spending ad group. It's only spent $159, but it's a higher weighted quality score. So sometimes we'll find higher quality scores when we get the normalized quality score. Sometimes we'll find lower quality scores. But what we learned here are two very important fundamental things. One is, well, three things really, because we learned how to use pivot tables with a little bit more detail, which is great. We also took a look at our first pivot table. This was the quality score percentage. We got a very clear, quick sense by using sum of clicks and sum of impressions and the quality score as the row label, and we created our own formula to get an overall account health check. So we saw that we definitely need work because 66% of our impressions were coming from low quality score keywords of a 6 or below. So this was the pivot table. By using sum of impressions, sum of clicks, and our quality score as row labels, we were able to get an overall account health check. And in this particular account, we saw that we definitely need some work because a vast majority of our impressions are coming from low quality score keywords. We then we're able to get a look at the weighted average, take a look at our average quality score per ad group in this first pivot table by using the row labels, which is the ad group name, sum of cost, and average quality score. So we were able to see the high spending ad groups like this one over here that could use some work. And then because we know that averages tend to lie, we were able to get the weighted quality score and could really start seeing with a little bit more clarity and a little bit more accuracy which keywords, which ad groups could really use that work. So over here we see this is a very high spending, the highest spending ad group by far, with $122,000 spent in clicks with a 5.95 quality score. And that's something that we need to work on. And in fact, just in the defense, obviously this is a client of ours, and we've gotten these quality scores way up from where they started, which was when we inherited the campaign, which were very low in the 2 to 3 range. And a lot of these keywords are testing keywords. They're new keywords, which often start off with a 4 or 5 quality score, and we're just working that up. But overall, we're seeing exactly where we want to do some work in this account. Over here in this account, in this ad group, even though it's a low spending ad group, we want to do some work because we're seeing a 6 quality score. Now, if it's really spending such a little amount of money, $53, I probably would recommend not spending so much time. You'd be much better off spending your time in these higher spending ad groups that are generating lower lower impressions or lower quality scores than we would like to see. So that's definitely something that you want to take a look at. So overall, we definitely did a lot of very pretty advanced stuff. We took a look at understanding weighted averages. We took a look at understanding pivot tables, how to assess the health, the overall count quality score health, and then how to determine exactly which ad groups need work by using the average quality score, figuring out which ad groups spending the most money that have the lowest quality scores, and figuring out based on the weighted average, once again, with a little bit more accuracy, which ad groups you start needing to work on. You already learned from the previous videos exactly how to fix quality score, how to improve your quality score, and now it's just really a matter of working on these elements, working on these components, and taking your skills to the next level. So guys, thanks so much for watching. I hope you did learn a lot. This is a very crucial aspect of campaign managing, understanding quality score, and I look forward to seeing you in a couple minutes in the next video. Talk to you guys soon. Howdy AdWords fans, and welcome back to Up and Running with Google AdWords. In this chapter, we're going to talk about the AdWords dashboard and give a detailed overview of all the different buttons, tabs, menus that you're going to encounter in the back end of Google AdWords what we call your dashboard. We're back in our Poppin campaign. This is the campaign that we've been building, and we're going to continue to build it as the course develops, as we learn how to make new campaigns and new ad groups. But overall, this is how our dashboard looks right now. So let's talk about the different areas of this screen. Here at the top, we have our what I call our top level menu. We have a few different tabs, and the area you're going to spend the vast majority of your time is going to be in this campaigns tab, or this campaigns page most often. That's going to give you an overview of everything that you have running in your account. To the left of campaigns, we have home. The home page is going to give you a broad overview of what's going on in your account. It's going to give you some suggestions. It's more of a customizable module that will allow you to see a broader kind of 40,000 foot overview of your entire account. So let's jump into the home page and see what that looks like. So here we are on the home page, and as you can see right away, we're showing a lot of zeros. That's because we don't have a lot of data running in this account. If we just zoom in a little bit here, we'll be able to see that we could select which campaigns we want to see data for. We could do all non-active campaigns, all enabled campaigns, so on and so forth. We could choose our KPIs, our key performance indicators that we want to compare and contrast with each other. So we could choose all the different key performance indicators, for example, clicks. We could do verse impressions, click-through rate, average cost per click, things of that nature. And then in this performance graph, we can customize it day, week, monthly, quarterly as the campaign continues to starts getting data. You'll have modules here like good quality but low traffic keywords. That's going to be a keyword with a high quality score. And as you can see, we have basically all of our keywords fall into that range, once again, because we don't have any data yet. I could also close out of this module, minimize the module, things like that. And I could see all enabled keywords, all enabled campaigns. So it's kind of a broader overview, kind of an analytics dashboard, if you will, for your entire campaign. That's the home page. Once we start getting data, we'll go take a look at some other accounts that have data to see what this looks like. But overall, it's not an area of the account that you're going to be spending so much of your time in, just because you're not actually managing anything from here. You're just kind of getting an overview of the data. And all these different data points are available from within the campaigns page in different tabs. So let's go back over to campaigns. And to the right of campaigns, we have something called opportunities. Opportunities are basically Google's suggestions for different ways you could optimize your account, campaigns, keywords, ad groups, so on and so forth. If we go into our opportunities page, we're going to see a message that says no opportunities right now. That just means that there's not enough data accrued in the account for them to give us any opportunities. We'll go take a look at a live account and see what that looks like in another campaign. So let's go jump over into a client account and take a look at exactly what that looks like. So here we are back in the opportunities page of a client account, and we can see that there are some actual suggestions. So the first suggestion they show us is optimize your ad rotation to show your best ad and get more conversions. And Google wants us to change one of our campaign settings to optimize the ads around conversions as opposed to around clicks. And it's telling us that we can get 150 more clicks, 4 more conversions when we change our ad rotation for one campaign. Before we apply this suggestion, even if just in case I do want to apply it, I could click View Opportunity, and it'll show me the actual campaign and the actual setting it wants me to change things to. So it wants to change our ad rotation setting to optimize for conversions for this campaign. The cool thing is I could actually go ahead and click Apply, and that setting will be changed. I don't want to make that setting now, so I could click Go Back and see my other opportunities. Here's another interesting opportunity where I could add keywords to search network campaigns to reach more customers. It's suggesting that I'll get around 8,000 more impressions when I add 81 new keywords across 5 ad groups. And if I click on View Opportunities, it'll actually show me the 5 ad groups they want me to add new keywords to, and they're actually going to show me the keywords as well that they want to add to those specific campaigns. So I could click View for this one here, and it'll show me the 20 keywords they want to add. I could select or deselect as I'd like. I could just choose 1 or 2, and I can go ahead and click Apply if I like any of these keyword suggestions. So while some of these keywords are really bad, they would not be good for my account, they would not be good for our potential customers, some of them might be really good. And then here's another opportunity where I could rate, they're asking me to raise my daily budget from $200 a day to $600 a day. So that's not going to happen. That's not exactly what we want to do. But I could once again hit apply or view more details for these suggestions. When it comes to a budgetary consideration, I could choose to add it by $75. I could stick with my current. I could go up to $130 a day, $210 a day, and it shows me estimates of how many more clicks, impressions, and cost my campaigns and account will accrue if I apply the suggestion. If I don't want to apply the suggestion, I can simply hit dismiss, and that suggestion will be gone. So that's the opportunities page. Most of the times you're not necessarily going to want to just blanket kind of apply these suggestions, because Google's not taking into account your specific marketing goals. They don't know your customers. They don't really know your products. They're just basing this on the other keywords in your campaigns. So you definitely want to look at the opportunities page, but you want to be very, very careful before applying any of these opportunities to your account. You just want to be very careful, think about it, and use your own judgment and common sense. That's the most important thing to keep in mind. So that's the opportunities page. So that's a really cool area of the account, and you could definitely get a lot of good information there. Let's go back to our pop-in campaign, and let's go over to the reports page. The reports page is something we're going to dive into in a later video, but it's an area of the account that's going to show you a lot of your data, and it's going to allow to give you different types of reports. So if we go, once again, we don't have any data in the pop-in campaign, but if we go over back to this client account and we click on reports, we're going to see a whole different story. So they're going to give me some basic reports that I could run myself, or I could create. These are report templates, or I can go ahead and create reports myself. If I went to click add a report, I'll have different types of tables and charts that I could generate. I could generate a pie chart, a bar chart, a line chart, or a table. And then I could go ahead and select all the different types of data. We're not going to dive into that now because we'll look at reports later in a different chapter. Under the tools page, we're going to get a drop-down menu that's going to ask us to select which tool we want to go to. So we could see the change history tool, which is a tool that's going to show us all the different edits and changes that was made to the account, and we'll have the opportunity to remove or undo most of those changes, which is very cool. It's kind of like a history tool. It is a history tool, rather. A tool called conversions, and we're going to go into conversions in more detail when we talk about setting up conversion tracking and tracking conversions in our account. Attribution, we'll jump into that further. Google Analytics, if our Google Analytics accounts are linked, I'll be able to go to my Google Analytics page. Google Merchant Center, this is where your shopping feed would be set up if you're an e-commerce store and you're running Google Shopping campaigns. This is not relevant for our video, so we're going to skip this one. The Keyword Planner, which is something that we have seen already, and we kind of talked about the utility and the uses of the Keyword Planner. The Display Planner is a tool that is very similar to the Keyword Planner, but allows you to get ideas for display placements and display campaigns. So this course is primarily focused on Google search campaigns, which are the most common and successful form of Google ad campaigns. So we're going to skip the Display Planner. And the Ad Preview and Diagnosis tool, it's a really, really cool tool that we're going to give a separate dedicated video to a little bit later in this course. But those are the different options under the Tools tab. So now that we've covered our top level menu, let's go back to campaigns. And let's talk about some of the tabs within the campaigns tab. First and foremost, as we've seen already, we have the left-hand menu over here, which is expandable and collapsible. So I can collapse it to give myself some more viewing room, and I could also click on the arrow or just hover over it and expand it. If I click on the double chevron, the double arrows, it will remain open. Down here we have our shared library. The shared library is going to allow us to create remarketing audiences, bidding strategies, shared budgets, campaign negative keyword lists, and so on and so forth. We'll talk about a few of these options in a later chapter. Bulk operations is something which we're going to use very little, especially in this video. These are generally more advanced options in terms of adding automated rules, scripts, things of that nature. We'll touch upon those things, but we'll cover them in more depth in a more advanced course. Reports, these are the different under here, these are the different reports that you've saved that you're running. So when we create a Google report and we schedule it to run, or download or be sent via email to a specific person or at a specific time, we'll be able to manage those scheduled reports over here. And once again, we have labels. So labels are a way to organize campaigns, keywords, ad groups. If, for example, we wanted to label 5 of our campaigns that are targeting the US, we wanted to label those USA campaigns, we could do that, and we can manage our labels over here. So let's go back to all campaigns, because this is where we're going to be spending most of our time. And when you're managing your account and you're building your account and you're optimizing your account, this is where you're going to essentially be. If I have all campaigns selected, this is a very important thing to keep in mind. If I have all my campaigns selected, then everything that I navigate to is going to be showing me information for all campaigns. So for example, if I had a few campaigns here, right now we have one, but if I had a few campaigns here and I hit this ad groups tab, it's going to show me all the ad groups in all the campaigns. If I click over here on Poppin USA Furniture, it opens up my ad groups as a drop-down list in my left-hand menu, and it automatically navigates me to my ad groups tab. And now I'm just going to be seeing ad groups for this specific Poppin USA Furniture campaign. That's an important distinction to know. When you're looking at your data through this navigation, through these tabs over here, whatever you have selected over here is the level you're going to be seeing that information. So once again, if I have all campaigns selected and I go to ad groups, I would be seeing all my ad groups for all my campaigns. So if I had additional campaigns, I would be seeing those ad groups as well. But once again, we'll see that with more accuracy when we actually have some new campaigns added, which we're going to do in the very next video. So I'm in all campaigns, so I could go to my campaigns and see all my campaigns here. Ad groups is very self-explanatory. It's all my ad groups. Settings is where I can go ahead and change my campaign settings. So I could click on, I have a sub-menu under settings. I have all settings. Locations will show me my location settings for each campaign. I could add locations and change locations from this from this report. My ad schedule is my custom ad schedule when my ads are set to run. Over here, there is a schedule that's set up to run from Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and we're going to talk about custom scheduling in their own video. And devices is where I could set bid adjustments based on device. I could increase or decrease my mobile device bid. So if I like mobile traffic and I want to advertise more aggressively on mobile, I could make a bid adjustment and increase my bid for mobile devices. If I wanted to decrease my bid adjustment for mobile devices, I could do that as well. If I did not want traffic, if I did not want my ads showing on mobile devices. Currently, there's no way to change the bid adjustment for computers, desktops, or tablets. I could only edit and adjust and manipulate my mobile bid adjustment. The ads tab is self-explanatory. This is where it shows me all my ads. This is where I would come to change my ads. If I wanted to write new ads, A/B split test my ads, see the data for the ads, this is where I would go. I would go to the ads tab. Keywords is showing me all the keyword information either for all campaigns or for just the specific campaign I had selected. And this is the area where I could start, really drilling down into which keywords are spending the most, which keywords are converting the best, which keywords have the highest click-through rate, and which keywords are costing me the most money. So this is going to be an important tab. Audiences is mainly for remarketing. And we're going to talk about what remarketing is and how to set remarketing up in a future video in this course. Ad extensions. We spoke about what ad extensions were, and this is where you're going to be adding and creating your ad extensions. So if I clicked on new ad extension, I could select the campaigns I want to create an ad extension for by selecting the campaign, clicking done. And then now I could add some site link extensions. I could cancel that out, and I could add different types of extensions. So I could go to, the way I would add different extensions is by selecting the type of extension I want to create or edit in this drop-down menu. So I could create a location extension, call extension, app extension, review extensions, call out extensions, structured snippet extensions, which is something you're generally not going to worry about, and automated and view my automated extensions report, which are the extensions that Google generates for us. I also have the option of creating ad group extensions or campaign extensions. If I create site link extensions at the ad group level, then the site links will only apply to a specific ad group. But I could also create site link extensions or call extensions at the campaign level, which basically telling Google all the ads in all the ad groups in this campaign should have these site or these extensions, these ad extensions attached to the ads in that campaign, and it doesn't have to be specifically to the ad group. If I wanted to get really detailed, and certain ad groups should have certain extensions. So for example, if I have an ad group that's talking about padded furniture, and I have a few different pages on my site that sell different types of padded furniture, I might want to have just ad group extensions for that ad group with different site links leading to the specific types of padded chair pages on my site, just as an example. The Dimensions tab over here is going to show us data broken down by different segments that we don't have available in other places in the account. The View button is where I'm going to select how I want to see my data. Do I want to view it by, top movers, which keywords are generating the highest click-through rates and the highest cost? I could view my information by geographic location, by the search terms. I could see a lot of different information in this Dimensions tab, and once again, we're going to go ahead and we'll take a look at that in more detail in accounts that have more data, so you can get a sense of what's going on. So that's the tab menu up over here. A few more important buttons and things whatnot before we start going into another account with some live data is this submenu over here. That's generally remains the same throughout most of the metrics. So the key metrics like campaigns, ad groups, ads, and keywords, you have the same submenu over here, and that's where you're going to be spending a lot of your time. So campaigns, ad groups, ads, and keywords, those are the tabs that you're really going to be using most of the time to analyze and build your account. Audiences, ad extensions, and dimensions are going to be used much less frequently, and they're often used, ad extensions are used to actually build your ad extensions, of course. Dimensions and audiences are only used to really view your data and to set up remarketing. So you're going to want to understand the submenu over here. So this is all but removed campaigns. This button is specifically geared towards showing you or letting you choose how you want to view your data. Do you want to see all campaigns, all your enabled campaigns, or all your enabled and paused campaigns except for your removed campaigns? And I'll usually look at the data by all enabled campaigns. Right now that'll be nothing because we have that paused campaign, so I'll go to all. This is the same thing for ad groups where I could see all enabled, and it's the same thing for ads and keywords. I could see my all enabled campaigns and keywords and ad groups, all of them but removed, or all, which will include anything that's removed as well. So that's an important selector. Segmentation is another great tool that's used for some more advanced functions where I could segment my ad group data by time, conversions, network, click type, device, top versus other, and +1 annotations. +1 annotations is obviously if you had a Google Plus share on an ad or a keyword or an ad group, that will show you that information segmented out. So for example, if I wanted to see which ad groups, how the ad groups performed by day of the week, I could select that segment, and down here, this is exactly what it would look like. So we'll see the ad group called rolling, which talks about rolling desk chairs. We'll be able to see how it performed on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and I can see all my information, all my data broken down by that segment. And same thing goes for every ad group in the account when I have that segment set up. So to remove that segment, I would simply go back to segment and hit none. And now I'll go back to my normal view of the data. Filtering is a button that's going to allow us to create advanced filters to view my data in specific ways. And we'll talk about setting up a filter in a separate chapter. And columns is another very important selector, which is going to allow us to choose and order the columns that we see in this data. So here we are. Let's go back to campaigns. I like to get a good basic broad overview of my information at the campaign level. So I'll go to columns, modify columns, and here I have a screen which we've seen before, which will allow me to choose the columns that I want to include. So let's say I remove all these columns by hitting the X button. on all these optional columns is you see under the campaigns view, under the campaigns report, you have a few you have a few columns that you must include. So if I hit apply, now all of a sudden my data became much more clean. I see my status, the campaign name, well, whether it's pause or enable, and the status of the campaign and the budget. So if I went to columns, modify columns, I can go ahead and add some new columns. So I want to click campaign type. We're not using labels, so I can leave off labels. I don't need my campaign ID. Under performance, so this is some of the most important metrics. I want to see clicks, I want to see impressions, I want to see click-through rate, I want to see average cost per click, I want to see my total cost, I want to see the cost of that campaign, I want to see average position, and that's probably really the most important core columns. And we could experiment. You could always experiment with other columns to see if you want to see that data. Depending on your campaign, depending on your marketing goals, different metrics are going to be, or different metrics will have different levels of importance. If we're tracking conversions, and of course your campaigns should definitely always be tracking conversions, we're going to want to see, we'll want to see converted clicks, cost per converted click, click conversion rate. If we're tracking conversion value, I want to see total conversion value. And I want to see conversion value divided by cost, which is my ROI. And I can go to attribution. I could see, click assisted conversions. I could see social metrics, shares, plus ones, comments. There's a lot of different columns we could add, and obviously the columns can get very, very overwhelming. But what I would recommend is to really just keep with these core columns for most campaigns. I could choose to save this set of columns and make a name. I'll create a name for this set of columns, which I could always add, but I'm not going to do that now. I'm just going to hit apply. Oh, I have to deselect save. And now I have the columns that I want to see. I have my clicks, impressions, campaign type, search network only, click-through rate, average cost per click, cost, average position, and so on and so forth. And these are the columns I saw. So the columns is something which you're definitely going to use quite often to modify and to edit and to change how you're viewing this data. So I could also change my columns by ad groups. I might want to see different information at the keyword level. I might want to see different types of columns and different types of data. So I would use that columns button to go in there and to really take a look at what's going on. Going back to campaigns, there's a couple more buttons over here that are important to know. One is the graph icon, show and hide the graph. So I can click show and hide this graph over here, and that's going to allow me to get a clear sense of exactly what is going on from a line chart perspective. So I can choose clicks versus conversions if I wanted to. I could kind of manipulate the graph. And once again, obviously, we're not showing any information. But once our account starts getting data, this show hide graph icon is a great way to get an overall sense, and we could hover over each specific day. If we have it set to daily, we might have it set to weekly, monthly, and we can see how the data has changed based on our KPIs that we select here. And we don't have to have it to be versus, we could just do none and we'll just show clicks. This button over here, which we've seen before already, is the download report, and it pulls up our options for downloading the current view that we're seeing here. And the search box will allow us to do a quick filter. So if I want to find, if I have a whole bunch of campaigns, or let's go to keywords, and I want to use my search, I want to find all keywords with the word modern. So I just type in modern, hit enter, and it creates for me an automatic filter with the keyword text containing modern. I could expand that filter and add new rules. So I want to do contains the word modern, and it kind of, I could say has a quality score of at least greater or equals to a 5, and hit apply, and that'll change my results based on my new filter. I could also just clear the filter out and start from scratch. So that's the search box. Down here we have like we just saw, the KPIs that we could do a versus, so clicks versus impressions, or clicks versus search impression share. I will go talk about a little bit more in detail what those columns are. And over here we have the date selector, or the range selector for this graph down here. Up here in the upper right hand corner, a very important drop down selector, but it's simply your date range. So that Google gives you a whole bunch of different pre-selected date ranges, and you also have the option to choose a custom date range. If we click on custom, we can go ahead and change the dates for which we'd like to view our data, and I can click apply. Another cool feature of the date range selector is it allows us to compare. So if I wanted to compare my information from the previous period or same period last year, I could go ahead and do that and click apply. And now I'll be able to open up these columns and it'll show me the difference in the data between those date ranges, and it'll show me how much the data has changed, whether it's increased, decreased, and the percentage that it's either increased or decreased. That's a very, very cool function to compare how you're doing. So you can compare last week to the week before, last month to the month before, this past week to the same week last year, or to compare to a completely custom date range. So the compare function is really cool. If you'd like to shut the compare function off, all you do is hit this button under the date range selector and hit apply, and now you're back to your normal specific date range view. Down below here, we have some more buttons. These are pretty self-explanatory. They exist for campaigns, ad groups, ads, and keywords as well. Editing is all the different changes that you could make to the information you have selected. So this edit menu is going to change whether you're in your ad groups, ads, keywords, or campaigns tab up here, but it's all the possible edits that you could make. So if I selected, these two keywords here and I hit edit, I could do any of these things to those two selected keywords. I can copy them. I could paste keywords that I've copied. I could download a spreadsheet. I could change the text of the keywords. I could change the match types. I could do a whole bunch of different things in this edit menu, and we'll talk about, we're going to go ahead and actually make some of these changes in a later video, but this is just to show you what it looks like. Details will be different based on the overall tab that you're in. So for this, under our keywords tab, we could go ahead and see search terms selected all. And the search terms is what we call the search query report. And we're going to take a look at that in a separate video, kind of dedicated for the search query report. So hold on over there. We could also see keyword diagnosis for those keywords that we have selected. And we could also take a look at auction insights. Auction insights is a really cool feature that's going to show us our competitive landscape. Which other companies are we overlapping with in the ad auction, how often, and what our average position is. So that's something which is going to be cool, and we'll take a look at in a live account to see what that looks like. Bid strategy will show us will give us the ability to change how we bid, whether we want to use a flexible bid strategy, if we want to use manual CPC bidding, which of course we generally do. So we'll be able to set up manual CPC bidding once we're ready to create our own bids at a keyword level. And the automate button is something which we're going to use very, very infrequently. We're going to cover it in a later video, but it's the tool that will allow us to create some automated rules. So for example, one rule might be decrease the max CPC bid of any keyword with a quality score below 5. So if we wanted that rule to run every single morning to analyze our account, look for keywords with a 5 quality score and decrease our bid, or pause the keyword, we could set that up over here via automated rules. And we'll talk about setting up automated rules in another chapter. So that was a basic overview of the dashboard, of the different buttons. Once again, up here, as you know, we have our gear icon. This is where we navigate to billing, account settings, linked accounts, and your help. Your little bell icon is your notifications. You'll see when you have new opportunities, and if you have some conflicts, if you have any issues with billing, you'll get some notifications up here, which you could dismiss. And over here is your account, which will allow you to sign out, add an account, and navigate to other account settings. That's the overall view of the dashboard. I know that this is a tremendous amount of information. It's extremely complex. There's a lot of different buttons and tabs, but I wanted to give you a basic sense of what all the buttons do, even if we're not going to be using all of them, just so you shouldn't feel that you're left in the dark with anything. So that's really how the basic overall account looks like. Those are how the buttons work. You don't need to remember or make sure that you could find anything you need right away. The more you just work in your account, the more you're adding keywords, the more you're analyzing your keywords, the more campaigns you add, ad groups you add, the easier it's going to be for you to navigate to the areas that you need. You're going to be able to pick these things up. You're going to start picking these things up as if they were second nature. You're going to know how to add ad extensions. You're going to know how to analyze and do segmentations and look at your conversion history and change your columns and view your graph and download your reports and add your negative keyword lists. There's a lot to know, but it's going to come just out of habit. So just keep at it, keep working in the account, keep building new keywords, and all this stuff is going to come. You're going to get it. It's going to work. It's going to click. We're going to continue to cover a lot of these features of the dashboard, a lot of analyzing of the accounts. We're going to take a look at a whole bunch of new live accounts, and you're going to start getting a very, very clear sense of how all this works. So just you kind of keep at it. Get a basic sense of what the different buttons do, but the main thing is just spend that time. So that's it for this video. That's the overview of the campaign dashboard. In the next video, we're going to start talking about, really building this campaign out, adding campaigns, how to add campaigns, how to add ad groups, how to add keywords, how to change our keyword match types, things like that. And it's going to be a good way for us to start building out and expanding on our foundation that we've built so far. So that's it for now. Thank you very much for watching this one, and we will see you again very soon in the very next video. Thanks, guys. Talk to you later.